Chapter 1. The Opening of the Ninja World Live Broadcast Room. In the 60th year of Konoha, on the eve of the graduation class assignment for the young ninjas, Naruto did not steal the Book of Seals, but Mizuki was still captured. Somewhere in Konoha, within a residence, there sat a youthful boy with strikingly lustrous white hair and fair skin, exuding a charm that was both handsome and endearing. He was seated cross-legged on the ground, his eyes tightly shut. At this moment, within his consciousness space, the boy possessed dazzling blue eyes akin to Satoru Gojo, now glistening with unshed tears. Before him stood a man with white hair, sharp eyes, and red markings adorning his face, radiating an aura reminiscent of a stern principal. Should the older generation of Konoha witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for this was none other than their second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Tobarama emanated a radiant white light, as if on the verge of vanishing, and his expression, usually stoic, now bore a look of comfort and anticipation as he gazed at the boy across from him. If the current Konoha F4 were to witness this, they would surely be amazed, pondering whether their teacher could display such emotions. With utmost gentleness, Tobarama spoke, "Ninga, do not worry, it is not as if you will never see me again in the future." The boy, Ninga, responded with a quavering voice, "But sensei." Tobarama stepped forward, wiping away Ninji's tears, then placing his hands on Ninji's shoulders. "Konoha F4, is this still the teacher we know?" Then, Tobarama's expression turned serious. "Now, I shall impart to you your final lesson." At these words, Ninga immediately stifled his sorrow, straightened his posture, and prepared to heed his teacher's teachings. "Ninga, do not mourn my departure during my era and that of my brother. Farewells among friends were commonplace. You must transform this sorrow into motivation and not be confined by the present. You have a bright future ahead. The fate of Konoha, no, the fate of the ninja world, rests upon your shoulders." Yes, Tobarama's demeanor softened once more. "If you ever need our assistance, do not hesitate to summon my brother and me through the impure world reincarnation. If any issues arise with the monkey, feel free to resolve them boldly. And do not inform him of my departure just yet. Also, take care of yourself, Ninga. At this moment, tears welled up in Ninji's eyes. As Tobarama's form began to dissipate in an increasingly radiant light, Ninga could no longer contain his tears, deeply feeling the anguish of parting. "Goodbye, sensei." The following day, Ninga rose early, completed his morning rituals, and enjoyed breakfast. He donned a pair of glasses that diminished his presence, draped his ninja headband over his shoulder, and set off for school. Upon arriving in the classroom, he noted the sparse number of students and promptly found his seat, picking up a book to read. After some time, while engrossed in his reading, Ninga noticed someone had sat beside him and heard the person exclaim, Ninga, I wish we were assigned to the same class." Seated next to Ninga was none other than Konoha's young prince, Naruto Uzumaki. Unlike in the original narrative, Naruto appeared healthy, with a rosy complexion and a stature that was no longer diminutive. Ninga turned to Naruto and replied, "Indeed, I too look forward to being in the same class as you." Naruto then grinned broadly. "Hey, wouldn't it be great if Sakura were here too?" After a while, upon seeing Sakura's arrival, Naruto jovially dashed over to greet her. Ninga resumed his reading, but suddenly recalled something, intending to turn and remind Naruto, only to fall silent the next moment. The fateful kiss from the Hokage appeared. Ninga watched as Naruto squatted atop his desk, sharing a passionate kiss with Sasuke in front of him. Sakura, Ino, and kin to be explained later were all taken aback. In the Hokage building, a group of Jonin observed this scene through the third Hokage's crystal ball, rendered speechless. The third Hokage glanced between Naruto and Sasuke before averting his gaze from Ninga. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the blackboard transformed into a screen, and simultaneously, a colossal canvas appeared in the sky above Konoha. Then, a chat group materialized in the minds of everyone in the ninja world. "Welcome to the Ninja World Live Broadcast Room. Naruto Uzumaki wa, Sasuke Uchiha wa, Hiruzen Sarutobi." What's going on? Is this an illusion? Minato Namikaze. What is this Ninja World Live broadcast? Is it some trick of yours, Konoha? Hiruzen Sarutobi, Don't slander the Cloud Village. Anoki, if this is an illusion, its coverage is astounding. Tobarama Senju. Is this not impure world reincarnation? Hashirama Senju. Tobarama, you're here too? What is happening? Is this the Pure Land? Madara Uchiha. This is certainly not the Pure Land. Hashirama Senju. Madara, you're here as well. Initially reluctant to reveal himself, Madara couldn't resist clarifying upon seeing Hashirama's confusion. The crowd, eager to message, was taken aback. Anoki, Madara, Uchiha. Is this real? And the god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju, is here too. Hiruzen Sarutobi, first Hokage, second Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Oh, the monkey is here as well, What is this place? Minato Namikaze, first Hokage. It appears we are in a place called the Ninja World Live Broadcast Room. Hashirama Senju. Oh, I see. By the way, who are you? Minato Namikaze. I am the fourth Hokage. Hashirama Senju. Oh, the fourth Hokage. It seems the village is quite peaceful now. Minato Namikaze. Well, I am uncertain about the current state of peace. I died while sealing the Nine Tails. Hashirama Senju. You can die while sealing that thing? The assembled crowd of ninjas was left speechless, but due to the esteemed reputation of the first Hokage, none dared to retort. Kurama, I'd at you. Hashirama Senju. What is the matter with this one named Kurama? Tobarama Senju. All right, brother, let's first determine what is happening. Meanwhile, in a secluded area of the ninja world, the old shadows, Kagaya and Obito, silently observe the screen, pondering the connection between this live broadcast and the Eye of the Moon plan. At this point, a voice emanated from screen. Hello, everyone in the broadcast room. I am Xiao V, your customer service representative. Feel free to ask me any questions, though I may not necessarily answer. Now, we will present two potential futures of the ninja world. The white frame future represents the parallel world, while the red frame future depicts our current world. Although your futures have already been altered since I arrived. By the way, it's worth mentioning that your abilities will develop in accordance with your counterparts on the red screen. It's always better to be prepared for certain matters. Chapter 2. The Revelation of Tobarama Within. The white screen illuminated. Konoha, 48 years ago, during the Nine Tails chaos. The screen sequentially broadcasted to the audience of the ninja world the scene of the mysterious masked man placing a warm pack on Naruto, the fourth Hokage defeating the masked man with the Flying Thunder God technique, the final words exchanged between Naruto's parents, and the subsequent indifference, insults, and rejection faced by Naruto from the villagers of Konoha. Finally, it showcased the Night of the Massacre. The truth behind the Night of the Massacre remains undisclosed. Kushina Uzumaki wa. Why must my Naruto suffer such things? The peace that my husband and I sacrificed our lives for, this is how you treat my child. At this moment, the villagers of Konoha dared not breathe a word, although they refrained from bullying Naruto after the third Hokage issued his command. Prior to that decree, they had been just as hostile as those depicted on the screen. Minato Namikaze. Calm down, Kushina. Kushina Uzumaki. Calm down? How can you expect me to calm down? My poor Naruto, speak to me. Naruto Uzumaki wa. Xiao V. My apologies, I forgot to lift the restrictions. The camera then focused on Naruto and Sasuke, who were now locked in a kiss, their eyes rolling back in ecstasy. At this moment, the ninja world fell into a stunned silence. Wow, do young people today play so flamboyantly? Kushina Uzumaki. Minato Namikaze. Fugako Uchiha. Makoto Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha. The Uchiha clan collectively. Inazuka Izumi. Itachi Uchiha. How dare you show yourself? Uchiha Hakadai. Itachi Uchiha. You heartless wretch. The Uchiha clan erupted in accusations against Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha. Such a narrow-minded clan. Izumi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha. If I could resurrect, you'd be the first I would kill. Madara Uchiha. Ahem, Izumi, please calm down. This is a parallel world, not our own. Though the Uchiha clan had betrayed Madara, he did not wish for his brother to be provoked to anger. Indeed, with Madara's reminder, the ninjas gradually realized this was a parallel world. Some rival villages attempting to mock the fourth Hokage's son proved somewhat unrealistic. Inoki, TSK, 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 while the Uchiha clan may not be reduced to just 2 members as in the parallel world, they certainly haven't left many. Fourth Reikage. Indeed, there aren't many left. Rashi, TSK, TSK, TSK. Konoha remains a formidable presence. Noki. I find it hard to believe that Uchiha Itachi single-handedly slaughtered his clan without the shadow of Konoha being involved. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Cough. Everyone, refrain from making unfounded assumptions. Furthermore, matters concerning Konoha are not for you to meddle in. Noki. Noki and they felt somewhat bewildered. Why is Sarutobi so assertive now? Kushina Uzumaki. Setting that aside, Naruto, is your life truly as depicted on the screen? Just as Naruto was about to respond, he noticed the screen turning crimson. Konoha, year 48, the Nine-Tails incident. The footage was reminiscent of what had been shown earlier, until it reached the time before Naruto began school. In the Nara clan residence, Nara Ningye was diligently extracting chakra according to the scroll provided by his cousin, Nara Shikaku. Minato Namikaze. Is this the notable difference? Is this child one of your kin, Shikaku? Nara Shikaku. Indeed, Lord Fourth, this is my cousin. At that moment, everyone in the classroom gazed in astonishment at the figure of Ningye on the screen. Particularly, the girls exhibited infatuated expressions. Oh, so Ningye is this handsome? Indeed, I had never noticed before. Especially his eyes, they are stunning. Orochimaru. So that's how it is. Noki. I recall that this segment does not appear in the parallel world, and the child sitting next to Uzumaki Naruto must be him. However, he is absent among the students in the parallel world. One cannot help but commend the discerning eyes of the older generation. They can spot the differences in an instant. Uchiha Madara. Could it be that this boy represents a divergence between the 2 worlds? The footage continued, revealing Ningye intently focused on extracting chakra, while Nara Shikaku observed quietly. Suddenly, Ninjin's body radiated a dazzling cerulean light. Deidara. Whoa, this kid has transformed into light. Noki. Deidara. Kuratsuchi. Deidara, where are you now? Deidara. Yes, it's the old man and Kuratsuchi. I am currently pursuing art. Sasori. Silence. Deidara. Chiom. Returning to the scene, the screen now displayed Ninjin's consciousness space. He appeared somewhat dazed, realizing he was situated within a wondrous expanse of azure hues. Suddenly, a blue light manifested before him, coalescing into a human form. As the brilliance gradually faded, the figure of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, materialized before Ningye. Tobarama surveyed his surroundings with a hint of confusion, remarking, Edo Tensei? No, that's not right. Where is this? Ningye stared at the person before him, momentarily stunned, as he felt a peculiar familiarity, as though he encountered him daily. Upon seeing Ninjin's head of white hair, Tobarama felt an affinity and inquired, Child, what place is this? I do not know. Then do you know how you came to be here? Although young, Ningye possessed a degree of caution and asked, Who are you? I am the second Hokage of Konoha. Hashirama Senju Nani. Tobarama. How did you come to be here? Tobarama. Be quiet. Brother, I shall not elaborate on the specifics. The live stream should provide explanations. Uchiha Madara. It's merely some forbidden technique unworthy of mention. Hashirama Senju. Is that true, Tobarama? However, we are deceased. We should not interfere with the affairs of the living. Tobarama. Silence. And you, the malevolent Uchiha Madara, have no right to speak to me. Hashirama in silence. Madara. Ningye now experienced a moment of clarity, finally understanding why the individual before him seemed so familiar. It was indeed the second Hokage, Tobarama. Thus, he explained to Tobarama that he was in the process of extracting chakra when suddenly everything went dark, leading him inexplicably to this place. Tobarama analyzed the situation. Being an expert in soul manipulation, he discerned that this realm resembled the subconscious space of individuals. Based on Ninjin's description, he surmised that he must have been in a state of nebulous existence during his encounter with the Gold and Silver Brothers, owing to the Six Paths tools, which caused his soul to enter a transient state. While Ninjin was extracting chakra, he inadvertently entered the child's consciousness space, akin to a technique of spiritual manifestation. One must commend the mastery of ninjutsu. The second Hokage had already pieced together much of the situation. What time is it in Konoha now? To the second Hokage, it is currently spring of Konoha year 54. I cannot believe so many years have passed. By the way, who is the Hokage now? Is the third Hokage? Tobarama was taken aback. What? The monkey has held the position for such an extended period. Chapter 3. Fireworks by the explosive tags. Hashirama. The monkey is still serving as Hokage? Is there truly no one else in Konoha aside from the fourth? Noki. Then Lord Hashirama should inquire about your third Hokage. Hey, let us not forget, aside from the third Hokage, other high-ranking officials have also made significant contributions. At this moment, the Konoha F4 felt a tremor in their hearts, particularly Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been thoroughly admonished a few years prior and wished to avoid further reprimands. Tobarama. How Konoha is managed is not for you to dictate. Hashirama. Tobarama. What exactly is going on? Senju Tobarama. Just focus on the screen. Ningi recounted the demise of the fourth Hokage during the tumultuous Nine-Tails incident in his early years. Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow. The Nine-Tails, if one were to deem it powerful, was indeed subdued after the battle at the Valley of the End, when it was effortlessly carried back to Konoha by his elder brother and subsequently sealed within the body of his sister-in-law. Yet, if one were to argue against its strength, the immense chakra and tailed beast bomb it possessed were not trivial matters for an ordinary individual to confront. Alas, it appeared that the ninjas of Konoha had a rather limited understanding of the tailed beasts. Moreover, with the Nine-Tails confined within his sister-in-law and the other tailed beasts distributed among various villages, Tobarama had little opportunity to study them. Snapping back to reality, Senju Tobarama remarked, "By the way, I haven't inquired about your name. In response to the second Hokage, my name is Nara Ningye. Oh, a descendant of the Nara clan. Is it? If you follow my instructions, you should be able to traverse the realm of consciousness freely. Indeed, when it came to the manipulation of souls, both Orochimaru and Senju Tobarama were exceptional practitioners, and the intricacies of consciousness were no exception, coupled with Ningya's extraordinary talent. He swiftly mastered the ability to navigate the realm of consciousness." Tobarama was momentarily taken aback by this aptitude, but soon broke into a smile. The younger generation of the village was indeed intriguing, provided they were not born of the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan. Ningye soon regained consciousness, only to see his cousin, Shiranui Jinkan, anxiously gazing at him. "Ningye, how are you? Are you feeling all right?" "Yes, brother, I am perfectly fine." Shiranui Jinkan let out a sigh of relief. Had anything happened to Ningye, how could he possibly explain it to their deceased uncle and aunt? Phew, that's good to hear. By the way, how's your chakra refinement coming along? I have successfully refined it. Oh, that's not so simple. Chakra refinement doesn't happen overnight. Wait, what? You've already refined it. How could that be? It's barely been half an hour. Is that the reason for your earlier glow? But that is truly extraordinary. In the realm of consciousness, time feels elongated, yet the actual duration of dreaming is quite brief. No wonder Jinkin was so astonished, for chakra refinement seems daunting, and indeed, it is quite complex. The process involves several intricate steps. First, one must sense and mobilize their mental energy. Second, they must control this energy to gradually extract the bodily energy contained within their cells. Third, the extracted bodily energy is combined with mental energy to form chakra, which then circulates within the body. Fourth, the resultant chakra must be stored within the body. Typically, it takes an average person about a week to achieve successful refinement, while a prodigy might require 2 to 3 days. To accomplish this feat in merely 30 minutes is nothing short of miraculous. Upon learning that Ningye had refined chakra in just 30 minutes, the inhabitants of the ninja world could hardly contain their astonishment. Senju Hashirama, how long did it take us to refine chakra, Madara? Uchiha Madara, how would I know? Ask your brother. Senju Tobarama, my brother and I took less than a day. Anoki, damn it, 30 minutes? That is monstrous. Anoki promptly dispatched individuals to gather intel on Ningye. Simultaneously, numerous ninja villages sprang into action. Anoki pondered how such an extraordinary talent had gone unnoticed in Konoha. Either their abilities were lacking, or they had been deliberately concealed by the second Hokage during their private development. By all means, it seems increasingly plausible. Had it not been for the live broadcast revealing him, he might have matured unnoticed, leaving us out of the loop. However, Orochimaru remained composed. No, I believe the second Hokage also played a role. His chakra and spirit entered Ningye's body, facilitating the successful extraction of chakra. "Oh, I see," responded Raza. "So that's it," echoed the fourth Reikage. Later, Shiranui Jinkan advised Ningye to keep this matter confidential, fearing that Elder Danzo might forcibly claim him. Prominent clans such as the Yamashiro and Nara had already infiltrated Root, not to mention their own minor clan, which lacked the standing to refuse. Subsequently, Senju Tobarama observed Konoha village through Ningye's eyes, occasionally offering guidance on his training. The more he instructed, the more pleased he became. Ningye exhibited an uncanny ability to grasp concepts swiftly, often presenting imaginative yet reasonable ideas. A talented prodigy who is also perceptive is always endearing. And Tobarama contemplated the prospect of taking on another disciple. Nevertheless, he chose to exercise patience, as he wished to assess the child's character and observe how the current leaders managed Konoha, while he was uncertain about their effectiveness. The prolonged peace in Konoha suggested they were not lacking in skill. The day before the Ninja Academy's reopening, as Ningye wandered the streets in search of goods, he spotted Naruto, whose face radiated joy and anticipation at the prospect of making friends the following day. However, he soon observed a dramatic shift in the expressions of the townsfolk around him. The presence of the nine-tailed fox had cast a pall over the atmosphere. Encountering such a formidable entity today was nothing short of a misfortune. To his dismay, some individuals resorted to hurling vegetable leaves, eggs, and even stones at Naruto. Undeterred, Naruto threw his head back in laughter, proclaiming, "I, Uzumaki Naruto, will one day become the Hokage." The surrounding crowd responded with scornful jeers. Ningye remained expressionless, yet his fists were clenched tightly. In the past, he had recognized Naruto's kind heart. Despite his clumsiness, he was inherently a good person. What was transpiring here? In the realm of Ningye's consciousness, Tobarama observed the scene with a furrowed brow. How could the villagers be so merciless towards a mere child? And the nine-tailed fox. As Tobarama sensed the power within Naruto, his eyes widened in shock. This child was the host of the Nine Tails. As he witnessed the villagers continuing to berate Naruto, with some children even attempting to strike him, a sense of foreboding washed over him. It felt as though these villagers were playing with explosive tags beside a pile of fireworks, courting disaster. "Ningye, swiftly take the child away." Ningye unleashed a surge of chakra beneath his feet, instantly appearing before Naruto. Before Naruto could comprehend the situation, he found himself being lifted by a bespectacled boy with white hair, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the bustling street. Chapter 4. Ninja Academy. Ningye leapt across the rooftops, cradling Naruto in his arms, with four shadowy Umbu members stealthily trailing behind them. Upon reaching a clearing, Ningye gently set Naruto down. At that moment, Naruto sensed that the individual before him did not harbor the same malevolence as others he had encountered. Embarrassed, he spoke up. Thank you for earlier. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. And you?" "I am Shiranui Ningye," came the reply. Ningye, may I ask why you helped me?" "It was simply a matter of personal distaste for the situation," Ningye answered. Gathering his courage, Naruto ventured forth. Ningye, would you like to go fishing with me? I make a mean grilled fish." Observing Naruto's earnest demeanor, Ningye felt a twinge of sorrow for him. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama remained with his eyes tightly shut, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. It seemed that Konoha's understanding of Jinchuriki was rather lacking. As Ningye remained oblivious to the reasons behind it, he sensed a gentle aura emanating from Naruto. Upon hearing Ningye's response, Naruto leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "Yes! Let us depart swiftly." With that, he led Ningye towards his secret hideout. Meanwhile, the third Hokage observed this scene through a crystal ball. The table before him strewn with the recently gathered intelligence from the Umbu. Is it the little one from the Noera clan? Displeased, perhaps? It seems to be mere childhood empathy. At least, the child harbors no ill intentions. Just then, the Hokage's door swung open, and Danzo stormed in with an imposing presence. "Hizashi, how could you allow a Jinchuriki to forge friendships in broad daylight?" "It's only natural for Naruto to be at an age where he makes friends," replied Hizashi. "A Jinchuriki requires no emotional attachments. Hand him over to me. I shall train him to become a weapon of Konoha. I have already stated that Naruto's affairs are not your concern. And remember, Danzo, I am the Hokage. You will regret this, Hizashi." With a furious slam, Danzo exited the room. Kushina Uzumaki interjected, "Old man Sarutobi, what is happening here?" Is my Naruto not the same as before? And Danzo, what do you mean by weapon? Enlighten me. Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed lightly. Kushina, it was my folly that led to this. Rest assured, I have already issued a gag order regarding Naruto. His situation has improved considerably. Naruto chimed in, yes, Mom. I no longer fret over meals, and I've made friends like Ningye and Shikamaru. Overall, I am doing quite well. One must admit that Naruto's thoughtfulness was commendable, as he endeavored not to worry his parents, a natural instinct for any child. Gaara pondered, is it Uzumaki Naruto? Like me, he has faced exclusion, yet he is further burdened by assassination attempts. In this moment, Gaara felt an uncanny reflection of himself and Naruto. However, the two were merely missing one thing, a father who abandoned them. Temari stood nearby, observing Gaara with a complex expression. Naruto brought Ningye to his secret hideout, which was equipped with a pot and rudimentary fishing gear, evidence that he had long embraced this lifestyle. With sleeves rolled up, Naruto seized a slender branch to assist with the fishing line, expertly baiting the hook before casting it into the water, awaiting a catch. Ningye then picked up a branch and began to fish. During this time, Naruto constantly sought topics to engage Ningye in conversation. Tomorrow marks the first day of school. It would be wonderful if we could be in the same class. Yes. I too sincerely wish to be in the same class as you, Naruto. Ningye also praised Naruto for his kind heart and generous spirit, albeit somewhat excessively. He chuckled. Oh no, I'm not that wonderful. It had been a long time since anyone had showered him with compliments, causing Naruto to shyly scratch the back of his head. His face flushed with bashfulness. Senju Tobarama, observing the harmonious interaction between the two, let out a sigh of relief, though his demeanor soon shifted to one of seriousness. What on earth is the monkey up to? In Tobarama's view, there are two approaches to dealing with a Jinchuriki. One can either envelop them in love or utterly suppress their emotions, treating them solely as weapons. Does the monkey not fear that one day, Naruto might explode, leading to the reemergence of the Nine Tails? After finishing their grilled fish, the two bid farewell. After Ningye returned home, he entered a meditative state within his consciousness, where Fei Jin began to guide him in his cultivation. The following day marked the commencement of the new school season. Numerous parents accompanied their children to the school. Among them, Hinata Gungjian also took Ningye along. Upon their arrival at the school, the parents initially engaged in casual conversations with one another while their children explored the campus. The Ju, Lu, and Dai families chatted amiably about daily matters, and Izuka's firmly grasped the ears of Ya, cautioning him against causing trouble frequently. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hizashi coldly held Hanabi's hand, who shyly averted her gaze, seemingly searching for someone among the crowd. Within the body of Ningye, Tobarama observed the vibrant little heads of radishes and felt a sense of fulfillment for having established the Ninja Academy all those years ago. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Tobarama turned his gaze into the distance alongside Ningye. There, he spotted a man whose expression suggested a grievance, leading a fair-skinned young gentleman. The onlookers murmured among themselves upon seeing them. What's wrong, second Hokage? Humph, that inherently wicked Uchiha brat. Even without activating his Sharingan or wielding a ping-pong paddle, Tobarama could instantly recognize the malevolence of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, he fixed his sharp gaze upon Fugaku and Sasuke, particularly focusing on Sasuke. The boy's sinister visage emanated an aura that Tobarama found even more distasteful. Uchiha Sasuke, Tobarama Senju, you are the true embodiment of evil. Tobarama Senju, humph, Uchiha brat. My disdain for you remains unchanged. Uchiha Izuna, Tobarama, what do you mean by an evil face? Hashirama Senju, enough, Tobarama. How many times must I remind you that the Uchiha clan is also a family of great love? Tobarama Senju, humph, my elder brother. I am well aware of the depth and madness of the Uchiha clan's love. Tobarama, no one understands the Uchiha better than I do. Once everyone had gathered, the third Hokage took the stage to speak about the will of fire. In the midst of the fluttering leaves of Konoha, the flame of life continued to burn brightly. The little radishes below gazed up at the third Hokage with admiration, eager to charge into battle at that very moment. Tobarama, observing the face of the third Hokage from below, sighed, alas, monkey, you have grown old. Soon, it was time for class assignments, and as expected, Ningye was placed in the strong class. The girls in the class gathered around Sasuke, chattering excitedly, while he wore an expression of evident annoyance. Ningye felt fortunate that wearing glasses spared him from the harassment of girls. At that moment, a kind-hearted person with a scar on his nose approached from the entrance. Dear students, please take your seats and maintain silence, the teacher instructed. It must be said that teachers possess an inherent authority over their students. despite the tradition of teacher slaying in the world of shinobi. Shortly thereafter, the little ones returned to their places just as Irika began his introduction. Suddenly, Naruto burst onto the scene with a loud shout, earning himself a spot standing in the corner as punishment. Soon, it was time for self-introductions, and each student took their turn. When it was Ningye's turn, he stepped forward and addressed the audience in a simple manner. My name is Nara Ningye. My favorite foods are tofu and fish, and my dream for the future is to live in peace. His ordinary introduction was met with equally ordinary applause from the crowd. Shikamaru looked at Ningye, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 5. What? My will of fire? Senja Hashirama, a peaceful life, you say? Sigh. Since Hashirama learned of his death, 3 great ninja wars had erupted, and other villages had sent tailed beasts to the battlefield. This led him to question whether distributing the tailed beasts had been a mistake. Uchiha Madara scoffed. Hashirama, you underestimate the darkness of human nature. Where there is light, shadows inevitably follow. Senju Tobarama sighed. Brother, your decision to distribute the tailed beasts. However, perhaps there is a chance for true peace in the future. Tobarama's gaze was resolute as he looked at Ningye on the screen. The scene progressed as Irika called Naruto back. Irika's feelings towards Naruto were complex. His own parents had perished at the hands of the Nine Tails, yet he perhaps understood that it was not Naruto's fault, though his lingering resentment remained. Naruto shouted, Listen carefully. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to become the Hokage. Laughter erupted from those around him. Adults at home forbade their children from associating with him. Perceiving Naruto as a mere clown, ignoring the laughter, it seemed he had grown accustomed to such gazes. Naruto spotted Shikamaru and Ningye, his eyes shining with excitement. Before he directly sat beside them. Months passed, and after observing Ningye, Tobarama concluded that he was not only extraordinarily gifted but also possessed a kind heart. Thus, Tobarama formally took Ningye as his apprentice. During these months, Tobarama devised a systematic training regimen based on Ningye's physical data, focusing on techniques such as kunai throwing, chakra control, and storage. One day, the school was set to conduct an examination. Ningye gazed at the examination paper in his hands, which primarily posed questions regarding his perspectives on life in the Hidden Leaf Village, his views on the third Hokage, and his thoughts on the will of fire. Rather than an examination, it resembled more of a questionnaire. Anoki remarked, Goodness, third Hokage, have you begun brainwashing them from a young age? Saratobi Hiruzen retorted, Anoki, do not speak nonsense. What do you mean by brainwashing? I am merely instilling in the children the will of fire from an early age, nurturing their resolve to face difficulties head-on and to advance courageously. The people of Konoha were profoundly moved by the third Hokage's words. Anoki conceded, Saratobi, you truly are remarkable. However, at that moment, the third Hokage was drenched in cold sweat, recalling that he might have become a bit carried away. Ningye, allow me to respond to these questions, and let us see how the monkey interprets my answers. Certainly, teacher. Ningye adeptly relinquished control of his body to Tobarama, who first offered an assessment of life in the Hidden Leaf Village. Following months of observation, he noted several shortcomings within the village. While he initially acknowledged the merits of the third Hokage, he subsequently pointed out areas for improvement, suggesting that the third often displayed a degree of indecision in his actions and expressing hope for greater diligence in the future. Regarding the will of fire, wherever the leaves flutter, the fire endures, he candidly criticized the third Hokage for misinterpreting its essence, asserting that the will of fire required further updates and enhancements. At first glance, there appeared to be no issues. However, it was entirely appropriate for the second Hokage to critique the third Hokage. Ningye, following the thoughts of Tobarama, found no issue with the situation and thus submitted his answer sheet. That evening, within the Hokage building, the third Hokage, as the principal of the Ninja Academy, felt compelled to personally revise the ideologies of the new generation, particularly focusing on the esteemed Little Strong class. He began by grading their examinations. Shikamaru Nara reflected on life in the Hidden Leaf Village, pondering how delightful it would be to gaze at the clouds and fish without a care in the world. That lazy little rascal. Choji Akimichi expressed his fondness for the grilled tongue, tenderloin, and heart from his family's barbecue restaurant, while also praising Ichiraku Ramen for its exquisite broth and chewy noodles. Ha ha ha, this little glutton is making me hungry. As the third Hokage graded the papers, he noticed the profound admiration the students held for him, despite their somewhat immature interpretations of the will of fire. Nonetheless, he thought that with a few visits to the school for speeches, this could be remedied. Until he came across Nara Shikamaru's paper, a comprehensive critique of life in the Hidden Leaf Village, along with pointed remarks about the third Hokage himself, even denying the essence of the Will of Fire. The third Hokage, for the first time, encountered a student's criticism of his leadership, and his expression soured. After taking a puff from his pipe and reflecting for a moment, he penned a commentary. Unrealistic and superficial. One must first manage oneself before making judgments. The Will of Fire cannot be so casually defined. He then marked a large 0 on the paper. It seemed he would need to have a private discussion with Shikamaru in the future, as the distance between him and Naruto had been somewhat diminished. Karina Yui chuckled. Ha ha ha, the third Hokage actually awarded a 0 to the second Hokage. Inoki remarked, Saratobi is impressive. You directly refuted your teacher's Will of Fire. The fourth Raikage laughed, ha ha ha. The third claims the second's strategies are superficial. Naruto Uzumaki joined in, ha ha ha. So this is how Ningi came to alter the scores back in the day. Saratobi Raizen, caught off guard, stammered, Teacher, I wasn't he. To which Tobarama responded sharply, silence. In that moment, the entire ninja world found amusement in the third Hokage's predicament. The students' audacity to critique their teachers was indeed a source of great hilarity. The third Hokage wished for nothing more than to find a burrow to hide in, utterly embarrassed. He had once believed he understood the Will of Fire thoroughly, a notion that had inflated his ego, but to challenge his own teacher was akin to courting disaster. The next day in the classroom, Ningyi held the 0-score exam paper, gazing wide-eyed at Tobarama. Teacher, this. Tobarama, regaining his composure, spoke sternly. Ahem, humph. It appears that this monkey's understanding of the Will of Fire is alarmingly superficial, daring to directly refute my viewpoint. It seems that Konoha has not fared well in recent years. Ningyi, look. A score of 90. Naruto exclaimed excitedly as he approached, his face beaming with joy. It was the first time he had achieved such a high score in the past few months. His marks in ninjutsu and mathematics had barely reached single digits, but now, remarkably, he had attained a high score. Ningyi set down the examination paper, congratulating Naruto. Hee. Ningyi, you surely scored high as well. However, Naruto was somewhat bewildered as he gazed at his paper marked with a score of 0. He glanced at Ningya's paper, then back at his own. The signatures were indeed correct. Don't worry, Ningyi. You will definitely perform well next time. Thank you, Naruto. Later, when others learned about Ningya's examination results, some began to laugh derisively. The paper must have been graded incorrectly. Ningyi is not that poor in performance. Naruto vociferously defended Ningyi against the mocking crowd. Yet it seemed to have little effect. Ningyi discovered that his teacher, Fei Jian, had already begun to show signs of warmth, and he silently felt a sense of sorrow for the third Hokage. When the time for school to dismiss arrived, Naruto took the initiative to invite Ningyi to indulge in some Ichiraka ramen, mentioning that he had an excess of ramen vouchers for the day. Do you worry that I might feel disheartened? Ningyi glanced at Naruto, who was desperately attempting to divert his attention with chatter. Perhaps Naruto could comprehend the anguish residing within one's heart. Chapter 6. Teacher, you are not dead at Ichiraka ramen. Naruto and Ningyi were relishing their noodles when suddenly a figure approached and inquired, May I sit here, young ones? They turned to see none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi. Naruto's face lit up with joy. Hokage Grandpa, you've come for ramen too. Indeed, the Hokage replied with a smile. The ramen here is truly delightful. It leaves a lasting impression every time. With that, the third Hokage took a seat beside Naruto. Ha ha, you flatter me, Lord Third, the ramen chef said, a hint of bashfulness evident as he approached. Still the same as ever, the Hokage remarked. Right away, the chef replied. As they dined, the third Hokage engaged in light-hearted conversation with Naruto, occasionally glancing at Ningyi. He noted that Ningyi was smiling contentedly, seemingly unfazed by his esteemed presence. Naruto then took the opportunity to introduce Ningyi to the Hokage, lamenting. The teacher must have had poor eyesight when grading yesterday's exam. He marked Ningyi incorrectly. The third Hokage merely raised an eyebrow in response. After finishing their meal, the Hokage turned to Ningyi and said, By the way, Ningyi, is it? Yes, Lord Third, Ningyi replied. No need to be so formal. Accompany this old man to the Hokage building for a bit. Consider it a stroll to aid digestion. Of course, Ningyi responded, while Naruto reluctantly prepared to head home. Oh, very well then, Naruto sighed, wishing he could continue chatting with the Hokage, but accepting he must return home instead. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, the two entered the Hokage's office. The third Hokage kindly gestured, Please, take a seat while I gather some materials. As he said this, he handed a document from his desk to Ningye. Have a look at this. Ningye opened the folder, discovering it contained copies of his examination papers. At that moment, the third Hokage slowly spoke. Child, do you harbor any misunderstandings regarding the will of fire and my intentions? However, Ningye, with his gaze fixed on the papers, seemed oblivious to his words. Observing this, the third Hokage was about to say something further when Ningye suddenly lifted his head, his eyes flashing with a blue light. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, but his years of experience allowed him to quickly regain his composure. Just as he was about to speak, he found himself transported to a mysterious blue space. Here, Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed his surroundings, when suddenly a familiar voice echoed from behind. Monkey. Instantly alert, the third Hokage turned around, his eyes widening in astonishment at the figure before him. Oh, old teacher. Initially suspecting an illusion, the third Hokage disrupted his chakra, but Tobarama Senju interjected, Don't bother, monkey, I specifically brought you here. Lord Second. Is this truly real? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned. What? Are you implying that I, your teacher, am a fabrication? Tobarama Senju crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes sharply at Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, the third Hokage felt a rush of excitement, as his teacher had always been accustomed to such encounters. Tobarama Senju promptly exposed embarrassing tales from Hiruzen's childhood, such as drunken ramblings, peeping on Koharu while bathing, and other indiscretions. All right, I acknowledge it's you, teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly interrupted, concerned that his teacher might reveal the color of his undergarments. Still somewhat incredulous, he exclaimed, Teacher, so you truly are not dead? Tobarama Senju replied, half smirking, Indeed. If I were dead, would you still be able to hold on to the position of Hokage for so long? This statement sent chills down Sarutobi Hiruzen's spine, as he quickly responded, Teacher, that was not my intention at all. Were you not claiming I had misconceptions about the will of fire? Then enlighten me on what the will of fire means. Tobarama Senju nearly hurled the examination paper at the monkey's face, embarrassed at the thought of his new disciple scoring 0. So this examination paper was actually completed by you, teacher. Indeed. Did you not say I was all style and no substance? I wish to see where I lack substance. Sarutobi Hiruzen was now sweating profusely, realizing he had made a grave mistake in challenging his teacher. This, teacher, it is merely a reflection of my limited insight. I. Tobarama Senju abruptly cut him off. Enough, let us discuss this outside. I am eager to see how Konoha has fared under your leadership these past years. Upon saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself back in his office chair, noticing that Ningye now stood before him in a posture reminiscent of his teacher. The third Hokage first turned toward the window, waving his hand to disperse the umbu. Once the area was clear, he approached the door, instructing that no matter what occurred, no one was to be admitted. After completing these tasks, he respectfully invited Ningye to sit behind his desk, pulling out the chair for him. He then stood to the side, adopting the demeanor of a student who had erred. Ningye directly opened the drawer and retrieved the scroll of records within. After breaking the seal, he began to peruse its contents. The more he read, the graver the expression on Senju Tobarama's face became, ultimately turning pitch black. At this moment, the third Hokage dared not even breathe, fearing he might disturb his teacher. After a while, Senju Tobarama looked at the third Hokage with a half-smile. Hehehe, monkey. You have done remarkably well. The third Hokage resembled a trembling little squirrel, shivering in fear as he sensed his teacher's overwhelming fury. What happened with White Fangus' suicide? Teacher, it was because he failed his mission, and subsequently, Danzo spread rumors, leading the villagers to slander him. And you just stood by and did nothing. Are you the Hokage, or is Danzo the Hokage? Tobarama directly interrogated the third Hokage. Teacher, is it because White Fang threatened your position as Hokage that you considered suppressing him, only to find that he ultimately took his own life? Have you ever thought about Naruto Uzumaki? If the villagers continue to insult him, what if one day he cannot bear it and chooses to end his life? What if the Nine Tails erupts? Enough, silence. No more is. The third Hokage sealed his lips, for whether he was guilty or innocent, at this moment, he felt utterly small. Tobarama was also perplexed by certain matters, such as why, during the Nine Tails incident, the fourth Hokage opted for the dead demon-consuming seal instead of simply sealing the Nine Tails back into his wife's body. Is that even possible? The third Hokage seemed to have heard something unfathomable. Minato Namikaze, is it really feasible to put it back? It's certain death for a Jinchuriki once they are separated from the tailed beast? Kushina Uzumaki. Yes, I felt my life force fading rapidly at that time. Senju Tobarama. Of course it can be put back. So, to what extent do you lack understanding of tailed beasts? And regarding the fourth's wife, you did not die immediately. With the resealing, given your Uzumaki lineage, survival was certainly possible. The couple, Minato and Kushina, felt an acute sense of embarrassment and regret. It turned out they need not have perished at that time. Chapter 7. Naruto, and what about Linyahara? Sarutobi Hiruzen respectfully replied, Teacher. This was due to the fact that Kirigakure had sealed the three tails within her. If she had come to Konoha, the three tails would have rampaged. And she sacrificed herself for the safety of the village. At this moment, Tobarama's eyelids twitched. Their reckless actions were indeed numerous. So what exactly have you been teaching at the Ninja Academy? Do you have no knowledge of tailed beasts whatsoever? Did you not read the notes I left regarding them? You are not still adhering to the teachings of my elder sister, are you? Forget it. Back in those days, with the likes of Konohamaru and others, along with you and Danzo, and the fourth Hokage, sealing a three tails was not an insurmountable task. Wasn't he essentially handing over a tailed beast to Konoha? Wouldn't he Konoha then have an additional Jinchuriki? Linyahara. Upon hearing the second Hokage's words, she felt as if her sacrifice had been in vain. Not only had she died in vain, but Uchiha Obito, Lin, Hatake Kakashi, Lin, Obito, Linyahara, Kakashi, Obito. Senju Tobarama. All right, Linyahara, you should refrain from speaking for now. Let them take their time. At this moment, Obito's mind was flooded with frustration. Realizing that Lin had died needlessly, if she and Kakashi had possessed some knowledge of tailed beasts, perhaps Lin would have survived. Obito's resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen deepened. Believing that if he had imparted this knowledge, Lin would not have perished. Tobarama chastised Sarutobi Hiruzen for a considerable time, and the incident with Kumogakure saw him berated thoroughly. Ultimately, Tobarama instructed, in the future, treat Jinchuriki, treat Naruto Uzumaki with more kindness. Immediately announce his identity as the fourth Hokage's son. Furthermore, I have been observing your actions through Ningye. If he wishes to view the sealing scroll, simply hand it over to him, though it primarily contains my forbidden techniques. Conduct a thorough inspection and repair of Konoha's defenses as I have instructed. Lastly, do not forget to mention that your exam papers have been corrected. With that, Tobarama's lecture came to an end. Ningye observed the humbled Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was unable to lift his gaze, his eyelids twitching. Lord Third. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally regained his composure, clearing his throat. It's you, Ningye. Haha, you may call me Shishyung in private from now on. By the way, regarding Lord Second. My teacher is watching you. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he escorted Ningye out of the Hokage building. Once Ningye had departed, he turned to the guards and instructed, from now on, do not impede Nara Ningye's entrance into the Hokage building. Although they were unaware of the reasons behind this decree, the ninjas accepted the command without question. At that moment, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, Nara Ningye held a status equivalent to that of his teacher. Should his teacher encounter any obstruction upon visiting the Hokage building, it would mean the end of his own career. The following day, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived early at the classroom. Noticing that most of the students had gathered, he slowly rose and addressed the group of young ones. The examination papers you submitted the day before yesterday were commendable. However, I regret to inform you that I inadvertently marked one incorrectly during grading. This was my oversight. At this juncture, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, Grandpa Hokage, was it Ningye's paper? Ahem, indeed, it was Ningye's paper. I was rather preoccupied that day and ended up making an error in the grading. Sarutobi Hiruzen then approached Ningye, and upon seeing his face, he recalled the scathing reprimand from his teacher the previous day, causing him to shudder. Ningye, I sincerely apologize for the mistake in grading your paper. Please present it to me so that I may rectify my error. Ningye handed the examination paper to the third Hokage, who, albeit somewhat unsteadily, received it. He meticulously erased all previous comments and inscribed words of utmost praise, ultimately bestowing a perfect score of 100. After completing this task, he exhaled a sigh of relief and cast a complex glance at Naruto. The third Hokage then grasped Naruto's hand and approached the podium, addressing the assembly. In truth, I have another matter to disclose today. Uzumaki Naruto is, in fact, the son of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. None could have anticipated that the much-maligned demon fox would transform into the offspring of the revered fourth Hokage. Although the meaning of demon fox eluded them, The significance of being the fourth Hokage's son was unmistakable. Naruto himself was taken aback by this revelation. I am the son of the fourth Hokage? Could it be? He exclaimed with exhilaration. This is wonderful. I have a mother and father. I am not an unwanted child. Those who had once insulted and bullied Naruto now found themselves unable to meet his gaze, while Hinata looked on with a pang of sympathy for him. Irika's expression grew increasingly complex. Perhaps witnessing Naruto's jubilant reaction upon discovering his parentage deepened his compassion for the boy. Naruto. It was certain that after this day, the village of Konoha would be swept by a monumental wave known as the son of the fourth Hokage. As school concluded, a multitude of parents arrived to escort their children home. Some were hesitant to look at Naruto, burdened by guilt over the years, while others, having lost family during the Ninetales incident, harbored mixed feelings towards him. Nara Shikaku, filled with shame, gazed at Naruto from a distance, recognizing that the child of the fourth Hokage stood nearby, yet they had failed to extend their care. Ningye. Do invite Naruto over to our home for a visit sometime. Certainly. A year passed, marking the 55th year of Konoha. Ningye now attends classes using shadow clones. But it seems that today's session has been somewhat prolonged. In the realm of consciousness, Ningye was being instructed by Tobarama Senju in the intricacies of water release techniques when several books suddenly tumbled from Ningye's mindscape. This unexpected commotion instantly captured the attention of both individuals. As they approached, they discovered that among the books were several comic volumes, with the cover featuring Naruto, which piqued their interest. The presence of a small figure resembling Naruto, clad in black attire, led them to delve into the pages of Naruto. A black screen appeared, revealing Uzumaki Naruto exclaiming, "Hey, what is this book? Could it possibly be my heroic biography? Ha ha ha, is this a fan creation?" On the other hand, Noki remarked, "What a critical moment to falter." The astonished expressions of the second Hokage and Ningye suggest they have stumbled upon something significant. Kuratsuchi interjected, "It appears there are matters they wish to keep from us." Hashirama Senju inquired, "Tobarama, what have you seen?" Tobarama responded cryptically, "Brother, you will come to know in due time." Uchiha Madara scoffed, "If you choose not to speak, that is your prerogative. Why the secrecy?" Tobarama retorted, "I shall not engage with the jester." Madara, taken aback, questioned, "What do you mean by jester?" Tobarama replied, "The literal interpretation." Madara seethed, "You." At that moment, Madara felt as if he had been mocked by Tobarama's cunning demeanor, a sensation he could not articulate. Meanwhile, Kuro had a nagging anxiety, sensing that Tobarama held knowledge of something amiss. In the Hidden Leaf Academy, Sasuke's visage twisted in anger as he stared at the screen, convinced that this was indeed the fateful day. Chapter 8, The Night of Annihilation, Part 1. As they perused the comic, they witnessed the first battle between Naruto and Sasuke at the Valley of the End. It dawned upon them that the Uchiha massacre seemed to coincide with a particular evening study session. Wait, an evening study session? A chill ran down the spines of Tobarama and Ningye. Time was of the essence. Without verifying the authenticity of the comic, Ningye hastily exited his home, racing towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Kuratsuchi observed him. Why has the handsome fellow's expression suddenly changed? Noki speculated. Perhaps he has urgent matters to attend to. The fourth Reikage. "Hey," queried, "urgent matters? What could possibly cause the second Hokage to alter his demeanor?" Uchiha Izuna exclaimed, "Wait, Sasuke is an evening study. Could this be the night of our clan's demise?" With Izuna's reminder, the shinobi gathered began to piece together the significance. Indeed, the night of the massacre was the only time Sasuke had attended evening study. Uchiha Sasuke affirmed, "There can be no mistake. This is undeniably that night." Ningye hurried to the outskirts of Konoha, employing a transformation technique to assume the guise of an adult, and adorned himself with a mask specifically crafted by Tobarama to obscure the Sharingan. As he approached the Uchiha clan's territory, he was struck by the pungent scent of blood, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Uchiha compound, Ningye was met with a gruesome sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Regardless of the rationale behind Uchiha Itachi's actions in annihilating his clan, such a deed was nothing short of barbaric. Ningye swiftly made his way toward the security department. Although he had not had the opportunity to witness the details of the massacre, he believed the department could withstand the onslaught for a time. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted a masked figure emerging from the building, and upon seeing the blood on his blade, both Ningye and Tobarama realized it was too late. What was going on? Did Uchiha Itachi have accomplices? During Sasuke's recollection, the masked man did not appear. and Ningye and Tobarama's understanding of the massacre night was limited to Sasuke's perspective. The white screen also did not display Obito, merely presenting Sasuke's viewpoint. Anoki exclaimed, "What? Uchiha Itachi has accomplices." The fourth Raikage interjected, "I cannot believe a mere 13-year-old could orchestrate such a massacre." Kisame remarked, "I thought the rules of our hidden mist village were extreme enough, yet there exists someone even more audacious." Minato added, "If I am not mistaken, that individual is the masked man who instigated the Nine Tails incident." Naruto gasped, "Ah, that means Ningye is in danger." At that moment, Uchiha Madara pondered, "What is Obito up to?" Although the Uchiha clan's demise was inevitable, I did not anticipate this boy's ruthless maneuver. From the moment the Uchiha clan became engrossed in the tranquil life of Konoha and betrayed him as their leader, Madara had foreseen the clan's tragic fate. Within the Akatsuki organization, members watched Uchiha Itachi, who maintained an impassive expression as he stared at the screen, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. Deidara quipped, "Why does that masked man remind me of Tobi?" Obito felt a pang of anxiety and swiftly responded, "How could that be, Deidara-senpai? I am merely an intern in the Akatsuki, not a heartless demon." Indeed, Haiden, with an excited expression, gazed at Itachi and proposed, "I never imagined you enjoyed killing so much. What do you think? Care to join the cult of the evil god?" Itachi remained aloof. Aside from Deidara and Haiden, others in the Akatsuki, such as Sasori and Kakuzu, began to associate Tobi with the masked man. However, Kisame and others had known from the start that Tobi was indeed the masked figure. Meanwhile, after using Tsukuyami on Izumi Uchiha, Itachi tearfully concluded her fate. This follows the narrative of the novel rather than the TV adaptation. He then gathered his composure and slowly made his way home. At the security department, Tobarama asked, "Shall we intervene?" Upon hearing that Tobarama sensed the masked man was also an Uchiha, Ningye felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of Uchiha brutes. "Let me take over." At this point, "The monkey has likely sensed it too. We only need to hold him off," Ningye responded. "Very well, my student." Tobarama gradually regained control of his body. Shortly thereafter, Ningye's gaze sharpened. The confrontation between Nara Ningye, in his Lama mode, and the mysterious masked man, known as the Red Knight Blade, officially commenced. As the masked man turned to continue his slaughter of the remaining Uchiha, Ningye seized the initiative. BGM, reminiscing the past. Water release, water bullet technique. Ningye unleashed projectiles of water resembling cannonballs, which rained upon the masked figure. Yet, the water bullets merely passed through the masked man, causing no harm. There is someone else," remarked Minato. "Who would have thought such a troublesome ninjutsu existed in the ninja world?" Anoki mused. Sarutobi Hiruzen noted. Minato managed to defeat him by exploiting an opening during his attack. The fourth Raikage concluded, "So, to defeat that masked man, one must strike while he is attacking." Kuratsuchi observed, "It seems we must rely on speed to prevail." Kakashi suggested, "No, perhaps he cannot maintain his intangibility indefinitely." Sarutobi Hiruzen added, "If that is the case, we must utilize large-scale and sustained ninjutsu to deduce the duration of his intangibility." The formidable figures of the ninja world contemplated how they might overcome such an opponent if they were in Ningye's position. The masked man suddenly teleported before Ningye, and in an instant, Ningye expelled a torrent of water, forming a circular barrier. Water release, water barrier technique. However, the masked man effortlessly passed through the barrier, appearing behind Ningye with blinding speed, cleaving him in two. Yet, the severed Ningye exploded upon impact. Shadow clone explosion. Simultaneously, Uchiha Itachi, who had just slain his parents, heard a distant commotion and looked toward the security department. Trouble has arisen? He mused, then rushed toward the department. As the smoke cleared, the masked man's attire was tattered, but his mask remained unscathed. He tore away the shredded sleeve, admitting, "I let my guard down." At that moment, Tobarama realized the masked man revealed vulnerabilities during his attacks. Drawing on his experience, Tobarama surmised that this intangibility might stem from the man's Manjiki Sharingan abilities. If that were the case, there must be limitations, suggesting he could not sustain his intangibility indefinitely. Just then, Uchiha Itachi launched a surprise attack from behind Ningye. Fire release, great fireball technique. Itachi unleashed a massive fireball, while a majestic water dragon materialized around Ningye, colliding with the fireball. The resulting steam quickly enveloped the three. Both Itachi and the masked man, utilizing their Sharingan's dynamic vision, scanned the area but failed to detect Ningye's presence. As the mist began to dissipate and the two converged, several shurikens suddenly flew toward them from behind. Uchiha Izumi exclaimed, "Damn. Not this technique again." Chapter 9, The Night of the Massacre, Part 2. Shurikens flew toward Uchiha Itachi and the Masked Man. Itachi's first instinct was to deflect them with kunai. But the proximity made it impractical, prompting him to rely on his Sharingan to track their trajectory and evade. As Itachi shifted his body, the Masked Man, under the scrutiny of Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan, sensed the spatial fluctuations of several shurikens. A foreboding thought crossed his mind. Adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Itachi's side. Preoccupied with the shurikens, Itachi attempted to sidestep, only to be unexpectedly propelled away by the Masked Man's strike. Simultaneously, Ningye materialized before the Masked Man, brandishing a short blade. Flying Thunder God Slash. However, the Masked Man, having anticipated this move, phased out of harm's way, evading the attack. In the night sky, Ningye turned and hurled the dagger in his hand towards the Masked Man. The masked figure employed phasing, allowing the dagger to pass through his head seamlessly. Seizing the opportunity, Ningye conjured a swirling vortex of water in his hand, condensing it into a spear-like projectile that spun rapidly in an erratic manner. Water release. Hard vortex water blade, he declared. Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, thought to himself, "This Masked Man has fought against me before. He certainly won't fall for the same trick again." Moreover, it complicates matters that the second Hokage remains unaware of this. Kushina Izumaki exclaimed, "That detestable Masked Man. Second Hokage, give it your all and defeat him." Naruto Uzumaki shouted, "Beat him up, Uncle Okiyama." Sasuke Uchiha urged, "Keep it up. You can do it." Little did they know, Ningye was battling his nemesis from years past, while Sasuke, in stark contrast, was likely foolishly rushing home at that very moment. The thought filled Sasuke with regret for his youthful naivety. The assembled ninjas in the realm felt a bead of sweat trickle down their brows. In that instant, as the Masked Man reached out to make contact, Ningye utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, successfully teleporting behind him. The Masked Man was suddenly reminded of a moment from years ago when he had been struck by his teacher. A haunting memory that had lingered as a nightmare for many years. "Move. I command you to move," he urged himself, and in a flash, his body phased once more, narrowly evading the strike. Having evaded the attack, the Masked Man felt a surge of confidence and swiftly slashed towards Ningye with his blade. However, Ningye was already prepared, gathering water needles in his mouth. "Water release, heavenly cry," he proclaimed. In an instant, a high-speed jet of water erupted from Ningye's mouth. The Masked Man had yet to react when he felt a chilling sensation in his right eye, swiftly followed by a searing pain. The water jet pierced through the entirety of the Masked Man's skull, emerging from his right eye. As Ningye was about to strike, he suddenly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to the location of the short blade. In the spot he had just vacated, black flames erupted. As a formidable figure from the Warring States period, Tobarama swiftly discerned the nature of the jutsu before him. Was it the rebirth of the earth? No. It seemed he could not control the flames. Rather, it was Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi, with his Sharingan activated, fixed his gaze upon Ningye. The recent kick from the Masked Man had been tremendously forceful. Itachi's body nearly succumbed to the impact, and even this stoic individual felt a surge of anger, causing Amaterasu to awaken prematurely. At that moment, the Masked Man slowly rose, stating, "I did not anticipate that Konoha still harbored such a powerful warrior. Pray, reveal your name." One ought to introduce oneself before inquiring about another's identity, wouldn't you agree? The Masked Man exhibited an air of arrogance, proclaiming, "I am Uchiha Madara." Minato Namikaze exclaimed, "What? Despite sustaining such a grievous injury, he appears unfazed?" Razo inquired, "Is this an immortal body or a resurrection technique?" Uchiha Fugaku remarked, "This seems to be Izanagi." The fourth Raikage interjected, "Izanagi? I never imagined such a secret technique still existed." Anoki questioned, "What? Uchiha Madara. Is he truly Uchiha Madara?" Memories of his childhood negotiations with Konoha resurfaced, tainted by the psychological trauma inflicted by Madara. Even now, the mere mention of that name sent shivers down his spine. Hashirama Senju asserted, "No, he is not Madara. Although his voice may be similar, he is not Madara." Raza pressed, "What basis do you have, first Hokage?" Hashirama replied, "Well, this Masked Man is simply too weak." The gathered shinobi collectively fell silent, conceding, "All right, you are the elder. Your words carry weight." Uchiha Madara? Indeed. His voice bore an uncanny resemblance to Madara's, yet the chakra emanating from him was entirely different. Ningye removed his mask, yet the enchantment remained intact. At that moment, His visage transformed into one marked by tear troughs, bearing a somewhat fierce countenance. The masked man perceived a sense of familiarity in his face. While Itachi's gaze remained fixated on Ningye, Ningye adopted a different tone and declared, "My name is Uchiha Taijima." Naruto Uzumaki asked, "Who is this person that Ninga has transformed into?" Shikamaru Nara remarked, "I feel as though I have heard that name before." Minato Namikaze recalled, "I remember this individual." Izuna Uchiha exclaimed, "Damn it. Senju Tobarama, how could you?" Madara Uchiha scoffed him. "Indeed, a treacherous fellow." Kushina Uzumaki inquired, "So what significance does Ninga's transformation hold?" Uchiha Taijima replied, "Little girl, I am his father." Naruto exclaimed, "Huh? Whose father?" Izuna Uchiha interjected, "Father." Madara Uchiha echoed, "Father." Hashirama Senju exclaimed, "Father." Tobarama Senju shouted, "You insolent brat. Who are you calling that?" Hashirama chuckled, "Ah, my apologies, father. I got a bit carried away." The masked man, intrigued, remarked, "Uchiha Taijima? I never expected to encounter such a formidable master among the Uchiha." Upon hearing this, Itachi Uchiha cast a wary glance at the masked man. Could he not be Madara Uchiha? The masked man was about to attempt to recruit him when Tobarama realized that even if the person before him was not Madara, his voice was almost indistinguishable from that of Madara, indicating a connection. Thus, Tobarama swiftly employed his lethal technique against the Uchiha, forming the tiger seal with his hands. Itachi and the masked man activated their Manjiki Sharingan, intently watching Ninja, eager to discern what ninjutsu he would employ. Jinjutsu, dark walking technique, deprived the two of their light, plunging them into an abyss of darkness, causing them to panic, as they usually relied heavily on their Sharingan. Enduring excruciating pain, Itachi simultaneously unleashed his ocular technique, successfully manifesting Susanoo for the first time, its skeletal form immediately enveloping him. Sensing an ominous turn of events, the masked man was suddenly struck with intense agony. Water release. Water-severing wave unleashed a high-pressure jet of water that pierced through the masked man's body as Ninja prepared to slice him. Unexpectedly, a colossal vine emerged, interrupting the attack. As Ninja and Tobarama's expressions abruptly shifted, they were confronted with the manifestation of wood release. Suddenly, a black hand and a white hand emerged beneath the masked man, dragging him into the ground in an instant. Reluctantly, the masked man shouted, "Uchiha Taijima. I shall remember you, Uchiha Madara." At that moment, the effects of the dark technique dissipated, allowing Uchiha Itachi to see Sasuke running towards him, tears streaming down his face. Upon returning to the clan's territory, Sasuke was greeted by a scene of carnage. Upon arriving home, he discovered his parents had been slain. Just as he was about to succumb to despair, a distant explosion jolted him awake. He instinctively believed that the Uchiha clan was under attack, and that his brother was engaged in battle with the invaders. Suppressing his sorrow, he sprinted towards the guard department. Chapter 10, The Night of Annihilation, Part 2. Seeing Sasuke approach, Itachi was taken aback, but soon noticed a group of Umbu rushing in from afar. Gasping for breath, Sasuke attempted to speak, "Brother, Mom, and Dad," but Itachi swiftly cast Tsukuyomi, ensnaring Sasuke in its grasp. In a mere 3 seconds, Sasuke was inundated with countless visions of his clan's massacre. Unable to withstand the onslaught, he collapsed. Subsequently, Uchiha Itachi's form transformed into a raven and vanished. Has he fled? Tobarama sighed. As a formidable warrior from the Warring States period, his combat experience far surpassed that of the two young Uchiha. However, if the opponent's intent was merely to escape, pursuing him with their current physiques was evidently unfeasible. Tobarama then donned his mask once more. The Umbu swiftly surrounded the area, with Kakashi at the forefront inquiring, "Might I ask who you are and what has transpired here? We hope you can cooperate with us." Meanwhile, Yuzuki Yugao picked up the fallen Sasuke from the ground. Tobarama crossed his arms, casting a piercing gaze at the gathered Umbu. "Where's the third Hokage?" The Umbu shifted uncomfortably under his scrutiny, about to retort when they noticed the Konoha F4 approaching. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed at the sight of the numerous corpses. Then his gaze fell upon the person surrounded by the Umbu. Recognizing the figure's posture, Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. "This is it, I'm done for." Tobarama merely shot a glance at Hiruzen before addressing the Umbu. "What are you waiting for? Go gather the survivors." The Umbu felt perplexed. Why should a person of unknown identity issue commands? As Nara Shikaku was about to reprimand Ningye, Hiruzen hastily interrupted. "He is correct. Our priority now is to locate any survivors. Move out. Let us proceed." Tobarama stated casually to Hiruzen. Though his voice was soft, Hiruzen sensed the immense fury emanating from his former teacher. Hiruzen turned to Danzo and the others. You all follow as well, and Danzo, refrain from any underhanded schemes. He thought to himself, surely, I can't be the only one held accountable for this mess. The death of my allies is not the death of my principles. Upon returning to the Hokage building, Hiruzen opened the door for Ningye, instructing his subordinates to refrain from entering regardless of what transpired. Ningye first removed the mask of disguise, revealing his true appearance. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to speak when a resounding slap landed directly on the face of the third Hokage. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a burning pain on his cheek, but dared not retaliate. Mito Kamen was taken aback, and Danzo was the first to question, "You little brat." Another slap followed, leaving Danzo momentarily stunned. Then, Tsunade and Mito Kamen also received a slap. "You little brat. How dare you?" Just as Danzo was about to fight back, Hiruzen instantly restrained him. "Danzo, hold your hand." Consequently, another slap struck, causing both sides of Danzo's face to swell. "Danzo, you've certainly improved over the years." Huh. Danzo was bewildered, confused by the situation. At that moment, Tobarama's chakra erupted in a manner reminiscent of the second Hokage, creating a wind pressure that left the four in shock. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Ningye. This chakra? You are the second Hokage." Prompted by Danzo's remark, Tsunade and Mito Kamen also realized the truth, trembling in fear. The two stammered, "Teacher, is it really you?" "Shut your mouths." Tobarama barked. Instantly, they fell silent, their instinctive reaction confirming that their familiar teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, had returned. Tobarama coldly stated, "What on earth transpired tonight? When I left you to manage things, is this how you govern Konoha?" The Konoha F4 exchanged glances. Whoever spoke first would undoubtedly become the target of scrutiny. After a prolonged silence, Tobarama slammed the table. "Speak." Tsunade, summoning her courage, replied, "Teacher, we were also following your policies regarding the Uchiha, assigning them to the security department, and we did not anticipate that things would escalate to this extent." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen became increasingly anxious, thinking, what a foolish ally. Tobarama chuckled in frustration. "So you're saying it's all my fault?" Tsunade quickly realized her blunder and countered. The Uchiha clan's annihilation is akin to Konoha severing its own limb. Despite his disdain for the Uchiha clan, Tobarama would never condone their extermination, but little did he know. His disciple was even more ruthless. "Tell me how you managed the Uchiha during this period." The four had no choice but to truthfully recount the events. Lying in front of their teacher was futile. One might deceive the first Hokage, but misleading the second was simply courting disaster. It was evident that during the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha were suspected and ostracized, leading to widespread disdain within the village. Tobarama felt his blood pressure rise. "You learned to target the Uchiha. But what about a policy of conciliation? After all these years, you should at least understand the principle of balancing punishment with reward. Yet you all acted without restraint, driving the Uchiha to rebellion." Tobarama then inquired, "What about Itachi Uchiha's clan massacre? You must have had a hand in this." The thought of such a prodigious talent being Uchiha filled Tobarama with regret. Hiruzen replied, "Teacher, we truly did not foresee that he would resort to such drastic measures." Hiruzen felt wronged, recalling his hesitation in addressing the situation, only for Itachi Uchiha to take action unilaterally. The three bystanders grew anxious. After all, Danzo had left the Uchiha with two options for demise, while they had merely fanned the flames. Tobarama deduced from their expressions that the mastermind behind such a ruthless strategy was Danzo, while Tsunade and Mito Kamen had switched allegiances, swayed by Danzo's influence. Hiruzen, still indecisive, had been exploited by Danzo's swift and forceful tactics. "Danzo, you were the one who issued the extermination order, weren't you?" The question was posed in a declarative tone. "Indeed, teacher, it was all my doing," Danzo readily admitted. Anoki remarked, "It seems there is indeed more to the Uchiha massacre." The fourth Raikage added, "We ought to be thankful to Konoha's upper echelons. This way, we won't have to deal with the Uchiha as a headache in the future." Raza commented, "Konoha's internal strife is truly remarkable." Gaara glared fiercely at the man who claimed to be his father. "Do you have the audacity to say that?" Sasuke Uchiha shouted, "What on earth is going on?" Shimura Danzo sneered, "Humph, evil little Uchiha brat. If you have the guts, come at me." Shursui Uchiha exclaimed, "Danzo." Kabuto Yakushi, with a murderous intent, glared at Danzo on the screen. At that moment, A pale hand landed on Kabuto's shoulder, and a raspy voice followed. "Calm down, Kabuto." Kabuto quickly regained his composure, apologizing. "I lost my composure. My apologies, Lord Orochimaru." Chapter 11. The movers and shakers of the ninja world. Tobarama scrutinized Danzo closely, surprised by how extreme the boy had become over the years. However, he soon noticed something amiss. "Danzo, what happened to your right arm?" Danzo's heart raced in alarm. Hiruzen replied, "Teacher, Danzo's right arm was injured during the Ninja World War. I did not inquire about that. I meant, did you unlock it? Or should I do it myself?" Upon hearing this, Danzo instinctively tried to conceal his hand, but Tobarama instantly teleported beside him and tore open his right sleeve. Danzo's right hand, a fusion of Senju and Uchiha, was suddenly exposed before everyone. Seeing the Sharingan on Danzo's arm ignited fury among the Uchiha. Izuna Uchiha shouted, "Danzo, I will kill you." Inazuka Inaho yelled, "Danzo, you will suffer a miserable fate." Hachi Uchiha declared, "Danzo, how many Uchiha have you secretly harmed?" Shan Uchiha vowed, "Danzo, I will not spare you." Sasuke inadvertently unleashed his Sharingan, which then evolved into the double Tomo. The children of the Uchiha clan awakened their Sharingan in unison. Yanoyu, witnessing this spectacle from the sidelines, let out a complex sigh. Upon seeing the face of his elder brother emblazoned on Danzo's shoulder, Tobarama's fury ignited. Danzo, realizing his imminent demise, hastily began to form hand seals. However, due to his initial arm being the original version, yet to be updated with Uchiha Shin's right arm, the activation of his Izanagi was sluggish. Nevertheless, he was up against the former fastest ninja in the world. A slow response could prove fatal. Before Izanagi's incantation could complete, Tobarama utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously appear beside Danzo, swiftly severing his right arm with a kunai. It turned out that when Tobarama initially sliced Danzo's right sleeve, he had inadvertently left a Flying Thunder God mark. Alas, the poor Danzo could not make use of his resurrection coin, which vanished in an instant. Yet, he still had a chance to retaliate. He reached for his right eye, intending to activate Kodo Amatsukami. However, he was suddenly engulfed in darkness, unable to see anything, not even with his Sharingan. A sharp pain shot through his right eye, and upon regaining his sight, he discovered that Tobarama was gripping his right eye in his hand. In that moment, Danzo felt a chilling sense of defeat and frustration, having been wholly deprived of the opportunity to utilize his abilities by his own teacher. Tobarama, enraged by the sight of the Mangeki, fumed. "Which genius have you harmed this time?" He then proceeded to deliver a thorough beating. The three observers nearby dared not breathe a word, as watching Tobarama subdue Danzo was akin to an adult chastising a child. After some time, Danzo's face had been transformed into a grotesque visage, swollen and bruised all over, rendering him nearly incapable of uttering a single word. His chakra was sealed, and he was confined to a prison cell. "I shall settle the score with him tomorrow," Saratobi Hiruzen promptly ordered, fearing his teacher might unleash further wrath upon Danzo. The Uchiha clan members cheered, "Excellent. Well done. So satisfying." Danzo, in his cell, coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Being beaten by his teacher was one thing, but now the entire ninja world was privy to his humiliation, leaving him utterly bereft of dignity. Tobarama then chastised the remaining three, as his primary concern was to return and peruse manga, to grasp the direction of the ninja world and observe what schemes these individuals might concoct. It would not be too late to punish them tomorrow. After Tobarama departed, the three exchanged worried glances, apprehensive about the punishment awaiting them. Meanwhile, Tobarama returned to the consciousness space of Nai, where, during his control over Nai, the latter was struck on the head by a book. Ningye then began to peruse this book, The Red Revolution, a treatise on the construction of a modern powerful nation. Ningye found these books rather intriguing, and as he perused them, he became utterly captivated. The novel ideas continually struck him, leaving him in awe of their brilliance. When the door opened into the realm of consciousness, these books instantly permeated Ningye's mind. Observing Ningye in a moment of daze, the door inquired, "What is the matter?" Ningye shook his head, dismissing the thought. However, Tobii felt that Ningye seemed somewhat different. The two resumed their reading of the book Naruto. Suddenly, the screen went black. Anoki exclaimed, "Damn, not again. Why does it always go black at such a crucial moment?" The fourth Raikage inquired, "What exactly is that book?" Kei-Mei Mirai added, "Oh dear, could you share a hint, handsome?" Ningye and Luo Sha echoed, "Yes, what is it? We are quite curious." At this moment, Sasuke was perhaps beginning to harbor doubts about the night of his clan's annihilation, Yet regardless, Itachi Uchiha must perish. The students in the class gazed at Ningye with expressions of intrigue. Yet, Ningye merely fixed his gaze on the screen, ignoring them. He sensed that the teacher's plan might need to be expedited. The following content remained shrouded in darkness, and as time progressed, the furrows on their brows deepened. The absence of flashback scenes in the manga, coupled with their formidable mental fortitude, allowed them to endure for several hours until they witnessed Kaguya Otsutsuki being sealed by Team 7. Nevertheless, the solemnity on Ningye and Tobiai's faces persisted. The character of Ino Yamanaka was conspicuously absent, and the events of the night of the massacre did not align with what they had just witnessed. This implied the existence of another world strikingly similar to their own, a hypothesis that Tobiai was inclined to consider. Perhaps it was so. Also acknowledged this conjecture. He was astonished by the profound intricacies of the ninja world, Nagato, Obito Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, and Kaguya Otsutsuki. Indeed, he had not anticipated that the conflicts within the ninja realm would rival celestial battles. However, both individuals were astute. They quickly surmised that the Otsutsuki clan was far from ordinary. Regrettably, Naruto and his companions had sealed Kaguya without imparting any information. At this moment, the second Hokage recognized that Danzo was indeed formidable, having orchestrated the rise of Pain, Kabuto Yakushi, and the Uchiha clan. He could be considered a pivotal force in the history of the ninja world. Wait, Kabuto. The two recalled that Kabuto's descent into darkness was linked to Yakushi Nan, a figure reminiscent of his mother. Not only did Kabuto personally slay his beloved mentor, but it also devastated him that the mentor did not recognize him, rendering his existence seemingly invalidated. Thus, Kabuto had been on a quest for self-discovery. Reflecting upon the army of Edo Tensei, Ningye and Tobarama promptly exited their residence to seek out Hiruzen Sarutobi. On the screen, Noki remarked, "The screen has lit up again." The fourth Raikage inquired, "Where is he rushing off to this time?" Hiruzen Sarutobi, somewhat bewildered, gazed at Ningye. "Teacher, are you truly heading to the roots so soon?" "Hold on, monkey. Let us not discuss that now. Swiftly take me to Danzo's office." "Oh, all right." Though uncertain of the reason, he obediently escorted his teacher. Upon arriving at Danzo's office, Tobarama wasted no time in opening a drawer and unraveling a seal to search for information. Hiruzen stood silently by. After a brief interval, Tobarama exclaimed, "Found it." He opened a mission scroll and discovered that Yakushi Nan had departed a week prior. "This is not good." The director, Kabuto, gasped upon seeing the mission scroll, while Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Chapter 12. Target Kabuto Yakushi. The fourth Raikage questioned, "Yakushi Nan? Who is that?" Noki replied, "She appears to be a wandering priestess from Konoha. But why are they searching for her? Is she of significance?" Orochimaru perceived that Ningye and the second Hokage's true objective was not Nan, but rather the individual before him, Kabuto. Orochimaru flicked his tongue. Things are becoming more intriguing. At that moment, Kabuto knelt on the ground, pleading, "Please, you must save the director, I beg you." Although he was aware that the director was already deceased, rendering any hope futile, Kabuto wept, imploring Ningye and the second Hokage on the screen to rescue him, like a drowning man clinging to a straw of hope. He refused to surrender. Tobarama and Ningye had already disowned the location of the incident in the land of Earth. However, Danzo had assigned Nan a lengthy mission period, so they scrutinized the information relayed by Kabuto. They noted that the most recent transmission had occurred 4 days prior, while the typical mission duration spanned a month. The time Kabuto murdered Nan coincided with the mission's deadline, indicating that ample time remained. Tobarama opened a map to confirm the route, pausing momentarily as his finger grazed the land of grass. "I recall that my sister-in-law's kin resides here, and also that troublesome group from the grass village." He then turned to Hiruzen, "Monkey." "Yes, teacher." Hiruzen straightened at the call. "If Itachi Uchiha comes seeking you, handle it in your own way." "Huh. Oh, understood." Tobarama felt the complexities of the ninja world were profound. Some matters should remain akin to another realm, for excessive alteration could lead to uncontrollable consequences in the future. Yet, certain things must change, otherwise, his conscience would be troubled. Regarding the annihilation of the land of whirlpools, it is too late for me to demand retribution. I now offer you a chance for redemption. Yes, teacher, I shall obey your commands. First, do not concern yourself with how I acquired this information. It is reported that remnants of the Uzumaki clan linger in the grass-hidden village. Dispatch someone to gather intelligence. If the information proves true, do whatever it takes to bring them back. Should they resist, ensure they appoint a more agreeable leader. Understood. Hearing this, Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. The grass village was merely a small ninja village. Even if they were strong, he had no qualms about replacing their leader if they proved obstinate. Although the past year had been fraught with anxiety, he felt considerably more secure now. This was largely due to the return of his teacher, Tobarama Senju, their pillar of strength. Years ago, their teacher had fallen during a confrontation with Qin and Jin, as well as the Cloud Village's forces, which had extinguished their morale. Without a guiding spirit, despair loomed large. Now that their teacher had returned, their resolve was significantly bolstered. After issuing his directives, Tobarama and Ningye returned to prepare for the next steps. The following day, Tobarama sentenced Danzo to life imprisonment. Although stern, he ultimately could not bring himself to execute his own disciple. However, his decision not to kill did not imply he would permit others to act against Danzo. He would leave the consequences to the future Uchiha. After all, the calamity was of Danzo's making, and he alone must bear the repercussions. Last night, he and Ningye had watched Boruto again. Realizing the depths of the Otsutsuki's schemes, it appeared that even greater threats lurked within the ninja world. Although the manga concluded with Kawaki sealing Naruto, both he and Ningye anticipated that should the Otsutsuki invade, the ninja world would indeed face annihilation. Perhaps it was essential to place hope in others while simultaneously believing in one's own strength. Tobarama also witnessed the power of technology within Boruto. The term technological talent lingered in both his and Ningye's minds. They regarded the power of technology as formidable. However, apart from the Cloud Village and the Kara organization, the broader ninja world seemed to undervalue technological advancement, encountering either issues with technology or focusing solely on civilian applications. After organizing his belongings, Ningye set forth towards the land of Earth. A few weeks swiftly passed, during which Ningye spent his time traveling and resting while receiving guidance from Tobarama. Unbeknownst to them, on one particular day while Ningye was resting and the second Hokage was in a meditative state, a tome from the pinnacle of sagehood struck Ningye on the head, embedding itself within the recesses of his mind. 2 days later, during a session of chakra cultivation, Tobarama noticed that each time Ningye refined his chakra, a trace of an unusual energy intermingled with it. However, the quantity of this energy was so minuscule that even Ningye himself remained oblivious to its presence. Were it not for Tobarama's mastery of perception, he too might have failed to sense it. Anoki inquired, an unusual energy? Fourth Raikage questioned, what does this mean? Is there truly special energy during chakra refinement? Arshur remarked, without the perceptive acuity of the second Hokage, one might remain unaware. Mu asserted, I can unequivocally inform you that there is none. Anoki concluded, since Lord Mu cannot sense it, it must indeed be absent. Tobarama meticulously analyzed this peculiar energy, finding it reminiscent of his elder brother's sage chakra, yet not entirely identical. Akin to natural energy, albeit distinctly separate from it. Ningye was unaware, yet he felt an instinctive pull within his body, as if it were unconsciously absorbing this energy. Hastily, and with urgency, the two arrived at the scene of the incident. At that moment, the pharmacist Do, gazing at the screen, felt his heart leap into his throat. Ningye concealed himself within a thicket on the edge of a precipice, where he discovered the hidden pharmacist, Nanoyu. In an instant, he teleported beside her. Sensing the presence of another, Nanoyu was about to strike, only to be ensnared by Tobarama's binding technique. Under the frantic gaze of Nanoyu, Tobarama produced a syringe and extracted a vial of her blood, subsequently forming hand seals. Inu, Su, Mi, water release, blood clone technique. Before her eyes, a perfect doppelganger of Nanoyu, indistinguishable in chakra and aura, materialized. This technique, inspired by his elder brother's wood clone, boasted an authenticity that surpassed even that of the wood clone itself. After a brief moment, he spotted the pharmacist, Kabuto, hiding below. He commanded Nanoyu to attack Kabuto, and the events unfolded similarly to the original narrative. After careful consideration, Tobarama concluded that Kabuto should remain under Orochimaru's tutelage, for only through suffering can one truly grow. Thus, they decided to place Kabuto in Orochimaru's care. As they watched the departing rock ninja, Orochimaru, and Kabuto, Tobarama released his binding technique. Nanoyu gazed at Kabuto's retreating figure, tears streaming down her face. Although she had surmised that Danzo had never intended for them to survive, her choice was made for Kabuto's sake. Anoki, goodness, it's Danzo again. Kushina Uzumaki, how could he incite these two to turn against each other? Danzo, do you have no shame? Rosu, Danzo, you. Gaara, enough already. Gaara remarked, Rosu, you two are quite ruthless. Chapter 13. Graduation from the Ninja Academy. Once the pharmacist, Nanoyu, Regained her composure, she regarded Ningyi with a complex expression and slowly inquired, "What is it that you require of me?" "Indeed, what I need is for you to survive, albeit not as the pharmacist Nanoyu." At that moment, Nanoyu realized the implication. "You are doing this for Kabuto, aren't you?" "Precisely, and fear not. This is the third Hokage's letter of appointment." It must be said, the third Hokage had a remarkable grasp of human emotions. Upon hearing the third Hokage's name, Nanoyu's demeanor brightened considerably. She accepted the letter of appointment, using a special seal of the leaf's umbu to break the seal. After a cursory glance at the beginning, her expression shifted dramatically. Upon completing her review of the mission statement, she sighed in relief. "I understand." The contents of the appointment letter outlined the Uchiha clan's annihilation, with the surviving members largely consisting of children. Her task was to serve as a caretaker for these children in the Uchiha clan's territory. This letter had been specifically penned by the third Hokage at Tobarama's behest during the Umbu's assessment of survivors. As long as the orphanage and Kabuto remained intact, Tobarama had no fear of her defection. At this juncture, the red screen faded. "Kabuto, Lord's second Hokage, thank you for rescuing the director. I truly appreciate it." Seeing Kabuto's reaction, Orochimaru swiftly interjected. "Orochimaru, Kabuto, their target from the beginning was you. You were sold out and are now counting the money for them." "Kabuto, but Lord Orochimaru, the director is truly alive." "How wonderful." "Nanoyu, Kabuto, you have endured so much over the years." "Kabuto wa." "Orochimaru, damn. Let me train Kabuto. And once he has matured, you can take him away." "Humph, what a clever scheme. Isn't this a blatant conspiracy?" Orochimaru mused. "I've always been the one abducting others. How is it that this time someone has brought one to me?" Uchiha Madara. "I truly do not understand why Senju Tobarama is so invested in a mere child." Senju Tobarama. I have my reasons." Simultaneously, a white screen illuminated. After the Uchiha clan's massacre, the events of the Impure World reincarnation and Ninja Academy graduation unfolded, leading into the Land of Waves arc, followed by the Chunin exams and the Konoha collapse arc. The white screen concluded. Amano Akane. What? Orochimaru has invaded Konoha and killed the third Hokage. Hataki Kakashi, alas. Konoha truly is in troubled times. I wonder what the future holds for our world. Rosu, first and foremost, let me clarify that is the Suna village from a parallel world, not ours. However, Rosu's assertion lacked credibility. Uzumaki Naruto. Haha, did you see that? That person is me. The one riding a giant frog and defeating the massive raccoon. Uchiha Sasuke. Fool, that is you from a parallel world, not this one. Uzumaki Naruto. I don't care. That version of me is still me. Uzumaki Kushina. Yes, indeed, our Naruto is the strongest. The red screen illuminated once more. Senju Hashirama. Ha, have you arrived? The future of our world is truly something to anticipate. Ningyi and Tobarama eagerly anticipated what the future would hold. After settling in the Uchiha clan, the medical nin Nanoyu cared for the Uchiha children alongside the Umbu members. Sasuke observed the young ones in the clan, some not much older than himself, and others mere infants, all of whom had lost their families. This thought involuntarily awakened his Sharingan, as he muttered, Itachi Uchiha, I will kill you. I must exact my revenge. Witnessing Sasuke's demeanor, those around him sighed in resignation. Time flew swiftly, and before long, graduation from the Ninja Academy arrived. Over the years, due to Tobarama's condition, Ningya's body had internalized the essence of Tobarama. Consequently, he swiftly mastered most of Tobarama's ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, even improving several of them. Tobarama noticed that as time passed, the unique energy within Ningyi had also increased. Presently, Ningyi could release ninjutsu without hand seals or by utilizing only simple seals. Kahakume inquired, no hand seals? Hashirama Senju replied, do ninjutsu require hand seals? Isn't it just a matter of a clap? Tobarama interjected, silence, brother. Do you think everyone possesses your level of prowess? Within the Akatsuki organization, they watched Ningyi unleash ninjutsu without hand seals on the screen. Kisame Hashigaki couldn't help but express envy, saying, how wonderful it would be if I could perform ninjutsu without hand seals. Upon hearing this, the others in the Akatsuki cast him sympathetic glances. Confused by their expressions, Kisame suddenly realized. Mr. Itachi uses the Sharingan, the leader employs the Rinnegan, Konan uses paper. Kakuzu directly manipulates black threads, Haiden engages in sacrifice, Deidara molds clay with his mouth, and Sasori operates puppets. So it turns out I am the only one in the Akatsuki who uses hand seals. Due to Orochimaru's forced summoning of souls through Edo Tensei, Tobarama's soul was compelled to depart. Thus, the prologue of the first chapter unfolded. Soon, class assignments commenced as Irika ascended the podium and began calling names from the list. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha. Team 8, Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburang. Team 9, Sai, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara. Team 10, CHG Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara. Ino Yamanaka. As Irika concluded the assignments, Naruto grew anxious and exclaimed, "Wait, Irika-sensei. You missed a name. Ningye hasn't been assigned yet." Irika responded, "Ningye's placement has already been arranged by the Hokage, so you need not worry, Naruto." Upon realizing this, Naruto calmed down. After the assignments were completed, Ningye was the first to depart, while the others quietly sat in the classroom awaiting their guidance from the Jonin. Ningye's position is that of the leader of the Root organization. Upon departing from the academy, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Root. Now, with Danzo imprisoned, Tobarama has also lifted the curse mark that bound the Root ninjas. While managing subordinates may involve coercive methods, such actions cannot be taken lightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, "What? Teacher, you are leaving?" To which Nara Shikamada responded, "Teacher, you." Tobarama interjected, "Enough said. From now on, focus on aiding your junior." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "Cough. Understood, teacher. I shall endure until my junior matures." Meanwhile, the higher-ups of rival villages, including Noki, conspired to assassinate Ningye. After all, if Ningye masters the Flying Thunder God technique and reaches his full potential, he could become another formidable force. Not to mention, if he were to learn other ninjutsu from Tobarama Senju, would there be any hope left for our village? Ningye donned a fox mask and entered the training ground. With the departure of the instructor, he recognized the importance of perseverance. The teacher was right. He must transform his sorrow into motivation. Leopard, eagle, shiji, foam. The aforementioned will remain, while the rest disperse. Soon, only around 30 individuals remained in the training ground, each possessing strength ranging from mid to upper chunin. Yet sharing a singular trait, their strikes were ruthless. Combat is one of the most effective avenues for gaining strength. As always, they approached him with the determination to kill. Chapter 14, Training Routine Uchiha Sasuke. What? 30 mid to upper chunin. Anoki, you can't be serious. Are these truly freshly graduated genin? Fourth Raikage. Hey. 30 mid to upper chunin. This lineup warrants my utmost caution. Although the combat prowess of the Hokage defies logic. With some jonin being exceptionally strong, like Kakashi and Gai, while others are rather average, such as Yuhi Kurenai, they are still jonin, representing the pinnacle of a village's strength, whereas chunin form its backbone. Ninjas typically exhibit high offense coupled with low defense, and mishaps are not uncommon. Despite the high proportion of chunin and special jonin among these 30, even those of average strength at the Kage level require careful consideration. As the battle was about to commence, the Root ninjas initiated their assault with shuriken. The air was filled with the swift whistling of shuriken heading towards Ningye. Standing his ground, he utilized his sensory perception to evade the rain of shuriken with slight movements of his body. Once the barrage concluded, Ningye remained unscathed, not even a tear in his clothing. Naruto Uzumaki, wow. Ningye, how did you manage that? Anoki, I've envisioned numerous possibilities, but this one was utterly unexpected. Fourth Raikage, how? Is this even possible? Despite being a master of physical combat himself, he could withstand blows with sheer strength and speed. Yet such agility and evasion was beyond him. Inuzuka Kiba, that move was so cool. Ningye, can you teach me? With the shuriken assault thwarted, the crowd unleashed ranged ninjutsu attacks, fire release, great fireball technique, water release, water dragon bullet technique, wind release, great breakthrough. A barrage of various ninjutsu rained down upon him. Ningye extended his right arm, palm open, as he summoned a massive water shield with water release, water shield. The ninjutsu detonated against the water shield, creating mere ripples without breaching its surface. Suddenly, 8 water dragon heads emerged from the shield, launching forth at incredible speed towards the crowd. Observing this, the Root ninjas either evaded or countered with their own ninjutsu. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water formation wall. Meanwhile, those who evaded seized the opportunity to draw their blades or kunai, opting for close-quarter combat. Upon witnessing the situation, Ningye drew his great sword to engage in combat. Although he faced a multitude of adversaries, each strike aimed at his vital points. Ningye deftly evaded their lethal blows, thanks to his formidable perception, and skillfully parried their onslaught. For a brief moment, his opponents found themselves at a disadvantage and retreated. However, as they leaped back, the shurikens they had employed to obscure Ningye's line of sight were launched towards him. The distance was too short. Ningye deflected the shurikens with his blade, but some of the shurikens were affixed with explosive tags, which detonated upon contact with the sword. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions unleashed a thick cloud of smoke. Had they succeeded? Yet, the seasoned Jonin discerned flickers of electricity within the haze, and instinctively sensed impending danger. Not good. Quickly evade. From the smoke emerged a fierce bolt of lightning, striking like a cannon. Those unable to evade were instantly hit. In the aftermath, the struck individuals exhibited charred skin, disheveled hair, and rolled white eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. Nearby ninjas hurriedly dragged them out of the fray and brought them before the medical ninjas who had been waiting patiently, initiating their usual healing procedures. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, "Huh? What just happened?" Shikamaru Nara replied, "It was too fast. I couldn't see a thing." On the other hand, Noki, seasoned from years of battling against lightning techniques, discerned the maneuver. It seems that the initial explosion was from a lightning clone. Knight, utilizing the clone, instantaneously teleported to the opposite side, and then harnessed the electric current generated by the explosion to interact with the current in his hand. The lightning clone's electricity swiftly returned to Ningye's grasp. Noki had yet to finish his thought. If that powerful current returned too rapidly, it could severely injure his hand. CHG Akimichi added, "Though I don't quite understand. It certainly feels impressive." Ningye launched an assault, unleashing the water release, Grand Water Burst Wave. Suddenly, torrents of water erupted around Ningye, resembling crashing waves. In an instant, Ningye unsheathed his sword, executing a sweeping strike that sent ripples through the flowing water. Ningye charged forward, wielding a sweeping slash that was accompanied by a swirling torrent of water, instantly manifesting into a colossal vortex of slashing force. The majority of onlookers were caught off guard, struck by the blow in an instant. As the water receded, most lay prostrate on the ground, rendered unconscious. Since Ningye employed the back of his blade, they were merely rendered dazed, otherwise they would have been cleaved in twain. Those who evaded the blow immediately launched their counterattacks upon Ningye's emergence, executing the technique of heart-turning body movement. Ningye appeared to be caught off guard, instantaneously succumbing to the situation, and then stood there in a daze. The figure of Du Luin, enveloped in a hue of deep purple, swiftly materialized before Ningye, delivering a resounding slap upon his person. Ningye was abruptly flung backward, landing heavily on the ground. Not only that, but a purple handprint was left at the site of impact, and the purple hue rapidly spread. Young Zeno exclaimed, "This is the nano-venomous insect from the root." Inazuka Kiba responded, "Huh? Is it similar to the insect on you?" Young Zeno clarified, "No, the venomous insect from the root is far more potent than my parasitic insect. Anyone it touches will be instantaneously infected and perish." Uzumaki Naruto gasped, "Ah, how terrifying. Does that mean Ningye is in danger?" Noki reassured, "It should not be. Ningye is the leader of the root. This young clan member likely possesses the ability to retrieve him. However, it is quite impressive that this little brat has accomplished this much." Killer Bee chimed in, "Yeah, impressive. His swordsmanship is remarkable. I hope we can spar someday." The fourth Raikage added, "Indeed, achieving this at such a young age is commendable. The strong have always been held in high regard in the land of lightning." Tsunade remarked, "Yes, young man, you have done exceedingly well." For Tsunade, beauty equated to justice. Indeed, 30 upper ninjas could be said to possess the strength comparable to that of a small nation. Furthermore, these are the upper ninjas of Konohagakure, renowned for their unparalleled prowess among the 5 great nations. Some formidable figures in the ninja world felt that had they been in Ningye's position, they might not have fared as well. Yet, some warriors from the Warring States era sensed something amiss, as those who lived in that tumultuous time maintained constant vigilance. Uchiha Taijima murmured, "Something feels off." Uchiha Onoka added, "It seems strangely peculiar." Senju Hashirama declared, "This is an illusion. Perhaps those most attuned to Jinjutsu are not its users, but rather those who frequently combat it." Having battled the Uchiha throughout his life, Senju Hashirama instinctively recognized this as an illusion. Noki exclaimed, "What? This is an illusion? That can't be." Senju Hashirama asked him, "Is it not?" Noki coughed. If the first Hokage says so, then it must be true. Chapter 15. When did you develop the misconception that I was not using an illusion? On the screen. Has it ended? Yun Tsugen and Yamashiro Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief, and then Yun Tsugen stepped forward to retract the venomous insect. However, a voice rang out from the sidelines. Hey, Duryuin, what have you been doing since just now? Yun Tsugen was momentarily taken aback by the question, and Yamashiro Kazuma also felt bewildered. Then, a figure approached them from behind, speaking, Your coordination just now was quite impressive. The nano-venomous insects appear to be quite effective. Wait, Xia, are you also quite powerful? They watched as Xia's figure gradually blurred before transforming back into Ningye's true form. The two were taken aback, looking at Ningye and Yun Tsugen's arms, only to see Ningye's figure dissipate and morph back into Xia's form. Ningye rested the blade of his sword against the necks of the two individuals, declaring, General. Yamashita Kaze and Aberrani Torikane exchanged a glance, a bittersweet smile gracing their lips as they murmured, We have lost. Oh. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause from the sidelines. Although Yamashita Kaze and Aberrani Torikane were somewhat perplexed, they understood what inquiries were appropriate and which were best left unasked. Ningye, upon observing their expressions, discerned their innermost thoughts. As he departed, he remarked, When did you come to the erroneous conclusion that I was not employing illusion techniques? With that, he exited, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside the screen were rendered speechless. Ohaiki exclaimed, This is indeed an illusion. Risha queried, What is happening? When was it activated? Yuyuki Shino added, What on earth is going on? The members of the Yuyuki clan were astounded, for if they fell prey to an illusion, the parasitic insects within them would detect the anomaly and disrupt the host's chakra, thereby liberating them from the illusion. To ensnare them entirely in an illusion, one would need to ensnare all the insects within their bodies. However, given the multitude of insects they harbored, this seemed implausible. Thus, aside from certain large-scale illusions, they were generally immune to such tricks. Furthermore, only exceptionally potent high-level illusions, such as those that render one oblivious to their own entrapment, like the bewildering god, infinite Tsukuyami, or the chakra absorption of the summoning beast, Nu, could pose a threat. Jiraiya mused, It must be some advanced illusion. Kahaku Mei inquired, But when exactly was it activated? Yamashiro Kaichi interjected, No. If the Wind's Heart technique had struck, they should have sensed something amiss. Moreover, with Wind's chakra sensing ability, they ought to have recognized that individual was not Ningye. In the classroom, the eager students buzzed around Ningye. Inazuka Kiba directly asked, That was amazing, Ningye. What was that just now? Uzumaki Naruto laughed heartily, Of course. How could my friend, Uzumaki Naruto, be defeated? Nara Shikamaru, without hesitation, retorted, Hey, you were the most anxious when you saw Ningye fall. The girls in the class transformed into ardent admirers of Ningye. Ino glanced between Ningye, Sasuke, and Sai, ultimately deciding that Ningye was the most appealing. Sakura and Karen remained fiercely loyal to Sasuke, while Hinata shyly observed Naruto from a distance. Ningye reminisced about the recent scenes displayed on the screen, feeling quite satisfied. The illusion he had just conjured was an enhanced form of the technique called Bitian Shun, derived from the right eye of Danzo, further improved by the art of darkness. This technique allows one to manipulate the opponent's five senses, leading them to entirely believe in the appearance, form, quality, touch, and even scent of a particular object as envisioned by the master. This move was inspired by a manga titled Bleach and is known as Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Another variant of this technique is the reverse, formed by combining the latter with advancements based on the former. Oh, look at Ningye's final appearance. He seems to still have some energy left, commented Noki. Is he that strong? Inquired Rashi. Ah, Ningye is so handsome and powerful. It's truly captivating, remarked Koyuki. Humph. You up there? Aren't you a bit too old to be enticing the young ones from Konoha? Have some self-respect. Tsunade retorted. Ah, but in terms of age. It seems you are older than me, Tsunade Dano, Koyuki shot back. What did you say? Tsunade exclaimed. Clears throat, Tsunade. In my heart, you will always be 25. Jiraiya chimed in, though Tsunade ignored his comment. In a certain inn within the land of fire, a loud crash echoed as Tsunade smashed her fist through the table before her. What did that Koyuki character say? I'm merely a bit older than her, and she dares to call me old. In the meantime, Shizune, standing nearby, sobbed, Tsunade Dano. She didn't actually say you were old. Besides, We're practically out of money now. You've damaged the table and floor, and we'll have to pay for it." Upon hearing the word pay, Tsunade instinctively began to gather her belongings, peering out the window cautiously. Noticing no one around, she turned to Shizune and whispered, "Shizune, since no one is here, let us make a run for it." Without waiting for Shizune's response, Tsunade grabbed her luggage and skillfully climbed out the window to escape. "Wait, Tsunade-dono. Wait for me," Shizune exclaimed, hurriedly clutching her pig and skillfully pursuing her. Over the past few months, Ningye had been diligently training. During his leisure time at night, he meticulously organized and transcribed various books, adding his own insights and annotations. Tobarama, inspired by several texts, was composing his own thesis on the evolution of the Sharingan and the unique chakra attributes associated with special emotions in relation to the management of the soul. Ningye carefully placed the aforementioned books into a scroll, meticulously organizing texts on cellular biology, evolutionary theory, the scientific explosion, and electricity. The bait was prepared, merely awaiting the fish to take the hook. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, "Bait? Where did the bait come from? Aren't these just books?" Sakura Haruno retorted, "Foolish Naruto. It's merely a metaphor." Naruto responded, "I see now." Inoki inquired, "Are you planning to use these books to lure someone?" Fourth Raikage coughed and added, "Ahem, Ningye. Have you considered selling these books?" Just moments ago, a group of scientists from the Hidden Cloud Village had urgently contacted him, imploring him to sell these invaluable tomes. It must be noted that the technological advancement in the world of Naruto is rather skewed. The land of snow boasts trains and chakra armor, while other villages seem oblivious to such innovations. In this world, where telephones and radios exist, they still resort to conveying messages via ninja hawks or carrier pigeons. Should they acquire these books, the scientists asserted that they could elevate the strength of the Hidden Cloud Village to new heights. Observing their fervent enthusiasm, the Fourth Raikage realized the significance of these volumes. Ningye reassured him, "There is no need for concern, Fourth Raikage. These books will indeed reach their hands, though it may take a little time." However, in his heart, Ningye added a silent thought, and who knows where they will originate from by then. Shikaka Nara interrupted the third Hokage's attempt to speak, sensing that Ningye's words held deeper meaning. The third Hokage quickly composed himself. Recognizing that Ningye must have a plan, Fourth Raikage said, "Ahem, I must thank you, young Ningye." Chapter 16. Fishing. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. "Ahaha, Ningye, the fish you await is not so easily caught." At that moment, Orochimaru felt that the truths he sought were hidden within those very books. But he was not one to be easily deterred. Ningye remarked, "I also possess the Meijiki Sharingan." Orochimaru coughed, "Ahem, Ningye, when shall we discuss this further?" Jiraiya interjected, "Goodness, Orochimaru, you change your demeanor rather swiftly." Orochimaru replied, "Jiraiya, you fail to comprehend. This is the future direction of the ninja world." Kurenai Yuhi asked, "If Ningye intends to catch Lord Orochimaru, will the Konoha collapse plan still proceed?" Gaara clarified, "Ahem. I must state that the collapse plan is orchestrated by Orochimaru and has no connection to our sand village." Inoki chuckled, "Do you expect me to believe that? None who have achieved the status of Kage are Navi. Take the Fourth Raikage, for instance. Though he may appear brash, his thoughts are quite astute. In the land of rice, in the village of sound, Ningye, accompanied by Yunu Long Ma and Exion Luli, arrived at this location. With the ability of Flying Thunder God, he could effortlessly depart should the situation turn dire. The guards at the entrance of Sound Hidden Village promptly obstructed their passage, declaring, "Halt, this is the Sound Hidden Village. Visitors, please pause." Yunu Long Ma stepped forward, producing the Nin exam invitation from within his robe. "We are ninjas from Konoha Village, and at the behest of Lord Hokage, we have come to invite your esteemed village to participate in the Nin exams." After presenting the invitation for the guard's inspection, the two examined it briefly before exchanging a glance. "We understand, but we must first seek permission from our superior. We kindly ask you to wait here." "Not a problem. The Nin exams. How intriguing," mused Orochimaru, his tongue flicking across his lips as he gazed at the invitation. Using a concealed white snake at the entrance, he observed the visitors from Konoha with keen interest. This invitation may hold more significance than merely participating in the Nin exams. Once permission was granted, a sound ninja soon arrived at the entrance. "Lord Orochimaru requests your presence," he announced. Longma nodded in understanding, "Lead the way." Consequently, the trio followed the sound ninja into the reception room, where they found Orochimaru seated on a sofa, scrutinizing them intently. Ningye beheld a youth standing behind Orochimaru, characterized by his white hair and 2 crimson dots upon his forehead, adorned with red eyeshadow. Could it be Kagaya Komaru? Merely hearing the name evokes a connection to Kagaya Otsutsuki, not to mention the shared lineage of the corpse bone technique and the annihilation of the ash bones. Ningye withdrew his gaze and turned toward Orochimaru. Through his perception, he discerned that Orochimaru's physical condition was rather poor, particularly his mental state. After surveying the situation, Orochimaru greeted him in his raspy voice. Hehehe, is that Ryoma? It has been quite some time. Indeed, it has been a while, Orochimaru. Initially, I did not pay much attention to the invitation for the Chunin exams from Konoha, but now that you are here, it carries a different significance. So, has the old man sent you, or is it the new leader of your roots? At this moment, Orochimaru gazed at Ningye with an aggressive look, his eyes ablaze with desire for the young man's physique, a longing that had persisted for quite some time. A few years prior, following the Night of the Massacre, Orochimaru sought to strike a deal with Danzo for Sharingan, offering the new first Hokage's arm as a condition, believing Danzo would not refuse. However, he soon discovered that he could not reach Danzo from that day onward. It wasn't until he received reports from spies within Konoha that he learned Danzo had been imprisoned. At the time, he did not think much of it, assuming the old man had been detaining Danzo for a while, reasoning that a brief confinement would soon end. Several months passed, and he realized Danzo remained imprisoned. Out of curiosity, he stealthily sent in a summoning snake to the prison and was taken aback by the sight of Danzo's dire condition. He was astonished. When had the old man acquired such audacity? Typically, he merely reprimanded Danzo verbally, yet this time he had resorted to physical means. Thus, he awakened the hidden little white snake within the roots, eager to investigate further. What he uncovered was indeed intriguing. Nearly every night, the young man before him would suddenly appear in the roots, engaging in combat training with numerous ninjas. His combat prowess and formidable physique captivated Orochimaru deeply. Although he was not of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru had already regarded Ningye as the prime candidate for his forbidden reincarnation. Be cautious, Orochimaru, Yamanaka Ryoma exclaimed, noticing the predatory glint in Orochimaru's eyes directed at Ningye. As a former colleague, he quickly surmised Orochimaru's ill intentions toward Ningye. Orochimaru retracted his gaze. Hehehe, my apologies for the earlier indiscretion. So, you must be the new leader of the Roots. Will you not introduce yourself? It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Mr. Orochimaru. My name is Nara Ningye, indeed the new leader of the Roots. A descendant of the Nara clan, you say? I find it quite perplexing that the old man would appoint you as the leader of the Roots, considering your age. You are exceedingly young. Ningye simply smiled and replied, sometimes age and position do not necessarily align, and the same goes for ability. An intriguing response. So, your visit today should not solely revolve around the invitation for the Chunin exam, correct? Orochimaru stated bluntly. Indeed, my purpose for this visit is singular, and that is you. Ningye candidly expressed his intentions. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and remarked, if you seek my collaboration, do you not fear being discovered by the old man? Ningye remarked, it matters not if I am discovered. Perhaps I am here to assist you. Assist me? How intriguing. In what manner? Orochimaru did not underestimate Ningye due to his youth. On the contrary, the mere fact that he held the position of leader of the Root at such a tender age was enough to garner Orochimaru's attention. Furthermore, Ningye's nonchalance about being discovered piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. Ningye directly articulated the most pressing issue facing Orochimaru, the detrimental effects of his forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, which had compromised his soul. In an instant, Kagaya Kimimaro drew forth a bone and teleported to Orochimaru's side. The revelation of Orochimaru's greatest secret astonished Kimimaro. Yet there was no time for contemplation. The paramount concern was safeguarding Orochimaru. Meanwhile, the oil woman Ryoma and the playful Tanuki Shingetsu also teleported to Ningye's side. Adopting a combat stance. Amidst this tense standoff, Orochimaru broke the silence, chuckling. Hehehe. It is no surprise that you are fit to become the new leader, presenting me with an irresistible proposition right from the outset. So, what is it that you require of me? To be candid, Orochimaru had long been troubled by the misalignment between his soul and body due to the repercussions of impure world reincarnation. This soul damage resulted in a decline in his mental fortitude, a painful memory that haunted him ever since he was nearly obliterated by Uchiha Itachi's Genjutsu. Consequently, he became increasingly obsessed with the Sharingan, particularly the Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 17. The The bait. Note. Many elements in these chapters are derived from the author's speculation based on the manga, original work, and various supplementary texts, which could be considered a form of derivative creation. Ningye, having discerned Orochimaru's inclination towards collaboration, spoke directly. I wish to request your assistance in researching the specific cultivation methods of yin-yang release chakra. Indeed, Ningye's purpose for this visit was to delve into the intricacies of yin-yang release's cultivation techniques. Orochimaru found the inquiry surprisingly reminiscent of his previous explorations into the truths of all ninjutsu within the ninja world, leaving him somewhat astonished. Yin-yang release. He had not anticipated this particular question. Ningye directly conveyed his thoughts to Orochimaru, elucidating the concept of yin-yang ninjutsu. Yin release signifies the power of the spirit, capable of manifesting form in an intangible manner. Yang release embodies the strength of the physical body, infusing life into form. The fusion of the two constitutes the art of yin-yang ninjutsu. Orochimaru listened with rapt attention, captivated by such a detailed exposition of yin-yang ninjutsu, a first for him. He had previously found it curious why Ningye sought the methods of yin-yang ninjutsu, considering that Konoha also possessed similar techniques. For instance, Nara's shadow manipulation technique and the heart-turning technique from the mountains both fall under yin release, while medical ninjutsu and Akimichi's multiplication technique exemplify yang release. Although these prestigious clans in Konoha possess such abilities, their training remains rather general. When pressed to explain the underlying principles, those with exceptional talent and intelligence might articulate a few insights, whereas those of average aptitude and intellect would likely attribute their knowledge to ancestral practices. Intrigued, Orochimaru inquired, "What piques your interest in yin-yang ninjutsu? Surely, it must possess other effects." Ningye responded directly, "Everyone possesses the chakra of yin and yang. It is merely the ratio of these elements that varies among individuals. My pursuit of yin-yang release is solely for the purpose of becoming stronger." His straightforward rationale elicited a sense of admiration from Orochimaru. "Then please follow me. Junmaru is waiting here." Ningye instructed the oil girl Longma and the Shinue raccoon to wait here as well. Orochimaru then led Ningye to the laboratory he had established in the sound-hidden village. Orochimaru pulled up a chair and took a seat opposite Ningye. "Please, have a seat." Ningye also settled down. Orochimaru remarked, "There is no one else here, and the sensory barrier is quite effective. Please continue with the previous topic." "Well, indeed," Ningye replied. "Through my years of experimentation, I have discovered that everyone possesses varying degrees of yin and yang chakra. Specifically, for instance, within the Nara clan, individuals with a stronger yin chakra demonstrate greater prowess in shadow techniques. Conversely, in the medical field, those with a more potent yang chakra exhibit superior healing abilities. This is reflected in the Akimichi clan, where the ease of enlarging one's body and overall physical strength are concerned." Orochimaru nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he had also observed this phenomenon in the past, though not as clearly articulated as Ningye. "Your intentions appear to be more intricate than they seem." "Indeed, I have stumbled upon the realization that yin and yang chakra can also be applied to conventional ninjutsu," Ningye responded. "Oh." As he spoke, Ningye extended his palm, revealing a burst of blue lightning emanating from his hand. Orochimaru scrutinized the ninjutsu in Ningye's grasp. As he infused it with yin chakra, the blue lightning gradually transformed into a deep black. Naruto exclaimed, "The lightning in Ningye's hand has changed color?" Kakashi Hitaki commented, "This technique of lightning release is remarkable." Anoki observed, "Is this the enhancement of yin chakra? Moreover, this technique." Darui interjected, This technique. How can this be possible?" The fourth Raikage added, "This is the black lightning of my father and Darui." The third Raikage affirmed, "There is no mistaking it. This is indeed black lightning." In the Hidden Cloud Village, Samui and Mabui pondered over the lightning insignia on Darui's shoulder. Based on Ningye's insight, they suddenly speculated whether the lightning marks on Darui and the third Raikage's right arm were inscribed using yin chakra. Orochimaru gazed at the black lightning in Ningye's hand, entranced. "This is truly marvelous. But what if we were to apply yang chakra?" Ningye, unyielding in his resolve, directly infused his chakra with a fiery attribute, causing the black lightning to gradually transform into a vivid crimson. What of the effects? What of the enhancements from these two forces? Orochimaru, with a fervent expression, moved closer, seemingly eager to personally experience the distinctions between these two forms of lightning release. Upon witnessing the scene, Ningye smiled and dissipated the lightning. According to my examination, I discovered that the black lightning was imbued with destructive and adhesive properties, while the red lightning possessed destructive power and speed. In terms of short-term destructive capability, the yang release exhibited a more formidable force. Orochimaru understood this as well and seamlessly continued Ningye's discourse. However, in terms of endurance, the yin release demonstrates greater strength. In essence, one embodies instantaneous destruction, while the other signifies sustained devastation. The overall magnitude of destructive power depends on the quantity of chakra infused by both yin and yang releases. Impressive, as expected of you, Orochimaru. Ningye clapped his hands, contemplating. Indeed, the individuals within the ninja world possess remarkable intelligence. However, they seem to lack a clear direction for their thoughts and a heart that yearns for scientific exploration. But is it truly so? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, Huh? What are Ningye and Orochimaru discussing? I recognize each word, yet when combined, I find myself utterly perplexed. Kahaku-me remarked, I see. So we can learn alongside the light screen, can't we? Noki sighed. Ah, little girl, do not overthink. For Ningye, it is likely that he can freely manipulate yin and yang chakra, while we may not even be acquainted with its existence. Ha ha, Ningye is too flattering. I merely articulated my thoughts in alignment with yours. This was the first time Orochimaru felt genuine pleasure from the praise of another. Typically, accolades directed at him stemmed from fear of his power or were mere flattery, neither of which brought him joy. However, today, being complimented on his knowledge by Ningye brought him delight. As the adage goes, while wealth is easily acquired, finding a kindred spirit is a rare treasure. Orochimaru's hospitable spirit was thus ignited. He rose and approached the cabinet, retrieving tea leaves which he placed into a teapot, preparing the tea himself. Once brewed, he placed a teacup before Ningye and returned to his seat, savoring the tea slowly. Observing this, Ningye also took a sip. Their eyes met in silence, conveying unspoken understanding. With a playful expression, Orochimaru remarked, Are you not afraid I might poison you? Ningye remarked, I have long utilized yin release to examine the chakra, and there are no toxic substances present. To have applied yin and yang release to such an extent is truly remarkable. Orochimaru readily offered his praise. Often, the true mastery of an individual is not revealed by the overt familiarity of their actions, but rather by the unconscious behaviors they exhibit in the ordinary course of life. This is the epitome of genuine expertise. Chapter 18. The bait of bloodline limits Jiraiya. Orochimaru. You serve tea to others? Orochimaru. It is merely a gesture for those I admire. What of it? Jiraiya. Well, after all these years of working together, why have I never seen you serve me tea? Orochimaru. Do you think you are worthy? Jiraiya. Such words from you are rather dismissive. Ignoring Jiraiya, Orochimaru instead focused on the screen. Is this the truth of the technique? Ningye took a few sips before setting down the teacup. The tea was delightful. It sufficed as long as it suited his taste. He urged, Please continue. Indeed, what you witnessed earlier was merely the technique of thunder release. The other elemental ninjutsu, along with yin-yang chakra, can also be enhanced. I see, Ningye responded. However, I have a lingering question. Please, go on. Ningye, since you have mastered the manipulation of yin-yang chakra, why not seek out Tsunade instead of coming to me? It is well known throughout the ninja world that her medical ninjutsu is unparalleled. Thus her yang release chakra should be exceptionally potent. Moreover, from my prior observations, her yin release chakra appears to be formidable as well. Wouldn't it be wiser to consult her rather than a rogue like me? Tion interjected, Indeed. Tsunade-sama would undoubtedly be the best choice. As Tsunade's #1 fan, Tion eagerly advocated for her. Saratobi Hiruzen remarked, Yes, my disciple, Tsunade possesses remarkable chakra control. Orochimaru poses a significant threat to you. He understood the nature of his former disciple, Orochimaru, and recognized that collaborating with him was akin to courting disaster. Furthermore, he hoped to encourage Ningye to seek Tsunade's guidance, subtly wishing for her return to Konoha, as he felt increasingly powerless to ensure Ningye's complete growth on his own. Tsunade interjected, No. I do not have the time to teach anyone right now. Kato Shizun exclaimed, Tsunade-sama. Where have you been? Shoo. Quiet, Shizun, Tsunade hissed. Having just stealthily escaped from an inn, she encountered an old creditor, prompting her to change her escape route. Consequently, Shizun lost her trail and could only rely on Tun to track her scent. Ningye smiled, and shook his head gently. While Tsunade is indeed a commendable choice, she is not the most optimal one. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Oh my. I never anticipated that I held such a high regard in your estimation, Ningye. Quite impressive. In truth, the topic of Tsunade's yin-yang release is precisely what I intend to discuss next. Oh, I eagerly await your elucidation. At present, what concerns Mr. Orochimaru most is the bloodline limit, particularly the Sharingan. Indeed. So, Mr. Orochimaru, how do you perceive the essence of bloodline limits? Orochimaru pondered for a moment before responding. Bloodline limits can be categorized into two types. The first arises when two distinct chakra nature transformations merge to create a new ninjutsu, such as the ice release of the Hidden Mist Village or the storm release of the Hidden Cloud Village. The second type pertains to abilities derived from certain organs within a ninja's body that deviate from the norm, exemplified by Kimimara's Shikatsumiyaku, Hinata's Byakugan, and the Uchiha Sharingan. Very well, let us consider the first category of bloodline limits. Does Mr. Orochimaru believe that their bloodline ninjutsu is merely a simple amalgamation of two chakra attributes? Could it be? Orochimaru tightened his grip on the teacup. Ningye retrieved a scroll from within his robes, unsealing it before laying it upon the table. Orochimaru scrutinized the information inscribed on the scroll. It was a list of bloodline limits from various villages. Indeed, over the past few years, I have dispatched root ninjas to infiltrate numerous shinobi villages, acquiring a wealth of data regarding their unique bloodline jutsu. Ningye pointed to the location of a Wagakure. Let us speak of lava release. In Japanese, there is no distinction between melt and dissolve, and all references in the Book of Jutsu have been uniformly altered to lava release. The Wagakure was home to the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Tsutsuki, who was active during the Third Shinobi World War. His lava release was derived from the chakra of the tailed beast. His technique combined fire and earth chakra, manifesting as lava or magma. Noki's granddaughter reportedly employs lava release that fuses water and earth chakra, presenting itself as lime. Ningye then gestured towards the land of water, where research indicates that the Kirigakure's Terumi clan produced a prodigious ninja endowed with dual Kekkei Genkai. Her lava release merges water and earth chakra, displaying as corrosive liquid and molten substance. The Tsuchikige's attendant from Kumogakure, T-Dai, similarly utilizes lava release, a combination of water and earth chakra, characterized by rubber ninjutsu. Orochimaru, continuing from Ningye's discourse, remarked that while all employ lava release, their manifestations differ. Indeed, excluding Tsutsuki, the lava release techniques of the other three are derived from the amalgamation of water and earth chakra. One might presume that variances in the ratios of water and earth chakra account for the differing manifestations. However, this is merely a superficial explanation. The true reason lies in the subconscious infusion of varying amounts of yin and yang chakra when utilizing their bloodline techniques. There are instances where forcibly combining wind and water chakra does not yield the effect of ice release, akin to a lack of intermediary binding agents facilitating their fusion, or the absence of a catalyst to enhance their interaction. Yin and yang chakra fulfill this catalytic role. The proportions of yin and yang chakra inherent in each ninja exhibit slight discrepancies, and the amounts infused during ninjutsu can vary, resulting in different manifestations even with the same dual chakra combination. T-Dai and Naki's granddaughter differ in the quantity and overall ratio of yin chakra infused. Yet both exhibit viscous characteristics. The ninja of the Terumi clan possesses both yin and yang chakra, which occasionally leads to corrosive and adhesive properties, indicative of yin release. At other times, it may echo the characteristics of Tsutsuki's lava, representing yang release. Additionally, the third and fourth Kazekage, along with the notable Troy of Kumogakure, all utilize magnet release. However, the differing ratios of wind and lightning chakra and their yin and yang chakra proportions lead to varying manifestations. Yet, ninjas typically adhere to tradition, and the habitual hand seals, chakra pathways, and control of chakra ratios often become ingrained. Thus, the differences in the proportions of yin and yang chakra added are generally minimal, resulting in the lava release of Kumogakure and Iwagakure being quite similar. At that moment, the assembly of shinobi was rendered speechless. Noki exclaimed, Is this really how it is? Kuratsuchi remarked, So, the reason our village's lava release differs from others is due to this? T-Dai acknowledged, I have learned much. The fourth Raikage stated, Though I find some of this difficult to comprehend, it does not hinder my admiration for your prowess. Terumi may compliment it. You are indeed a wellspring of knowledge, young man. Hashirama Senju added, of course. My disciple possesses exceptional analytical skills and the ability to extrapolate from specifics to the broader context. Tobarama Senju chuckled, impressive, truly worthy of being my nephew. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Indeed, a reflection of my junior. Jiraiya interjected, a reflection of my senior. Wait, senior. Jiraiya suddenly realized that he had just referred to a child as his senior, realizing he had been relegated a generation. Chapter 19. Offering incense bait after an extended discourse, Ningye took a sip of tea. Meanwhile, Orochimaru hastily produced paper and pen, engaged in sketching and writing. After a while, a flush of excitement graced Orochimaru's countenance. How splendid! Is this the essence of the jutsu? Set down his teacup, interrupting him. No, that is not the main reason for my visit today. I primarily seek your assistance in research. I am eager to hear more. In regard to the bloodline limit I previously discussed, there exists a slight disparity in the quality of yin and yang chakra. However, this difference is not substantial. It merely pertains to variations in strength and range. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru furrowed his brow, sensing that what Ningye was about to reveal was of significant importance. For instance, when we consider the combination of water and earth chakra, their yin and yang release exhibits considerable differences, yet these discrepancies are not excessive. Should the quality of yin and yang attribute chakra reach an extraordinary level, the techniques derived from it would be astonishingly powerful. This pertains to the very subjects you have been studying. The things I have studied in the past? Could it be? No way. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing with astonishment, for those were matters on which he had expended vast resources and effort, yet had never succeeded. Ningye smiled faintly, affirming, indeed. It is your challenge. He raised his left hand and proclaimed, would release, seedling technique. In the astonished gaze of Orochimaru, a small sapling gradually emerged, ceasing its growth upon touching Ningye's left hand. This is truly wood release. Orochimaru exclaimed, leaning closer to scrutinize the sapling. Having endured the toils of the past, he fully comprehended the significance of such a manifestation. Orochimaru, marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Tsunade, is this truly the wood release of my grandfather? Hashirama Senju, haha indeed. This is wood release. The descendants of Konoha are truly remarkable. Anoki, had it not been for the live broadcast, we would have remained oblivious to the fact that Konoha harbors would release ninjas. Fourth Raikage, goodness. Such a well-concealed secret. Sarutobi Hiruzen, ahem, this is merely a routine display from Ningye. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I too was unaware of Ningye's wood release. How could the second Hokage have concealed this from me? Rasha, alas, the genius of Konoha truly persists through the ages. At this moment, the students in the classroom gazed at Ningye in astonishment. Typically, this individual kept a low profile, achieving only average scores in both written and practical examinations. Though they had just realized he was concealing his abilities, they felt it was somewhat excessive. While the students were unaware of the true power of wood release, they recognized that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had gained worldwide fame through it. Madara Uchiha, how is this possible? Can one merely incorporate yin-yang release chakra to create wood release? Tobarama Senju, humph, look at you, so lacking in insight, like an old man just stepping into the world. This is merely to be expected. Madara Uchiha, you, Senju with your white hair? I, Tobarama Senju, humph, if you have the capability, then come forth. Madara Uchiha damn. Now in a serene realm, he quickly regained his composure. This fellow is training in yin-yang release. He wouldn't dare to pursue the sage stones. No, that is impossible, absolutely impossible. After withdrawing his gaze, Orochimaru looked at Ningye with fervent admiration. The truth of ninjutsu had truly been unveiled by the person before him. Ningye rose to prepare fresh tea for himself and Orochimaru, taking a moment to sip some water to regain his composure. This was merely one facet of the situation. Orochimaru, momentarily at a loss for words, pondered how one could remain calm under such circumstances. Nevertheless, he suppressed his astonishment, trembling as he grasped the teacup, taking several sips to steady his nerves. It is widely acknowledged that wood release is the signature technique of the first Hokage of the Senju clan. However, many within the ninja world harbor misconceptions. It was, in truth, the first Hokage who brought wood release to prominence, rather than the technique itself elevating his status. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, having studied the cells of the first Hokage and discovered their remarkable vitality. He believed that even if the first Hokage had wielded a different bloodline limit, he would still have been a formidable presence in his time. The esteemed first Hokage possessed an extraordinary amount of yang release chakra, bestowing him with a robust physique and remarkable healing abilities. Thus, what means did Uchiha Madara, the adversary of the first Hokage, employ to counter such prowess? Ningye paused for a moment, casting a glance at Orochimaru. Orochimaru instinctively replied, "The Sharingan? The Mangekyou Sharingan? No, that cannot be right. Could it be?" At this moment, Orochimaru recalled the yin-yang release chakra that Ningye had mentioned. If there exists a pinnacle of yang release, then there must undoubtedly be a pinnacle of yin release as well. Ningye spoke directly. Acknowledging the truth, Uchiha Madara possesses an unparalleled mastery of yin release. His spiritual strength is formidable, instilling fear in all adversaries, save for the first Hokage. Inoki remarked, "No wonder the first Hokage and Lord Madara wield such immense power." He fully concurred with Ningye's assertion regarding Uchiha Madara's exceptional yin release chakra, recalling with trepidation the time he was swiftly defeated by Madara. Senju Hashirama mused, "So I possess an extraordinary yang chakra, while you, Madara, command the utmost yin chakra." Uchiha Madara responded, "Ningye, in terms of theoretical understanding, I would gladly regard you as the strongest." The stone tablet of the Uchiha clan inscribed, "A deity seeks stability," dividing yin and yang into two realms, opposites interacting to give rise to all existence. Madara had once interpreted this simply as the fusion of the powers of Senju and Uchiha. However, it seems that according to Ningye's perspective, it refers to the amalgamation of yin and yang release. Uchiha Madara harnessed this knowledge to awaken the Rinnegan. "What a remarkable young man," he remarked. After Ningye finished speaking, he took out another scroll from his bosom, unsealing it to reveal a cultivation vial, which he placed upon the table. Orochimaru gazed intently, and there before him lay a single Tomo Sharingan. Could it be? Ningye wasted no words as he directly opened the cultivation vial, extracting the ocular orb and placing it upon his right palm. Orochimaru held his breath, intently fixated on the Sharingan in Ningye's hand, fearful of missing a single detail. Dark, ominous chakra enveloped the Sharingan in his right hand. In a brief moment, the single Tomo evolved into a double Tomo, and then into a triple Tomo. Orochimaru's pale visage flushed crimson, his breathing quickened, yet his gaze remained steadfast on the Sharingan. Indeed, the transformation did not cease. The three Tomo began to spin rapidly, merging and intertwining to form a crimson pentagram. Orochimaru exclaimed, "Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Inoki, incredible. The Sharingan can truly evolve through yin release chakra. Fourth Reikage, impressive. Kuratsuchi, this young man is extraordinary. Uchiha Madara, this is remarkable. Uchiha Itachi, is this the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Uchiha Kagami, indeed, this is the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke, impossible. I refuse to believe that the evolution of the Sharingan from my Uchiha clan could be this simplistic." Sasuke, filled with disbelief, struggled to comprehend that the pride of the Uchiha clan could evolve so effortlessly. Though his heart was laden with skepticism, his body instinctively moved towards Ningye. Chapter 20. The fish is hooked. Orochimaru erupted into manic laughter. This is it. This is the truth. At this moment, Ningye ceased the use of his yin attribute chakra, presenting it for Orochimaru's scrutiny. Although Orochimaru gazed greedily at the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, his inner voice insisted that this was not the culmination. This was not the end. After a prolonged observation, he withdrew his gaze, feeling an immense admiration for Ningye, who had astonishingly unraveled the secrets of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Ningye merely felt fortunate, for the emergence of the kaleidoscope was attributed, on one hand, to his inexplicable ability to control high-quality yin-yang chakra. On the other hand, it stemmed from the profound analysis he and Tobarama conducted regarding Fugaku's kaleidoscope. It is conceivable that the Uchiha clan may no longer need to resort to cruel methods for the evolution of the Sharingan. Perhaps Fugaku should express gratitude towards the two of them. At this moment, Ningye, aiming to broaden Orochimaru's perspective, directly stated, "In truth, this merely represents the potential of the Mangekyou Sharingan, devoid of its ocular techniques." Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru was evidently taken aback. "I have not genuinely unraveled the secrets of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Its evolution hinges on the intense emotions of its wielder, which manifest as a unique chakra in the brain, subsequently influencing the optic nerves and altering the eyes. This phenomenon is known as the eye that reflects the soul. However, the essence of this unique chakra consists of high-quality in-release chakra and the emotional chakra generated by feelings. The latter can transform the former, thus producing the ocular techniques of the Manjiki Sharingan. Orochimaru continued his analysis. I see. So it lacks the elements necessary for the transformation of in-release chakra, akin to a catalyst. Therefore, Ningye, the Manjiki Sharingan in your possession possesses ocular potential but lacks the techniques? Indeed, Ningye affirmed. And I have conducted experiments revealing that utilizing the Manjiki Sharingan necessitates a significant quantity of in-release chakra or exceptionally high-quality in-release chakra. However, typical Uchiha individuals do not possess such abundant and high-quality chakra. Consequently, their bodies instinctively compensate with yang-release chakra. Moreover, as I previously mentioned, yang-release chakra is intrinsically linked to one's physical strength. A substantial deficiency in yang-release chakra can lead to physical impairments. Most critically, a lack of yang-release chakra in the eyes will ultimately result in blindness. Kakashi Hitaki interjected, what? Excessive use can lead to blindness? I have always utilized the three-tomo Sharingan. However, he remained unaware that it was merely a Manjiki Sharingan, thus lacking full understanding. Anoki remarked, this is crucial intelligence. The fourth Raikage added, so, if we encounter a powerful Manjiki user in the future, we merely need to prolong the confrontation? Anoki countered, not quite. I recall that Madara did not appear to suffer from blindness in his time. Izuna Uchiha interjected, no, during my lifetime, my brother and I frequently faced such troubles. The members of the Akatsuki turned their gazes toward Itachi Uchiha, curious to ascertain whether his body had endured torment and if he had suffered from blindness. As Ningye suggested, Itachi, however, maintained a stoic demeanor, concealing his vulnerabilities, especially since his condition was already dire. Beside him, the masked man glanced at Itachi, aware that Itachi's ailments stemmed from using the Manjiki. He then cast his gaze to his right side, pondering, so, the cells of Hashirama provide me with high-quality yang-release chakra, thereby shielding me from the adverse effects of the Manjiki? I harbored deep trepidation towards Ningye. While intelligent individuals are admirable, excessive intelligence can pose significant risks. As Ningye observed Orochimaru's reaction to the Manjiki Sharingan, he sensed a feeling of futility emanating from him, prompting him to deliver a decisive remark. In truth, the Manjiki Sharingan is capable of further evolution. What? Orochimaru immediately displayed an expression reminiscent of an elderly subway commuter. It is inconceivable that Uchiha Madara could have engaged in a prolonged battle with the first Hokage solely relying on the Manjiki Sharingan. Otherwise, he would have lost his sight countless times. That makes sense. According to the records of the second Hokage, when Uchiha Madara's brother perished, he transplanted his brother's Manjiki Sharingan. Is that true? Orochimaru's mind reeled from the numerous shocks it had endured that day, yet he remained unable to suppress his astonishment. Indeed, as I previously mentioned, the first Hokage possessed an unparalleled mastery of yang-release chakra, while Uchiha Madara wielded an exceptional control over in-release chakra. Although the quality of both was comparable, the disparity in quantity was significant. Thus, Uchiha Izuna's high-quality in-chakra compensated for the quantitative deficiency, enabling Uchiha Madara's Manjiki Sharingan to evolve once more. In fact, Uchiha Madara could evolve the Manjiki Sharingan without transplantation. Why? Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed, what? Is there another path to evolution? Uchiha Izuna replied, humph, Ningye is correct. Even if my brother does not transplant my eyes, he can still evolve the Sharingan. Uchiha Izuna held unwavering faith in his elder brother. Uchiha Madara conceded, Izuna is right. Uchiha Madara himself was uncertain whether he could evolve the Manjiki Sharingan solely through his own efforts. However, this did not deter him from protecting his younger brother. As Uchiha Madara aged, his in-release chakra would also increase, leading to a qualitative transformation through quantitative change. It was merely a matter of time. So that is how it is. While I might not trust others, he is, after all, Uchiha Madara. Indeed, it is precisely because he is Uchiha Madara. Ningye remarked, perhaps Uchiha Madara's eyes are capable of further evolution. Oh, aha. Orochimaru, still savoring the recent events, was struck by Ningye's words. What do you mean, further evolution? Is there truly no limit to biological evolution? Indeed, who has claimed that evolution has an endpoint? The laws of nature dictate survival of the fittest. After speaking, Ningye handed Orochimaru books on the theory of biological evolution, cellular biology, and genetic factors within the ninja world. Your biological technology can find nourishment within these texts. Orochimaru, intrigued, accepted the books and began to peruse them. So this is it. I see now how such structures within cells provide chakra. So this is the nature of genetic factors. Truly astonishing. The Naruto series has already introduced concepts of microscopy and cells, and Boruto even features paternity tests, indicating that the ninja world possesses a certain understanding of the microscopic realm, albeit with some misconceptions. After a cursory glance, Orochimaru turned to Ningye, appearing contemplative, and then laughed heartily, saying, "Ah, I see now. This was what you meant when you first approached me. Very well. Even if the issue of reincarnation remains unresolved, I cannot abandon your cause, Ningye. You are indeed worthy of being the new leader of the root." Ningye rose to his feet and extended his right hand towards Orochimaru, welcoming him aboard the grand vessel of science. Mr. Orochimaru reciprocated the gesture, stating that he was the one who should express gratitude and looking forward to their future collaboration. Their hands clasped together in a firm handshake. Chapter 21. Evolution. Minato Namikaze exclaimed, "Ningye has truly managed to reel in Mr. Orochimaru." Jiraiya interjected, "Damn it. After all these years of pursuing Orochimaru, I never thought Ningye would succeed." Hiruzen Sarutobi admonished, "Jiraiya, show some respect. You should refer to him as Shirshu, uncle." Jiraiya replied. Kushina Uzumaki chuckled, "Huh? That means Orochimaru must address Ningye as Shirshu as well." Orochimaru remarked, "It matters not. It is merely a title. Shirshu, I eagerly anticipate our journey together in the realm of science." Ningye responded, "Likewise." At that moment, the students in the classroom began to realize that Ningye had long transcended the ordinary, no longer akin to themselves. He was now the disciple of the second Hokage, the new leader of Root, and a partner of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Instantly, Ningye's stature grew in the eyes of the people of Konoha. Ningye informed Orochimaru that he currently faced no issues in controlling the usage of yin-yang release chakra. However, he felt somewhat dissatisfied with the quality and quantity of his abilities. Orochimaru, accompanied by Ningye, conducted a comprehensive examination using advanced machinery. It must be acknowledged that Orochimaru's professionalism is remarkable within the expansive Hidden Leaf Village. The experimental instruments and equipment pale in comparison to the sophistication and abundance found in the Hidden Sound Village. This disparity is a consequence of the third Hokage's long-standing, yet incomplete acknowledgement of the power of technology. After an hour had passed, Orochimaru gazed thoughtfully at Ningye's physical data. Ningye stepped forward, choosing not to disturb, and sat quietly beside Orochimaru, observing him intently. Orochimaru occasionally flipped through the books that Ningye had provided, nodding thoughtfully from time to time. After several hours had passed, Orochimaru spoke. "I have gained a general understanding of your physique. Your spiritual energy is remarkably vast, and your physical strength follows closely. With such formidable spiritual prowess, controlling chakra is as effortless for you as moving your own arm. However, within you resides a unique form of energy. By comparing the cursed seals to the cells of Hashirama, I have discerned that this power appears to exist on an entirely higher level." At this moment, Ningye comprehended Orochimaru's intention. "Are you suggesting evolution?" "Indeed, the power residing within you is a manifestation of the condensation and sublimation of natural energy, resulting in an evolution far superior to ordinary natural energy. However, due to its heightened quality, it becomes increasingly difficult to control, rendering your body incapable of harnessing it effectively." Orochimaru's countenance grew fervent as he spoke. "Moreover, I speculate that the yin-yang chakra and the 5 elemental chakras within you are currently undergoing evolution under the influence of this power. They are akin to a period of metamorphic cultivation, and once sufficient time has elapsed, they will awaken. I fear, at that moment, you will undergo a transformation of your very essence." At this moment, Ningye begins to entertain the notion of evolution as posited by Orochimaru. An additional factor contributing to this belief is his tender age. Although his physical strength is commendable, it remains insufficient to withstand the ramifications of evolution. In summary, perhaps in a few years, the issues he has articulated will resolve themselves. It is often said that the participants are obscured by their own perspectives, while the observers possess clarity. Both he and the second Hokage have been excessively focused on yin-yang chakra, inadvertently neglecting the elemental chakra. Had they recognized the fluctuations in elemental chakra, they might have contemplated the possibility of evolution. If evolution is indeed the case, it would not be surprising. Senju Tobarama, so it is evolution, then, that certainly makes sense. Hatake Kakashi, after analyzing for so long, it turns out we overlooked the changes in elemental chakra. Tsunade, after all this commotion, it is merely a matter of his youthful age. Anoki, possessing such strength and analytical capability at this age is truly formidable. Fourth Reikage, Konoha certainly boasts an abundance of geniuses. Jiraiya, could it be that Ningye is the child of prophecy? Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you remain so naively optimistic. If destiny truly exists, I would argue that Ningye is the progenitor of that prophecy. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, you. Tsunade, enough of this you and you. I must concur with Orochimaru. To speak of destiny so casually after all these years is rather immature. Hyuganiji, Nara Shikaku. That said, it has been many years in the ninja world. We have all acknowledged yin-yang chakra. Why has no one sought methods for enhancement? Senju Tobarama. The answer is simple, practicality. Nara Shikaku, I see. I have learned something today. Shikaku, ever the astute thinker, quickly connected the dots. Uzumaki Kushina, what? What is the reason? Uchiha Madara, practicality? I understand now. Nara Shikaku. In truth, there have been individuals seeking training methods, but they are often deemed unworthy of investment. For instance, elemental ninjutsu is far more specific and practical. One can master a fire technique in a matter of days or months, while mastering yin-yang chakra proves exceedingly difficult. The effectiveness of 1 month of elemental ninjutsu training may surpass that of 3 months spent on yin-yang chakra. Thus, people tend to overlook endeavors that yield little reward for considerable effort. The Nara family shadow techniques exemplify the use of yin release, merely tapping into one aspect of yin chakra. While their control is formidable, enhancing its power remains a daunting task. Moreover, the evolution of ninjutsu has stagnated over the years. Shikaku harbors a premonition that the future of the ninja world is poised for a monumental transformation. At this moment, Ningye addressed Orochimaru, stating, "It seems you have already devised a solution to the issue of the impure world reincarnation." Orochimaru nodded and produced the genetic studies of the ninja world that Ningye had just provided. Indeed, this tome has alleviated most of my concerns. It appears you have also considered employing cloning technology. Correct. Utilizing cloning technology can significantly mitigate the discrepancies between soul and body. It seems that ocular abilities, such as the Sharingan, could also be mass-produced through cloning. In theory, yes. I can utilize my own cells to clone the Sharingan, thus resolving the rejection issue associated with it. Both Orochimaru and Ningye simultaneously recalled Kakashi's typical nonchalant demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. Kakashi Hatake, that's excessive. What do you mean by nonchalant? It's merely an overexertion of my Sharingan. Obito Uchiha. Come on, Kakashi, you must admit you're being nonchalant. My guy, rest assured, Kakashi. No matter how nonchalant you may be, I will never disdain you. Minato Namikaze, what? Kakashi has become nonchalant? How old is he now? Jiraiya, ahem, of course. This sage has also made his contributions. After all, Kakashi is my #1 fan. Kushina Uzumaki. Is it similar to the book The Tale of Strong Will and Perseverance? Then why has Kakashi become nonchalant? Jiraiya, ahem, let us skip this topic for now and see what Ningye and Orochimaru plan to do next. Although Jiraiya felt elated about his popular work in the ninja world, he also felt a tinge of embarrassment at its suggestive nature, as he was a man who valued his dignity. Asuma Sarutobi. Indeed, will Orochimaru collaborate with Tsunagakure to invade Konoha? Orochimaru. That is uncertain. Those are two separate matters. Anko Mitarashi, Orochimaru. Chapter 22. The Konoha collapse plan. Ningye and Orochimaru emerged from the laboratory and proceeded to the reception room. Upon resuming his seat, Orochimaru remarked, "It appears that a new breeze is about to sweep through Konoha. However, will the old guard within Konoha permit such a change?" Ningye responded with ease. "Rest assured, even if I am discovered, I possess my own methods to garner their support for my decisions." Orochimaru gazed at him with envy, remarking on how enviable that was. During his time conducting experiments in Konoha, he had faced numerous restrictions imposed by the elder, with funding often relying on Danzo. Yet, Danzo was an exceedingly perilous and avaricious individual. Collaborating with him was akin to courting disaster. Ultimately, when the human experiments were exposed, he was compelled to defect from Konoha. Reflecting on the hardships of his past, Orochimaru let out a sigh. At this moment, Ningye observed Orochimaru and ventured to inquire, "Mr. Orochimaru, do you have any intention of returning to Konoha?" Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. He did not doubt the veracity of Ningye's words, yet he still asked, "Why? And how would one go about returning? Even if I were to return, the elders would inevitably monitor my every action once more. Such a life, fraught with scrutiny, is not one I desire." Ningye responded, "Mr. Orochimaru, do not jest. The means to redeem oneself are likely more abundant in your mind than in mine. It is quite simple. You could cast the blame onto Danzo. After all, he was involved in human experimentation as well. The third Hokage was aware of it long ago, but has simply hesitated to take action." Orochimaru scrutinized Ningye closely and chuckled. "Ha! How intriguing." He found it perplexing why Ningye held such significance among the elders, but he dismissed the thought. Shaking his head, Orochimaru declined. "I shall return to Konoha only when this wind of change rises within its walls. Though I am uncertain why you remain hidden, I can only surmise that the troubles you face are considerable. Nevertheless, I will assist you." Ningye had long anticipated this outcome. Indeed, the Tsutsuki clan had always posed a significant challenge for him and his master, primarily due to their limited understanding of the Tsutsuki themselves. Although the manga has touched upon some information regarding the Tsutsuki clan, it remains exceedingly sparse. Ningye harbored a keen interest in Orochimaru, aspiring to collaborate with him in the study of the Tsutsuki clan. However, the only members of this clan currently existing in the ninja world were Tsutsuki Kagaya, her two oblivious sons, and Tsutsuki Ishiki. Naturally, Ningye would not overlook the scientist Amato, yet the shell organization remained deeply concealed, leaving him at a loss. Orochimaru then revealed his true intentions to Ningye. When I first laid eyes on the invitation to the Nin exams, I thought it was time for a fresh breeze to sweep through Konoha. However, with your presence, I believe any other winds are inconsequential. Should a new wind manifest only through the dissipation of the old? Indeed, I feel the old man has aged. Under his leadership, Konoha has long begun to decay. Perhaps it is time to inject some new vitality. Oh, might you share your plans? Certainly. My primary aim this time is to invite Tsunagakure to join in the invasion of Konoha. Tsunagakure's financial struggles have perpetually plagued them, compelling them to collaborate with me for their survival. But will the fourth Kazekage and the higher-ups of Tsunagakure acquiesce? Even if he does not agree, those higher-ups will pressure him into compliance. Sometimes, war serves as a direct means to resolve internal conflicts. I see. Then let the plans proceed as usual. Orochimaru doubted whether he had misheard. Ningye further elucidated. However, if Raza consents, then he should be eliminated without hesitation. Moreover, Tsunagakure is likely facing a dire transitional period. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with understanding, grasping Ningye's implication. You suggest that Raza's demise would severely cripple Tsunagakure, compelling it to make hasty decisions. Indeed, with both Chiyo and Hanzo showing no inclination to reemerge, they may be left with no choice but to select a leader from among the less capable. The higher-ups will certainly oppose anyone from rival factions assuming the role of Kazekage, yet given the urgency of the situation, it is highly probable that the new Kazekage will not hail from the ranks of the elite. Ningye continued, stating that it was indeed the case. Konoha merely needed to assist the new Kazekage in confronting the higher-ups. Upon hearing Ningye's words, Orochimaru was struck by a bold notion. His gaze fixed intently upon Ningye as he remarked, Ningye, you wouldn't be contemplating the control of Tsunagakure, would you? Ningye's expression remained impassive as he replied, however, you cannot eliminate the third Hokage. After the fall of Konoha, he will step down. For all these years, the third Hokage has continuously provided resources and manpower for both him and his teacher. During the Inyang release experiment, the third Hokage resolutely decided to draw blood from the families of Konoha F4. Once Mito Gate-in and Tsuji Nakamichi learned of the resource allocation, they dared not utter a single protest. Even after his resignation, the third Hokage retains considerable influence. Certain matters and future plans genuinely require his involvement. Very well. I shall arrange for the Sound Village to assist Konoha. The two had already prepared their trap, merely awaiting the Sand Village's misstep. Rausa what? How can the Konoha collapse plan still proceed? Terumi Meha? This time, it is still a collaboration between Konoha and the Sound Village to ensnare the Sand Village. Anoki, Rausa, you still lack the resolve. Fourth Raikage, Wind Shadow, Why must you heed the higher-ups in crucial matters? This is rather embarrassing. The Raikage declared. In our Cloud Village, we stand united. The strong possess the authority to decide. If you surpass me, I would gladly allow you to take my place. I love R.A. He remarked, Father, you too shall not escape death this time. Although I love R.A. witnessed his battle against Naruto Uzumaki within the White Sky, he was profoundly moved by Naruto's unwavering determination to protect his comrades, despite being a Jinchuriki like himself. He now yearned to transform himself. And when he tentatively addressed Temaria's sister, witnessing her incredulous yet joyful expression stirred within him a semblance of the warmth he had once felt from Yukura. Kenjiro is fine. But Rausa, who is that? I love R.A. claimed he was not acquainted with him. Yuhi Kurenai. Must the Konoha collapse plan truly continue? Sarutobi Isuma. Cheer up, Kurenai. At the very least, this Orochimaru does not count as an enemy. Kakashi Hitaki. Indeed, rather than labeling it a Konoha collapse plan, it is more aptly described as a Sand Village collapse plan. Sarutobi Hizashi. It seems I too shall have to step down after this. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Orochimaru. For now, let us restore your status as a rogue ninja, and among the three of you, who shall take up the mantle of the fifth Hokage? Sarutobi Hizashi now recognized Orochimaru's significance to Ningye and the second Hokage, yet he was still haunted by unresolved grievances against Orochimaru. Chapter 23. The Land of Waves arc concludes. Jiraiya. No, old man. You know I am ill-suited for such responsibilities. Not to mention, I am still searching for the child of prophecy. Kakashi Hitaki. Third Hokage. I am still too young and lack the capability. Besides, I must teach Naruto and his peers. Tsunade. Humph. The Hokage is worthless. Only a fool would aspire to such a role. Whoever wishes to take it may do so. Naruto Uzumaki. What? Who are you to look down upon the Hokage? Upon hearing his lifelong dream mocked, Naruto retorted loudly. Senju Hashirama. Sigh. How has little Tsunade become this way? Senju Tobarama. All right. Since Tsunade does not wish to take it, let us not force her. After all, she was his great niece. And Tobarama felt it inappropriate to compel her. Tsunade. Great uncle, second uncle. I apologize, I was merely intoxicated a moment ago. It dawned on Tsunade that both her grandfathers were present in the group, and she had inadvertently scolded them. Shinju. Sister, what troubles you? Tsunade. Shinju. Upon seeing Shinju's message, Tsunade could no longer hold back her tears. Shizune and Pakken hurriedly approached to offer comfort. Senju Tobarama. Then, Kakashi Hitaki. How about you take on the role of the fifth Hokage? Senju Tobarama. After all, in the manga, you are also the sixth Hokage. A few years advance is inconsequential. Kakashi Hitaki. This, second Hokage, I have only just begun to recognize my own capabilities. Perhaps we should choose someone else. Minato Namikaze. Haha, second Hokage. Shall we first observe the sky before making a decision? Witnessing his disciple's dilemma, Minato swiftly sought to ease the tension. Senju Tobarama. Indeed. After Ningye left Inin village with his companions, Orochimaru gazed at the vanishing figures and mused that a new wind was swiftly approaching the world of ninjas. He then glanced at Kimimaro beside him and turned toward the laboratory, saying, Come, Kimimaro. Perhaps there is a remedy for your bloodline disease. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Does this mean I can become your new? Enough with such talk. I no longer require another's body. Also, contact Kabuto. Some experiments necessitate his assistance. Understood. Although Kimimaro felt a tinge of regret at not being Orochimaru's new vessel, he considered it a commendable choice to protect him instead. During Ningya's period of study and training, Naruto had also passed the trials of Team 7. After enduring a series of low-ranking missions such as weeding, babysitting, and searching for lost cats, Team 7 finally faced their first C-rank task. The arc in the Land of Waves officially commenced. Although Naruto did not suffer from the same developmental issues as depicted in the original narrative, the interference of the Nine Tails hampered his ability to control chakra effectively. The second Hokage had examined the fourth Hokage's 8-trigram seal and understood its intention, thus refraining from interference, allowing Naruto to gradually adapt to the chakra of the Nine Tails and utilize it as his own. Eventually, when he could fully control the Nine Tails chakra, the process would become significantly less perilous. While Naruto was not paralyzed by fear this time, he still felt a profound shock. Subsequently, they encountered Zabuza and Haku. During the battle with Haku, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, which successfully evolved, but Uchiha Madara remarked, though I have witnessed it once before, it remains astonishing. The night of the clan's massacre, with parents slain and the entire clan exterminated, you awaken to Tomo. After all these years, you have made no progress. To think this evolution only resulted in a single Tomo. This is the first time I've seen such a thing in all these years. Sasuke, you are truly unique. Indeed. Our dear Sasuke has evolved to possess one Tomo and one double Tomo. Uchiha Makoto interjected. Ancestor, Sasuke is still young. Senju Hashirama chuckled. Oh come now, Madara. Weren't you also? Silence, Hashirama. Soon, they reached the conclusion as Zabuza faded into the snow. Naruto established a bridge, and the people of the Land of Waves stood tall. However, at the Kato Company, several individuals wearing animal masks infiltrated the premises. Is this the place? Wind. Indeed, according to Kato's memory. His financial records are concealed within these rooms. Well then, Leopard, Teru, based on the locations provided by Wind, commence your search. After Naruto and his companions departed, these root ninjas discovered Kato's corpse. Yamashiro Wind accessed Kato's memories, and their mission was to assist Kato in managing his finances. Naruto reflected. Witnessing Zabuza and Haku's story again still moves me deeply. Hey, kid upstairs, Haku and I are not dead yet. And thank you, Naruto, Kakashi. Haku added, thank you. Naruto. Also, just so you know, I am male. Kato exclaimed, you wretched ninjas have killed me and stolen my money. Did these root ninjas follow Kakashi and the others? Anoki inquired. Uncertain, replied A, the fourth Raikage. But it seems a bit too coincidental. It is possible that Ningye was aware of the inner workings of the Land of Waves from the beginning. Even if Zabuza did not kill Kato, the root ninjas would have resolved the matter, said Ao. Zabuza and Haku, return. The fourth Mizukage is under Jinjutsu control, which is why things have escalated, Meitarumi urged. Zabuza replied, let Haku and I consider it further. Saratobi Hiruzen exclaimed, what? The Mizukage is under control? How could this happen? The shadow of a village being controlled. No wonder the infighting in the Mist Village has intensified, Anoki remarked. This is impossible. The fourth Mizukage is a perfect Jinchuriki. How could he be controlled by Jinjutsu? A questioned. I am unsure, but it is true that the fourth Hokage is under Jinjutsu, Ao stated. Such a terrifying Jinjutsu that can even control a perfect Jinchuriki. Oh dear, Killer Bee commented. B. You are forbidden from going anywhere until the situation is clarified. A commanded. Oh no, Nara Shikaku suggested. Could it be that self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara? If he can control the nine tails, he might also have the ability to control the three tails and the Jinchuriki. Anoki considered, the strategist from Konoha makes a valid point. But who exactly is that masked man? What are his intentions? In the Akatsuki organization, some members glanced at Tobi, who manipulated the shadows of villages, inciting them to turn against one another. The others acknowledged that he was indeed a ruthless individual. Tobi, however, paid no heed to their gazes. In his heart, Rin had perished due to the Mist's machinations. Even if the entire Mist village were to perish, it would not alleviate the agony within his soul. Chapter 24. The Chunin exam arc begins after concluding their journey in the Land of Waves and submitting their mission reports. Team 7 bid farewell and returned home. However, knock Ningye. Ningye, are you home? Naruto did not return to his own house, but instead stood at Ningye's doorstep, calling out. After finishing his training, Ningye, drenched in sweat, had just taken a refreshing shower in the bathroom, dressed in a bathrobe, an unseen moment for the audience. Suddenly, he heard Naruto's excited voice calling out to him. A bit damp. He swiftly utilized his fire chakra to evaporate the moisture from his body, and then employed wind release to dry his hair. Once he was properly attired, he made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an enthusiastic Naruto. Phew, Ningye, you finally opened the door. Ah, my apologies. Ningye replied. I was just in the shower and lost track of time. At this, Naruto caught a faint but alluring scent wafting from Ningye, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. It wasn't only Naruto who noticed. The viewers in the live stream had just witnessed Ningye finish dressing. However, Ningye's loose-fitting attire, his damp, lustrous hair, his radiant eyes, and his porcelain-like skin captivated everyone. This vision of beauty lingered in the hearts of the audience. While the boys remained composed, the girls reacted differently. Tsunade remarked, cough, not bad, kid. Ino Yamanaka stammered, this. I. Kurenai added, cough, Ningye, your skin looks lovely. Meitarumi chimed in, oh my, this young handsome man has quite the physique. Perhaps you should contain your admiration. After all, he's still just a child, Q interjected. The young girls in the classroom erupted into fervent cheers, prompting Ningye to adjust his glasses and lean slightly toward Shino, striving to diminish his presence. Coughing to regain his composure, Naruto quickly slapped his face, shaking off any improper thoughts. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were just bathing. Ningye replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. It seems that Naruto, your mission has just concluded. Upon hearing Ningye's words, Naruto felt a surge of excitement and eagerly wished to share his experiences in the land of waves with Ningye. As Ningye observed Naruto's demeanor, he remarked, All right, let us discuss matters inside. Oh, okay, Naruto replied, following Ningye into the house. On their way to the living room, Ningye inquired, By the way, what would you like to eat this evening? Naruto appeared momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. I feel somewhat guilty about this. Please, compose yourself. There is no need for formality. Consider it a reward for completing your mission. With a playful smile, Naruto responded, In that case, I shall indulge. I would love to have the braised ribs and fish you made last time. Certainly. And let us invite Irika-sensei as well. Absolutely. During dinner, Naruto animatedly recounted the adventures of Team 7 in the Land of Waves. Meanwhile, Irika-sensei and Ningye listened attentively, occasionally offering words of encouragement and praise for Naruto, which brought him a sense of joy as he scratched his head, creating a heartwarming atmosphere. For Naruto, sharing his successes and happiness with others might be the greatest luxury he could envision. Kushina Uzumaki expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you for taking care of our Naruto. Ningye and Irika. Minato Namikaze added, Indeed, we are grateful to both of you for providing warmth to Naruto in our absence. Irika Hyane replied, No, Lord Fourth. It is we who should thank you for your contributions to Konoha. In your absence, it is our duty to care for Naruto. Ningye interjected, There is no need for thanks, Naruto's father. Naruto and I are friends. This is simply what we ought to do. Naruto chimed in, Hee exactly. Mom and Dad. It's not just Ningye and Irika-sensei. There are many people in Konoha who care about me. Days passed and Ningye appeared to be leisurely strolling down the street, yet in reality, he was on the lookout for the elusive sand shinobi. Just as he turned a corner, he spotted Naruto, Sakura, and the Konohamaru Corps. It was indeed a fortuitous encounter. Ningye approached them with a friendly greeting. Naruto, are you all engaged in a game? It's Ningye. Naruto responded with warmth. Hello, Ningye, Sakura replied politely. Although they were not well acquainted at school, Ningye, much like Shino, held a rather low profile in class. Konohamaru then stepped forward, cheerfully exclaiming, Hey, big brother Ningye, it's been a while. Ningye gently patted Konohamaru's head and said, It's been such a long time since we last met. You've grown so much in the blink of an eye. Is this your friend? Ningye and Fei Jian encountered this little fellow during their visit to the Sarutobi clan to seek the third Hokage. At that time, this little one was clad in open-crotch pants. I am Udon. I am Ming Huang. I am Nara Ningye, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ningye knelt down, extending his hands to shake with the two little ones. The two youngsters felt delighted that Ningye did not treat them as mere children. As Ningye held their hands, he also took a moment to sense their chakra. He discovered that Ise Udon possessed a remarkably high affinity for water-type chakra. Meanwhile, Kazumitsuri Mokawa exhibited a strong affinity for both water and earth chakra, in addition to possessing a considerable quality of yang-type chakra. This little fellow harbored a significant quantity of yang-type chakra within, which explained his potential to wield would release in the future, even if his current performance was not particularly formidable. Ningye glanced towards Konohamaru, noting that the young lad possessed remarkable talent, having nearly created his own version of the Rasengan. Ningye praised them, saying, Well, your Konohamaru core is quite impressive. He chuckled. At that moment, Naruto noticed some oddly dressed individuals passing by. Sakura, too, observed them and, with a hint of surprise, remarked, How could the ninjas from Sunagakure appear here? Ningye replied, The Nin exams are approaching swiftly, and we are collaborating with other villages to hold them. I see, came the response. What? The Nin exams? Indeed. You might inquire with your teacher, Kakashi, to see if he would agree to allow you to participate. Upon hearing this, Naruto's mind conjured an image of himself donning the Nin vest, exuding confidence as he gazed at Sasuke, while Sakura would surely leap into his embrace. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. With newfound excitement, Naruto called out to Sakura, Come on, Sakura. Kakashi-sensei will undoubtedly allow us to participate in the Nin exams. Haha, I can hardly wait. After bidding farewell to their companions, Naruto and Sakura set off in search of Sasuke. After Ningye ensured that Konohamaru and the others obediently followed their teacher's instructions for the past few days, he took his leave. Ningye ventured into a dimly lit alley. Come forth. Moments later, a figure emerged from the shadows of the corner, having awaited for quite some time, Master Ningye. Chapter 25, The Preliminaries of the Chunin Exam. Hearing the words, Ningye turned to the newcomer and inquired, "How have you been faring with your dean these past few days?" To which the visitor replied, "Thanks to your kindness, I have been experiencing great happiness these days." Indeed, the one who had arrived was none other than Yao Shido. Upon Ningye's return from In village, he took the initiative to summon Yakushi Kabuto, subsequently leading him to the Uchiha clan's territory. Initially, Kabuto presumed that Ningye intended to conduct some experiments with Lord Orochimaru within the Uchiha domain. However, his assumptions shifted upon encountering a woman caring for Uchiha children. Although her appearance and chakra were distinct, he inexplicably felt an innate warmth emanating from her. The icy fortress of his heart, long encased in solitude, began to thaw in that moment. The woman also noticed their arrival, and her body visibly tensed upon seeing Kabuto. Ningye then directed Nanoyu to escort him and Kabuto to her residence. During their journey, Kabuto and Nanoyu exchanged glances, each curious about the other. Kabuto was eager to discern the identity of this woman, while Nanoyu wondered how Kabuto had fared in recent years. Upon arriving at the residence, Ningye allowed Yao Shirnaoyu to shed her disguise. A visage that had long haunted Yao Shido's dreams now appeared before them, and Yao Shirnaoyu's chakra had returned to its normal state. The principal? At this moment, Yao Shido was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to fathom that the person before him was real. Years of living as a spy had forced him to wear a heavy mask, yet Naoyu's emergence shattered that facade. Ningye remarked, as the wandering priestess, "Today you shall reclaim the identity of the apothecary Nanoyu. You may also visit the Uchiha clan and the orphanage to offer your care." "Thank you, my lord," she replied. "Very well, I shall not intrude upon your affairs any longer. I will take my leave." "Travel safely," he responded. With that, Ningye departed from Nanoyu's residence and made his way to the grand hall of the Uchiha clan, eager to observe the growth of the little ones over the past few months. Later, after a conversation between mother and son, Yakushi Kabuto sought out Ningye, intending to kneel before him. However, Ningye promptly intervened. "My hope is that others do not kneel so readily. Please, rise." As Kabuto stood, he offered Ningye a profound bow. Ningye could only say, "At present, I am aboard the grand vessel known as Science alongside Orochimaru. However, the road ahead remains fraught with challenges. Kabuto, I hold your talents in high regard, and I sincerely hope you can join us on this journey as we collectively advance towards the future." After Ningye spoke, he extended his right hand. Yao Shido was momentarily taken aback. Years of living as a spy had made him nearly forget his true identity. It was only upon meeting the principal today that he realized he was indeed Yao Shido, the child of the principal. Now, Ningye's earnest words filled him with a profound sense of purpose. Perhaps this was the feeling of being recognized. For someone who has long sought their own identity, the greatest hope lies in receiving acknowledgement from others. Yao Shido's gaze grew resolute as he extended his right hand to clasp Ningye's. "Indeed, it is my honor. I shall never disappoint Lord Ningye's expectations." At this moment, the serpentine skin of Yao Shido began to shed gradually. He presented a scroll to Ningye, who unsealed it to peruse its contents. The message indicated that the Sand Village had consented to collaborate with the Sound Village to invade Konoha, planning to strike during the Chunin exam set to take place in just over a month. For further details, communication could be directed to the Sand Village's Jonin, Maki. After Ningye finished reading, he incinerated the scroll with fire ninjutsu. Yakushi Kabuto then reported that during the official competition, Raza, the fourth Kazekage, would also be present to observe. With that in mind, Raza, cherish the remaining month of your life. After speaking, Ningye left the alley. Raza exclaimed, "What? Why do they want to kill me again?" Noki chuckled, "Enough, Raza. Ningye has already stated that if you agree to unite with the Sound Village to invade Konoha, then your life is forfeit." Senju Tobarama added, "Kazekage. Once a decision is made, do not regret your choice." Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "My teacher is right. Kazekage, if you dare invade Konoha, we will show no mercy." Even though my teacher is no longer here, Konoha still has Ningye and a host of strong allies. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will not bend. Hataki Kakashi affirmed, "Indeed. Since you, the Sand Village, have chosen to invade Konoha, You must also be prepared to bear the consequences. Chio exclaimed, the son of Konoha White Fang. Return the lives of my son and daughter-in-law. Raza stammered you all. Gaara, however, remained indifferent, as long as his sister and Kankuro were unharmed. The events unfolded similarly to the original story, but this time Orochimaru showed little interest in Sasuke's body, thus Sasuke was not marked with the cursed seal. The members of the Six Paths team, Sak, TS, and Kodo, did not trouble Team 7. Then came the preliminary rounds of the Nin exam, during which Kabuto also forfeited. The first match commenced, Uchiha Sasuke vs Gia Kimichi. Without the interference of the cursed seal, Sasuke ended the battle swiftly. Sak vs Shino Aburame followed, and the undefeated warrior Shino showcased his usual stability. Kankuro vs Karen Uzumaki saw Karen quickly discern the switch between Kankuro's true self and his puppet. Kankuro initially performed admirably, while Karen, having trained at Konoha Hospital under her mother, possessed limited yet effective close-range combat techniques. Despite her formidable physical prowess and self-healing abilities as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Kankuro had infused his puppet with poison. Karen had to simultaneously detoxify and heal while seeking an opportunity to get close. Temari watched from the audience, feeling that if things continued this way, the spirited Konoha girl would soon exhaust her chakra and be defeated. However, as half an hour passed, Karen remained vibrant, while Kankuro appeared increasingly fatigued. Initially, Kankuro had intended to use distance to wear down his opponent with his puppets and poison, but after nearly an hour, it became clear that Karen was barely affected, while his own chakra was nearly depleted. Ultimately, he reluctantly raised his hand in surrender. After concluding her battle, Karen energetically ran towards Sasuke. Karen is so strong? It seemed she had always been this formidable. Sakura and Ino watched in astonishment as Karen exuded vitality. They recalled how, during the combat tests at the Ninja Academy, Karen had easily bested her opponents. Sasuke had even come close to losing at times. Karen, I couldn't bring myself to go all out. It appeared they had never witnessed Karen in a protracted fight. Hooray! So impressive, Karen. Before Sasuke could respond, Naruto excitedly congratulated Karen. Hee, thank you, Naruto. You must do your best too. Karen and Naruto, both from the Uzumaki clan, had developed a close friendship during their time at the academy, with Karen affectionately referring to Naruto as little brother due to her seniority. Naruto was thrilled to have an older sister. Sasuke, recognizing the bond between Karen and Naruto, softened his demeanor towards her. Congratulations. Karen blushed and smiled. As they observed Sasuke congratulate Karen, Sakura and Ino felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Just then, the next matchup appeared on the screen. Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. The two exchanged a glance, sparks igniting in their eyes. Upon reaching the stage, they began to spar, with Ino deliberately holding back, resulting in a fiercely contested battle. Eventually, Sakura resorted to verbal taunts, provoking Ino regarding her feelings for Sasuke to encourage her not to hold back. The two began to fight earnestly, locking eyes before simultaneously glancing towards Sasuke. Suddenly, both froze in shock as they saw Karen nearly draped over Sasuke, who appeared indifferent. They shouted in unison, Karen, get off Sasuke right now. Exactly. Karen glanced down at them, sticking out her tongue and making a comical face, as if to say, come up here if you dare. You. The two exchanged glances, eager to finish their match quickly to prevent Karen from getting too close to Sasuke. They commenced a fierce battle, unwilling to lose face in front of Sasuke. In the end, both collapsed. Karen, having just dismounted from Sasuke, adjusted her glasses and nodded. Well fought. I suppose it was worth it to provoke those two. Tintin versus Kodo saw Kodo's needles and bells disrupted by Tintin's manipulation of ninja tools, ultimately leading to Tintin's victory. Temari versus Kirasame saw Temari knock out her opponent with a fan strike. Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba had Naruto using his Uzumaki clan's formidable physique to engage Kiba and Akamaru in a fierce confrontation. With his exceptional stamina and recovery, he ultimately triumphed over Kiba and Akamaru. Shikamaru versus Shin showcased Shikamaru's strategy against Shin, whose illness had been mostly remedied by Ningye's yang release technique. Although Shin was recovering, the remnants of his ailment left him drained, allowing Shikamaru to outweed him. Gaara versus Rock Lee mirrored the original storyline, with Lee unleashing the 8 gates and severely injuring Gaara. However, Lee's own body was on the verge of collapse, yet he refused to concede. Just as Gaara ensnared Lee with sand, he suddenly found himself immobilized. He looked down to see his shadow intertwined with Shikamaru's. Examiner, we concede this round. It turned out that during his battle with Shin, Shikamaru had conserved enough chakra. Recognizing the perilous situation, he had quickly employed the shadow imitation technique to momentarily control Gar beneath him. Lee, unwilling to surrender, was met by Guy, who promptly dispelled the sand binding Lee's limbs. Yes, Examiner, we concede this match. But, Sensei Guy, Kai hurriedly embraced Xiao Li, exclaiming, Lee, you have performed admirably. Sometimes, losing is merely a facet of youth, and to rise again despite setbacks is the true essence of youthful exuberance. Indeed, Teacher Kai, the two shared an exuberant embrace, shouting in unison about their youth. Following this, Kai flashed a thumbs up to Shikamaru in the audience, revealing a radiant smile as a gesture of gratitude. Shikamaru, however, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Might Guy remarked, Shikamaru, is it? Thank you for saving Xiao Li. Yes, thank you, Shikamaru, replied Rock Lee. Might Guy wished for Xiao Li to avoid the fate of his parallel counterpart, whose limbs had been shattered by Gaara. Hinata Hyuga versus Niji Hyuga unfolded similarly to the original narrative. Encouraged by Naruto, Hinata summoned her courage but ultimately succumbed to Niji. In her defeat, she inadvertently provoked Niji's ire and collapsed. Upon seeing Hinata lying on a stretcher, Kurenai rushed to her side, prompting the medical ninjas to carry her away. A few minutes later, Hinata returned alongside Kurenai, much to everyone's astonishment. The previously pale Hinata now bore a healthier complexion. The ninjas from other villages were greatly impressed by Kurenai's medical prowess. Tasuka versus Akimichi Choji saw Choji suffer a disheartening defeat at the hands of Tasuka's thunderous attack. Sai, having not been matched with an opponent, advanced directly to the next round. Thus, the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams concluded. The formal competition was scheduled for the following month, during which contestants would draw their match numbers. After the draw, the matchups were confirmed. First match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Niji Hyuga. Second match, Nara Shikamaru versus Temari. Third match, Yamanaka Ino versus Gaara. Fourth match, Tasuka versus Sai. Fifth match, Tintin versus Uchiha Sasuke, having no opponent. Uzumaki Kurenai advanced directly. With a month remaining until the official matches, Naruto sought Kakashi's guidance for training. However, as in the original tale, Kakashi recommended Naruto to Ebisu. Ebisu, adhering to a conventional teaching style, instructed Naruto in chakra control. Ultimately, Jiraiya took on the role of Naruto's mentor. Uzumaki Kushina interjected, Kakashi, are you feeling a bit cheeky? Our Naruto kindly sought your counsel, and you dismiss him like that? Kakashi responded, well, mother, I find myself somewhat ill-suited to teach Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina retorted, silence. I see you favor others. Minato Namikaze stepped in. All right, Kushina, Ebisu is quite capable. And besides, didn't Naruto end up learning from Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya added, exactly, Kushina. If you don't trust Ebisu, surely you can trust me, the legendary Sannin. Uzumaki Kushina countered. Precisely because it is you that I do not trust, you will undoubtedly lead my Naruto astray. Jiraiya sighed. All right, that stings. Although Naruto's seductive techniques displayed impressive prowess on screen, Jiraiya maintained his virtue, claiming it was merely an appreciation of art. In the Root Division, due to Ino's impending confrontation with the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, Nara Shikaku granted Yamanaka Ino a month-long leave to properly train her. As Yamanaka Ryoma prepared to accompany Nara Shikaku to the Land of Wind to deal with Rasha, he left behind some insights on insect cultivation for Ino to learn from. After Ning Yi tidied up, he and the oil girl Long Ma utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly transport themselves to the Sound Ninja village. Under the guidance of the Sound Ninja, they arrived at the reception room, where Orochimaru had been waiting for some time. He then handed Ning Yi a note, stating, You have arrived at the perfect moment. Ning Yi, this is the location where Rasha wishes to make contact with us. Ning Yi glanced at the note and then remarked, It seems that our Shah is far more proactive than we had anticipated. Indeed, the financial shortfall in Sunagakure appears to be more severe than we imagined. Let us proceed. Replied the others. Thus, Orochimaru, Ning Yi, Yakushi Kabuto, Kimimaro, and the serpent-like Ryoma set off towards the Land of Wind. Oh, here they come, said Noki. It seems this time our Shah cannot escape his fate, commented Kuratsuchi. Do not speak as if I am certain to perish, retorted our Shah. Isn't that the case? Questioned the fourth Raikage. Aye. Our Shah's gaze fell upon the even more extravagant assembly than in the previous parallel world, and a bitter feeling welled up within him. Ha ha ha, Serves you right. Go, Ningye, laughed Yukura. Yukura, you, protested her Shah. Humph, what of it? Just await your demise. Chapter 27, Our Shah's Demise. Yukura, our Shah, the traitor who sold out his village, is not worthy of pity. How could this be? Yukura-sensei, you do not mean. Yukura, heh, one must ask the higher-ups of Sunagakure. This group chose to betray me for the sake of peace with Kirigakure, the former leaders of Sunagakure. Humph, Yukura, cease your nonsense. Even if that is the truth. So what? Everything is for the sake of Sunagakure. Yukura, bah, a shameless lot. Noki, humph, it appears every village harbors its darkness. Fourth Raikage, humph. The higher-ups of Sunagakure are despicable. Nothing we loathe more than those who betray their comrades. The higher-ups of Sunagakure. You all. Noki, oh, then what do you intend to do? Fourth Raikage, if you seek war, then let it come. We of Kumogakure shall stand firm. The higher-ups of Sunagakure. Cough, cough. This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Ningye beheld the visage of the sand concealment, which further solidified his resolute determination. After several days of arduous travel, Ningye and Orochimaru finally arrived at their designated meeting point. Ningye surveyed his surroundings and noticed that Luo Sha had yet to arrive. Orochimaru inquired, Ningye, shall you take action, or shall I? Ningye replied, allow me to take charge. I happen to have a ninjutsu that requires experimentation. Understanding this, he added, then we shall entrust the others to you. After a while, Luo Sha and several guards gradually emerged before them. Ningye and Oil Girl Lama concealed themselves. Luo Sha, adorned in the attire of the Wind Shadow, approached Orochimaru with his shadow guards. He disregarded both Do and Kimimaro, addressing Orochimaru directly. Orochimaru, this time we from Sunagakure shall awaken the tailed beast right in the heart of Konohagakure. I will need your assistance to hold off the third Hokage and other formidable opponents. Humph, there is no need for such trouble, Orochimaru replied. Luo Sha, intrigued, looked at him quizzically. Oh, do you possess some secret technique? No, Orochimaru continued. I have come to invite you for an experiment. Experiment? What kind of experiment? Luo Sha inquired, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Suddenly, Do and Kimimaro made the first move. Corpse Bone Path, Camellia Dance. Kimimaro drew a bone sword, while Do manifested a blade of blue chakra in his hand. The two swiftly dispatched Luo Sha as shadow guards. Realizing Orochimaru's deception, Luo Sha quickly gathered sand gold beneath his feet, manipulating it to ascend into the air. However, at that moment, Ningye appeared beside Orochimaru. Indeed, is it the in-released chakra attribute? Orochimaru, Oil Girl Lama, Do, and Kimimaro vanished in an instant, only to reappear surrounding Luo Sha. Four purple flames formation. A square purple barrier encircled Luo Sha. Meanwhile, Ningye extended his right palm toward him, declaring, Magnet Release, Magnetic Field. Suddenly, four yellow electromagnetic pillars materialized on Ningye's palm, swiftly launching into the air. Luo Sha, hearing the sound, turned to look back, only to discover that four golden yellow pillars had inexplicably appeared around him. In an instant, the pillars interconnected through electromagnetic forces, giving rise to delicate, almost imperceptible electromagnetic lines. Luo Sha hurriedly enveloped himself in sand gold, but as soon as he was shrouded, the sand gold dissipated. What on earth is happening? Luo Sha exclaimed in shock, urgently attempting to gather and control the sand gold, yet it eluded his grasp like flowing water. Subsequently, Luo Sha plummeted from the sky. Indeed, the magnetic evasion of sand concealment was utilizing the absorption properties of in-evasion chakra. Ningye gazed at the dissipating sand gold, contemplating deeply. Orochimaru also grasped the intricacies of Ningye's recent maneuver. So, your previous technique employed the magnetic nature of Yang chakra to disrupt Raza's magnetic manipulation, did it? Raza adjusted his stance mid-air, channeling chakra into his feet to land steadily on the ground. In that moment, he looked at Ningye with astonishment. What on earth is happening? Why does my sand gold refuse to obey my commands? Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Raza bent down, pressing his hands against the ground. Tsunami of sand gold. Raza infused a significant amount of chakra, unleashing a torrent of sand gold that surged relentlessly toward Ningye. Even now, Raza did not neglect to utilize the Eye of Sand to monitor Ningye's movements. Upon witnessing this, Ningye retrieved a circular iron disc from his pocket. He positioned the disc using his thumb against the second joint of his index finger, and then a golden blue current began to swirl around his shoulder. Luo Sha hastily shielded his body with a portion of his sand-gold armor, sensing an imminent and deadly threat, despite being unaware of the nature of the phenomenon. Ningye, possessing formidable perception, pinpointed the location of Luo Sha. In the face of the overwhelming tide of golden sand, he swiftly flicked the iron plate with his thumb. Magnetic escape, electromagnetic cannon. As Ningye emerged, a surge of golden-blue electric currents surged along his arm, instantly following his movement. A wave of electromagnetic energy, as thick as an arm, pierced through the golden sands at an almost imperceptible velocity. Luo Sha instinctively sidestepped to evade the onslaught. Perhaps the golden waves had slowed the speed of the electromagnetic cannon. He felt a sharp pain in his left arm, quickly followed by an intense burning sensation that engulfed his heart. When he focused his gaze, he realized that, at some point, his left arm had vanished. Luo Sha's breath faltered momentarily, yet he gritted his teeth and continued to control the sands to engulf Ningye with his right hand. Meanwhile, Ningye's left hand began to emanate a dark chakra, which he directly infused into the golden waves of sand. What is happening? Luo Sha suddenly found himself unable to control the sands any longer. The golden waves began to transform the sand into tiny particles, launching a widespread assault upon him like a barrage of pellets. Sand gold rang. Alarmed, Luo Sha attempted to flee, only to discover he was rendered immobile. He hurriedly glanced downward, discovering that two sandy arms had ensnared his feet. Had he been so focused above that he neglected the dangers below? Nevertheless, he strained to command the surrounding sands for protection, but the hastily gathered barrier was insufficient. Soon, the sand shield was shattered, and Luo Sha was severely injured by the onslaught of the golden ring. Witnessing Luo Sha's grievous state, Ningye wasted no time and pierced through Luo Sha's heart with the Flying Thunder God technique, wielding the Kusanagi sword. After confirming Luo Sha's demise, Orochimaru and the others dismantled the four purple flames formation. Orochimaru surveyed the surrounding sands and the wound on Luo Sha's left shoulder, remarking, "Is this the outcome of the magnetic release experiment? Both yin and yang releases appear remarkably potent. Let us proceed as planned," he declared, summoning a serpent to devour both Luo Sha and his shadow bodyguard. Subsequently, he disguised himself as Luo Sha. Chapter 28. Peeping is prohibited. Yukura. Ha! Ningye executed splendidly. Luo Sha, you. Alas, in the end, I cannot escape death. Noki, I did not expect that at such a young age, Ningye could slay a shadow-level powerhouse. Fourth Reikage. At his age, I was incapable of such feats. Mu. No. This time it was simply that Ningye's magnetic release countered Luo Sha's. Kisame Hashigaki. Even so, one cannot dismiss the accomplishments of this young man, bandaged man. His electromagnetic cannon alone is a remarkable skill, not to mention the other techniques yet to be revealed. Second Reikage. One must say, he is indeed worthy of being a disciple of a ninjutsu master. Shaman. Alas, our sand village is doomed this time. Ningye and Long Ma also returned to Konoha, while Orochimaru proceeded towards the Land of Fire following the original route of the Wind Shadow. Upon returning to Konoha, as Ningye returned home and tidied up, just as he was about to rest, he heard Naruto's voice from outside. Ningye, are you home? Naruto truly has an uncanny knack for gathering information. Ningye walked towards the door, and as he opened it, he was greeted by the exuberant face of Naruto. Ningye, you have finally returned. Where have you been these past few days? Ningye replied, I had a mission and was away on a long journey. Naruto, brimming with pride, exclaimed, listen to me. I have just mastered an incredibly powerful ninjutsu. Would you like to see it, Ningye? Ningye was also intrigued. Oh, what kind of ninjutsu is it? She inquired playfully. In short, it's an exceptionally powerful ninjutsu. Let us hurry, Naruto exclaimed, swiftly pulling Ningye away. They arrived at the training ground where Naruto had been honing his skills alongside Jiraiya. Hey, Ningye, watch closely, Naruto said with a grin. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, and pig, summoning jutsu. He swiftly performed the hand seals and then slammed his palm onto the ground. Instantly, a thick cloud of white smoke erupted. As the mist dissipated, a small, orange-skinned toad clad in deep blue attire appeared. Well, Naruto, what was the purpose of summoning me this time? The toad asked. Toad Gigi, this is my friend Ningye. I wanted her to witness my summoning technique, Naruto explained. His physique had developed considerably, and his chakra levels and control were significantly superior to those depicted in the original narrative. Thus, he had bypassed the usual tadpole stage and successfully summoned Toad Gigi on his very first attempt. At this moment, Tojiji scrutinized Ningi from head to toe. Due to the abundant natural energy in Mount Mayaboku, the toads residing there were far more attuned to sensing the presence of natural energy than ordinary ninjas. Through Tojiji's perception, Ningi emanated an exceptionally potent aura of natural energy. Where did Naruto find such an impressive friend? Tojiji pondered, his enthusiasm evident. Haha, you must be Naruto's friend. My name is Tojiji. Just look at you, so handsome and dignified. You are certainly a remarkable individual. Since you are a friend of Naruto's, you are also my friend. Should you require anything, feel free to contact me through Naruto. Naruto gazed at Tojiji in disbelief, as if he were witnessing a completely different being. Ningi responded upon seeing this. Greetings, Toji. I am Shiranui Ningi, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. At this moment, Ningi pondered. Is it the perception of the toads from Mayaboku Mountain? How careless. After a brief exchange between Naruto and Fukasaku, Ningi and Fukasaku returned to Mayaboku Mountain. Naruto rubbed his nose with a grin, saying, So, Ningi, how about that technique? Isn't it quite impressive? Indeed, it is remarkable, Ningi replied. Haha, I knew you would think so. By the way, let me introduce you to the perverted sage. It was he who taught me this technique. Perhaps I could persuade him to teach you as well. Ningi gazed at Naruto with a sense of gratitude, saying, Thank you, Naruto. Your thoughtfulness is more than enough. They arrived at the Shiri Tower, a renowned hot spring sanctuary in Konoha, where Naruto had first encountered Jiraiya. Shortly thereafter, they discovered Jiraiya lurking in the nearby bushes. Peering at them with a telescope in one hand and a notebook in the other, his expression decidedly lecherous. Tsunade exclaimed, Jiraiya, you still behave like this. Kurenai added, The legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, truly? Uzumaki Yuya remarked, I can't believe Lord Jiraiya would engage in such conduct. Kurenai questioned, Is this truly one of Konoha's Sannin? Why is he so lascivious? The women of Konoha cried out, there's a pervert. Saratobi Hiruzen coughed, Jiraiya, how can you act this way? Jiraiya retorted, Old man. How can you say that? You were not so innocent yourself. Saratobi interjected, That was many years ago. Ever since Jiraiya's escapade of peeping at the women's bathhouse became known to Tobarama Senju, he had received a stern reprimand, leading to the establishment of restrictions on his crystal ball, effectively obscuring certain private areas. The daimyo of the Land of Bears remarked, So this is where Jiraiya draws his inspiration. He truly lives up to my idol status. I even possess your seasonal and region-specific Collector S editions. Kakashi Hitaki chimed in. Might I have a word with you privately, my friend upstairs? Kushina Uzumaki inquired, What? Inspiration? What sort of inspiration comes from such a place? Surely, it cannot be for anything respectable. Jiraiya-sensei, I warn you to keep Naruto away from your works. In an instant, Jiraiya's reputation as a lecherous author spread throughout the ninja world, although most adult males were already aware of it. Just as Naruto was about to approach, Ningi moved faster, swiftly snatching the telescope and notebook from Jiraiya. But this area strictly prohibits peeping. Before Jiraiya could comprehend the situation, he heard Ningyu's words. He feigned indifference, scoffing, This is merely an appreciation of art. A child like you wouldn't understand. Now, return my telescope and notebook. Ningi adjusted his glasses and remarked, To articulate peeping with such righteous indignation is truly remarkable. However, peeping constitutes an invasion of privacy and is a profound disrespect towards women. Noticing that Ningi was still a child and reluctant to intervene directly, Jiraiya resorted to distorting the act of voyeurism into an artistic expression. He sought to entice Ningi with the alluring aspects of a bathhouse. Yet, Ningi remained utterly unfazed, continuing to maintain an air of indifference. The visage of Ningi, in his role as a disciplinary committee member, was presented before all. Tsunade remarked, Ningi is indeed correct. Jiraiya, you ought to cease your excuses. Yugao concurred. Indeed, Ninga's actions are commendable. Kurenai added, I must admit, this young gentleman's appearance is quite impressive. Ninga's rebuttal effectively halted Jiraiya's voyeuristic tendencies, instantly garnering the favor of the women in the ninja world. Senju Tobarama remarked, Frog lad, if you continue to mislead my disciple, intending to corrupt him, do not blame me for summoning you back to teach you a lesson. Jiraiya replied, But Lord Second Hokage, I am merely sharing the dreams of men. Silence. Tobarama commanded. Understood. Jiraiya conceded. Chapter 29. A disheartened Jiraiya observing Ningye's unwavering demeanor, Jiraiya sighed. I initially aimed for a peaceful resolution, but given your obstinacy, sigh. Before he could finish, he approached Ningye from behind, attempting to seize the items in his grasp. However, Ningye seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, sidestepping Jiraiya's hand effortlessly. Oh, this is intriguing, Jiraiya mused, switching hands to grab again, only for Ningye to evade once more. Thus, a standoff ensued, with Jiraiya growing increasingly frustrated. This cheeky lad, humph. It seems I must resort to earnest tactics. Adopting a serious expression, Jiraiya suddenly glanced behind Ningye, widening his eyes in astonishment. Ah, there stands a beautiful woman clad only in a towel. He chuckled, knowing that most boys would fall for this diversionary tactic. As he leaned down to snatch the telescope and notebook from Ningye, he found Ningye utterly unfazed by the spectacle. Witnessing Ningye's indifference, Jiraiya's hand froze midair. Ultimately, he lowered his hand and sighed. All right, I concede. I shall refrain from peeping. Turning, he spotted Naruto watching the commotion and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Naruto, what are you still staring at? Hurry and train with me. Orochimaru laughed heartily. Jiraiya, you truly remain unchanged in your embarrassment. Humph, Orochimaru, do not get too smug. Your turn will come as well. Then let us await that moment with anticipation. Orochimaru replied. Subsequently, Ningye accompanied Jiraiya and Naruto to their usual training grounds. Ah, so you are Naruto's friend. It was all a misunderstanding. I did not expect such an upright companion by Naruto's side. Indeed, this grilled meat is exquisite. Jiraiya praised as he savored Ningye's special barbecue. Of course, Ningye's culinary skills, along with Uncle Jiraiya's, are the finest in Konoha. Truly delicious. Naruto chimed in, enjoying the grilled delicacies. All right, you too, take your time. But remember there's more to be had. As Ningye deftly turned the skewers over the fire, he added spices to enhance the flavors. It was not long after the trio arrived at this spot that they encountered a wild boar quenching its thirst by the brook. Coincidentally, it was dinner time. And feeling quite famished, the three decided that this boar would be their evening feast. After a while, all that remained of the wild boar were its bones. Naruto and Jiraiya, their bellies full and satisfied, licked their lips, still yearning for more. Jiraiya remarked, Ah, Ningye, if I am not mistaken, your culinary skills are quite impressive, surpassing those of most chefs in the ninja world. As a sage of the toads, I have savored nearly every delicacy the ninja realm has to offer, so my judgment is not to be taken lightly. How about this? In gratitude for the meal, is there any jutsu you wish to learn? As one of the legendary Sannin, I would be willing to consider teaching you. Indeed, Ningye, the perverted sage, is exceptionally formidable. Ningye pondered for a moment and said, Then I humbly request that you demonstrate your oil fire ninjutsu, Master Jiraiya. Oh? Jiraiya replied, slightly astonished, raising his eyebrows. It seems you have heard of my exploits. Very well, prepare to be amazed. With that, Jiraiya strode toward a nearby waterfall, forming hand seals and taking a deep breath. Fire release, great fireball technique. A bizarre, colossal fireball erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, colliding with the waterfall and instantly generating a vast plume of steam. As the steam dissipated, the entire waterfall ignited in a roaring blaze. Thanks to the presence of oil, the flames did not extinguish but continued to burn fiercely, creating a magnificent spectacle of a fire waterfall. How impressive, isn't it? Jiraiya exclaimed proudly, casting a triumphant glance at the two. Truly remarkable. Oh, perverted sage. I wish to learn it. I wish to learn it. Indeed, it is a formidable jutsu. Jiraiya proceeded to explain the technique's principles to them, detailing how to transform one's chakra into oil, which is then expelled from the mouth and ignited using fire release techniques. Ningye nodded thoughtfully. Naruto, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered by Jiraiya's words. He could recognize each individual character, yet when they were strung together into sentences, their meaning eluded him entirely. Ningye perceived that this technique bore a striking resemblance to his own incorporation of yin-yang attributed chakra into the fire release, embodying the explosive vigor of yang and the enduring nature of yin. In order to facilitate the understanding of the two, Jiraiya directly produced a specially treated oil. Subsequently, before their eyes, he skillfully transformed the chakra into oil using his hands. Ningye dipped his fingers into the oil held by Jiraiya, and then attempted to infuse his chakra into the oil with his other hand. Observing this, Jiraiya was reminded of his own early attempts at mastering this technique and couldn't help but exclaim, Ha ha ha, it's perfectly normal not to succeed on your first try. Even as the sage of the toads, I once. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized that Ningye had indeed managed to produce oil. Ah, this. The oil in Ningye's hand differs from that in Jiraiya's possession. Ningye utilizes oil forged from Yin-Yang chakra, predominantly infused with the essence of Yin chakra. Ningye approached the waterfall, adhering to the seal formation as instructed by Jiraiya. Unlike Jiraiya, who stored oil in his mouth, Ningye infused his chakra oil onto the tips of his index and middle fingers. With a powerful incantation, he unleashed a colossal dark flame from his mouth. The ebony fire collided with the previous cascade, instantly incinerating the flames of the waterfall, transforming it into a sinister dark waterfall that exuded an eerie aura. Wow, Ningye, your black flames are incredibly cool, Naruto exclaimed without hesitation, praising him. Jiraiya, however, had taken on the demeanor of an elderly subway passenger engrossed in his phone. Did I really teach it this way? Is it possible he succeeded on his first try? And what is this dark flame? A change in nature? The confidence Jiraiya had lost years ago due to Minato's genius was once again shaken. It seemed Naruto's friend was indeed remarkable. Perhaps he would inquire with the old man later. It resembles Itachi's Amaterasu, observed Uchiha Shursui. It's a black flame that burns its target to ashes, added Uchiha Azuna. No, countered Orochimaru, though it bears resemblance. Itachi's flames are entirely of the Yin nature chakra, while Ningye's flames possess both Yin and Yang chakra, albeit primarily Yin. The scene shifted to black. After a period of training, the trio made their way to the Rising Sun Tower before heading to the hot springs together. Jiraiya, luxuriating in the warm waters while sipping on a drink, savored the moment. Ah, this is the life. Soon, Ningye and Naruto, wrapped in towels, joined him in the springs. As time passed, the three reveled in their relaxation. Eventually, feeling sufficiently refreshed, Naruto and Ningye decided to rise and prepare to depart the springs. At that moment, Jiraiya made a jest, swiftly approaching the two and playfully yanking their towels away. Laughing heartily, ha ha ha, one must enjoy the hot springs without restraint for true joy. However, Ningye, there's no need to pull me. I can stand on my own, he added, as the mist rendered his vision somewhat unclear. Ningye replied, Lord Jiraiya, I did not pull you. Chapter 30. The official matches of the Chunin exam. After emerging from the Rising Sun Tower, the three bid each other farewell and returned home. However, Jiraiya appeared deeply affected, his mind heavy as he made his way towards the Hokage building. He walked a few steps, sighed, walked a few steps, and sighed again. Minato Namikaze remarked, What has happened to teacher Jiraiya? Hiruzen Sarutobi observed. He seems to be troubled by something. Tsunade scoffed. He must have wanted to peep. But Ningye wouldn't allow him. Jiraiya interjected. Tsunade, do you think I am solely interested in peeping? Tsunade retorted, Isn't that the case? Jiraiya sighed. Well, setting aside the matter of peeping, I find it odd that I feel so dejected despite merely being unable to spy. Upon reaching the Hokage building, Jiraiya did not climb through the window this time. Instead, he knocked on the door to enter. Upon seeing him, Hiruzen expressed his relief. Jiraiya, you have finally returned. Seeing the third Hokage's demeanor, Jiraiya quickly interrupted. Enough, old man. I have told you, I have no interest in the Hokage position. Though he had anticipated this response, Hiruzen still sighed. He then produced a scroll and handed it to Jiraiya. Let us put this matter aside for now. Take a look at this. Jiraiya accepted the scroll, perusing its contents with widening eyes. He glanced at the third Hokage, then back at the scroll, and then at Hiruzen again. The Sound Village, founded by Orochimaru, is plotting against the Sand Village. No, old man, have you taken the wrong medicine, or are you still half asleep? This is not your style. Well, the reason I called you back is precisely for this matter. I do not ask much of you. It should be within your capabilities to hold back the Sand's elite forces and protect the people of Konoha. I understand, but I still fail to comprehend the rationale behind this. What benefit does it serve? Do not rush. You will understand the advantages in a few years. The two men conversed while gazing at the night view outside the Hokage's window. Jiraiya then shifted the topic to Naruto, feeling reassured by his robust appearance. Subsequently, he broached the subject of Ningye with Hiruzen. Old man, I have noticed that the little guy beside Naruto is quite extraordinary. Hiruzen discerned whom Jiraiya referred to. Oh, you mean Nara Ningye? Indeed, I suspect this child may be a genius rivaling Minato. Haha, that goes without saying. Jiraiya looked at the third Hokage. Oh, so you have been aware of him for some time? Correct, and Jiraiya, this little one is actually our top secret. Really? Is it that serious? Yes. You should treat him with greater respect in the future. What? I must show deference to a junior from Konoha? Indeed. You will comprehend the significance of this matter in due time. I understand. A few days later, the official matches of the Chunin exam commenced. After the third Hokage delivered a speech, he announced the start of the competition. In the first match, Naruto Uzumaki faced Niji Hyuga. Given Naruto's identity as the fourth Hokage's son, no one dared to mock him. Thus, the audience was eager to see whether the son of the fourth or the genius of the Hyuga clan would prevail. As the match began, Naruto retreated to create distance. He had consulted Ninga beforehand, who advised him that the Hyuga ninja possessed formidable close combat abilities, suggesting that Naruto engage in a war of attrition. With that, Naruto crossed his index and middle fingers. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, hundreds of shadow clones of Naruto filled the arena. The audience erupted in excitement. Wow. So many shadow clones. Is this real? Is this kid really a genin? No wonder he is the son of the fourth. The other spectators stared in awe, astonished that Naruto had such hidden potential. Niji was greatly shocked, yet he pressed on to attack Naruto. Just as Niji completed a series of strikes, Naruto summoned another wave of shadow clones. Naruto's chakra seemed inexhaustible as he continuously summoned his duplicates. Niji had never faced such a frustrating battle before. Unable to endure any longer, he unleashed a vast area of heavenly spin, instantly dispelling most of the shadow clones. Subsequently, Naruto, true to the original narrative, taunted Niji. In a final clash, Naruto's barrage of 2,000 punches collided head-on with Niji's heavenly spin, ultimately leading to Niji's defeat. After the battle, a defeated Niji returned to the resting area, where Hinata Hyuga shared with him the events of that fateful day. Hinata Hyuga, Nisan. Hinata Hizashi, brother. Niji Hyuga, father. Anoki, haha, the villain always cries foul first. You haven't changed, you rascal. Fourth Raikage, humph. Isn't it just that they from Lee for 2 weeks? Hashirama Senju, what has become of our village? Madara Uchiha, haha, Hashirama. I told you back when you stabbed me in the back. Your priorities were completely inverted. Tobarama Senju, monkey, I warned you once before. Let me remind you again. If you continue in this feeble manner, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Hiruzen Sarutobi, rest assured, second Hokage. I have learned from my mistakes over the years, such incidents will not recur. Hinata Hizashi had already spoken privately with Niji after he injured Hinata. In summary, Niji now held complex feelings towards the Hyuga clan. In the second match, Shikamaru Nara faced Temari. Even without the pit dug by Naruto, Shikamaru cleverly utilized the shadows cast by the tree that Naruto and Niji had previously felled, successfully employing the shadow imitation technique. However, he ultimately conceded defeat. In the third match, Gaara confronted Shino Aburame. Gaara exuded a menacing aura, reminiscent of Sasuke Uchiha. Let your blood be the offering, he declared. A multitude of small sand projectiles rained down upon Shino. Secret technique. Insect wall. Shino unleashed a swarm of parasitic insects, which swirled around him at high velocity for defense. Upon contact with the sand projectiles, the insects rapidly devoured the chakra within, reducing them to mere grains of sand. Seeing his initial attack thwarted, Gaara pressed on, forming shuriken from sand and launching them at Shino. Yet, Shino adeptly used the insects to defend while evading. Sand coffin. Anticipating Shino's evasion, Gaara quickly ensnared him in sand. With a fierce grip, he prepared to execute the sand funeral, intending to crush Shino with the weight of the sand. The spectators grew anxious. Naruto Uzumaki, Shino. Kiba Inuzuka, Shino. That sand ninja, how despicable. Hinata Hyuga, Shino-kun. Kurenai Yuhi. Do not worry, Shino will be fine. Chapter 31. The collapse of Konoha begins. Gaara soon realized that his chakra connection with the sand coffin had vanished. He then saw Shino, entirely enveloped by parasitic insects. The insects swiftly consumed the chakra contained in the sand, causing it to cascade down like water. Recognizing the need to escalate his efforts, Gaara formed hand seals, summoning a torrent of sand from beneath him to surge toward Shino. In response, Shino quickly initiated his techniques, secret technique, insect summoning, and secret technique, insect cocoon. The former called forth insects from the surroundings, while the latter utilized chakra to create a cocoon, hastily hatching more insects for battle. A vast swarm gathered around Shino, who unleashed a tornado of parasitic insects toward the advancing waves of sand. The black whirlwind collided with the brownish-yellow tidal wave, each force negating the other as the sand destroyed the insects and the insects consumed the chakra within the sand. For a moment, they reached a stalemate. Kinkaro Nani. Gaara's technique was blocked. Temari this. Naruto Uzumaki. Well done, Shino, keep it up. Kiba Inuzuka. Go, Shino. Give him a beating. Both Shino and Gaara intensified their chakra output. However, Shino's reserves ultimately proved inferior to Gaara's, and soon the black tornado dissipated, while the sand wave diminished only slightly. Yet, Shino was ultimately consumed by the sand wave. Sand funeral. Seizing the opportunity, Gaara controlled a vast amount of sand, using its pressure to crush Shino. However, at the moment of impact, instead of red blood, a swarm of black insects erupted forth. Secret technique, insect clone. The entity that had just been obliterated was merely Shino's insect clone. Shino silently materialized behind Gaara, launching a swift counterattack with secret technique, insect ball. A torrent of parasitic insects surged forth from his sleeve, rapidly flying toward Gaara. Having previously calculated the range of Gaara's automatic defenses during his fights with Naruto and Lee, Shino positioned himself at the edge of that range. The automatic defense was unable to react in time, and the insects swiftly enveloped Gaara. The sand armor on Gaara was quickly devoured by the insects, causing it to disintegrate. As the parasitic insects began to feast upon Gaara's chakra, he suddenly erupted with a loud scream. His right face transformed into a monstrous visage, colored sand yellow with blue markings, and his entire right side morphed as well. Gaara entered his Jinchuriki state. Naruto Uzumaki. It's that form of Gaara. Sasuke Uchiha. Indeed, he is formidable in this state. Anoki. Is the plan to collapse Konoha finally commencing? Jiraiya. So the war has truly begun, Sai. Maki, witnessing Gaara's transformation, leaped down from the spectator stands, followed swiftly by Kankuro and Temari. As they reached Gaara's side, Kurenai and Yugao quickly shielded Shino. The audience remained oblivious to the unfolding events until a figure wearing a fox mask suddenly appeared in the arena. That figure was none other than Naya. Suddenly, a flurry of white, ethereal feathers descended upon the audience. Nirvana technique. The spectators were swiftly overcome by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness, succumbing to sleep before they could resist. Maki felt a surge of excitement. The next step was to control the noble officials and villagers, instilling fear in Konoha's ninjas. However, according to the plan, it was the sound ninja who were to abduct the nobles and villagers. Maki soon noticed that the hidden sound ninjas were hesitating to act, sensing that something was amiss. Ningyu instantaneously transported himself beside Gaara, who stood behind Maki. Maki sensed an impending danger and, just as he intended to strike with the kunai in his hand, he found himself swinging at nothingness. Both Gaara and Ningyi vanished from sight, leaving Maki and the siblings from Sunagakure in a state of bewilderment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Maki urgently commanded, "Attack!" The hidden shinobi from Sunagakure swiftly advanced towards the slumbering villagers of Konohagakure. However, the concealed sound ninja and the leaf ninjas promptly retaliated, thwarting and neutralizing their assault. The third Hokage bellowed, "Sunagakure is attempting to invade Konoha. Leaf ninjas, counterattack." Yes, the leaf ninjas quickly encircled the Sunagakure shinobi gathered at the Chunin exam venue. In a state of agitation, Maki turned to the Kazekage, only to witness him ripping away his disguise, revealing a deathly pale visage. Orochimaru. Maki gasped in shock, realizing that the true Kazekage had been deceived. This was a trap. Ningyi directly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Gaara to a secluded forest, far removed from the hidden leaf village. Kabuto and Oil Girl Ryoma had been waiting here for quite some time. At this moment, Gaara was still in a state of bewilderment, questioning how the scenery around him had shifted in the blink of an eye. He soon cast a murderous glare at Ningyi and the others. Yet this did not deter his lethal intent. "I will kill you. Your blood must be exquisite." Observing this, Kabuto infused chakra into his palms and approached, delivering a series of sharp slaps to Gaara. Caught off guard, Gaara was struck several times. The physical harm was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. Enraged, he launched an assault against the group. Although Gaara's destructive potential was astounding, his attacks were effortlessly evaded and neutralized by the trio. Frustrated, Gaara was on the verge of transforming into his complete form when Ningyu swiftly formed hand seals and entered his mental space. "The little handsome boy. What is he planning?" Kuratsuchi inquired. "I am unsure. Could he be attempting to engage the tailed beast within the Jinchuriki?" Anoki speculated. "Gaara." Temari murmured. "Gaara." Kankuro echoed. "Big sister." "I will be fine," Gaara reassured, having grown less resistant to referring to Temari as his sister, though the term still felt somewhat foreign on his tongue. "And what of me?" Kankuro questioned. "How wonderful. Ship, you are alive," Yuzuki Uyaz exclaimed. "Ugh. Moonlight Ship coughed. Ningyi also arrived in Gaara's spiritual realm. There, he beheld the looming figure of Shikaku gazing down upon him. A mere human. Who granted you permission to enter? Just as I am in a foul mood, I shall take it out on you. Huh? Where did you go? Just as Shikaku was about to unleash his wrath, he discovered that Ningye had vanished without a trace. Ningye has certainly not vanished, rather. He has descended into the innermost recesses of Gaara's concealed heart. The surroundings are desolate. Is this desolation not akin to the malice shared with Naruto? Ningye removed his glasses and gazed at his hands, astonished to find himself transformed into the likeness of his childhood. What a marvelous sensation it was. Soon after, Ningye began to search for the figure of Gaara. There, Gaara, a small being, was crouched on the ground, tears streaming incessantly down his cheeks. As he desperately wiped them away, sobbing uncontrollably, who am I? Who am I? Then, a delicate, fair hand gently patted Gaara's shoulder. Through his tears, Gaara turned to look back, asking, Who are you? Chapter 32. I have always loved you indeed. The one who had arrived was none other than Ningye. Gaara, perplexed, inquired, Who are you? Who am I, indeed? Care to take a guess? At this moment, Ningye seemed to not only have his body restored, but even his heart returned to childhood. I do not know, Gaara shook his head. I am called Nara Ningye, and you? I do not know. The only name I remember is Gaara. Oh, I see the character love on your forehead. You must be cherished by many. I do not know. No, the people in the village do not like me. My family fears me. My father wants to kill me, and even my uncle seeks to assassinate me. No one loves me. The death of Yashimaru and his deceitful words at the end became the final straw that broke Gaara. How pitiful, this child, said Kuratsuchi. Humph. Even plotting against his own son. Raza, you are truly ruthless, commented Inoki. Is there something wrong with your treatment of Jinchuriki? Inquired Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara. It will not be so. There will surely be those who love you. Thank you. Naruto Uzumaki. It is not so, Gaara, my child. Mother. Mother? Sister. Raza. It seems there is some hidden truth here. What is that? How could this be possible? At this moment, Gaara's emotions became overwhelming, and Ningye, noticing this, gently patted Gaara's shoulder. How could it be? There will certainly be someone who loves you. Just look. With that, Ningye conjured a water mirror, revealing an image. Gaara focused intently, his eyes widening in astonishment. The scene depicted a delivery room in Sunagakure, where a doctor cradled the newborn Gaara in his hands. So small, it seemed he was born prematurely. On the hospital bed, a frail woman clutched her heart, displaying a pained expression. Yet, with concern, she said, Let me see the baby's face. The doctor placed Gaara beside her. The woman gazed lovingly at the infant, cradling him tenderly and saying, What a tiny child. With her last strength, she looked at Gaara with love, speaking gently yet resolutely, No matter what happens, I will protect you, Gaara. I have always loved you. With that final declaration, she departed this world with a smile, as if without regret. The scene then revealed the true meaning of Yashimaru's words. Mother, I believe my sister loved you deeply. The Shikaku, originally a creature of aggression, instinctively protects Lord Gaara, reflecting your love for him. Even though my sister is no longer in this world, she surely wishes to guard Lord Gaara eternally. Is this true? Kuratsuchi questioned. It is absolutely true. What mother does not love her own child? Replied Kushina Izumaki. Mother, is this true? Yes, Gaara, it is true. I have always loved you, confirmed Karura. Sister, I am sorry, it was I. It is all right. I can see you were forced to, struggling within. Karura said to Yashimaru. Mother, Karura, silence up there. Do not disturb this family reunion. Tsunade interjected. Indeed. Do you not see the mother and child reuniting? Kushina added. Yes, do not interrupt their warmth, Kuratsuchi chimed in. Raza began, but Inoki interrupted. Enough of your excuses, Raza. You are truly a nuisance. Wait, how does Ningyu know of this matter? Exclaimed Chiyo. Yes, only I, Raza. And a few others are aware of this, she continued. It dawned on everyone in the shinobi world. Considering his age, Ningyi should not have been born then. So how could he know? The childlike Ningyi then addressed Gaara. I did not deceive you, did I? See, there has truly always been someone who loves you. You have never been alone. There really is someone who loves me, and Yashimaru uncle. Yes, he must love you too. You are never alone. You are always loved, Gaara of Sunagakure. The silhouette of Ningyi gradually blurred and ultimately dissipated alongside that of Gaara. When Gaara opened his eyes, he discovered Ningyi outside, having removed his mask. You are Nara Ningye. Suddenly, as if a distant memory had resurfaced, he hastily rose to his feet. Anxiously grasping Ningye's hand, his face etched with urgency as he implored, "Was everything just now true? Did my mother truly love me all along?" Ningye smiled as he spoke. "Of course, it is true. The technique of embodying the heart's subconscious layers is an enhanced version of the memory-reading jutsu derived from the clan in the mountains. It can even reveal events from a person's very birth." Yamashiro Ino exclaimed. "What? Our clan's secret arts can be this formidable?" Yamashiro Hachi added, "This." Anoki remarked. "So that's how it is." No wonder Ningye could unveil the events surrounding Gaara's birth. The fourth Reikage expressed his astonishment. "I never imagined such a powerful secret technique existed." Nagato, however, gazed solemnly at the sky, for the Pain's human path technique also encompassed the art of accessing the subconscious. This technique can forcibly extract a person's memories and even draw out their soul. Yet, he had never attempted to delve into memories from birth. As the deeper and more ancient the memories, the more chakra it consumes. Thus, he could not help but admire the prowess of this young man. At that moment, Ningye in the classroom felt his composure slipping. He understood that while he could indeed perform the technique of embodying the heart's shallow layers, he was far from achieving such a level. Therefore, it was highly likely that he was deceiving Gaara. Ningye glanced around and spoke softly. "If you do not believe me, you may observe our surroundings." At that moment, Gaara truly began to take in his environment. Before him stood a woman. Sculpted entirely from sand, her form only comprising the upper half of her body. She cradled Gaara and Ningye within her outstretched arms, her palms forming a protective embrace. This is... Gaara found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with emotion. "Indeed, this is your automatic defense. The very power that your mother has always used to safeguard you." At this moment, Ningye also turned to Ma Zhuanenghu, then removed his glasses and said, "Nice to meet you, Auntie. I am Ningye from the Shiranui clan, a friend of Gaara." "Friend?" Gaara was taken aback by these words. Indeed. As a weapon of Sunagakure, friendship might be something he could never attain in his lifetime. Chapter 33, The Conclusion of the Konoha Collapse Plan. "A friend, is it?" Gaara gazed at Ningye, a warm sensation unexpectedly rising within him. Could it truly be otherwise? Ningye gazed at the hand that Gaara had just held. Gaara, in turn, tightly clasped Ningye's hand. Once they released their grasp, Ningye smiled and said, "As a token of our initial meeting as friends, I hope you enjoy a good rest." Without waiting for Gaara's response, Ningye enveloped his hand in chakra and pressed it against Gaara's abdomen. The 8-trigram seal manifested instantly, revealing a swirling design upon Gaara's belly, encircled by peculiar black markings. Meanwhile, Shikaku within Gaara sensed an ominous presence from above. Before he could react, a crimson Tori network swiftly separated him from Gaara. How infuriating! Gaara felt an unexpected lightness in his body. A sensation of relaxation he had never experienced before, and he involuntarily succumbed to slumber. Gaara murmured, "Friends, is it?" "Thank you, Ningye." Ningye replied, "It is nothing. I will certainly require your assistance in the future." Gaara nodded in agreement. Raza interjected, "Gaara, you are one of our Sunagakure." Anoki scoffed, "Oh, spare us, Raza. Are you not aware of how you all treat him?" In the stillness of night, Ningye extracted a vial of blood from Gaara and entrusted it to Kabuto, who preserved it with utmost care. Subsequently, Ningye led the group back to Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique. Meanwhile, at the venue of the Ch-Nin exams, the elite shinobi of Konoha launched a fierce assault, employing techniques such as Gale Palm, Lightning Cutter, and Fire Release, Ash Pile Burning, pushing the forces of Sunagakure into retreat. On the streets of Konoha, the likes of Inuzuka Kiba and others executed their formidable techniques, swiftly neutralizing the invading shinobi from Sunagakure. Observing the tide of battle, Maki sighed as he witnessed Sunagakure's defeat. He raised his hand in surrender, prompting other Sunin shinobi to follow suit. Konoha's ninjas quickly moved to detain the surrendering Sunagakure shinobi. The third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief, for the next step would be negotiations, albeit with Sunagakure well aware of their precarious position. Days later, Konoha had largely recovered and rebuilt, and though it was termed reconstruction, the damage had been minimal. Prior to the official commencement of the Ch-Nin exams, Konoha had discreetly evacuated civilians to safety. Moreover, a cadre of powerful shinobi had concealed themselves, catching Sunagakure off guard. The latter had scarcely reacted before facing a devastating onslaught from Konoha. Sunagakure prepared to dispatch an envoy, intending to negotiate the terms of the captivity of their shinobi prisoners with Konoha. This time, they would have to submit to their fate, as they had instigated the conflict. And the one-tailed Jinchuriki was now in the hands of Konoha. However, Sunagakure could not fathom that Gaara had been residing with Ningye and Naruto for the past few days. On the night following the collapse of Konoha's plan, Ningye had arrived at Naruto's doorstep, carrying the previously menacing figure of Gaara, who was now peacefully asleep. Ningye also shared the story of Gaara with Naruto, who was deeply moved and shed tears upon hearing it. Since Naruto resided in the original home of the fourth Hokage and his wife, it was spacious enough to accommodate the three of them. Thus, Gaara spent the past few days living with Naruto and his companions. Through Ningye, Gaara learned that Naruto shared a similar plight. After several days of interaction, Gaara's murderous aura significantly diminished, while Naruto continuously expressed his aspiration to become Hokage. Gaara was profoundly shaken by this revelation, and Ningyu interjected that Gaara too could strive to become Kazekage. Gaara's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Yet with Naruto's persuasive words and Ningye's encouragement, he ultimately embraced the belief in his potential to become Kazekage. Thus, the first step of Ningye's plan for Sunagakure was successfully achieved. After some time, due to a lack of personnel in Sunagakure, Chiyo had to come in person. Sarutobi Hiruzen engaged in negotiations with him, as both were seasoned adversaries, unwilling to concede in matters of interests. Their exchanges were sharp and fervent. Ultimately, it was Duki who mediated the situation, and Chiyo reluctantly agreed, though he intended to consult with the higher-ups upon his return. After Chiyo departed, Duki and the third Hokage exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. In the following days, the captives from Sunagakure were to return to their village. Gaara bid a reluctant farewell to Naruto and Ningye, promising that he would indeed become Kazekage. Thus, the plan to dismantle Konoha was thoroughly concluded. Shall we? Well, let us conclude today's live stream here. The next stream will commence tomorrow morning. Please, everyone, return home and have a good night's sleep. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Phew, it's finally over. Anoki, indeed, watching for so long has taken a toll on my back. Karatsuchi, come on, old man. It's time for you to relinquish your position as Tsuchikage. Anoki, you little. My back. Hataki Kakashi. Sigh, before we know it, it's almost dark. What should we eat? Oh right, barbecue sounds delightful. Might Guy Kakashi. Let us have a spirited contest of youth. Hataki Kakashi. Spare me, Guy. Anoki, you Konoha ninjas are truly leisurely. Though he said this, Kakashi and Might Guy, along with a number of elite Konoha shinobi, were swiftly making their way to the Ninja Academy. Their conversation left others bewildered. The information regarding Ningye, Naruto, and their companions has been divulged, leaving them vulnerable to potential assassination attempts by spies from other villages within the Leaf. Concurrently, Anoki and other leaders from various ninja villages have deemed Nara Ningye a person of utmost danger, harboring their own ulterior motives. Senju Tobarama remarked, "If any harm should befall my disciple, my brother and I shall resurrect ourselves through the impure world reincarnation. You may wish to consider the consequences then." Senju Hashirama added, "Indeed, I hold a fondness for the new generation of Konoha. I sincerely hope they remain unscathed." Although Hashirama abhors war, he would not hesitate to act decisively if anything were to happen to these young ninjas. Anoki responded, "How could that be? Young Ningye is exceptionally talented. We hold him in high regard." The fourth Raikage interjected, "Indeed, we at the Cloud Village warmly welcome young Ningye to visit us." Tsuchikage chimed in, "Absolutely. We have an abundance of delectable food, drink, and entertainment to offer." Kisame then remarked, "As for us in the Mist Village, let us first resolve our own issues before discussing further." Kisame and his formidable allies were presently preoccupied with the chaos left behind by Obito. Meanwhile, Ningye and his companions, under the protection of several elite genin, returned home safely, though Kakashi and the others chose to stay nearby, close to Ningye and Naruto's residences. In the realm of Ninja and the world of ninjas, they assimilate the power bestowed by the heavens until the conclusion of the Chunin exam. Chapter 34, The Future of Sasuke and Boruto? The following morning, after Ningye fully absorbed the power from last night, he began his morning exercises early to acclimate to his newfound strength. Having just finished breakfast, he set off to the ninja school with Naruto. Although Naruto and the others had already been assigned to their respective classes, the third Hokage decided, for precautionary reasons, to have them remain at the school a bit longer to observe how the situation unfolded. Upon arriving at the school, they noticed their classmates staring intently at them. Just as Naruto was about to speak, the screen lit up. "Hello, everyone in the ninja world. Good morning," exclaimed Xiaovi. "I can hardly wait to see you all. Without further ado, let us begin." A white screen illuminated, and the parallel world commenced its display. Following the collapse of Konoha, Jiraiya was set to take Naruto to find Tsunade. Then came the fierce battle between Itachi Uchiha and Kasame against Kakashi and his team. The brotherly conflict saw Sasuke utterly overwhelmed. The Great Ninja War ensued. The Snow Princess's ninjutsu scroll was unveiled. Sasuke's defection was highlighted. Naruto Uzumaki. What? Sasuke? You actually defected? I cannot allow this. Even if it means interrupting you. Itachi Uchiha. Silence. That is another version of me. And you, Itachi. How dare you show your face in Konoha? I will not forgive you. Itachi Uchiha. My foolish little brother. You remain so weak. Embrace your hatred. Embrace your resentment. Sasuke Uchiha. I will kill you. Makoto Uchiha. Sasuke. Itachi. Fugaku Uchiha. Sai. Anoki, let us set aside the Uchiha brothers for now. Who would have thought Tsunade would become the 5th Hokage? It makes sense though. Jiraiya. Ha ha ha. Tsunade. Did you see that? The 5th Hokage is you. Tsunade. Humph. So what? That's another version of me. Not the me from this world. Orochimaru. Hee hee, don't get slapped in the face later, Tsunade. Tsunade, we shall see about that. Despite her words, upon witnessing Naruto from another world, fervently fighting for a bet, Tsunade began to reconsider the notion of becoming Hokage. Anoki, the Akatsuki, ha. Anoki noted that Itachi and Kasame were from the Akatsuki. 4th Raikage. What? Their target is the tailed beasts. Then aren't the Jinchuriki our targets as well? The wicked Akatsuki, come at us if you dare. Deara. Hee hee, we. Sasori, quiet. Deidara. Sasuke's defection led to the first valley of the end battle between Naruto and Sasuke, following a series of scattered events. A blinding white light suddenly appeared in the sky. A figure clad in a black cloak, with black bangs obscuring his left eye and resembling Sasuke. Along with a child in black clothing with a yellow pineapple hairstyle resembling Naruto, descended directly to the ground. Makoto Uchiha. Why does this person look so much like Sasuke? Fugaku Uchiha. Indeed, I don't recall having such a relative. Kushina Uzumaki. Honey, do you see that child? He looks like Naruto. Minato Namikaze. I think so too, but I have no such relatives. Jiraiya. Could he be an illegitimate child? Kakashi Itaki. Lord Jiraiya. Don't bring your fictional tales into this. Jiraiya. My apologies, it's a habit. However, upon seeing their faces and hearing Jiraiya's words, the people in the ninja world instantly conjured up several melodramatic storylines. Eventually, Sasuke surveyed Konoha, and the side they held indicated they had arrived in Naruto's childhood. They were also informed that revealing their identities as future individuals could have severe repercussions. Hiruzen Sarutobi. What? They are from the future. Makoto Uchiha. So this is the future Sasuke. He looks quite mature, but why is he dressed in a robe? Kushina Uzumaki. So, does this mean this child is Naruto's son? Minato Namikaze. Really? Does that mean I'm going to be a grandfather? Naruto Uzumaki. Ahem. Well, mom and dad. That's from another world, not ours. Even Naruto felt a bit embarrassed. Kushina Uzumaki. So, Naruto, do you have a girl you like? Naruto Uzumaki. Hee hee, of course. It's... Ouch. That hurts. Before Naruto could finish, Sakura, standing beside him, stepped firmly on his foot and solemnly warned, Naruto. I advise you not to speak carelessly. If that child's mother isn't Sakura but someone else, that could hurt their feelings. Naruto was about to retort, but seeing Sakura's serious demeanor, he obediently fell silent. Anoki, I never expected even future individuals would appear. Nara Shikaku, since the light screen has appeared, it's not surprising to have individuals from the future. Madara Uchiha. How can this be? How is this possible? Hashirama Senju. Madara. What's wrong with you? Tobarama Senju. He is panicking. Madara's mind was in turmoil. If these were future individuals, did that mean his Moon Eye plan had failed? Obito and Black Zetsu wore expressions of despair, especially Black Zetsu, who felt that it was only a matter of time before his true identity was revealed. Sasuke and Boruto remained in Konoha, posing as performers. Through their attitudes towards Konoha's younger generation, the audience learned that Boruto was Hinata's child and that Sasuke likely had a special relationship with Sakura. Sakura Haruno. Ha ha ha, Sarada, did you see that? Now you understand. My relationship with Sasuke is special. Yamanaka. Sakura, what are you so proud of? That's from another world. This world is not necessarily the same. Kushina Uzumaki. Exactly. This is another world. Sakura Haruno. Just wait. I will definitely be with Sasuke in the future. Sakura then approached Sasuke, speaking ambiguously. Sasuke-kun, did you see that world? Get lost. Sasuke was entirely unconcerned about who his future partner would be. He simply wished to know how strong his future self had become. However, there were those who did care about their future partners, such as Kushina Izumaki. He. Who is that little girl Hinata? Come and chat with Andy. Hinata Hyuga. And Kushina, well, Hinata, for a moment, was overwhelmed by seeing her future self married to Naruto, with children already grown, and fainted from excitement. Kushina Izumaki. Oh my, what a good girl. So it turns out that the little girl from the Hyuga family has always had her eyes on our Naruto. What great taste. Hayashi Hyuga. Lady 4th Hokage. That is from that world. Minato Namikaze. Ahem, Mr. Hayashi, our Naruto will certainly take good care of Hinata. Kushina Izumaki. Yes, indeed. Our Naruto will take good care of Hinata. ISNT that right. Naruto? Naruto Izumaki. Mom. I haven't tea. The entire class shouted. Shut up. Naruto Uzumaki. Yes. Minnie expressed. Now, everyone is aware of Hinata's affections for you. How can you still be in the dark? Chapter 35. Kaguya and her offspring make an appearance in the live broadcast room. Sasuke, Boruto, and Naruto prepare at the training ground for Jiraiya's arrival. However, after waiting for quite some time without a sign of him, Sasuke suddenly senses something and gazes skyward. There, he observes a figure floating above, possessing pale skin and long, light blue hair tied in a high ponytail. Lacking eyebrows, 2 circular markings adorn their forehead, with horn-like protrusions resembling forehead protectors. Clad in white robes, they carry a red light fishing basket and a red light fishing rod. Sasuke regards the newcomer with gravity. Is this the Purushi that the previous mention referred to? Asks Minato Namikaze. He intends to abduct our Naruto. Exclaims Kushina Izumaki. Wait, is that Byakugan? Questions Hinata Hizashi. Impossible. I recall that our Hyuga clan has no record of such an individual. Could it be? Ponders Hiruzen Saratobi. What troubles you, Hizashi? Is there some hidden truth? Inquires Hizashi. According to the historical records of our clan, it seems our Hyuga ancestors hailed from the moon. Could he be from there? Suggests Inoki. From the moon? Murmurs Kaguya Otsutsuki, clearly unable to remain passive upon witnessing Purushi's arrival. Do you recognize this individual? Asks Minato. Kaguya's child. Black Zetsu nearly calls out for his mother, yet restrains his excitement. Kaguya, despite the distance, feels a rush of anxiety but remains fixated on Purushi. Kaguya Otsutsuki? Could it be? Muses Madara Uchiha. What is it, Madara? Asks Hashirama Senju. Nothing, Madara replies. Purushi effortlessly binds Naruto with his fishing rod, while Sasuke, having lost his chakra, can only strike with his sword. Just as the situation escalates, Jiraiya arrives but is quickly ensnared by Purushi. The latter carries Naruto to a cave, intending to extract the Nine-Tails chakra, only to be thwarted by the 8-trigram seal, as he attempts to forcibly extract it. Sasuke and the others arrive just in time to rescue Naruto. Phew. Thankfully, Minato's 8-trigram seal is quite robust. Otherwise, our Naruto would have been in peril. Kushina breathes a sigh of relief. However, our opponent is formidable. He will not relent easily, Minato observes. To counter Purushi, Jiraiya instructs Naruto and Boruto to practice chakra synchronization. Yet Boruto remains affected by the circumstances. Later, while strolling, he inadvertently arrives at the Hyuga residence, where Niji notices him, leading to a conversation between the two regarding Naruto. Meanwhile, Sasuke engages in a discussion about little Sasuke with Naruto. Through their heartfelt exchanges, both Naruto and Boruto regain their confidence. Yet, from Boruto's dialogue with Niji and his own musings, the viewers in the live broadcast discern that Niji seems to have perished in the future. This is impossible. Niji is a prodigious ninja. How could he die? Exclaims Rock Lee. How could this be? Niji, cries Tintin. Woe is me. I absolutely will not allow such a tragedy to transpire in this world. Thou's Guy. Lee, Tintin, Master Guy, murmurs Niji. At the outset, when Ningxi beheld the demise of his counterpart in that world, his initial thought was whether he too would meet the same fate, and he felt a profound sorrow. Yet, upon noticing those who cared for him, it seemed that the weight of his grief dissipated significantly. Indeed, he had people who cared for him, individuals he wished to protect. Hinata Hyuga, Ningxi, brother. Hyuga Hayashi, Ningxi, Sai. As the two resumed their training, Urashiki arrived. Just as they were about to confront Naruto and Boruto, Sasuke appeared. And Jiraiya launched a surprise attack from behind. However, Urashiki's Byakugan transformed into a pair of blue Rinnegan. With a fierce glare, Urashiki instantly materialized behind Jiraiya and pierced through his chest with a fishing rod. Uchiha Bido. What? Nagato. Rinnegan. How could this be? Upon witnessing Urashiki's Rinnegan, Nagato could no longer remain composed. As a wielder of the Sage's Eye with Rinnegan, he had always believed himself to be the chosen savior. Now, to be informed that another possessed the Rinnegan left him utterly unsettled. Jiraiya, this is the same eye as Nagato's. How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen, is this truly the legendary Sage of Six Paths Eye? Kagaya Otsutsuki, indeed, his eyes are the same as mine, both Rinnegan, though the colors differ. Inoki, so. The Rinnegan does indeed have color variations. HM? Wait, your eyes. Karina Yuhi, could it be? You are. Kagaya Otsutsuki, at this point, there is nothing left to conceal. Yes, my name is Kagaya Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths as you mortals refer to me. Fourth Reikage. What? The Sage of Six Paths. Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, the Sage of Six Paths has appeared at this juncture? Uchiha Obito. This. Minato Namikaze. Wait. The Sage of Six Paths' name is Kagaya Otsutsuki, then that Kagaya Otsutsuki we just saw. Kagaya Otsutsuki. Yuhi. You ungrateful child dare to show your face. Kagaya Otsutsuki. Mother, do you still cling to your past intentions? Kagaya Otsutsuki. Chakra was originally mine. Now the Otsutsuki clan has arrived. Yuhi. Yahaira. You will come to regret your decisions of your... Inoki. What? What has transpired? Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Otsutsuki clan. Is it true that the one seeking to harm Naruto is from the Otsutsuki clan? Orochimaru. It seems so. Kagaya Otsutsuki, the Otsutsuki clan? Mother. Could it be that you were? Kagaya Otsutsuki, of course, otherwise, do you think I would have initiated the infinite Tsukuyomi? You two miscreants still wish to thwart me. Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Itachi? Kakashi Hitaki. Obito, why the look of confusion? Uchiha Obito. Oh, I accidentally revealed too much. Yahiko, Obito, even now you intend to keep it hidden? Kakashi Hitaki, hidden? Hidden what? Uchiha Obito. Rin, I am sorry, but now is not the time. Kakashi Hitaki, what on earth is happening? Uchiha Obito. Wait, Sage of Six Paths, you aim to stop the infinite Tsukuyomi? What is the meaning of this? Is it not the ninjutsu you recorded that brings peace to the world? Kagaya Otsutsuki. Did I record it that way? Did you perhaps misread or misunderstand? Uchiha Obito. What is the meaning of this? Chapter 36. A poorly played hand. Kagaya Otsutsuki. Sigh, this tale must begin 1,000 years ago. At that moment, the screen froze. The Sage of Six Paths narrated to the ninja world the story of his childhood with his brother and their mother. How they uncovered the truth behind the infinite Tsukuyomi, and how the brothers united to seal Kagaya. He then recounted the history of the ninja world, including the love-hate relationship between Indra and Ashura. The audience watching the live broadcast was left bewildered. What? 10 Tails? Infinite Tsukuyomi? White Zetsu? Indra and Ashura? The denizens of the ninja world struggled to digest such an overwhelming influx of information. Inoki, I never realized ninjas originated in such a manner. This is enlightening. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I had no idea that the Senju and Uzumaki clans were descendants of Ashura, while the Uchiha clan descended from Indra. It's no wonder they possess such power. Hyuga Hayashi. So, our Hyuga clan is actually descended from the Sage of Six Paths brother. It makes sense why historical records state we hail from the moon. Meanwhile, Orochimaru noted Kagaya Otsutsuki, Kagaya. It appears your clan is also among their descendants. Nara Shikaku. Alas, the future seems far from peaceful. The ninja world is far too complex. Uchiha Obito. Wait, Sage of Six Paths. Are you saying the infinite Tsukuyomi is the ninjutsu that transforms people into white Zetsu? Kagaya Otsutsuki. Indeed. Uchiha Obito. Damn. Who did this? Who altered the inscriptions of my Uchiha clan's tablet? At that moment, Obito's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Had he and Uchiha Obito been deceived? Black Zetsu, meanwhile, was sweating profusely, sensing that discovery was imminent. The members of the Akatsuki organization exchanged glances at the outer path statue behind them, realizing it was merely the shell of the 10 Tails. Nagato spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing he too had been misled, albeit by someone who had also been deceived. An air of silence enveloped the Akatsuki. Inoki, wait. I remember the Akatsuki was supposed to collect tailed beasts. Could it be they intend to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki through the infinite Tsukuyomi? Sarutobi Hiruzen. That seems plausible. A wave of shock rippled through the ninja world. Deara. Hey, don't pin this on us. Haiden. Yeah, exactly. Our leader is completely oblivious to this. Pain. Let us observe the unfolding events before discussing our next steps. Kagaya Otsutsuki. The Otsutsuki clan. Yahaira. It seems we may have misunderstood our mother in the past. Kagaya Otsutsuki. Indeed, brother, perhaps we should have communicated more with her. Kagaya Otsutsuki. Humph. The white screen continued to display. Anoki, it has begun. Let us witness just how formidable the Rinnegan and the Otsutsuki clan truly are. The inhabitants of the ninja world watched intently. However, Sasuke executed the Uchiha waist throw on Urashiki, who countered with a powerful elbow strike. In the end, Sasuke's chakra rejuvenated, revealing his eternal Meijiki Sharingan and the 6th Tomo Rinnegan. Naruto and Boruto resonated their chakra, jointly unleashing the Taichi Rasengan. Urashiki, seemingly toying with them, prepared to unleash the heavenly Susanoo meteor, only to be interrupted by Jiraiya's surprise attack with the Rasengan. This momentary distraction allowed Sasuke to capitalize on the opportunity, employing lightning release, Kirin to disrupt Urashiki's energy flow. Together, Naruto and Boruto exerted their strength, ultimately vanquishing Urashiki. As they parted ways, Jiraiya instructed Sasuke to erase all memories related to himself and Naruto. Following this, a series of trivial events unfolded, culminating in Naruto and Jiraiya embarking on a 2.5-year training journey. At this point, the white screen faded to black. The emotions within the ninja world were complex. Kagaya Otsutsuki remarked, "Is it possible? Has Urashiki truly been defeated?" Anoki pondered the implications of the Rinnegan and the Otsutsuki clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed, "The power is formidable, yet it seems lacking in combat experience." Madara Uchiha scoffed, "A waste of potential, possessing strength yet lacking the skill to wield it." Hashirama Senju interjected, "Let us not be so harsh, Madara. He may still harbor hidden abilities." Indeed, both Hashirama and Madara sensed a latent danger in Urashiki. Minato Namikaze sighed in relief. Fortunately, the adversary was careless. Otherwise, Naruto could have been in peril. Orochimaru noted, "This individual possesses remarkable physical prowess." Tobarama Senju commented, "He has demonstrated how to squander a winning hand." Kagaya retorted, "Surely you do not believe the Otsutsuki are limited to such talents." Indeed, the ninja world had merely jested previously. The capabilities of a single Urashiki were already overwhelmingly formidable. One could only imagine the devastation a collective of Otsutsuki would wreak. Despair would surely follow. A sense of urgency enveloped the ninja world, for the celestial beings of the Otsutsuki clan loomed ominously above. As the red screen illuminated, following the Ch-nin exams, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Jiraiya and Kakashi to the Hokage's office. Hiruzen addressed them directly, stating, "The events have passed. It is time for me to step down." Jiraiya, Kakashi, "I hope you can comprehend my decision." Jiraiya replied, "Come now, old man. You know I have previously declined." Kakashi added, "I apologize, Third Hokage, but I believe I am not yet equipped to fulfill the role." Hiruzen sighed deeply, his face etched with worry. Observing this, Jiraiya quickly offered consolation, "Fear not, old man. I will endeavor to persuade Tsunade to return as Hokage." Hiruzen smiled, "I would greatly appreciate your efforts." Realizing he had been outwitted, Jiraiya understood that Hiruzen had anticipated his quest to retrieve Tsunade. Upon returning to the streets of Konoha, Kakashi encountered Itachi Uchiha. Subsequently, at a bridge, Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki confronted Kakashi, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi. After exchanging several blows, Itachi employed Tsukuyami against Kakashi, who endured an excruciating 72 hours within the Genjutsu. Just as Kisame was about to take Kakashi away, a loud shout echoed, "Konoha's Gale Palm." Might Guy delivered a powerful kick that sent Kisame flying. Regaining his composure, Kisame inquired, "Who goes there?" "The proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy," exclaimed Guy, showcasing his dazzling white teeth. Kisame assessed the situation, contemplating, "What an odd attire, surely. He must be some rare creature. It would be unwise to underestimate him," Itachi advised. Recalling how the legendary Pabana Jz had narrated the tale of how their 7 ninja swordsmen had dwindled to 3. Thus, Itachi regarded Guy with significant respect. Although Kisame contemplated an attack, Itachi dissuaded him, leading the duo to retreat. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, accompanied by Naruto, set forth on a quest to locate Tsunade. Chapter 37. Companions. Jiraiya led Naruto to the short book street. Ningi arrived at the hidden sound village using the Flying Thunder God technique, following Orochimaru to the laboratory. Orochimaru did not disappoint Ninja's high expectations. He successfully utilized the unique trait of Uchiha Shin's organs to clone the Sharingan using his cells. Although it remains uncertain whether the clones possess the same capabilities as the original eyes, it is indeed an impressive feat nevertheless. Ningi cautioned Orochimaru against transplanting the Meijiki Sharingan to Uchiha Shin should the research yield results, to prevent any potential escape. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Ninja's visit, it seems, is not merely to observe the progress of the experiments. Indeed, Ningye, without uttering a word, vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon his reappearance, he presented several entities with white bodies and green hair before the assembly. Indeed, these were the White Zetsu, whom he had deliberately ensnared during his time in the Uchiha clan territory. This individual is Zetsu? Orochimaru also recognized that the beings before him belonged to the Akatsuki organization, albeit with the notable difference that they appeared to be devoid of the black substance on their right halves. To be precise, they were White Zetsu. Do you wish for me to study these entities? Ningye inquired. Indeed, these beings can be cultivated using the cells of the first Hokage. What? Orochimaru exclaimed, clearly astonished. He was well aware of the remarkable vitality of Hashirama's cells. In the past, attempts to cultivate infants using Hashirama's cells had resulted in failure. With not a single success, of course, he was unaware that Yamato was a rare exception. Now, being informed that these entities were cultivated from Hashirama's cells left him momentarily taken aback. He chose not to rush forward to examine the White Zetsu, sensing that Ningye perhaps had more to convey. Ningye recalled the words of his teacher, Senju Tobarama. Ningye, you need not bear the weight of future risks and burdens alone. You shall have companions to face them together. Although Orochimaru may seem perilous, I perceive him as a reliable individual. Should we confront the Otsutsuki in the future, Orochimaru's strength will be indispensable. Ningye, if there are matters you wish to withhold or cannot express, do not feel compelled to force them out. Wealth is easily attained, but a true confidant is rare. Orochimaru places considerable importance on you as a confidant. Mr. Orochimaru, if I were to say that the future of the ninja world might be confronted with a cataclysmic crisis, would you believe me? Certainly. Why? Because it is Ningye, my friend, who speaks. He never utters frivolities or engages in futile endeavors. Ningye was momentarily taken aback upon hearing those words. How reminiscent it was. At that moment, Orochimaru was filled with profound emotions, perceiving in Ningye a reflection of his own earlier self during his experiments in Konoha. On the arduous path of scientific exploration, he had been met with misunderstanding and isolation. He had always been alone. The revelation of his human experiments was merely the catalyst for his departure from Konoha. The deeper truth lay in the solitude he felt within the village, a solitude born of pursuing science in isolation. The decaying Konoha would ultimately never comprehend him. It was never meant to be his true home. Having walked a similar path, Orochimaru now understood that Ningye likely bore a heavy burden within, one that weighed upon him, compelling him to tread cautiously, fearful of missteps. Extending his right hand towards Ningye, Orochimaru introduced himself. My name is Orochimaru, a companion of Nara Ningye. Ningye, you are not advancing alone. I, Orochimaru, shall accompany you to the very end. At this moment, Ningye felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, in this realm of, he was not traversing alone. Who would have thought that today would serve as a lesson for you? Orochimaru? My name is Nara Ningye, a companion of Orochimaru. Ningye's hand was firmly clasped around Orochimaru's. Senju Tobarama expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Orochimaru, for imparting such a valuable lesson to my disciple. While teaching Ningye, Senju Tobarama had discerned his tendency to shoulder responsibilities alone. Perhaps this was due to Ningye's exceptional abilities at such a young age, leading him to rely solely on himself rather than burden others. At times, this trait proved beneficial, while at others, it became a hindrance. Unlike Tobarama, who had an older brother to depend on, Ningye had him, Senju Tobarama, to lean upon. He pondered the possibility of his own departure one day, leaving Ningye to navigate the world alone. It was likely that Ningye would persist in his solitary struggle, eschewing reliance on others. Although he had previously accepted Orochimaru's assistance, Tobarama understood that it had been a mere collaboration rather than a bond of trust. While Naruto and his friends were indeed Ningye's companions, perhaps, deep down, he was reluctant to let them share the burdens of the future. Despite valuing friendship, Ningye did not wish for his friends to bear the weight of his challenges. It was only when Orochimaru unlocked the door to Ningye's heart that this dynamic began to shift. Orochimaru replied, "You flatter me, second Hokage. To me, Ningye is also a precious companion." Ningye responded, "Yes, Mr. Orochimaru, we are companions." In the classroom, Ningye removed his glasses, revealing his brilliant aquamarine eyes. Yet, he felt as though a veil of mist had settled in his gaze, and his nose tingled with a bittersweet sensation. His expression, tinged with the desire to weep, was remarkably charming and endearing. For a moment, the classmates in the room were captivated, unable to look away. After a prolonged handshake, Ningye gradually released his grip. Mr. Orochimaru, for the next part, please do your best to suppress your inner astonishment. I understand now. Ningye approached the figure of White Zetsu and swiftly transported them back to the place of their previous confinement using the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon returning, he spoke, "In fact, there exists another method to create White Zetsu, which is through the infinite Tsukuyumi." "Infinite Tsukuyumi?" exclaimed Uchiha Obito in astonishment. "How does this brat know about the infinite Tsukuyumi? This is impossible." Black Zetsu interjected. "Wait," Anoki exclaimed. "How does Ningye know that the infinite Tsukuyumi can produce White Zetsu?" "Indeed," Tsunade added. "Even Uchiha Obito is unaware that the ultimate outcome of the infinite Tsukuyumi transforms individuals into White Zetsu. How does this boy know?" "Indeed." They learned from the conversation between Uchiha Obito and Sage of Six Paths that Obito was deceived. So why is it that Ningye possesses this knowledge? Hashirama, Tobarama began. It seems the truth cannot be concealed any longer. Let us consider that both Ningye and I are aware of the true secrets of the ninja world, Tobarama confessed. Nara Shikaka remarked. Since the second Hokage has stated this, let us refrain from further inquiry and focus on the screen. Indeed. The infinite Tsukuyumi is a vast genjutsu that can only be activated by one who possesses the Rinne Sharingan. The wielder of the Rinne Sharingan projects their ocular power onto the moon, ensnaring the entire world in an illusion, while the God Tree envelopes and absorbs their chakra, thereby nurturing new fruits. If not dispelled in a timely manner, those ensnared will be transformed into White Zetsu, leading to the world's demise. Ningye gradually revealed the truth behind the infinite Tsukuyumi. At this moment, Orochimaru was taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of such a formidable illusion in this world. Moreover, the Rinnegan? Chapter 38, The Secrets of the Ninja World. This was the first time Orochimaru had heard of the Rinnegan, which appeared to be a fusion of the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. Indeed, what is the Rinnegan Sharingan? The Rinnegan Sharingan represents the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan. It is the profound amalgamation of Yin and Yang chakra, culminating in a significant transformation of the Sharingan. However, the prerequisite for achieving this evolution is the possession of an immense amount of high-quality chakra. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru suddenly recalled something. Are you referring to the tailed beasts? Ningye nodded, confirming that the chakra required for this evolution indeed stems from the tailed beasts. Previously mentioned, the divine tree, when its chakra is entirely extracted, will coalesce into a monstrous entity with 10 tails, known as the 10 tails. The 10 tails. Indeed, the 10 tails. Once an individual becomes the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, their body becomes infused with an immense quantity of pure yin-yang chakra. This chakra not only stimulates the Sharingan but also embodies the duality of physical and spiritual strength. Yang release signifies physical prowess, while Yin release denotes mental might. A robust mental force can catalyze the evolution of the Sharingan, while physical strength amplifies the body's capabilities. Thus, a complete Jinchuriki of the 10 tails possesses formidable spiritual power to deceive the world under the moon's influence, as well as unparalleled physical strength that enables them to recover at astonishing speeds, epitomizing the 6 paths level of power. Uchiha Madara. This youth is indeed knowledgeable about the 10 tails and possesses a clear understanding of its Jinchuriki. Noki, is this truly the 6 paths level? Merely hearing Ningye's description invokes terror. It is challenging to conceive of a single individual wielding such might. Fourth Reikage, truly frightening. Nara Shikako, Ningye. Are all 6 paths level beings like this? Nowhere in Ningye. Not necessarily. What I referred to on screen is merely one manifestation of the 6 paths level. And there exist other forms. For instance, the previous Tsutsuki Kagaya was also a 6 paths level being, but she was exceedingly careless and severely lacked combat experience. Nara Shikaku, I see. Alas, it appears that you carry a heavy burden as well, Ningye. The Sage of 6 Paths divided the chakra of the 10 tails into 9 parts, leading to the subsequent 1 tails through 9 tails. The physical form of the 10 tails transformed into the Outer Path Golem. The Outer Path Golem? Although Orochimaru is familiar with the tailed beasts, this is the first time he has heard of the Outer Path Golem. Indeed, when mentioning the Outer Path Golem, one cannot overlook your former organization. The Akatsuki? Precisely. Your early departure meant you were unaware of their plans for capturing tailed beasts, which is entirely understandable. I see. You should also be aware of the origins of the Akatsuki. Yes, it was founded by the disciples of Jiraiya in the Land of Rain. Currently, the leader of the Akatsuki is that fellow named Yahiko, who now goes by Pain. His eyes are the Rinnegan. Indeed, however, the current Pain is merely a corpse puppet. The true leader is Nagato. Furthermore, within the Akatsuki, Tobi operates as the mastermind, having manipulated Danzo and Hanzo to assassinate Yahiko, which ultimately led to Nagato's descent into darkness and the formation of the present Akatsuki. Tobi. While I suspected this individual was formidable, I did not anticipate him to be the puppet master. Jiraiya, Danzo, Hanzo, you two actually conspired to assassinate my disciple. Hanzo of the Salamander, it was Danzo who instructed me back then. Shimura Danzo, nonsense. I merely provoked you slightly. You could not tolerate the existence of the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. How could you allow a powerful force that did not belong to you to remain? Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo was left speechless. The Akatsuki, universal pull. Pain launched an assault against Tobi, who hastily evaded by phasing out. You so readily believe that brat's words? Humph. You were the one who killed Jay-Z and the group of the Great Buddha, weren't you? And now you wish to deceive me? The Eye of the Moon plan? I have never heard you mention it. Shinra Tensei. Nagato's killing intent surged towards Tobi. Conan also circled to obstruct Tobi's escape, while Deidara and Sasori prepared to assist Conan. Although Conan may be a tad haughty, she has received care from others. Sensing the dire situation, Black Zetsu swiftly employed would release to disrupt the crowd. Seizing the moment, Tobi utilized Kamui to escape, with Black Zetsu following closely behind. Speaking of Tobi, he is indeed a man of madness. His true identity is none other than Uchiha Obito, a former disciple of Minato. Ningye directly revealed the identity of Obito Uchiha. Uchiha Obito. It dawned on me. It makes sense now. If it were him, it would not be surprising. The more radiant one's personality, the darker the depths of their soul. Orochimaru possesses a profound understanding of the complexities of the human heart. To him, it is entirely plausible that someone like Obito would succumb to darkness. Indeed, he orchestrated the Nine Tails attack, and he was involved in the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. A veritable madman. Kakashi Hatake exclaimed. What? Obito? Is this true? Did you truly cause the Nine Tails chaos? Kushina Izumaki cried out. Obito, what have we done to deserve this? Why have you treated us in such a manner? You caused our Naruto to lose his parents at such a tender age. Watergate and I were truly blind. Minato Namikaze questioned. Obito, is it really you? Why would you do such a thing? Is it because of Rin? Obito Uchiha chuckled at this point. I shall no longer hide the truth. Yes, it was I who orchestrated all of this. If you seek a reason. Why did you always arrive so late when we were in peril, teacher? Both Rin and I suffered, yet when I controlled the Nine Tails to kill your wife, you arrived with such timely precision. Tsunade retorted, how dare you, you heartless beast. Spare us your facade of righteousness. Conan added, indeed. What right do you have to accuse the fourth Hokage? Kurenai Yuhi disclosed, I cannot believe the one who caused my father's demise was you, Obito. In an instant. The villagers of Konoha who endured the Nine Tails rampage unleashed their fury upon Obito, yet he remained indifferent. Inoki remarked, I never imagined that the one who killed the fourth Hokage was his own disciple. Rashi noted, in that world, it was also a disciple who killed the third Hokage. A fourth Reikage stated, is there some tradition in Konoha? Hiruzen Sarutobi interjected, do not speak such nonsense. Obito Uchiha had, in fact, been manipulated and darkened by Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha. He truly did not perish. Orochimaru had previously studied the Sharingan with Kabuto and speculated about the relationship between the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. He even theorized that Madara might still be alive, having acquired new powers. Indeed, after the battle with the first Hokage in the Valley of the End, he did not die. Before his demise, he had bitten off a piece of the first Hokage's flesh. Chapter 39. The hidden puppeteers are exposed as Ningye articulated this. Orochimaru grasped the implications. The ultimate fusion of yin and yang release chakra indicates that Madara Uchiha. Indeed, he spent years successfully awakening the Rinnegan. However, his aging body was no longer capable of executing the Moon Eye plan. Thus, he needed to select a new heir, a new host for his Rinnegan. Ah, I see now, he chose Obito Uchiha and Nagato. Madara Uchiha manipulated Rin's death to drive Obito into utter darkness. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred, indeed. If I were Madara, I would choose such a person as well. Obito Uchiha shouted, what is happening? Madara Uchiha, is what he said true? Did you orchestrate Rin's death? Madara Uchiha replied, at this point, what more can I say? Indeed, it was I who orchestrated the death of that young girl. Obito demanded, why? Why choose me? Madara responded, Obito, did I not teach you? To control the hearts of men, one must exploit the darkness within. Because you once harbored genuine love and kindness for others, Rin, Kakashi, the Hokage, and your fellow shinobi, once you fell, that love would transform into profound hatred for this world. Just as Orochimaru stated, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Obito retorted, Madara. You. Rin Noara whispered, Obito. Minato Namikaze sighed. I never expected we were ensnared in Madara's scheme from the very beginning. Tsunade scoffed. Humph. From his earlier words, was he not also manipulated? Madara remained silent. Within the Akatsuki organization, Nagato appeared somewhat despondent, realizing that even the Rinnegan was not truly his. He felt as though he had been ensnared in a conspiracy since birth. Konan hurried to comfort and encourage him. He needed to regain his resolve. With Yahiko gone, if he continued to wallow in despair, well, what would become of Konan? He could not falter. Thus, Madara Uchiha schemed against Obito, compelling him to execute the Moon Eye plan. Orochimaru remained puzzled, questioning why Madara would resort to infinite Tsukuyomi. Theoretically, transforming the entire shinobi world into white Zetsu, what benefit would that confer upon him? Indeed, that was a flaw in Madara's understanding. The tablet of the Uchiha clan had been tampered with, leading Madara to misinterpret the words of the Sage of Six Paths. Believing that only infinite Tsukuyomi could save this world, he mistakenly regarded infinite Tsukuyomi as a colossal illusion, enabling everyone to languish in a world of dreams, thus achieving peace in the shinobi realm. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder Obito sought to implement the Moon Eye plan. Furthermore, it is astonishing that Madara harbored hopes for such an ethereal concept. He possesses a naive side. Indeed, and the one who deceived Madara is someone you are familiar with. I know them? Orochimaru pondered. Could it be Zetsu? I recall he sometimes accompanied Obito. Correctly stated, it was Black Zetsu, a being that claimed to embody Madara's will. Madara Uchiha shouted, Black Zetsu, come forth. What is the meaning of this? Black Zetsu stammered, my lord Madara, do not heed this fool's words. I am your will. How could I ever betray you? Hashirama Senju interjected, Black Zetsu, how can you still be obstinate at this juncture? Do you wish to continue hiding the truth? Kagaya Otsutsuki's third son. Kagaya Otsutsuki's daughter exclaimed, What? I have a brother. Kagaya Otsutsuki's clan member queried, Is this true, mother? Kagaya Otsutsuki sighed, Alas, it has ultimately been revealed. Black Zetsu, you have endured so much over the years. Black Zetsu protested, Mother. It was worth it. Every moment has been for you. Madara Uchiha exclaimed, Damn it. It truly was you, Black Zetsu. You have been deceiving me all along. Black Zetsu retorted, So what? You are merely a pawn in my quest to revive Mother, and at this moment, you cannot do anything to me. Madara Uchiha declared. Wait for me, Black Zetsu. I will not let you off lightly. While Madara's words were broadcasted in his live stream, he had already begun to privately message Ningye and Orochimaru, revealing the exact location of his corpse and hoping they would resurrect him through the impure world reincarnation. Ningye and Orochimaru expressed that it is imperative to locate your corpse first, for it is possible that Kagaya has moved your remains. Kagaya's ultimate aim is to enable the Otsutsuki god to absorb the nine-tailed beasts, thereby fully resurrecting the Ten-Tails. Subsequently, the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki would harness the power of the divine tree to enact the infinite Tsukuyomi, allowing Kagaya to be revived in the process. Ningye also conveyed the information about the waters of the ninja realm to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, furrowing his brow, was taken aback by the profound concealment of such knowledge within the ninja world. Nevertheless, he remarked, I understand, Ningye. I shall not inquire into the source of your information. I am grateful for your trust in me, Orochimaru. Now, Ningye, what is it that you require of me? Ningye solemnly remarked, Indeed, if I am not mistaken, the Tsutsuki clan will invade our shinobi world in the future. I require your assistance to triumph over them. Orochimaru replied without hesitation, I am willing to alleviate your concerns. Senju Hashirama interjected, The Tsutsuki clan, you say? Alas, how arduous the shinobi world remains. Uchiha Madara added. Are you referring to that fellow from the Urashiki clan? Inoki expressed his disbelief. Is this truly the case, Ningye? Will the Tsutsuki clan genuinely invade? Karatsuchi affirmed, Indeed. If there were numerous beings like Urashiki, what resources would we have to counter them? Tsutsuki Kagaya questioned. Beings from beyond? Mother, do you possess any information? Tsutsuki Hikari smirked. Now you are anxious. The main branch of the Tsutsuki clan has likely discovered my actions, and they will soon send someone. The previous Urashiki serves as evidence. Nara Shikaku inquired, Ningye, do you have any plans? Nara Shikamada replied, Indeed, my teacher and I devised a strategy long ago. But now the live broadcast has exposed us. Nara Shikaka sighed, this complicates matters. Observing Ningye on the screen, Shikaka surmised that Ningye and the second Hokage intended to contact Orochimaru and others, subtly developing their strength until they were ready to reveal themselves. The current exposure from the live broadcast left them uncertain about the outcome. Ningye directly revealed the history of the shinobi sect and various prominent clans to Orochimaru. It is no wonder that their physiques and secret techniques are so unique. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement. However, I have already detected signs of Kimimura's bloodline illness. Ninga has also provided Orochimaru with various books on technology and detailed human anatomy. Perhaps in the coming years, I will trouble you to assess my body, to ascertain when the energy within can be awakened. Furthermore, I hope that the future inhabitants of the ninja world, even if they lack the power to retaliate, will at least possess the means to protect themselves. Otherwise, should everyone become mere fodder for the divine tree, the future of the ninja world would be irrevocably doomed. I understand. With your collection of books, the future of the ninja world is destined to be remarkable. Chapter 40. What? Little Master Uncle. In recent days, Ninga has been diligently honing his yin-yang chakra under the tutelage of Orochimaru. He has also discovered that the mysterious energy within him continuously enhances this particular chakra during his training. Moreover, he and Orochimaru have frequently collaborated to study and extract yang release chakra from the cells of Hashirama, which has been progressively fortifying Ninga's physical prowess. With the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara's remains unknown and the ultimate yin-yang chakra within Naruto yet to awaken, Ninga has resorted to extracting yin release from the cloned Sharingan to bolster his mental fortitude. Upon returning to Konoha, he found that Tsunade had ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage, even in the absence of the legendary Sannin battle. Naruto's eloquence and charm have swayed Tsunade into embracing her role as Hokage, coupled with Naruto's sunny disposition and his striking resemblance to SHT. Tsunade has not only gained the resolve to lead, but has also inadvertently overcome her hemophobia. Ultimately, her fear of blood was merely a psychological barrier, perhaps in her heart. Her brother SHT has returned. How swiftly time passes. Ninga sighed softly, contemplating his thoughts, and decided to head home directly. Upon reaching the entrance, he was unexpectedly confronted by a member of the Umbu. The figure respectfully addressed him, saying, "Ninga, the Hokage summons you. If you have pressing matters, you may attend to them first." The 3rd Hokage had always emphasized the importance of showing respect to those present, and the Umbu dared not be careless. "I understand. Let us proceed," Ninga replied. "Yes, please follow me," the Umbu responded. Soon, the Umbu led Ninga to the door of the Hokage's office, after which the figure swiftly vanished. Ninga gently rapped on the door, and upon receiving a response from within, he slowly pushed the door open. After stepping inside, he turned and softly closed the door behind him. Ninga discovered a woman with golden twin tails and a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, seated in the position of Hokage. The office also housed the 3rd Hokage, 2 elders, as well as Jiraiya and Kakashi. Upon noticing Ninga's arrival, the 3rd Hokage kindly remarked, "Ah, Ninga is here. Let me introduce you. This is our 5th Hokage, Tsunade." "Greetings, 5th Hokage. My name is Nara Ningye," he stated. "Oh, so you are the famed Ninga," Tsunade replied with enthusiasm. "On the way to Konoha, Naruto kept mentioning your name, and Jiraiya has spoken of you as a prodigious ninja. I am eager to see what remarkable qualities you possess." Hearing this, the 3rd Hokage quickly interjected, "Ahem, Tsunade. Do not frighten the young man. I know, I was just jesting." Tsunade continued, "By the way, old man, why are you so invested in him? Even if he is a genius ninja, this seems excessive." "Ahem, Ninga is one of our own, deeply rooted in trust," the 3rd Hokage assured, glancing at Ninga, who feigned contemplation. Tsunade and the other elders appeared perplexed, while Saratobi Hiruzen and the 2 elders held their breath, fully aware that Ninga was communicating with the 2nd Hokage. After a moment, Ninga lifted his head and addressed the 3rd Hokage. "My mentor has given his approval." The 3rd Hokage and the others exhaled in relief, then spoke seriously to Tsunade and the others. "Ninga is a top-secret matter for Konoha. Now that you are Hokage, Tsunade, you have the right to know. Should I step out?" Kakashi inquired innocently. "No need, Kakashi. You will find out eventually." "I understand." Then, Saratobi Hiruzen stated, "In fact, Ninga is the new disciple of the 2nd Hokage." "Nani!" exclaimed Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief. Tsunade was the first to recover, exclaiming, "How can this be? My grandfather has been gone for so many years. Old man, you must be jesting." "Indeed. The 2nd Hokage passed away before Ninga was even born. How could he possibly take him as a disciple?" The 3rd Hokage responded, "Yet, it is the truth. As for the reasons, I shall remain silent, though I am unsure myself. In any case, Ninga is your and Jiraiya's sure shoe." "What? I have to call this child my sure shoe?" "Yes, old man. Have you lost your mind?" "However, The only response to Tsunade and Jiraiya's incredulity was the solemnity of the third Hokage and the two elders. Tsunade, though skeptical, decided to confirm with Ningye. "Since you are my grandfather's disciple, do you have any proof?" Ningye, without uttering a word, promptly demonstrated the Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, it was the Flying Thunder God. Jiraiya, as Minato's mentor, was well aware of the precise nature of this technique. As Ningye observed the expression of Tsunade lost in thought, he remarked, "Well, my teacher mentioned that when you were a child, you used to gamble with the first Hokage, and often when you lost, you would deny your defeat." What are you talking about?" "I used to gamble with my granduncle, and I was usually the victor," Tsunade retorted weakly. Yet, those present were well aware of Tsunade's notorious reputation as a big spender and clearly doubted her words. "My teacher also mentioned that you wet the bed as a child, often sneaking your sheets away to hide them, and when discovered, you would claim it was my teacher's doing. All right, I get it. I understand. I admit you are the disciple of my granduncle, okay? Little uncle, please stop." Tsunade hastily covered Ningya's mouth, not wishing for the embarrassing tales of her childhood to be revealed to so many. Hashirama Senju laughed heartily. "Indeed. Little Tsunade was quite unrepentant when she lost to me in our childhood games." Naruto Uzumaki chimed in with laughter. "Haha, so Grandma Tsunade used to wet the bed too." Tsunade replied with a chuckle. "Ah, Naruto, is it? You're in Konoha, aren't you? Once I return, I assure you, you will forget this incident." Kushina Izumaki interjected. "Ahem. Sister Tsunade, Naruto is still just a child and doesn't understand." Kushina's husband, Minato Namikaze, agreed. "Yes, indeed, Lady Tsunade, he is but a child." Tsunade responded with a light laugh. "Oh, it's no trouble. I know how to handle children quite well." At that moment, Naruto in the classroom shivered slightly. A few days later, after Ningye had finished his breakfast, he heard Naruto's excited voice calling out, "Ningye, Ningye, are you home?" It appeared that Naruto had encountered yet another delightful event. Ningye smiled softly before rising to open the door for Naruto. As expected, upon swinging the door wide, he was greeted by Naruto's eager expression, brimming with anticipation to share his news. "All right, what is it? Come in and speak," Ningye invited. "Oh, pardon the intrusion." Ningye poured tea for Naruto, who sipped while speaking. "Hee, Ningye, you surely couldn't have anticipated this. Our 7th squad has just completed an S-rank mission." "An S-rank mission?" Ningye was indeed somewhat astonished, for S-rank missions pertain to matters of national security and confidentiality. The tasks involved may include participating in wars at the invitation of foreign nations, assassinating key figures, or transporting classified documents. Theoretically, it is improbable for a lower-ranked ninja team, such as Naruto's, to undertake such missions. Quite surprising, isn't it?" Naruto nodded in satisfaction. "We are on a mission to assist the princess of the Land of Snow in reclaiming her homeland." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Ningye understood the nature of their Team 7's mission. It was akin to the theatrical film he and his teacher had watched. The Snow Princess Ninja Scroll. Chapter 41. The sky's clear, the rain stops. Listening to Naruto recount their experiences, Ningye has gained a more vivid understanding of the Snow Nation, particularly regarding its technological advancements. As for the technology of the Snow Nation, it encompasses sled vehicles, trains, and chakra armor. However, what truly matters is not merely the artifacts themselves, but rather the profound knowledge and the talented individuals behind these innovations. Ningye has silently marked the Snow Country in his heart. A few days later, in a delightful ramen shop, Ningye encountered Naruto. Although Naruto was relishing his meal, Ningye sensed that this fellow was grappling with some troubling matters. Subsequently, Naruto accompanied Ningye to the park, where he let out a deep sigh. "Ningye, do you truly believe that strength is of utmost importance?" "Oh, strength, you say?" "Indeed. It holds great significance," Ningye replied. "Is that so? Then, is it truly worth sacrificing everything for strength?" Naruto inquired. "Oh, has something transpired?" Ningye asked. "Well, while I was on a quest with the lecherous sage to locate Granny Tsunade, we crossed paths with Sasuke's brother. However, it seems Sasuke harbors a profound hatred for his sibling, leading to a fierce confrontation where Sasuke was left unconscious. Upon awakening in the hospital, he bore an expression brimming with animosity. Although nothing seemed amiss during our time in the Land of Snow, after returning, a few days passed. My teacher, Kakashi, and I noticed his relentless training, which left his body battered and bruised. Despite Kakashi's admonitions that such behavior would only lead to physical ruin, he remained obstinate. Ultimately, this situation culminated in a confrontation between Sasuke and me. Ningye has also come to understand Sasuke's current condition. Sasuke has suffered a brutal defeat at the hands of Itachi Uchiha and has been further demoralized by Naruto, which has led to his present state. Deprived of Orochimaru's curse seal and allure, Sasuke finds himself momentarily lost and directionless. Ninja then said to Naruto, "Naruto, Sasuke has his own struggles. And it is only natural that you do not comprehend his situation. You must respect his choices." However, Naruto, caught off guard by Ninja's response, hastily retorted, "One who is unaware of another's suffering should not advise them on virtue. Sooner or later, you will come to understand Sasuke. Yet I sincerely hope that day does not arrive." After Ninja finished speaking, he patted Naruto on the shoulder and departed, leaving Naruto in a state of bewilderment. In the Uchiha clan's territory, after a brief stroll, Ninja arrived at Sasuke's doorstep and knocked on the door. Shortly, Sasuke opened it, his face etched with impatience. "Is there something you need?" "Yes, there is." "Then speak quickly. Do not disturb my training." "Well, since you were so busy, I shall refrain from intruding further." "Are you mocking me?" "If there is nothing of importance, then leave at once." "Now, where should I begin?" "Ah, yes. Let us start with the massacre that occurred here 6 years ago." At these words, Sasuke's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively lunged for Ninja's collar. But his grasp found only air. Nevertheless, he spoke urgently. "What did you say? What do you know?" Ninja, observing his urgent demeanor, spoke directly. "What I am referring to is the truth behind the annihilation of the Uchiha clan 6 years ago." Upon hearing this, Sasuke, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, "Truth? What truth could there possibly be regarding the Uchiha's demise?" "It was him. It was Uchiha Itachi who slaughtered our entire clan. Is that truly your belief? What other explanation could there be? You cannot expect me to discuss this matter at your doorstep." In the living room of the Uchiha residence, Ninja savored the tea poured by Sasuke, finding its flavor delightful. However, Sasuke, seated opposite him, appeared far from relaxed. His gaze was fixed intently on Ninja, as if fearing he might flee. "Fear not, I shall not run," Ninja assured him. Yet, Sasuke maintained his serious demeanor. "Sasuke, after all these years, do you truly believe that Itachi's annihilation of our Uchiha clan is as simple as it seems? Isn't that obvious? That man awakened the legendary Meijiki Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. Indeed, the Meijiki Sharingan is formidable, yet it is not as invincible as one might imagine." Sasuke retorted. "What do you know? The Meijiki Sharingan is the pride of my Uchiha clan. And what of your father?" Ninja abruptly interrupted Sasuke's words. Taken aback, Sasuke found himself puzzled as to why Ninja had mentioned his father. "Your father, Uchiha Fugaku, is the leader of the Uchiha clan and the captain of the police force. Do you believe your father is so feeble in your eyes that he could be effortlessly vanquished by the Meijiki Sharingan without the slightest chance of resistance?" "That's not true. My father is incredibly powerful," Sasuke hastily retorted upon hearing Ninja speak of his father. However, he suddenly fell silent. It seemed as though he grasped the implication of Ninja's earlier remarks. Are you suggesting that there is a truth behind the annihilation of the Uchiha clan?" "Indeed, while it is a fact that Uchiha Itachi was responsible for the clan's demise, it is only natural that you seek strength." Sasuke was taken aback, as he had not anticipated anyone affirming that his quest for power was justified. In recent days, Kakashi and the others had continually urged him not to become consumed by revenge, yet he understood that they could never truly comprehend his anguish. "Sasuke, since you desire strength, let me first assess your current capabilities before deciding whether to reveal the truth to you, lest you find yourself ensnared in peril." "I will compel you to divulge everything you know." On this clear and sunny day, Sasuke and Ninja stood facing each other in the courtyard. Sasuke initiated the assault, swiftly closing the distance to Ninja, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at him. His impatience was palpable. Ninja merely tilted his head slightly to evade the strike. Seeing that he had missed, Sasuke unleashed a flurry of punches. Ninja also evaded the past, then exerted a slight force with his foot, swiftly tripping Sasuke. However, Sasuke quickly stabilized himself in midair, retrieving a shuriken from the pouch on his leg and launching it towards Ninja. Ninja discerned Sasuke's ruse and deftly sidestepped the shuriken. However, as soon as he landed on the ground, Sasuke abruptly swung his arm. The shuriken he had previously launched surged into motion once more, entwined with steel wires that swiftly ensnared Ninja. Before long, the wires bound him tightly. Meanwhile, Sasuke bit down on a steel wire, his hands swiftly forming seals. It's over. Fire release, dragon fire. With a crackling sound, Ninja, ensnared by the wires, suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning, traveling along the wires directly to Sasuke. Sasuke cried out in agony as he was electrocuted, losing consciousness shortly thereafter. Our formidable Naruto was brought low. Upon witnessing the situation, Ningye stepped forward to heal Sasuke with his medical ninjutsu. Once awakened, Sasuke, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "The lightning release shadow clone. I have lost." He understood that defeat rendered him unworthy of stipulating any conditions. Just as he intended to depart, he heard, "Sasuke, do you desire power?" Chapter 42. Sasuke departed from Team 7. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback by Ningye's words, but soon regained his composure, inquiring, "What do you need me to do?" Through their recent contest, he recognized that his opponent was far from ordinary. "Simply assist me," Ningye responded. "Very well." For Sasuke, the imperative was clear. He sought power, willing to pay any price for it. "Then, follow me," Ningye instructed. After Ningye finished speaking, he directly placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder, and then the two of them vanished simultaneously. Ningye utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Sasuke to this location. Upon his arrival, Sasuke experienced a sudden blur before the surroundings transformed entirely. "Where is this?" As he surveyed his environment, he discerned that it was rather dim. "Welcome to this place, Sasuke, the Root." Ningye also brought Sasuke to his usual office. "Sasuke, I require your assistance in the coming years, and the reward will be the fulfillment of your vengeance." "Understood. What do you need me to do?" Ningye also remarked, "In a moment, I shall devise a training plan with my companions, and you will assist us in completing the experiment." "Very well. When shall we commence?" "Now." The Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru's laboratory. Ningye, accompanied by Sasuke, arrived here once more using the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru, having grown accustomed to Ningye's sudden appearances, paused his work to regard him. However, it appeared that this time, Ningye had not brought along any root ninjas, but rather, "I apologize for the interruption. Mr. Orochimaru, this is Sasuke Uchiha, the individual I previously mentioned to you." Sasuke, upon glancing at Orochimaru, was taken aback, realizing that Ningye had connections with a rogue ninja from Konoha. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. The acquisition of power was paramount. Orochimaru scrutinized Sasuke from head to toe, musing, "Ah, so this is Itachi's younger brother." Upon hearing the name Itachi, a sensitive topic, Sasuke immediately exclaimed, "Do you know Itachi Uchiha? Where is he? What is your relationship with him?" Orochimaru, perturbed by Sasuke's loud outburst, swiftly transformed his arm into a serpent, ensnaring Sasuke and silencing him. "Quiet down, child. I do indeed have a history with your brother, but I prefer not to discuss him." Then, an aura of formidable killing intent radiated from him, causing Sasuke to feel an overwhelming dread, greater than any adversary he had ever encountered, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with fear. Had it not been for the encounter with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death and Naruto's encouragement, Sasuke might have succumbed to despair in the presence of such an insurmountable foe, though Itachi remained an exception. As Ningye observed the situation, he remarked, "All right, Orochimaru. Do not frighten him too much. This time, we have a living Uchiha. I believe this will greatly aid our research progress." Orochimaru then conceded, "For Ningye's sake, I shall let you off this time. However, remember, no loud outburst in the laboratory." He subsequently set Sasuke down. "Cough, cough, it's fine. As long as it's for vengeance, I am willing to do anything," Sasuke stated resolutely. Witnessing the formidable strength of both Orochimaru and Ningye, he felt certain of his rapid growth. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, "Huh? Ningye, why would you let Orochimaru teach Sasuke? He intends to seize Sasuke's body." Orochimaru replied, "Be quiet. You little brat. I have lost interest in others' bodies. What intrigues me about Sasuke is his significant research value as an Uchiha." Sasuke interjected, "It's all right. As long as I can gain power, I will do whatever it takes." But, Naruto stammered. Kakashi Hatake interjected, "Enough, Naruto. Did you not hear what Ningyu said earlier? One cannot advise others on virtue without experiencing their suffering. This is Sasuke's choice. He merely needs to cooperate with Orochimaru for the experiments. There is no inherent danger for him. Furthermore, if you do not trust Orochimaru, can you not place your faith in Ningyu? With Ningyu present, Sasuke's safety will be assured." Ningyu reassured, "Do not worry, Naruto. Sasuke is generally not in life-threatening danger." Mikoto Uchiha lamented, "Oh, my poor child." The following day, Ningyu arrived at the Hokage building and informed Tsunade that Sasuke had joined his root organization. However, Tsunade firmly rejected the proposal, stating, "I cannot agree. Sasuke is a member of Team 7. If I were to hand him over so easily, how would I explain it to Naruto and the others?" Ningyu reassured her, "You need not worry, Lady Hokage. Sasuke will surely be able to persuade them regarding his decision to join Root, thus relieving you of the burden of explanation. Upon hearing this, Tsunade narrowed her eyes, questioning, "So, you have already convinced Sasuke to join Root?" Ningye affirmed, "Indeed, within my organization, Sasuke can experience rapid growth without the need for reckless training." Tsunade sighed, "Very well, I consent to Uchiha Sasuke joining your Root." This mention of Sasuke's swift improvement reminded Tsunade of the time Naruto urgently implored her to treat a fainted Sasuke. When she arrived and began to administer medical aid, she was taken aback to discover that the boy had been engaging in self-destructive training. The physical injuries he sustained were likely overshadowed by the psychological trauma inflicted by Itachi. Did Sasuke feel he could not achieve rapid advancement under Kakashi's guidance, prompting him to choose Ningye's route? Consequently, Sasuke decided to leave Team 7 and conveyed the news of the Hokage's approval to Kakashi. Kakashi could only sigh in resignation, expressing his support for Sasuke's choice. He noted that the intensity in Sasuke's gaze had, at the very least, lost its earlier urgency and frenzy. Meanwhile, upon hearing this news, Naruto and Sakura were unable to remain calm. Sakura tearfully pleaded with Sasuke not to leave, while Naruto confronted him, demanding to know the reason for his departure, escalating the tension between them. Sasuke, however, had no time to indulge their antics. As the atmosphere grew increasingly strained, Kakashi was about to intervene. But someone else was quicker to act. "Ah, isn't that Naruto? What gathering is Team 7 attending?" Upon seeing Ningye arrive, Sasuke silently moved to stand beside him. Kakashi squinted at the scene, while Naruto exclaimed, "Ningye, this is bad. Sasuke is leaving Team 7. Ningye responded, "All right, I understand this matter." "Eh? Ningye? You know, indeed, Sasuke is going to work with me, which is why he has left your Team 7. Upon hearing Ningye's words, Kakashi and the others were taken aback. Naruto soon realized, "You're going to work with Ningye?" Exactly. This left Naruto momentarily speechless, as he had not anticipated that his friend would depart from their group to work alongside another friend. Sakura also ceased her tears and turned to Ningye, asking, "Could you perhaps reveal what kind of work you are involved in?" Yes, by the way, I still don't know what your job is, Ningye." Kakashi, observing the situation, interjected firmly, "Enough. The nature of Ningye's work is confidential, and without the Hokage's consent, we cannot be privy to it." Chapter 43. The ones of the future. Kakashi's serious demeanor did not deter Naruto. He immediately headed towards the Hokage building. Kakashi made no attempt to stop him, knowing well that even if he did, Naruto would undoubtedly try again. "Then we shall take our leave." Ningye bid farewell to Kakashi alongside Sasuke. Sakura then remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, Ino has invited me to go shopping this afternoon, so I shall take my leave." With that, Sakura departed without hesitation. Kakashi, observing the departing figures, couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed time to replace the bouquet for Rin. After uttering this thought, he walked in the opposite direction of Sakura. At the Hokage building, Naruto shouted at Tsunade, "Why, Granny Tsunade? Why haven't you informed me about Ningye and Sasuke's assignments?" "Enough, Naruto. How many times must I reiterate that Ningye and Sasuke's missions are classified and cannot be disclosed at this time?" "Granny, Naruto, I am the Hokage. You must listen obediently." "Understood." Naruto, not lacking in intelligence, recognized the gravity of Ningye's missions upon seeing Tsunade's serious demeanor. Meanwhile, Ningye and Sasuke reached a corner, where Ningye utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from the location. Shortly thereafter, Sakura peeked out, wondering, where did everyone go? In the days that followed, Kakashi took Naruto and Sakura to complete various tasks together. Sasuke and Ningye trained under Orochimaru, often engaging in battles. Though Sasuke primarily played the role of a punching bag, Orochimaru occasionally put Sasuke through diverse training regimens, assessing his physical condition thereafter. During one midday, as Naruto sought out Ningye, he discovered that Sasuke was also present at Ningye's residence. Ningye suggested that Naruto freshen up first. After Naruto completed his grooming, he intended to inquire about Sasuke's well-being. However, he was met with the sight of Sasuke and Ningye working harmoniously in the kitchen, skillfully preparing a meal together. At the dining table, Ningye and Sasuke quietly savored their food. During this period, Sasuke had become accustomed to living and training alongside Ningye. He realized that having companionship while growing stronger through training was indeed a commendable choice. Although he faced defeat each time he challenged Ningye, and Orochimaru occasionally assigned him peculiar tasks for assessment, he did not harbor any distaste for this lifestyle. Seeing the unexpectedly pleasant atmosphere between the two, Naruto felt a twinge of discomfort. Consequently, he cheerfully recounted the events of his recent days to Ningye. After finishing their meal and engaging in conversation for a while, Naruto took his leave. As he observed Ningye and Sasuke standing at the door bidding him farewell, an inexplicable unease lingered in his heart. Uchiha Makoto remarked, thank you, Ningye. I can sense that our Sasuke hasn't been this happy in quite a while. Uchiha Sasuke interjected, Mom? I am not. Uchiha Makoto replied, Yes. Our Sasuke is the most tsundere. At that moment, Sasuke in the classroom was nearly digging a hole out of embarrassment. The girls exchanged glances between Sasuke and Ningye, sensing a peculiar discomfort. Naruto then declared, Sasuke, I am Ningya's best friend. You can only be second best. Sometimes, those involved are oblivious while bystanders see clearly. Naruto immediately recognized his envy towards Ningye and Sasuke training and cooking together in the video. Sasuke retorted, Naruto. You still don't know Ningye's true profession from that video. The sparks of rivalry ignited once more in their eyes. Until one day, a flash appeared in the sky. Two figures descended from above, slowly landing on the ground. As they reached the earth, everyone could finally discern their features. One had striking, short golden hair, brilliant blue eyes, fair skin, and delicate features. The other boasted long, glossy black hair. Despite his slightly squinty eyes, his long, curled eyelashes lent him an alluring charm. Both appeared to be of similar age to Naruto and his friends. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, Wow, super handsome. They look fantastic. Yamanaka Karui added, Indeed, these two young gentlemen are as dashing as Ningye. I wonder who they are? Tsunade interjected, Ahem, these two youngsters are quite good-looking. Why haven't we encountered them in our world? Inoki pondered, could it be that this is yet another distinction between our two worlds? Ningye and Tobarama gazed in bewilderment at the two figures on the screen. Who were these individuals? Why did they not recognize them at all? After the two landed on the ground, they instantaneously transported to a higher vantage point. The boy with black hair curiously surveyed his surroundings, while the boy with golden locks maintained an expressionless demeanor, seemingly indifferent to their current location. The former unfurled a fan and remarked, How intriguing. Is this the Hidden Leaf Village? Subsequently, he retrieved a turtle with a blue shell and a pink body from his pocket. Is this indeed the Hidden Leaf Village? The turtle inquired. Yes, however, the temporal displacement has significantly altered our coordinates. We have arrived in a different era and location than what Lord Yureshi initially designated. It is now the era of the 5th Hokage, whereas Lord Yureshi's original setting was during Naruto's childhood. Due to an error in spatial transition, we have arrived later than intended. Furthermore, Lord Yureshi will appear in a few days. Most importantly, we can only disclose this information to Lord Ningye. Divulging more could severely disrupt the future. I understand, the boy replied, tucking the turtle back into his pocket. Oh no. The future of our world does not involve Sasuke and Boruto, exclaimed Inoki. Nara Shikaku added, this implies that perhaps the future of our world diverges from that of theirs. The fourth Raikage commented, the strategist of the Hidden Leaf has a point. Kushina Izumaki chimed in, so it isn't Boruto. I was hoping to meet our world's grandson. Minato Namikaze interjected, enough, Kushina, what matters now is to ascertain the identities of these two children. Hashirama Senju mused. I find these two children strikingly reminiscent of my nephew. Hiruzen Sarutobi agreed. Indeed, upon this reminder, it becomes apparent that these two future individuals closely resemble Ningye without glasses. Naruto Uzumaki laughed. Could these two possibly be Ningye's children? Ningye Shiranui hesitated. This. Mito Uzumaki declared, it must be so. I certainly do not wish for Ningye, a child of such virtue, to emulate his teacher, who never sought a partner in life. Tobarama Senju retorted, sister-in-law, I was solely focused on managing the Hidden Leaf and researching forbidden jutsu. I had neither the mood nor the time. Hashirama exclaimed, What? Tobarama, you never sought a partner in your life? As your elder brother, I must address this. Brother. Be silent. This matter. No, I must speak to you about this. And young Ningye, do not follow your teacher's example. Heed your uncle's advice and find a suitable partner in the future. Ningye Shiranui responded, Uncle, perhaps we should resume watching the video. Chapter 44. The hospitable Naruto. The two observed their surroundings from the elevated position, intent on memorizing the terrain. After a while, the boy with squinted eyes revealed emerald green irises and asked the person beside him, Brother, what shall we do now? Should we seek out our father? The golden-haired boy pondered for a moment before replying, let us go, my. All right, brother. Thus, they changed into new attire and retrieved a map, following its directions to arrive at Ningye's doorstep. The boy named Mai approached and gently knocked on the door, inquiring, "Is anyone home?" However, there was no response. They repeated their efforts several times, yet still, no one opened the door. It seemed their father was not at home. Mai, after waiting for a while with no reply, speculated, perhaps he is at Uncle Orochimaru's. That makes sense. Should we head to the Sound Village, or shall we wait here for father to return? At this moment, Ningye is engaged in an intricate discussion with Orochimaru regarding the skeletal lineage of Kimimaro, as they conduct a thorough examination of him from multiple perspectives. Meanwhile, Kabuto is tasked with the responsibilities of documenting and reviewing their findings. Sasuke, on the other hand, is locked in combat with the 4-sound ninja nearby. Currently, Sasuke has activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, while his adversaries have entered their second curse seal state. Although Sasuke possesses the strength to defeat any one of them individually, he finds himself somewhat overwhelmed by the combined force of the 4. However, due to his recent battles with Ningye, he has gained considerable experience in enduring attacks, thus delaying his defeat for the time being. The ninja world has also confirmed that these 2 future individuals are indeed the children of Ningye. Shinja Hashirama, ha ha ha. These truly are the children of my disciple. Quite delightful, indeed. Both of these little ones are utterly adorable. Uzumaki Mido, indeed. Ningye has surpassed his teacher in this regard. I was concerned that he might emulate his Minare's ways. Tsunade, Orochimaru, my uncle, it appears that your future relationship with Ningye is quite favorable. Orochimaru, is that even in question? Uzumaki Kushina, hee. I'm quite curious about the identities of these little ones' mother. Minato Namikaze, one Hiruzen Saratobi, one Karina Yuhi. I too am curious. 1. The nth person, so am I. 1 the N 1 th person, me too. 1. It is a common trait to be curious about such matters, especially when the central figure is Ningye. Tsunade, humph. Based on my years of medical experience, the hair color, eye color, and other physical features of these 2 children suggest that they originate from 2 different mothers. Ningye, you truly are remarkable. Jiraiya, Master Uncle, please teach me. Orochimaru, it's only at this moment you call me Master Uncle. Haruno Sakura, hee, Ino. Look at that boy with golden hair. Do you think it might be? Yamanaka Ino, stop it, Sakura. What nonsense are you saying? Look. Ningye has uttered a word. Though she said this, Ino was secretly delighted at that moment. Ningye, he is indeed more handsome and formidable than Sasuke. Luo Sha, ahem, my daughter also has blonde hair. Perhaps that could be my grandchild. Shinja Hashirama, ha ha ha. If that is the case, wouldn't Tsunade also fall within that category? Ha ha. Tsunade, great-granduncle, what nonsense are you spouting? There is quite an age gap between us. Jiraiya, indeed. If it were truly the case, it would be utterly absurd. Shinja Hashirama, well, I am merely concerned for you. Little Tsunade, you say you are so. Tsunade, enough, great-granduncle, please stop your rambling. Omo and Karui exchanged knowing glances towards their captain. They observed that he had been silently gazing at the blonde boy on the screen. They shared a glance, finding the situation quite amusing. Inazuka Kiba, what about the black-haired ones? Saratobi Hiruzen, black-haired, you ask? There are plenty of those. Ah, well, there is an abundance of black-haired individuals. And quite a few with green eyes as well, leaving everyone puzzled. Just as Mai and her brother were contemplating whether to head to the Sound Ninja Village or wait here, a voice interrupted them. Excuse me. Are you looking for this family? They turned to see Naruto, who had intended to invite Ningye for a bowl of Ichiraka ramen but encountered these 2 at Ningye's doorstep instead. Upon seeing Naruto, they were momentarily taken aback before regaining their composure. Mai spoke first. Yes, we are distant relatives of this family. We came for an unexpected visit without prior notice, only to find them absent. Ah, that explains it. No wonder you resemble Ningye so closely. You are indeed his relatives. Upon learning they were Ningye's relatives, Naruto approached them warmly. He exclaimed, hee, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, Ningye's best friend. I am often cared for by him. Being polite to Ningye's relatives, he continued, my name is Mai, and this is my brother, Kong. Nice to meet you both, Naruto said. At that moment, he glanced at the sun and added, so, you haven't eaten yet, right? Would you like to join me for a meal? If Ningye is not around at noon, he will only return in the evening. I invite you to indulge in the finest delicacies of Konoha. This seems a bit inappropriate, replied Mai. No worries. I happen to have a plethora of unused coupons, so let us be off. Without waiting for the 2 to respond, Naruto took both of their hands and led them away. Mai chuckled softly, transmitting quietly. As expected of Uncle Naruto, he was always so enthusiastic in his youth. Indeed, At Ichiraka Ramen, Naruto joyfully devoured the noodles, while Sara and Mai partook with elegance and speed. Before long, the three had polished off every last strand of ramen. Upon exiting Ichiraku, Naruto contentedly patted his belly and declared, "Truly, Ichiraka Ramen is the best. What do you think?" Mai responded, "Yes, the flavor is exquisite. And it leaves a delightful aftertaste. The ramen chef clearly puts in great effort. Also, thank you for treating us to this meal." Sara nodded in agreement. Naruto, unfazed, replied, "I've already mentioned that you are Ningye's relatives. Since he is not here, it is only right for me to treat you. Moreover, Ningye has also hosted me on numerous occasions, so consider this a gesture of gratitude towards him. It seems your bond with Ningye is quite strong. Is there any doubt? Ningye and I are the best of friends." Later, Naruto took them on a tour of Konoha village, until Ningye's distant relatives? Tsunade eyed the two skeptically, yet their resemblance to Ningye was striking, their chakra similar as well, without any signs of transformation techniques. Ningye is absent, having departed to undertake a mission. In this moment, Tsunade finds herself uncertain, yet she resolutely seizes Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, Naruto, until Ningye returns. I entrust you both to your care." "Very well. Leave it to me." Tsunade insists, though Jiraiya dismisses her request, expressing a lack of interest in anything that does not involve a charming lady. Silence. "Have you not caused enough trouble today?" "Indeed. Leave it to me." However, once Tsunade has departed, he promptly seeks to engage in flirtation once more. Thus, the two are compelled to continue accompanying Naruto as he explores Konoha. As night falls, the trio arrives at Ningye's doorstep, only to discover that he has yet to return. Consequently, Naruto invites them into his home for the night. As they lounge on the bed, Naruto shares tales of his adventures with Ningye, while Wu and Kong listen intently, their attention occasionally drifting to the outside, where Tsunade has discreetly stationed Umbu to monitor them. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's laboratory, the research conducted by Ningye and Orochimaru has now reached a pivotal moment. Chapter 45. Uncle? Ningye addressed Orochimaru, stating that the combination of yin and yang chakra at such a proportion, along with high-quality natural energy, could significantly mitigate and compensate for the irreversible loss of genetic factors. Furthermore, with the addition of supplementary nutritional energy for the body, it should be possible to effect a cure. Both Orochimaru and Ningye, having consulted various medical and biological texts, understood that Kimimaro exhibited symptoms akin to osteosarcoma. The malignant proliferation of osteoblasts allows tumor cells to produce bone-like substances, which renders their products considerably rigid, in contrast to chondrosarcoma and Ewing sarcoma. The control exerted by the bone's undead veins is far from perfect. Frequent remodeling of the skeletal structure results in exceptionally rapid cellular proliferation. The cumulative frequency amplifies the likelihood of critical point mutations in the repair of irreversible genetic damage, which serves as the genesis of malignant tumors. Thus, the term bloodline disease is aptly named. The arbitrary manipulation of bones concurrently invites the risk of malignant proliferation of bone cells, where strength and risk are inherently intertwined. Consequently, the two sought to employ a combination of Hashirama cells in the yin-yang chakra of the Sharingan, yet the results were not particularly promising when Kimimaro activated his cursed seal. Ningye and Orochimaru initially believed that the results would be less than satisfactory. However, to their surprise, the effectiveness improved. After further research, they discovered that the natural energy within the cursed seal acted as a catalytic aid. Consequently, their focus shifted towards sage techniques, specifically the harnessing of natural energy. At Naruto's home, he prepared ramen for Kei and Mai in the morning. Although the flavor was rather ordinary, the three savored their meal with great enthusiasm. Once breakfast concluded, Mai and Kei assisted Naruto in tidying up the house. After their chores, the trio departed. On the street, Sakura awaited Naruto beside a bookstore. Before long, she heard Naruto's familiar, chattering voice. "Hurry up, Naruto, how long has it been? Huh, so handsome." It was only then that Sakura noticed two individuals accompanying Naruto. One appeared aloof, while the other radiated warmth, yet both shared a common trait. They were undeniably attractive. At that moment, Naruto also caught sight of Sakura. "Sorry for keeping you waiting, Sakura." "Oh, it's fine." Sakura quickly patted her cheeks, reminding herself, "Sakura, your goal is Sasuke. Get a grip." Cough, cough. "All right, Naruto, Tsunade-sama has asked me to find you for a mission." "Huh? What mission?" "Shikamaru will notify us later." "By the way, who are these two beside you?" "Oh, you mean them? Let me explain. They are." Before Naruto could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. "Oh, is that Naruto? Tsunade-sama sent me to find you." The newcomer was Ino from the Inuzuka clan, her eyes sparkling as she gazed intently at Mai and Kei. Her heart racing with excitement. Wow, super handsome. Even more so than Sasuke. Ino, why are you suddenly so fast? Shikamaru and Choji arrived as well. However, Ino paid them no mind, directing her attention solely to Naruto. Naruto, are these your friends? Oh, yes, they are distant relatives of Ningye, Naruto replied. Momentarily taken aback, Ino stepped forward enthusiastically, introducing herself. Oh, so you are distant relatives of Ningye. My name is Yamanaka Ino. I was also taken care of by Ningye during our time at the Ninja Academy. Shikamaru quietly remarked, during school, you barely exchanged a few words with Ningye. What are your names? I'm Mai, and this is my brother Kei. Even the socially adept Mai felt a bit bewildered at the moment. She whispered to Kei, brother, was Ino always like this? How interesting. I should have a good chat with Ino later. Kei, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, disregarded Mai's comment. Ino. Those are lovely names. Before Ino could finish her thought, Sakura pulled her aside. Ino, stop daydreaming. We must maintain the image of Konoha's girls. But Sakura. They are super handsome. If I miss this chance, there won't be another. Sakura was left speechless by her friend's enthusiasm. Just then, teammate arrived. Is this what your uncles and aunts looked like when they were young? If only I could take a photo to bring back. Mai lamented, gazing at the young ninjas before her. At that moment, Niji and Tenten also made their entrance, and then, Lee, keep going. We must strive hard. Youth is all about perseverance. Yes. Teacher Guy. Lee and Guy were seen running towards them upside down. The youngsters of Konoha and bystanders had grown accustomed to such sights. However, is that Director Guy and Teacher Lee? Could it be? Mai's expression turned sour, and Kei mirrored her unease. His usually stoic face betraying a hint of discomfort. Calm down, Mai. My uncle should not be here at this hour. Upon hearing this, Mai recalled some unpleasant memories. Sigh. There is no helping it. Every time my uncle visits, he drags us out for some intense training without a word. If I encounter Director Guy and Teacher Lee again, alas, not only must I wear that tight outfit, but I also have to shout about youth and passion in front of so many people. Though they are quite handsome, I cannot help but feel embarrassed. Well, my uncle can indeed be overly passionate. But it seems my mother has grown accustomed to it, Kei replied, nodding in agreement. Tsunade laughed. Look at these two little ones, the moment they saw Guy and Lee. Their expressions changed. Kohara commented, especially that boy named Kei. He maintains a straight face, yet he appears to be struggling to suppress his feelings. So amusing. Tenten added. I can completely relate to their predicament. Niji from the Hyuga clan echoed, I feel the same. Kurenai teased, Guy, look what you've done. You've frightened the children. Haha. My apologies, but youth demands that I remain diligent. Youth is about sweating through hard work. Teacher Guy is right. I'm fired up. Let us start with 500 push-ups. Well said. A ninja should indeed embody the spirit of youth. At that moment, some individuals began to connect the dots. Wait. I recall that Kei mentioned he has an uncle, which means Ningye's wife has a brother or sister. Ino, now realizing the implications, felt deflated. Oh no. Does that mean the child's mother isn't me? Not only Ino but many golden-haired only daughters in the ninja world felt the same disappointment. I believe Samui has a strong possibility of being that child's mother, one suggested. Hiki, I and Omoi also think the captain is very likely, another chimed in. I agree, the child's appearance and demeanor closely resemble that of young Samui, a third added. I think the child bears a striking resemblance as well, like a little Samui. Another remarked. Yo, I believe so too, that aura is unmistakably inherited, said a fifth. Wonderful. Sister, are you finally going to get married? Be quiet, ATSI. Chapter 46, Information of the Future. All right, my mother and uncle should currently be in the land of clouds, Kei informed Mai. Upon hearing this, Mai exhaled in relief. Phew, indeed, Uncle ATSI yells about youth and passion every day with Director Guy and Teacher Lee. I truly admire them. A while later, Team 9 arrived and everyone was present. Naruto's group needed to head to the bathhouse for their mission, while Kei and Mai bid farewell to Naruto. After patting Naruto on the shoulder, Mai followed Kei towards Ningye's home. Haha, it's confirmed. That child's mother is indeed our captain, Samui. Samui. What do you think of that child? Sammy, how delightful, dear. Wait, Mabui, you. Mabui, I have said nothing at all. Mabui remarked that since it is a rare opportunity for her close friend to tease her, it would be unwise not to seize it. Fourth generation AI, ahem. Dear brother Ningye, should you have the chance to visit our union, we shall extend a warm welcome. Tukatai, indeed. It is perfect for you and Sammy to become acquainted. Inazuma Ningye. Well, let's discuss this another time. Ningye is a disciple of the legendary Senju Tobarama, and it is often said that he resembles his master. Thus, he has never truly contemplated the prospect of starting a family. Upon learning about his future wife and children through a video, he finds himself in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Ningyu noticed Naruto gazing at him with a peculiar expression. Naruto, what is the matter? He, it's nothing. I just didn't expect to see you in an awkward situation. Meanwhile, Kong and Wu arrived at Ningya's doorstep and knocked on the door. I'm coming. Ningya has finally returned this time, yet upon encountering the two individuals at the doorway, he felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Who are you? He inquired. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, esteemed father. I am Shiranui Mai, and this is my brother, Shiranui Kong. Though it may be difficult for you to believe, we indeed hail from the future as your children. Shiranui Mai stepped forward to elucidate the origins of the two siblings to Ningye. Ningye fell silent at this moment, as if a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that the future Sasuke and Boruto have transformed into my own children? The resemblance is striking, the chakra familiar, and an innate sense of intimacy prevails. At this moment, he could no longer deny this truth. Please, do come in. Ningyu had no choice but to lead them into his home. Wu surveyed his surroundings with curiosity, eager to glimpse what his father's former abode resembled. Kong, on the other hand, sat solemnly in a chair, expressionless as he sipped the tea brewed by Ningye. Upon witnessing the situation, Ningye was the first to speak. Is there a particular reason for your arrival in the past? Kong set down the teacup, and Wu also adopted a serious demeanor. The latter replied, in truth, we were sent here by our future father. It seems he encountered a version of us from the future during his childhood. At this moment, Ningyu raised his eyebrows, suggesting that the concept of a time paradox does not exist, and their appearance is indeed a predetermined fact. Not knowing how to convey their purpose, Shiranui Mai explained to Ningye that they had come to protect this timeline's Naruto from the threats posed by the Uchiha. However, there was another objective. She retrieved a note from her pocket, her expression solemn as she stated, Father, the next purpose for which our esteemed father dispatched us is to convey certain information about the future. Due to temporal constraints, we cannot disclose too much, only what is inscribed on this note. It is more than enough that you can share this with me, for which I am sincerely grateful. Yet, are you certain there will be no repercussions? My greater concern lies with whether my future child might be affected by these temporal disturbances. Kong shook his head, reassuringly responding. There is no need for concern, esteemed father. You have indicated that sharing the contents of this note will not give rise to any time paradoxes. Thus, it is quite possible that our future father received this information at your age. Ningye nodded, yet the worry in his eyes remained unshaken. Wu directly addressed Ningye, saying, Father, first and foremost, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uchiha Madara became the Jinchuri of the Ten Tails. However, at the moment he attained this power, members of the Otsutsuki clan from beyond our realm took notice of him and sought to transform Madara into an elixir. You mentioned that this Otsutsuki is exceedingly powerful, to the extent that even Otsutsuki Kagaya seems less significant in comparison. Regrettably, Father, the note did not elaborate on the abilities of this Otsutsuki clan. Inoki exclaimed, What? Uchiha Madara is to become the Jinchuri of the Ten Tails. Does this imply that the plan of the Uchiha's Munai has succeeded? The fourth Raikage growled, Damn it. If that is the case, then. Tsunade interjected, What does it matter if he succeeded? In the end, he was still deceived by Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara remained silent. Senja Hashirama then pondered, But is it true that beings from beyond our world wish to transmute Madara into an elixir? Saratobi Hiruzen queried. Is this elixir similar to the chakra extracted from Naruto's body by Urashiki? Senju Tobarama affirmed, Indeed, this elixir is a means to enhance strength in Uchiha Madara, as the Jinchuri of the Ten Tails is the finest material for such an elixir. Uchiha Madara scoffed, Humph. If they dare to come, I shall make them regret it. When has Uchiha Madara ever endured such humiliation? Regardless of any disparity in power, I am Uchiha Madara. No one has yet instilled fear in me. Otsutsuki Kanshiki questioned. But does that render my mother insignificant by comparison? What kind of dread power is this? Otsutsuki Mamashiki replied, Indeed, brother, I fear I cannot even fathom it. In the moon, Otsutsuki Kagaya murmured to herself, Could it be from the main branch? Confused, Kagaya pondered whether the Otsutsuki clan would even mobilize the main branch to deal with her. Contemplating this, Kagaya hesitated to break her seal. It became evident that she must intervene to thwart this Otsutsuki clan. Yes, father, this Otsutsuki is not our ultimate enemy. Upon hearing Wu's words, Ningye began to connect the dots. Father, our true adversary in the ninja world is Otsutsuki Shinjiki. Otsutsuki Kagaya gasped. Nanny. Otsutsuki Shinjiki. He still exists. Otsutsuki Kinshiki inquired. What is it, mother? Is Otsutsuki Shinjiki formidable? Otsutsuki Kagaya replied. Strength is no longer the issue. He is the closest to divinity among the Otsutsuki clan. No, he is akin to a god. To him, the rest of us Otsutsuki are no different from mere mortals. Inoki exclaimed. What? Is he truly that powerful? Nara Shikaka remarked. So, our ultimate enemy in the ninja world equates to the deity of the Otsutsuki clan? Shinja Hashirama lamented. Alas, the future appears fraught with challenges. At that moment, the individuals within the ninja world were at a loss for words. In their eyes, an existence akin to the Sage of Six Paths represented their divine figure. Now, being informed that their ultimate foe is the deity of the Otsutsuki clan, it was utterly baffling. Nonetheless, they were reluctant to relinquish hope. They resolved to cling to hope until despair became inevitable, and even then, they would seek a glimmer of hope. Chapter 47. The arrival of Otsutsuki Urashiki Otsutsuki Shinjiki had consumed an abundance of fruits and continuously reincarnated, ultimately transcending dimensions and the concept of life and death. He became a godlike entity within the Otsutsuki clan. Furthermore, Otsutsuki Shinjiki sensed our ninja world. He had previously sent a clone to negotiate with our future patriarch, but the negotiations ultimately collapsed. Thus, in our era, Otsutsuki Shinjiki would one day lead the Otsutsuki clan to invade the ninja world. Our patriarch and Uncle Orochimaru are already preparing for the impending invasion of the Otsutsuki clan. Wu, with a grave expression, concluded the contents of the note. Ningye was also deep in thought regarding the matter of Otsutsuki Shiki, pondering whether the deity of the Otsutsuki clan had truly not perished. Terumi May mused, to transcend dimensions and defy life and death. What concept does this embody? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, I am uncertain. Alas, this may have surpassed our comprehension. Ao questioned, is it possible that the ninja world is destined for destruction? Those within the ninja realm felt an impending darkness enveloping their future. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. Nara Shikaka stated, not necessarily. The fourth Raikage inquired. Do you possess any insights, Leaf Strategist? Nara Shikaku continued, have you noticed that the child named my mentioned that Otsutsuki Shiki sent a clone to negotiate with Ningye? Ebizung asked, Could it be? Nara Shikaku explained, if Shiki is willing to send a clone to negotiate with Ningye, it is highly probable that he harbors apprehensions regarding Ningye's power. Moreover, he leads the Otsutsuki clan in their invasion instead of acting alone against the ninja world. Thus, can we not infer that he lacks confidence in defeating Ningye and his allies single-handedly? Noki concurred. Indeed, the strategist of the Leaf speaks wisely. Drawing from their past experiences, the fourth Raikage added, negotiations typically arise when both parties have reservations and rely upon one another, and when their strengths are not vastly disparate. Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed, exactly, we may not necessarily be defeated. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, does this imply that Ningye is the hope for our ninja world? Shinja Hashirama chuckled, undoubtedly. This young lad possesses remarkable prowess. Raza inquired, is Ningye truly the hope of the ninja world? At this moment, the gathered ninja seemed to grasp that their hope had always existed, embodied in the figure of Nara Ningye. Shinja Tobarama remarked, you need only coordinate well with the disciple I am familiar with, refrain from any petty schemes. Otsutsuki Kagaya scoffed, impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. The power of our clan's deity, Otsutsuki Shiki, is beyond your imagination. My express to Ningye, father, the note contains only this much. I regret that we cannot divulge more. They were unable to reveal even the matter of their mother, fearing it might instigate a temporal paradox that could alert Otsutsuki Shiki, prompting an early descent into the ninja world. What are you discussing? I am already deeply grateful for the information you have shared. Even if our adversary is a deity of the Otsutsuki, we shall not yield, Ningye declared. Indeed, we believe in you. Both Mai and Ao responded earnestly. Thus, that afternoon and evening, Ningye made a special effort to procure a variety of ingredients to prepare a sumptuous dinner for the two. As night fell, he regaled them with tales of the young Leaf ninjas. With Urashiki poised to capture Naruto in a few days, Ningye dedicated this time to training alongside Naruto and Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Mai and Ao covertly observed, eager to ascertain when Urashiki would arrive. Finally, days later, Naruto and Ningye awaited Jiraiya at the training grounds of the Leaf. Suddenly, Ningye sensed something amiss and looked up, discovering a figure, entirely clad in white save for their blue hair, hovering in the air. With a beaming smile, the figure observed Naruto below, remarking, So, this is the young Naruto Uzumaki? He certainly appears rather weak. As the figure glanced toward Naruto's side, they suddenly froze. Could this be Noera? Panic surged. Run. In the bewildered gazes of Naruto and Ningye, Urashiki swiftly ascended into the sky, only to disappear in an instant. He reappeared moments later, wearing an expression of relief. Phew, I almost forgot this is the young Noera. Suddenly, Urashiki conceived a daring idea. What if I eliminate the young Noera? Would the future Noera cease to exist? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Urashiki teleported before the two and lunged toward them with the fishing rod in hand. As Ningye was about to lead Naruto away, a figure suddenly appeared before them. It unfurled a fan, using the surface to block the fishing rod of Otsutsuki Urashiki. It was none other than Noera. Oh my, Mr. Urashiki, you seem rather impatient, she remarked. Urashiki, taken aback, responded, I never expected to see you in this era. At that moment, Urashiki sensed an impending threat and instinctively dodged. In a flash, Noera Sora appeared behind him, executing a swift blade strike. In an instant, Urashiki felt his right arm lose sensation, followed by a sharp pain. Looking down, he discovered a smooth incision on his right shoulder, and his arm was severed. Ah, you wretched Noera Sora. Noera Sora, wielding a katana, stood beside Mai, coldly regarding Urashiki. I initially intended to sever your head. Urashiki, filled with rage, swiftly retrieved a pill with his left hand and consumed it. Miraculously, the severed shoulder sprouted flesh, and soon his right arm regenerated. If I cannot deal with Noera, do you think I cannot handle you two brats? With a fierce determination, Urashiki unleashed the heavenly tusk wave, shooting forth countless fishing hooks for a ranged assault. Wind release, wind barrier. Mai brandished her fan, creating a protective wind shield that deflected Urashiki's attack. Undeterred, Urashiki's Byakugan transformed into the red six-tomo Rinnegan. Hell's Gateway. A dark portal materialized behind him, and he vanished into it. Sora, fixated on the spot where Urashiki had disappeared, instantly slashed at Naruto. A black portal appeared behind Naruto. But a slender red line was swiftly severed by Sora's blade. So fast, exclaimed Shinja Hashirama. Indeed, this lad's draw is swifter than that cunning Tobarama, Uchiha Madara added. Humph. Your words are still unkind, but I shall take it as a compliment for my disciple's offspring, Tobarama retorted. What's happening? Anoki queried. Such rapid blade strikes. If it weren't for the flying thunder god, I would find it difficult to evade, remarked Namikaze Minato. Such incredible speed and reflexes. The two masters, Minato and the fourth Raikage, were in awe of the boy named Sora's astonishing swiftness. In the midst of the chaos, Naruto appeared bewildered, while Ningye swiftly transported him away using the flying thunder god technique. With his target gone, Urashiki activated Hell's Gateway to pursue, but as the black portal opened, Sora's strike came rushing toward him. With no choice, Urashiki transformed his red six-tomo Rinnegan into a blue Rinnegan, glaring defiantly to evade the oncoming attack. However, Sora's second strike followed immediately. Cursing under his breath, Urashiki raised his fishing rod to fend off the blow, but a third strike came swiftly afterward. Utilizing the Rinnegan's ability to rewind time, he attempted to escape. Thus, a fierce aerial battle commenced between Sora and Urashiki. Sora's blade strikes were rapid, forcing Urashiki to defend with his rod while simultaneously rewinding his own wounds. Mai observed from below, ready to intervene should Urashiki resort to desperate measures. Such remarkable swordsmanship. Noted Mifune. This kid's draw is, frankly, faster than mine, admitted Hanzo the Salamander. Indeed, I concur, added Kakashi Hatake. Nanny, faster than the White Fang of Konoha? Exclaimed Chiyo. Indeed, a truly formidable child, Kakashi affirmed. The spectators in the ninja world found it hard to comprehend Sora's blade strikes, which surpassed even the speed of Hanzo and the White Fang, leaving them astounded. It is worth noting that Hanzo had once challenged powerful nations during the Second Shinobi World War, gaining the upper hand against young Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, earning them the title of the legendary Three Ninjas. The White Fang of Konoha, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship during the same war, had become a legend in his own right. Now, they were witnessing a boy of similar age to Naruto possessing a draw that surpassed their own. Frustrated by Sora's relentless assault, Urashiki disregarded his injuries and forcefully created distance between himself and Sora, who gracefully landed back on the ground. In the distance, Jiraiya and Ningye, equipped with special binoculars and aided by the keen eyesight of ninjas, watched the standoff with grave expressions. Urashiki realized he could no longer hide. To capture the Ninetales Jinchuriki, he had to take a decisive risk. He unleashed a barrage of heavenly tusk waves to disrupt Noera Sora and Mai. then hastily grabbed a handful of pills from his fishing basket and swallowed them whole. But he did not stop there. He also consumed his Rinnegan. Soon, a radiant door appeared before him, and as he stepped through, Urashiki underwent a transformation. His Byakugan turned to gold, the golden Rinnegan emerged on his forehead, and dark horizontal stripes appeared across his face. His head sprouted massive bird-like horns, and his feet morphed into black claws. The Otsutsuki Urashiki in Sage Crane mode had arrived. Unlike during his careless battle with Uchiha Boruto, Urashiki now emanated the full weight of his 6 paths level power and presence, even through the screen. All in the ninja world felt an unprecedented pressure, akin to the descending of a deity, leaving them breathless. Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara gazed gravely at the image of Urashiki on the screen. Is this the power of a 6 paths level warrior? Anoki stammered. Indeed. Even through the screen, one can feel the oppressive aura, Jiraiya concurred. This individual. I fear even my brother might struggle against him, Tobarama cautioned. What? Even granduncle? Tsunade gasped. Indeed, little Tsunade. This is likely the true sense of pressure that Ningi spoke of regarding the 6 paths level. In that world, Urashiki always bore himself as superior, hence he never fought to his fullest, Hashirama explained. Moreover, he consumed a handful of pills, which are not available in that world, Madara added. So, he is even stronger than the Urashiki from that world? Minato pondered. Does this mean Sora and Mai are in grave danger? Naruto exclaimed. Sora, Samui, no longer indifferent, looked on with concern for Sora displayed on her face. Ningya's heart sank as he observed Wu and Kong, concerned about the two of them despite their remaining techniques. Wu, however, appeared remarkably composed as she regarded Otsutsuki, seemingly having anticipated this moment. Brother, this fellow has finally transformed. Let us take him down. Otsutsuki, eyeing the two brothers on the ground, instantaneously appeared behind them, launching an attack with his claws and wings. Kong and Wu hastily defended themselves with their blades and fans. But the strength of a 6 paths level opponent was no trifling matter. They were swiftly propelled backward, crashing into a tree and stirring up clouds of dust, just as Otsutsuki was about to pursue them. A flash of lightning revealed the technique F-ton. HB Rep, Ken as Inuzuka Kong infused his katana with lightning chakra and sliced toward Otsutsuki. Simultaneously, Inuzuka Wu enveloped her fan with wind chakra, swiftly thrusting it at Otsutsuki. Yet, Otsutsuki's dynamic vision was formidable. He countered their attacks with his wings. After a brief stalemate, he effortlessly deflected them away. With a flourish, Otsutsuki unleashed Tengai Shinsei, Waikai, firing a multitude of differently shaped purple beams from his palms toward the two. As they were sent flying through the air, Kong and Wu desperately maneuvered to evade and deflect Otsutsuki's onslaught. Once they regained their footing on the ground, Otsutsuki refrained from further assault, recognizing that the duo had yet to unleash their full potential. Such formidable strength! Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. Indeed. Wu and Kong are utterly at a loss against Otsutsuki in this state, Anoki remarked. Is this the power of the 6 paths? Jiraiya pondered. Have you disowned something? Tsunade inquired. Yes, Jiraiya replied. Meanwhile, in F. Zokamura, the villagers were astonished by the battle, particularly noting the boy named Wu and his techniques. That seems reminiscent of our F. Zokuri techniques. Indeed, it closely resembles the HB Rep Ken. The current village chief turned to his disciple beside him. At that moment, F. Zokud Shizuka was mesmerized by the screen, witnessing such a level of combat for the first time. After scrutinizing her for a moment, her master remarked, Shizuka, I previously noticed that Child's appearance bears a resemblance to yours. I can now ascertain that Child's mother is indeed you. Though slightly bewildered, Shizuka instinctively refrained from refuting this claim. Her master, sensing her confusion, gently caressed her face. In the video, Ningyi appears to be a good child. I am confident in entrusting you to him. Shizuka, taken aback, exclaimed, But master, didn't you say you had an agreement with Lord Jiraiya? The village chief tenderly replied. The so-called rules and destinies are merely excuses to evade one's inner truths. The grievances of the past should not be passed on to the next generation. I believe Jiraiya shares this sentiment. Although Shizuka felt somewhat puzzled, she listened to her master. However, she had no time to ponder his words. Her gaze filled with concern for Wu on the screen. Oh dear, the 6 paths level is indeed formidable. Brother, use that technique, Wu earnestly urged her sibling. Understood. Kong replied, positioning his sword upright with the tip directed toward the ground, while Wu held her fan horizontally across her chest. Otsutsuki regarded their movements with a grave expression. Bankai X2 Chapter 49. The terrifying strength of 6 paths in the ensuing scene, Inuzuka Kong shouted, Bankai, Kaiten Genraime. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds and crackling thunder. A bolt of lightning struck down, directly hitting Inuzuka Kong and unleashing blinding arcs of lightning. As the light subsided, Kong's figure emerged, his hair standing on end, eyes glowing blue, skin radiant, clad in a blue yukata, and surrounded by flickering bolts of electricity. Beside him, Inuzuka called out, "Bankai, Sakura Hiraki Sayahan." An abundance of cherry blossoms materialized around her, and a whirlwind formed beneath her feet, intertwining with the blossoms to create a Sakura whirlwind. As the whirlwind dissipated, Wu's silhouette was revealed, her hair transformed into a Sakura hue and her attire into a light pink yukata. Inuzuka Kong S. Bankai and Inuzuka Wu S. Bankai have arrived. The duo's aura matched that of Otsutsuki, leveling the playing field. Wow, they've transformed. How cool. Shinja Hashirama exclaimed. Brother, is this really the time to be impressed? These children have likely ascended to the 6 paths level, Shinja Tobarama remarked. Indeed, merely from their aura. These children have reached my level, Otsutsuki Kagaya confirmed. Is it possible for such a thing to occur? Uchiha Madara's demeanor soured. He had painstakingly orchestrated becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, anticipating a rise to the 6 paths level, only to find these children achieving it through mere transformation. Is this the so-called Bankai? It certainly appears impressive, Jiraiya mused. Setting aside its efficacy, these two have become even cooler, Uzumaki Kushina noted. Indeed. They certainly look more striking now, Uchiha Makoto agreed. I must learn this technique. It's simply too cool. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. Absolutely, it's incredibly stylish. Inuzuka Kiba echoed, as Ningye observed the two figures on the screen. He contemplated the possibility that this move could very well be a technique he would reference from his future studies of Bleach. The intense standoff among the three created a formidable aura of chakra pressure. Not only Jiraiya, Naruto, and Ningye felt it, but even Tsunade, seated in her office. Sensed this overwhelming force. The skilled ninjas of Konoha turned their gazes toward the training ground in the back mountains. Otsutsuki Urashiki wore a grave expression as he fixed his eyes on the two, initiating the first attack with the technique, Tensabari Seimik Goken. This time, however, the purple radiance was more abundant and potent. With a sudden flash, Inoshika swung his blade, unleashing a massive lightning slash that obliterated the purple glow in an instant. Meanwhile, with her palm directed toward Otsutsuki Urashiki, Mai executed the technique, F-Jitsu Ri Sakura Ten, causing a plethora of cherry blossoms to materialize around him. In a swift motion, the blossoms coalesced into a spherical formation, encasing Urashiki. As he observed the cherry blossoms gradually crystallizing, he hastily enveloped himself in energy. Once the blossoms fully encapsulated him, they morphed into ice crystals, culminating in the formation of a pink orb. Suddenly, the orb shattered, and Urashiki emerged, albeit with numerous wounds adorning his body. Furious, Urashiki exclaimed, "You two will not escape my wrath." He then ascended, his wings erect, and enveloped them in purple energy, diving down from the sky, transforming his wings into blades aimed at the duo. In response, Sara drew his sword, ready to counter. With a decisive strike, he unleashed Raime Tinch Sen, slashing upward with great force, enhancing his upward momentum with his other hand. The colossal purple blade collided with the blue slash, resulting in a momentary stalemate, both forces refusing to yield. The shockwaves from their clash rippled outward, causing immediate chaos. In a desperate attempt to mitigate the impact, Mai hastily summoned a gust of Sakura wind around the two combatants. Despite her efforts, the clash between two 6-path level beings resulted in a catastrophic upheaval, fracturing the ground and uprooting trees. Observing the disastrous scene, Ningye swiftly transported Jiraiya and Naruto away using the Flying Thunder God technique. The ninja and Umbu dispatched to investigate were violently propelled backward by the shockwave. Those with weaker constitutions perished instantly, while the stronger ones were left unconscious against distant mountains. Their fates uncertain. The villagers of Konoha felt the earth tremble violently, followed by a fierce wind, prompting widespread panic and inquiries about the cause of such turmoil. After a brief interval, the tremors subsided. As the villagers regained their composure, they were greeted with the sight of cracked earth, collapsed buildings, and a landscape of devastation. Experienced ninjas shouted for action. Don't just stand there. Civilians, hurry to the shelters or open areas. The rest of you, assist in rescue efforts. Quickly. In no time, the villagers mobilized to organize rescue and evacuation efforts, with the younger generation rolling up their sleeves to join in the fray. Meanwhile, in the epicenter of the battle, Sara and Urashiki found themselves suspended in midair above an unfathomably deep chasm, surrounded by obliterated flora and fauna. Onlookers from the ninja world were rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the devastation. After a moment, some began to react. Naruto exclaimed, This is unbelievable. Anoki remarked, How terrifying. Saratobi Hiruzen questioned, Is this the power of the six paths? Fourth Raikage added, This is beyond exaggeration. Otsutsuki Kagaya noted. The strength of those three rivals, even our elite. Jiraiya observed, Just the residual force. Konoha nearly faced annihilation. Raza expressed his astonishment. This is too frightening. Uchiha Madara scoffed. Had it not been for Ino Shika's intervention, the residual force alone could have obliterated the land of fire and its neighboring territories. The gathered ninja realized the profound reality of the six-path level. The ability to easily devastate entire nations was at their fingertips. Ino Shika assessed the surroundings. Wait. We have work to do. Brother, let us finish this swiftly. Agreed. Urashiki, too, had similar intentions, channeling all his energy into the technique. Tensabari Seimik, Riji. He unleashed a star-shaped purple chakra from his palm, conjuring a colossal, dark purple emperor fish, which expelled a massive purplish-red chakra sphere. In anticipation, Mai declared, This time. Let us ensure we defeat him in the air. Otherwise, the repairs will be laborious. Indeed, this technique will determine our fate, Mai. Understood, brother. Chapter 50. The moment of farewell as the purple energy sphere surged towards them, Mai struck first with F. Jitsuri, Sakura Araku, Emika, gathering a multitude of cherry blossoms into a massive blossom. The center of the flower concentrated energy, releasing a radiant pink light. In that instant, Sara swung his blade towards Urashiki, executing Raime Tate, Hokuto Tenijaku. Focusing all his intent, he harmonized his spirit and unleashed a decisive slash. A flash of blue light illuminated the scene, followed by the dispersal of the Sakura glow, as the purple energy sphere, along with Urashiki, was cleaved in two. The villagers of Konoha, hearing the sound, turned their gazes, their eyes widening in disbelief. What was that? Is this a joke? I must be dreaming. Even Tsunade, at that moment, stared in astonishment, unable to fathom the spectacle before her. Ningi and Jiraiya gazed intently at the sky, while Naruto also looked up, exclaiming, Hey, hey. Perverted sage, Ningi, what is that? It must be a trick, right? Above them, the heavens seemed to have split in two, as if the atmosphere itself had been cleaved open, revealing the cosmos in all its clarity. Not only that, but people in the land of fire and neighboring nations also lifted their eyes to witness this spectacle. Was it the power of the divine? The audience in the live stream widened their eyes in astonishment once more. Anoki remarked, This, sigh, I no longer wish to comment. Rashi chuckled. Just from this residual energy, we can't even fathom how many times we've perished. The fourth Raikage added, At this distance, it matters not how far we run. Jiraiya pondered aloud. What would happen if that blade struck the ground? What would it entail? The crowd dared not imagine the consequences. After Purashi was cleaved in two, Mai promptly released a capsule, which expanded rapidly, engulfing Purashi's remains. Subsequently, the capsule shrank and returned to Mai's hand. Now, Purashi could no longer utilize Wedge, their task was complete, and they would report back to Uncle Orochimaru. The two then released their Bankai, returning to their original forms. At this moment, Ningi also arrived instantaneously. Just as he was about to speak, the father interjected, suggesting that they postpone their conversation for later and focus on restoring the place to its original state. Agreed. After Ningi nodded in response, Wu took out a capsule from his pocket. Upon expanding it, he revealed a palm-sized crimson crystal sphere, known as the reincarnation technique, Izanagi. The crimson sphere emitted a dazzling red light that shot into the sky and then spread outward. As the red light flickered, the fissures in the earth instantaneously sealed, and trees sprouted anew. The cracks in the sky also swiftly mended. Those who had been flung into death or injury began to revive and awaken. The collapsed structures in Konohagakure reverted to their original state, and the injured or deceased were restored in an instant. The surrounding onlookers gasped in terror, bewildered by the unfolding events. What was happening? Tsunade found herself momentarily at a loss. The people of the ninja world stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the astonishing occurrences before them. Saratobi Hiruzen exclaimed, Such miraculous ninjutsu exists. Anoki remarked, I had no intention of commenting, but this is impressive. Uchiha Fugaka questioned, Is this Izanagi? Tsunade pondered, Is this a form of medical ninjutsu? Orochimaru wondered aloud, Is this truly ninjutsu, or something else entirely? It is widely acknowledged that destruction is easy, yet restoration is challenging. Everyone had grown somewhat desensitized to the destructive power of the six paths. Yet this extraordinary recovery technique compelled them to re-evaluate their lives. Uchiha Madara, Obito, and Nagato stood as if frozen in disbelief. They were aware that the outer path, samsara technique, could resurrect others, and the former two understood that Izanagi could transform unfortunate events into illusions. But the extent of this effect seemed overwhelmingly exaggerated. Ningye gazed at the surrounding scenery, feeling a sense of disbelief. He pondered, is it the technique of retrospection? That father of mine. We must erase all memories and possessions related to us. Only you in the shinobi world are privy to our affairs, Mai explained to Ningye. Her tone tinged with reluctance. At this moment, Ningye understood that the time for parting had arrived, and he nodded to signal the two to proceed. Kong took out a capsule, opened it, and revealed a pink heart-shaped crystal pendant. However, Ningye paid it no mind. While Wu squinted her eyes slightly in curiosity, Kong infused the pendant with chakra and declared, omnipotent, memory erasure. Instantly, the crystal pendant emitted a violet radiance that soared into the heavens, swiftly enveloping the entire shinobi world. In Konoha, Sakura suddenly felt a wave of disorientation and looked around in confusion. How did I end up on the street? The villagers also shared a bewildered sensation. Moreover, everyone instantaneously forgot all information regarding Shiranui Kong and Wu. Even the recent tremor and the cracks in the sky had vanished from their memories. Uchiha Madara remarked. Is there such a powerful genjutsu apart from the infinite Tsukuyomi? Anoki replied, it has caused us to lose our relevant memories in an instant. How terrifying. Tsunade added, indeed, what if one forgets their own family? Jiraiya commented, another dreadful ninjutsu. As Wu sensed that the time was nearly up. She gently retrieved the time-space tortoise and, with a reluctant tone, said, Father, although our time together was brief, both Kong and I found joy in our moments with you. Kong chimed in, indeed, being with you has brought me warmth and happiness. Father, rest assured, we will continue to heed your words over there and will not trouble you. We hope you can reunite with Mother soon. Both Wu and Kong felt a pang of sorrow in their hearts, despite not belonging to the same era as their father. The farewell words lingered unspoken. At that moment, a white light enveloped the two of them. At this moment, Ningye once again felt the poignant sadness of his teacher's departure, yet he could not allow himself to display such emotions. With a gentle smile, he remarked, Kong, Wu. This time your performance was exceptional. You truly lived up to being my children. Upon your return, be sure to behave and remember to eat and rest on time. When you feel fatigued from your studies and training, take ample rest. Do not overexert yourselves, for your health is of utmost importance. Moreover, I assure you that I will not allow you to fade from this era, so you need not worry about that. At this moment, the radiant white light surrounding Kong and Wu intensified, and they responded, Yes, Father, we are departing now. Please take good care of yourself. Farewell, Father. Farewell. They echoed in unison. After uttering these words, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they vanished together. After a moment, Ningye sighed. Ningye let out a long sigh, his eyes betraying a profound sorrow. The following scene unfolds in darkness. Kong and Wu had entered their era. Yet both kept their heads bowed, their spirits notably subdued. After a brief moment, Kong regained his composure and gently addressed his brother. Let us proceed, Wu. Our esteemed father awaits our news. Indeed. As they journeyed back, in an effort to lighten the mood, Wu playfully remarked, brother. Confess honestly, what price did you pay for Sister Ida to bestow upon you such an abundance of Omni Chakra? Kong, maintaining a stoic expression, replied. I merely informed her of the task we are to undertake. In her desire to assist us, she gifted me that pendant. Is that so? Wu responded. Skepticism etched across his face. He then narrowed his eyes, adopting a sly demeanor akin to that of a cunning fox, and inquired. Then why did you return with swollen lips that day? Kong was taken aback by Wu's words, thinking, impossible, I clearly. Huh? No, wait. Wu displayed an expression of surprise, then, with an air of gossip, exclaimed, Oh, I was just joking, but it seems I hit the mark. So, tell me. How far have you two progressed? Chapter 51, The Mother of the Child. Ningye shook his head, quickly regaining his composure. At this moment, he understood that he still bore the weight of a future burden. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, there existed foes even more formidable than Kaguya. Ningye, how could you arrive so swiftly? At least inform me and the perverse sage. Naruto and Jiraiya had now also reached the training ground on the back mountain. Ningye addressed the two, saying, I apologize, I was preoccupied with a pressing matter, but it is no longer an issue. Naruto then responded, Is that so? In that case, let us go enjoy some Ichiraka ramen. I happen to be quite hungry. Indeed, I too am feeling famished, replied the sage. Allow me to treat you both. Hooray! Long live the lecherous sage. Ningye, let us be off. Yes, let us go. Ninga has also agreed. However, at the moment when Naruto and Jiraiya turned around, they exchanged a glance and smiled. From a distance, they noticed Ninga standing alone, seemingly in low spirits. Naruto then suggested this to Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "Phew, the incident concerning the future has finally passed." Inoki responded, "But numerous issues remain." Nara Shikaku added, "The fourth great ninja war, with Uchiha Madara becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki attack, and the ultimate foe from the future, Otsutsuki Kinshiki?" Sachikage stated, "Firstly, regarding the fourth great ninja war, considering the ages of those two children, its outbreak should not be far from now." Nara Shikaku continued, "But we must ascertain the purpose of the fourth great ninja war. Is it similar to past ninja wars?" Nara Shikaku speculated, "No. I believe that according to what Ninga mentioned about the Ten Tails Jinchuriki in the Eye of the Moon plan, our adversary in this upcoming ninja war might indeed be Uchiha Madara." Sarutobi Hiruzen conceded, "Shikaku makes a valid point. Alas, the thought of Uchiha Madara becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki suggests that his power is likely on par with that of Urashiki and his ilk. We may be in grave danger." Senju Tobarama interjected, "Do not forget, there is also the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki. Even if Kagaya's plan succeeds and she is unleashed, our primary enemy will likely still be that Otsutsuki." Otsutsuki Kinshiki pondered, "An enemy stronger than my mother? I truly wonder how Ningyu will triumph over him." The gathered ninjas understood that Ningyu must ultimately defeat the invading Otsutsuki, otherwise, his children would not exist in this era. Nara Shikaku remarked, "Perhaps Ningyu will rely on his own strength to overcome the invading Otsutsuki." Senju Hashirama chuckled, "That is certainly plausible. Especially since my disciple's child has already attained the level of sage of 6 paths at such a young age. I believe my disciple's strength will be even greater." Inoki agreed. Lord Hashirama is correct. If Ninga's child is so formidable, Ninga himself should be even stronger. Otherwise, the Otsutsuki clan would not need to negotiate with him. Senju Tobarama asserted, "Thus, I have previously stated that you all must cooperate with my disciple. If anything were to happen to him, the entire ninja world would be doomed." Rashi coughed. "Indeed, the second Hokage is right. If anything were to happen to Ninga, we would lack the means to confront a sage-level threat." Inoki concurred, "Precisely, our immediate priority must be to ensure Ninga's safety." Consequently, Inoki promptly rescinded the assassination order against Ningye, a decision echoed by the majority of the ninja world's upper echelons. A small faction, however, comprised of extremists, wished for the complete annihilation of the ninja world. At this juncture, the leaders of various nations could only adopt a policy of appeasement, ensuring they did not foster enmity. For if they were to antagonize Ningye, and the Otsutsuki clan were to invade, their fate would be sealed. The fourth Raikage inquired, "Cough. When does Brother Ningye plan to visit our hidden cloud village? When will your engagement ceremony with Samui take place?" Samui replied, "Lord Raikage, I have yet to meet Ningye, and besides, he is still just a child, isn't he?" Mabui interjected, "Ah, what does that matter? You should interact more with Ningye to get to know him better. After all, an engagement is not the same as marriage. If this child named Kuu does not appear, it could lead to significant complications." Azumi added, "Exactly, sister. I do not wish for my cool nephew to vanish." Samui stammered, Karui laughed, "Haha, that's right, Captain. You wouldn't want your future child to be in danger, would you?" Omoi agreed, "Precisely. If you, Captain, do not marry Ningye, then Kuu will not come into existence. If Kuu does not appear, Naruto and Ningye could be at risk. And if they are in danger, then..." Hai interrupted, "While your points are quite reasonable, Omoi, your expression is overly convoluted." At this moment, Samui found herself at a loss for words. To be honest, she greatly admired Ningya's calm demeanor and approach to matters, yet when it came to marriage discussions, she wished for a reprieve. Omoi and Karui were amused by their captain's unusual reaction and stifled their laughter from the sidelines. Senju Hashirama laughed, "Haha, the Raikage is correct. Nephew, this is a matter of lifelong significance, and I wholeheartedly support you." Noara Ningye hesitated. Uncle." Senju Tobarama noted his disciple's evident discomfort. He remarked, "Dear brother, Ningye is still quite young, and this is not the appropriate time for such matters." Uzumaki Mito interjected, "Now, Tobarama, while the future of the ninja world is crucial, Ningye's lifelong affair is equally significant. If we are not careful and both he and Kuu were to disappear, I would hold you accountable." Senju Tobarama responded, "Ningye, my disciple, I can only assist you to this extent. However, to speak candidly, He holds a fondness for both Kong and Wu, his two apprentices. Fuzi Jinglu remarked, by the way, if I am not mistaken, the child named Wu is the offspring of my disciple, Jingxiang. The name of Fuzi Jingxiang's master has not been mentioned. The author has arbitrarily chosen one. Suggestions for a more fitting name are welcome. Jiraiya responded, is that truly the case? In that instance, I feel reassured. Uzumaki Kushina interjected, oh, your name. Fuzi Jinglu continued, indeed, as you may have observed, the other child employs the ninjutsu and taijutsu of our Fuzi style, and bears a striking resemblance to Jingxiang. Terumi Mei exclaimed, ah, does this mean the other child's mother has been identified as well? Tsunade replied, it seems so, but Jiraiya, how did you come to know this? Jiraiya coughed, ahem, the priority now is Wu's mother. In the ninja world, yet again, a woman with dark hair and green eyes feels a sense of loss and sorrow. Fuzi Jinglu found amusement in Jiraiya's subtlety. Fuzi Jinglu said, all right, Jingxiang, you should also converse with Ningye. Fuzi Jingxiang responded, yes, Ningye. I believe that as long as we persist in our efforts, our children will surely arrive in due time. Nowhere Ningye chuckled. Chapter 52. The popular Ningye in the classroom of the Ninja Academy. As Ningye heard the words of Fuzi Jingxiang, he was taken aback. While the girls in the classroom reacted as if they had been stepped on, their tempers flaring instantly. Who is this Fuzi Jingxiang woman? So shameless. Does she truly believe that Ningye belongs solely to her? In that moment, the girls resembled cherished possessions on the verge of being snatched away. Just then, a voice drifted in, saying, but she's the mother of my. The girls lowered their heads in disappointment, their expressions akin to defeated canines. Meanwhile, the denizens of the ninja world were equally astonished by Fuzi Jingxiang's audacious declaration. Kakashi Hitaki coughed and remarked, that was rather bold. Ebisu chimed in. What a brave individual. Tsunade laughed heartily. This Jingxiang is exceptionally decisive. I admire you for that. Fuzi Jinglu added, haha, Jingxiang. Perhaps you should get to know Ningye first, but remember to be assertive when it counts. Fuzi Jingxiang responded eagerly, yes. Ningye, when can we meet? Ningye, taken aback by the unexpected request from his future wife, found himself at a loss for words, being a champion of friendship yet a novice in love. Jiraiya reassured him. No rush, Ningye. Someday, I will take you there. Fuzi Jingxiang replied, thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Mabui interjected, Samui, look at them and look at yourself. At this rate, Kei will likely become the younger brother. Samui conceded, I understand. Ningye, please don't forget that Kei is the elder brother. Ningyu could not help but think that the women of the ninja world had truly become audacious. Uzumaki Mito cleared her throat. Jingxiang, Samui, your points are well taken. But Ningye is still just a child. Such matters should wait until he matures. Samui agreed, of course. Fuzi Jingxiang acknowledged, I understand. Hashirama Senju remarked. Speaking of which, my nephew's child is indeed impressive, surpassing both myself and Madara at such a young age. Ha ha ha, this is the essence of what the future should embody. The assembled ninjas suddenly realized the potential of Ningye. If he was indeed so remarkable, could they? Arsasa coughed, Ningye, my daughter is merely 3 years older than you, as the saying goes. Anoki interjected, hold on, my granddaughter Karatsuchi is undoubtedly the best choice. Yuancher added, our Mizukage, Terumi Mei, is top-notch in both strength and beauty. The fourth Raikage scoffed, Ningye is Samui's husband. You all should stand back. Ningye, you two should definitely have more children. Samui exclaimed, Lord Raikage. Nara Shikaki nudged Yumeka Ino, suggesting he speak up. Ino, however, shyly admitted, I'm not good with words. Shikako urged him, even if you're not eloquent, you should say something. Proximity to the water's edge brings the first catch. Yet, there were those who thrived on the drama, such as Tsunade. Everyone, let me clarify, the only 2 children we have encountered in this timeline are Mai and Kei. But that does not mean Ningye will not have other children in the future. Tsunade recalled the video revealing Ningye's childhood mishaps. Saratobi Hiruzen nodded. Tsunade has a point. This could also foster peace between Konoha and other regions. As the current leader of Konoha, he opened up new avenues of thought. Thus, leaders from various nations began to voice their intentions to ally through marriage with Ningye. Hashirama chuckled, little Tsunade, you're not too young. You might consider Ningye. Tsunade, initially enjoying the spectacle, was suddenly taken aback when she found herself in the spotlight. Uzumaki Mito protested, wait, dear husband, I object. Tsunade is far too old. And Ningye is still so young and innocent. Besides, Tsunade has been rather lazy, drinking and gambling. Look how much she resembles her mother. Tsunade erupted, spitting out her drink. Initially pleased that her grandmother had intervened on her behalf, she felt utterly defeated by the subsequent statements. Am I not your granddaughter? Why do I feel like I'm not? Meanwhile, Shizen and Pudding stifled their laughter, finding solace in the fact that Tsunade's grandmother understood her struggles so well. Tobarama Senju interjected, All right, enough of this talk. The immediate priority is to protect my disciple, ensuring his safe development. Moreover, you all must improve your strengths. Do not place every burden on Ningye. He is not obligated to assist you. Anoki affirmed, Of course, Lord Tobarama. We will protect Ningye until he matures. Arsasa echoed, Indeed. The fourth Raikage proclaimed, Ningye, my brother, we of the Cloud Village will safeguard you. Ningye embodies the hope of the ninja world. Should anything happen to him, it could spell game over for us all. Ningye, Naruto, and Jiraiya emerged from the Ichiraku ramen shop, their faces adorned with satisfaction. At this moment, Ningya's mood had significantly improved. As the trio made their way to the training ground, they coincidentally encountered Sasuke, who was in search of Ningye. Upon their meeting, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged disdainful huffs, each turning their gaze away from the other. Humph. Sasuke, Ningye, and I are heading to the training ground. What brings you here? Naruto remarked, subtly leaning closer to Ningye. I came to find Ningye for a mission, Sasuke retorted, casting an irritated glance at Naruto, who stood beside Ningye. The two locked eyes, and sparks of rivalry ignited between them. As Ningye beheld the scene, he declared, Very well, Sasuke. Today you shall train alongside Naruto and me. In response, Sasuke, with a hint of pride, retorted, Since you insist, I shall reluctantly accompany you, you fool. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto immediately grew agitated, exclaiming, Who needs your company? I shall undoubtedly beat you so badly that Sakura won't even recognize you. What did you say? I shall not spare you today, Naruto. Neither will I, Sasuke. The two glared at each other in anger, puffing in unison. Naruto shouted, Sasuke, I will surely leave you with a bruised visage. Sasuke coolly replied, Well then, let us see. Minato chuckled. Ah, it seems Naruto and Sasuke share quite a bond. Tsunade remarked, Indeed, when we first encountered these two youngsters, did they not share a kiss? Minato fell silent, while Fugaka looked on in disbelief. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged bewildered glances. Jiraiya added, Moreover, Ninga is not only popular among the girls, but also quite favored by the boys. Kushina interjected, Jiraiya-sensei. I hope you are referring to friendship. Chapter 53. The brooding Naruto the Force soon arrived at the training ground. Having just finished their meal, they decided to let their food settle before commencing training. Thus, they engaged in a game of cards. I have no cards left, Sasuke announced as he discarded his hand. Damn it, Naruto exclaimed, holding up a joker. All right, Naruto, remember that you must accept the consequences of your bets, Ninga stated. Producing a brush and dipping it in erasable ink, drawing a large circle on Naruto's face. Sasuke, without hesitation, drew a turtle on Naruto's cheek. Upon seeing his reflection in the mirror, Naruto shouted in fury, How infuriating. Just wait, I will draw something even more outrageous on your faces. However, both Ninga and Sasuke were skeptical, knowing that Naruto was far too innocent and impulsive at this moment, nearly wearing his emotions on his sleeve. After some time passed, Sasuke declared, I have no cards left. After discarding a pair, he adeptly picked up the brush and dipped it in ink, but suddenly paused. Naruto, sensing the delay, boldly stated, Humph, if you're going to draw, do it quickly. I am not one to renege on a bet. Ningye handed a mirror to Naruto, who took it and glanced at his reflection. Ah, who is this? Of course, it was you, foolish Naruto. At that moment, Naruto's face was ink black, leaving Sasuke with no space to draw upon. With this dark visage, Naruto officially made his entrance. Inazuka Kiba burst out laughing. Haha, Naruto, your face is too hilarious. Hinata Hyuga remarked gently, Naruto-kun. Akimichi Choji, while eating, struggled to stifle his laughter at the scene, only to have food suddenly lodged in his throat. Nara Shikamaru added, Naruto, it would be wise to refrain from playing such games, or else, haha, I might not be able to hold back either. Uzumaki Naruto retorted, What? I simply had bad luck. If I play again, I won't lose. Tsunade interjected, Naruto is right. Sometimes it is merely a matter of misfortune, much like when I gamble. Jiraiya chimed in, Tsunade, do you call that sometimes? Tsunade replied fiercely, Jiraiya, do you wish to be beaten? Ningyu returned the brush, ink, and ghost card to Jiraiya, who was seeking inspiration nearby. Naruto, having washed his face by the creek, joined the others. Once they were ready, Jiraiya cleared his throat and said, Ahem. You two will face Ningye together. Moreover, the details of today's battle must remain confidential. Understood, Sasuke nodded, fully aware of Ningye's formidable strength. As he had been thoroughly defeated by him on numerous occasions. Naruto, however, protested anxiously, "That's not fair, pervy sage. This is too much of an advantage for Ningye." Jiraiya slapped his own forehead in exasperation and responded, "Have you not noticed that during these past few days of training, Ningye has been accommodating towards you? You need not worry about him. Rather, you should be more concerned about your own well-being. Oh, and by the way, you may utilize your Rasengan, as well as Sasuke's Chidori." With Jiraiya's insistence, Naruto reluctantly agreed. The two faced Ningye, and accustomed to receiving blows, Sasuke took the initiative. He charged swiftly towards Ningye, swiftly retrieving shuriken from his leg pouch and launching them at Ningye. A feigned attack? Quite impressive. Ningye deftly evaded the onslaught of shurikens with a slight movement of his body. Meanwhile, Sasuke approached Ningye, initiating a physical confrontation. Fully aware that his ninjutsu would be futile against him. Rather than squander chakra, he opted for close combat. However, even with Ningye holding back, Sasuke soon found himself at a disadvantage. Observing the dire situation, Naruto rushed forward to assist Sasuke. Together, they unleashed a barrage of physical attacks against Ningye. Yet, with Naruto's involvement, Sasuke did not feel a reduction in pressure. Instead, the burden intensified. Ningye occasionally directed Naruto's fists and kicks towards Sasuke, who hurriedly defended himself. As the battle intensified, Sasuke found himself increasingly beleaguered and quickly created some distance between them. Naruto, propelled by a sudden blow from Ningye, landed beside Sasuke. Despite their past camaraderie, a single word or glance from Sasuke conveyed everything to Naruto. With his index and middle fingers crossed, Naruto unleashed the Shadow Clone Jutsu, summoning dozens of duplicates of himself, all rushing towards Ningye. Just as Ningye prepared to confront the clones, they vanished in an instant, engulfed in a cloud of smoke. Ah, so it was a clever tactic, utilizing the smoke generated upon the clone's unexpected dissolution. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke swiftly repositioned himself and unleashed the fire release, Great Fireball technique. The smoke beside Ningye suddenly dissipated, revealing a colossal fireball. By the time Ningye noticed, the fireball was already upon him, striking him instantaneously. However, Sasuke suddenly shouted, "Naruto, behind you." Naruto had not yet grasped the situation, and it was too late. Bam! Ningye wielded a willow branch and struck Naruto squarely on the backside. How excruciating! With a sudden jolt, Ningye's action caused Naruto to clutch his behind and dash around in a frenzy. Indeed, that was a shadow clone, wasn't it? Sasuke paid no heed to Naruto's frantic cries. The moment the fireball struck, he knew it was Ningye's clone. No need to ask why, as he had endured such blows too many times before. That detestable Ningye. This time I shall employ my ultimate technique. Naruto swiftly approached Sasuke and whispered earnestly, "Can this truly work?" Sasuke looked at him with skepticism. "Fear not. This technique is absolutely effective," Naruto replied, exuding confidence. Was also curious to see what kind of spectacle Naruto would create. He observed as Naruto employed the shadow clone technique once more. But this time he expended a considerable amount of chakra, summoning hundreds, if not thousands, of clones. The shadow clones swiftly charged towards. "Prepare yourself." With that, the clones erupted in a cloud of smoke, yet this time they did not vanish. Instead, "You look so dashing. Would you care to join me and my sister in some fun?" Various incarnations of Naruto were summoned forth, relentlessly launching seductive assaults against with their alluring techniques. Seduction technique, harem jutsu. Jiraiya, who was spectating from the sidelines, instantly gushed blood, propelled skyward by the sheer force of his reaction. Simultaneously, in the ninja world, one by one, the ninjas ascended into the heavens. The audience in the live stream was equally astonished by this jutsu. Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi Hatake, cough, cough. What an impressive technique, cough, cough. At that moment, Kakashi, having lost too much blood, lay pallid and feeble on the ground. Anoki, in my long life, this is the first time I have witnessed such a formidable technique. Kushina Uzumaki, how can there be such a wicked ninjutsu? Hashirama Senju, wicked you say? I think it's rather. Uzumaki Kushina. Oh, what do you think it is? Hashirama Senju, Indeed, this ninjutsu is exceedingly wicked. Tobarama Senju Naruto, you've truly taken the shadow clone technique to new heights. Madara Uchiha, a tiresome ninjutsu. Chapter 54, Two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto. You are forbidden from developing such ninjutsu in the future. Do you hear me? Naruto Uzumaki, huh? I finally found some inspiration. What do you think, Dad? Kushina Uzumaki. Hihi. Yes. Minato. What do you think? Minato Namikaze. Cough, cough. Naruto, at this moment, you should obediently listen to your mother. Jiraiya. Cough, cough. Hihi. I wonder if little Shish can handle it. Samui. FKO Shizuka. Faced with the overwhelming allure of numerous Narutos, Ningi did not blink, effortlessly transforming the willow branch in his hand into a water whip. With a vigorous swing, he eradicated all the surrounding. Sasuke silently lowered his hands, which had been poised to form seals. He realized he should not have placed his trust in Naruto's strategy. Naruto, taken aback by the failure of his technique, could only watch as Jiraiya continued to grin foolishly, blood trickling from his nose. With no other options, the remaining bravely charged forward, only to meet their heroic demise. Faced with this dire situation, Naruto and Sasuke had no choice but to gamble everything. Naruto began channeling the chakra of the Nine Tails, the vibrant orange energy surging from within him. His power and speed surged dramatically. Sasuke, I'll distract Ningye. Seize the opportunity to launch your attack. Understood. With that, Sasuke activated his three-tomo Sharingan. Naruto surged forward at breakneck speed, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Ningye. Ningye merely turned slightly to evade the strike, then wielded the willow branch in his hand and delivered a swift blow to Naruto's rear. A resounding smack echoed through the air. However, the anticipated scream from Naruto never materialized. Instead, he dissipated into a cloud of smoke. The Naruto charging forward was, in fact, a shadow clone. At that moment, Sasuke and Naruto lunged towards him from opposite directions with their respective techniques, Chidori and Rasengan. Yet, Ningyi swiftly raised both arms, palms open, aiming at Naruto and Sasuke. Suddenly, a circular water shield materialized before their faces, unable to halt their momentum. Both collided with the water shields and were forcefully repelled backward. The Chidori and Rasengan also faltered and vanished. After a brief interval, the two found themselves on the ground, hands clutching their backsides, groaning in pain. Upon witnessing the situation, Ningyi employed his medical ninjutsu to heal the injuries of the two individuals. However, when they stood up, they instinctively continued to cover their backsides. A few days later, in Orochimaru's laboratory, Ningyi and Orochimaru have successfully extracted natural energy from the curse mark. Orochimaru is studying this natural energy, which not only enables him to assist Ningyi in harnessing it more effectively but also facilitates the resolution of Kimimara's bloodline disease. Ningya's shadow clone was also attempting to merge natural energy with the chakra within. Initially, he pondered whether he might encounter risks similar to Naruto's early experiences with frog transformations. However, the fusion of natural energy and internal chakra proceeded remarkably smoothly, as if they were not merging at all. Furthermore, there were no markings resembling those of Sage Mode at the corners of the shadow clone's eyes. Ningyi had also attempted to employ this celestial technique of chakra to utilize ninjutsu. Although there was an augmentation, it appeared to be rather modest. Consequently, Orochimaru, Ningyi, and Kabuto became engrossed in their endeavors. Orochimaru guided Ningyi to examine the comparison before and after the fusion of natural energy, pondering how the quantity of natural energy would evolve over time. An hour later, Orochimaru furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the analysis report in his hand. The report indicated that after Ningyi fused with natural energy, it dissipated at an astonishing speed. Upon meticulous observation, he discerned that it was being absorbed by the mysterious energy residing within Ningye's body. When Ningyi employs this celestial technique of chakra, the natural energy within the celestial chakra dissipates at an accelerated rate. Only a minuscule portion of this natural energy is harnessed into the ninjutsu, resulting in a less pronounced amplification effect. This peculiarity also leaves Orochimaru somewhat perplexed. Although he had previously informed Ningyi that within him resided a form of energy surpassing even natural energy, he speculated that this energy represented a congealing and sublimation of natural energy. However, the rate at which this energy absorbs natural energy is astonishing, akin to treating natural energy as an offering. Yet, intriguingly, there seems to be no discernible change in this enigmatic energy before and after absorption, which is quite baffling. Ningyi found himself somewhat perplexed. Yet his confusion diverged from Orochimaru's. He vaguely sensed an ineffable essence emanating from that energy. It was no longer merely during his cultivation. Even during meals and slumber, he felt an involuntary absorption of this mysterious energy. What precisely this energy was, and from whence it originated, remained uncertain to Ningye for the time being. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with intrigue, and suddenly, a thought materialized in his mind, prompting an involuntary chuckle. Both Yakushi Kabuto and Ningye turned their gaze toward Orochimaru, who, without hesitation, declared, "Ha ha ha. Ningye, I have conjured an exceedingly fascinating hypothesis." "Oh, fascinating. Indeed. I surmise that the force within you appears reluctant to amalgamate with this natural energy, rather than seamlessly integrating the natural energy with your chakra. I believe the energy within you is directly absorbing the natural energy, seemingly unwilling to permit your utilization of it. I have previously remarked upon its resemblance to natural energy. Yet similarity does not equate to compatibility. It is akin to the principle that a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. One's territory is not to be encroached upon. The energy within you is disinclined to coexist with the natural energy." As Ningye listened to Orochimaru's words, he was reminded of the moment when Naruto fused with the Sage of the Six Paths. During that time, the Nine Tails had forcefully expelled the Sage, leading Naruto to mistakenly believe that Sage mode was unattainable while in the presence of the Nine Tails. It was only later that the Nine Tails, in a fit of pride, revealed that the reason for its actions was its unwillingness to share the same space with a frog. Furthermore, the Nine Tails, in a fit of exasperation, shouted at Naruto, "Why bother learning Sage techniques when you already possess my chakra?" Reflecting on this, Ningye felt that his own situation was somewhat analogous. While the Nine Tails had banished the Sage, he was instead absorbing natural energy, resulting in an inefficient utilization of that energy within him. Ningye had no choice but to temporarily relinquish his aspirations of mastering Sage chakra. He decided to focus on the cultivation of chakra, the enhancement of his physical strength, and the fortification of his mental prowess. Although Ningye was unable to enter Sage mode, he could effortlessly extract natural energy without merging with it, thus facilitating Orochimaru's research. Furthermore, Junmaru's condition had been significantly alleviated through the utilization of natural energy and yin-yang chakra. Orochimaru expressed his intention to take both Kabuto and Junmaru to the Dragon Cave in the future, assuring that he could guarantee the safety of the three of them. Ningye nodded in agreement, recognizing that Orochimaru's survival abilities are undeniably trustworthy. Chapter 55, The Promise of Yesteryears. In Team 7, Sakura also successfully became Tsunade's apprentice under Naruto's recommendation, thus becoming the junior to Karen. Following Tsunade's ascension to Hokage, the higher-ups of Konoha gradually relinquished power. They would not dare to trouble Tsunade in front of their teacher. The unfortunate trio still believes that their teacher Tobarama resides within Ningye. Hence they feel trepidation upon encountering him. During her management of the Konoha hospital, Tsunade discovered the Uzumaki mother and daughter. Aware of the distant kinship between the Senju and Uzumaki clans, and knowing that her grandmother and Kushina both belonged to the Uzumaki clan, she decided to extend her care toward them. She also recognized the unique physique and remarkable medical talent of the mother and daughter duo, leading her to directly take Karen as her disciple. As for Sasuke, he continued to travel back and forth to Orochimaru's base, eventually deciding to remain there for an extended period due to the inconvenience. Meanwhile, Naruto, in response to the Akatsuki organization, embarked on a journey of training alongside Jiraiya. Sakura exclaimed, "Yea, in this world, I have also become Tsunade-sama's disciple." Ino responded, "All right, Sakura, you should properly thank Naruto. If it weren't for his introduction and your connection as teammates, Tsunade-sama wouldn't have accepted you so readily." Sakura replied, Thank you, Naruto." It was the first time Sakura had expressed gratitude to Naruto in her life. Naruto laughed, "No problem, Sakura. By the way, are you free tomorrow? How about?" "Oof." Sakura delivered a swift punch to Naruto's head. Sakura exclaimed, "Naruto, you should say that to Hinata." With that, Sakura shoved Naruto right in front of Hinata. Naruto-kun. Hinata, taken aback by Naruto's sudden proximity, turned beet red. Her pupils, which were already absent, rolled back as she fainted from excitement. Naruto, bewildered by Hinata's reaction, found himself at a loss. Having seen another version of Hinata in a different world, where they were married with children, he was momentarily uncertain on how to face this world's Hinata. Ningye was persistently engaged in his cultivation. Half a year later, one day during meditation, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation, causing him to open his eyes. He retrieved the Flying Thunder God kunai from his backpack. Is this the Flying Thunder God mark from Naruto? Before Naruto departed, Ningye had specifically entrusted him with the Flying Thunder God Kunai. Should any situation arise, Naruto could activate the kunai with his chakra, thereby allowing Ningye to sense it immediately. Ningye then remarked, "Naruto, if you miss me, you can also channel the chakra contained within here." I would never," Naruto exclaimed, his face flushed, as he hurriedly grasped Jiraiya's hand, urging him to depart from the gates of Konoha. Observing this, Ningye, without any delay, directly harnessed his chakra to execute the Flying Thunder God technique over a considerable distance. In an instant, he materialized before Naruto and Jiraiya. "Wow, Ningye, I have missed you so much." Before Ningye had the opportunity to observe his surroundings, he was enveloped in a warm embrace from Naruto. Nevertheless, he thoughtfully patted Naruto's back. "All right, Naruto, I have arrived. So what exactly has transpired?" Only then did Naruto release Ningye, his cheeks slightly flushed, feeling somewhat shy to speak. "Ahem, Ningye, it has been a long time." At that moment, Jiraiya cleared his throat. "It has been a while, Mr. Jiraiya. Have you come seeking my assistance for something?" Ningye also gazed at Jiraiya, but behind him stood two other individuals. One had hair that was a blend of orange and white, her face marked with slight wrinkles, yet her beauty remained undeniable, suggesting she must have been striking in her youth. The other was a captivating woman with glossy black hair tied into a single ponytail and enchanting green eyes, appearing to be only slightly older than Naruto and Ningye. "Fuko Shizuka, this is my master. Fuko Kuryu, indeed. It seems Jiraiya has come to fulfill the promise made years ago." "Tsunade promise? What promise?" Jiraiya, "Ahem, it's nothing, Tsunade, truly nothing." "Fuko Kuryu, haha Jiraiya, you remain unchanged from the past." "Uzumaki Mito, so this is little Shizuka? She indeed resembles little Mai quite a bit." Jiraiya, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, "Ahem, Ningye, I have a promise with the woman before you. As for the details of the promise." Upon hearing Jiraiya's narrative, Ningye understood. This was a contest for marriage. However, Naruto had continuously refused to compete against Fuko Shizuka, citing Sakura as his reason. Fuko Kuryu, upon seeing Jiraiya arrive in their village, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She had never forgotten Jiraiya over the years, her longing transforming into a lingering ailment that gradually weakened her. Just when she feared she might not survive the years ahead, Jiraiya unexpectedly appeared. In truth, the promise she had made to Jiraiya was merely an excuse to see him once more. Having witnessed Jiraiya's steadfast affection for Tsunade, she had envied the woman who held his heart. Thus, she agreed to the promise, hoping Jiraiya would not forget her and would come to visit. Little did she expect that today, Jiraiya truly did come, and her heartache was instantly healed. However, the reality was, hours earlier, lecherous sage, "You are untrustworthy," Naruto shouted while chasing Jiraiya. What do you know, kid? I was merely seeking inspiration from my writing." "Don't run. Stop right there. Capture that old pervert and that little pervert." A large group was in pursuit of Naruto and Jiraiya. It turned out the two had just checked into a hot spring inn. Jiraiya, adept at peeping, was accidentally discovered. In a moment of panic, he hastily tossed his binoculars to Naruto, who, unfazed, threw them back. The innkeeper, noticing both names on the guest list, promptly labeled them as peeping toms. They fled into the woods, inadvertently stumbling into Fuko village, where someone recognized Jiraiya. They reported to the village chief, and upon learning this news, Fuko Kyoryu quickly prepared herself, dragging a bewildered Shizuka along as she burst through the door. "Tsunade, hee, Jiraiya, you are quite the lucky one." Jiraiya, well, this is all. "Tsunade, shut up. You've delayed her life, nearly causing her." Jiraiya, this is all for. Sighing, he added, "I truly apologize after all these years, Kuryu." Fuko Kuryu, "It's all right. Jiraiya, I am already content that you have come to see me." Seeing Kuryu's response, Jiraiya's eyes dimmed as he reflected on his life, realizing he had always been in flight. Chapter 56, Shizuka versus Ningye. Upon their meeting, they exchanged pleasantries before Shizuka led Jiraiya and the others to the spot where she and Jiraiya had parted ways. Fuko Kuryu, seeing Jiraiya with his disciple, intended for her own disciple to participate. However, upon hearing this, Naruto immediately blew up, insisting he had Sakura waiting for him. Jiraiya, recognizing Naruto's distress, felt helpless, having just put him in a bind at the inn. In a moment of uncertainty, Jiraiya suddenly thought that if his disciple wouldn't do it, he could find someone with a master-disciple relationship. After some contemplation, he recalled his little disciple, Ningye. Thinking of Ninga's overly serious demeanor and lack of understanding of women, he decided it was time for a lesson. Thus, Jiraiya instructed Naruto to summon Ningye. No, this would be too much trouble for Ningye, and besides, enough, don't tell me you don't want to see Ningye. The rules state that Shizuka must defeat Ningye for him to join her family. Do you honestly believe Ningye would lose? Naruto recalled his dismal experiences battling with Sasuke against Ningye and felt reassured. On another note, he genuinely missed Ningye. Soon, Ningye arrived. Jiraiya said to Fuko Kuryu, "Rest assured, Ningye and I share a master-disciple bond, though I am the junior. Thus it shouldn't violate the agreement." Yes, that works. Naruto, looking utterly confused, asked, "When did you two establish a master-disciple relationship?" Thus, Shizuka and Ningye faced each other by the riverbank. Fuko Shizuka gazed at Ningye with utmost seriousness, while Ningye, though expressionless, regarded Shizuka with curiosity. Utilizing the sensory abilities inherited from Tobarama, he recognized that Shizuka's chakra bore a striking resemblance to Mai's, and their appearances shared notable similarities. Ningye appeared to comprehend that the serene Shizuka before him was none other than Mai's mother, and thus, his future bride. As Jiraiya called for the commencement, Shizuka launched the first offensive, advancing boldly to employ her expertise in close-quarter combat. However, her strikes were effortlessly neutralized by Ningye, who stood his ground. Realizing the futility of her approach, she swiftly retreated and unleashed the Fujiko Flow, roaring gale fist, enveloping her hands with wind attribute chakra to assail Ningye. Ningye swiftly turned to the side, seizing Shizuka's wrist with precision. In response to the formidable shockwave generated by Shizuka's maneuver, Ningye effortlessly dispersed it by channeling water-based chakra into his hand. How powerful! Shizuka hastily attempted to withdraw her hand, yet Ningye maintained a firm grip. Thus, the two found themselves in a stalemate, and as Shizuka lifted her gaze, their eyes locked. Despite the barrier of her glasses, Shizuka could not shake off a peculiar sensation. Ningye found himself contemplating the future of the little dance, leaving him uncertain about how to address the individual before him. Meanwhile, the three bystanders observed the scene, sensing an unusual atmosphere between the two. However, Ningye soon released his grasp on Jing Xiang's wrist, prompting her to retreat a few steps to create some distance. I shall initiate my attack now. You must be cautious." "Understood." With that, Jing Xiang expelled a formidable gust of wind from her lips, launching an assault on Ningye like a fan. Water style, water barrier. A circular barrier of water materialized around Ningye, causing only ripples as the air currents collided against it. Observing this, Jing Xiang decided to unleash her ultimate technique. To be honest, she had developed a peculiar feeling towards Ningye, prompting her desire to defeat him and compel him to remain by her side. Utilizing her full power, she executed the second form of the Fuzi Flow, vacuum dance, leaping into the air and spinning rapidly while launching a multitude of shurikens at Ningye. However, Ningye merely stood his ground, subtly shifting his body to evade the barrage of shurikens with ease. Both Jing Xiang and her master gazed at this scene in astonishment. In contrast, Naruto and Jiraiya maintained a calm demeanor. Ningye's routine evasion of shurikens had become a mundane spectacle. "I have lost," Jing Xiang acknowledged. Realizing that Ningye had been holding back all along, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Nevertheless, she vowed, "I shall not surrender. One day, I will defeat you and make you my husband." Her gaze was resolute as she looked at Ningye. Ningye gazed at the straightforward and innocent girl, sensing an incongruity between her cheerful demeanor and her true character. Fuzi, Jinglu, and Shizune, along with Jiraiya, sat by the riverside engaging in light-hearted conversation. Primarily, it was Jiraiya recounting his experiences over the past few years in the shinobi world. Inevitably, he spoke of peace, a concept he had long pursued and yearned for. "Peace, you say?" Ningye looked up at the sky. Jiraiya noticed that Ningye seemed to have something to say, so he encouraged him to share his thoughts on the world of peace. "Is the peace I hope for really so simple?" Ningye began to speak, but suddenly the screen went black. "Oh, the long-awaited black screen," Noki remarked. "But why must we be kept in the dark this time? Could it be that the peaceful world Ningye describes is a monumental secret?" Jiraiya pondered aloud. "Enough of your probing, you frog," Tobarama interjected. "You will come to know in due time." Tobarama sighed in relief. If Ningye were to reveal the vision of peace, it would likely set off a flurry of unrest among the feudal lords and nobles. he would undoubtedly resort to summoning his elder brother through the reanimation jutsu to restore order in this world, albeit an unethical approach. But then again, discussing morality with Tobarama was rather ironic. After a brief interval, the screen illuminated once more. At that moment, Naruto exclaimed with excitement, "Ningye, what you envision will surely come to fruition, and I will assist you without hesitation." Ningye truly radiated nobility, kindness, and erudition. Tsunade gazed at him with admiration, while Jiraiya and Tsunade's reflection mirrored a state of astonishment as they exchanged glances. "Have we been too constrained in our thinking, too conventional in our ideas?" they mused. In comparison to Ningye, their own aspirations for peace seemed as remote and untouched as a secluded forest devoid of worldly experience. An hour later, Tsunade remarked, "This is exquisite," as she held a skewer of grilled fish. "Need I even say it? This is fish grilled by Ningye," Naruto praised without hesitation. Indeed, Ningya's culinary skills had always been commendable, and he had made significant progress in his cooking over the past 6 months. Jiraiya joined in the applause for Ningya's talent. However, the three of them shared an unspoken agreement to avoid glancing towards the riverbank. As Ningye expertly grilled fish using a sealing scroll, he also diligently prepared his secret seasoning. Meanwhile, Jingxiang assisted him by skillfully removing the fish's innards and other preparations. With her hands occupied with the fish and various vegetables, Jingxiang turned to Ningye and spoke directly to him. Upon noticing the situation, Ningye resorted to using chopsticks to carefully remove the bones from the fish before dipping it in sauce to feed her. After Jingxiang finished her meal, Ningye did not forget to wipe her mouth with a handkerchief. The two of them enjoyed a pleasant time grilling fish together. Meanwhile, the three onlookers were nearly blinded by the scene, their hearts experiencing a tremendous blow. Why didn't the atmosphere between Jiraiya and me back in the day feel this delightful? Why is this lad Ningye so popular among the ladies? He hasn't even taken off his glasses. I haven't even had the chance to have Ningye feed me. That insufferable woman. The trio chose to turn their heads away, opting not to watch any longer. Chapter 57. The Great Spiral Sphere. Mikage Ling, Jingxiang. You surpass me in prowess compared to my younger days. Jiraiya. By the way, why is Ningye still so popular even with his glasses on? Tsunade. Isn't that self-evident? Ningye possesses immense strength, and though we may be unaware of his words, your reactions surely indicate profound wisdom behind them. Even Orochimaru admires Ningye's knowledge, let alone Jingxiang, who is only slightly older than Naruto and the others. Kushina Uzumaki. Indeed, popularity does not solely hinge on outward appearances. Inner qualities are equally significant. Kushina Uzumaki. Moreover, look at how gentle and considerate Ningye is towards the girls. That aspect is crucial. Naruto, you ought to learn from him. Naruto Uzumaki. But Ningye is just as gentle and considerate towards me and Sasuke. Kushina Uzumaki. In the deep of night, Naruto lay soundly asleep on the ground, while Ningye rested against a tree branch. Jingxiang had fallen asleep on Mikage's lap. Jiraiya and Mikage tended a fire to keep watch through the night. Mikage gently stroked Jingxiang's hair and turned to Jiraiya, saying, "Jiraiya, what do you think of my disciple and Ningye? Cough, they truly make a splendid pair." "Indeed, I share that sentiment." After a moment, Mikage continued, "I actually do not wish for Jingxiang to follow the same path anymore." With that, Mikage's gaze sharpened. Perhaps it was time to reconsider the existing norms. Jiraiya, having anticipated this, responded, "Is it due to Ningye's words?" "Yes, according to Ningye, the limitations of our village's traditional path are substantial, making long-term development exceedingly difficult. Are you contemplating reform?" "Precisely. Perhaps only through reform can we usher in a new era." "Jiraiya, you must have noticed as well. This child Ningye aspires to greatness, and I eagerly await his future." Jiraiya, observing Ningye perched in the tree, felt a complex array of emotions. When Jiraiya inquired whether Ningye believed in the prophecy of a chosen one, Ningye had replied, "I do not believe in prophecies. I only trust in my own strength." For Jiraiya, the search for the prophesied child was a source of spiritual support and conviction, but not for Ningye. Everyone harbors different thoughts. For him, it is not about placing hope in illusions, but instead striving to achieve through his own efforts. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Rather than relying on others, it is wiser to strengthen oneself. Just as Ningye does not place all his hopes on the energy within him, he has never ceased to work diligently, prioritizing the enhancement of his current capabilities. "Mikage, Gazing at the resting Ningyi, mused, indeed, regardless of circumstances, enhancing one's strength remains paramount. I will strive to assist Jingxiang in improving her abilities, as this will also benefit our endeavors. Jiraiya remained silent for a moment before stating, keep at it. If things do not work out, the gates of Konoha shall always be open for you. Mikage responded, rest assured, this is something I can accomplish. I look forward to the day Jingxiang can stand on her own. Mikage's words were not without foundation. From the moment she encountered Jiraiya, her spirit rekindled, and the words of Ningyi inspired and ignited her heart. Moreover, her strength served as her greatest confidence. The following morning, Mikage addressed Jiraiya and the others. All right, Jingxiang and I will return to the village to prepare breakfast for you. Ningyi, Shizuka's culinary skills are indeed commendable. I hope you will enjoy it. Shizuka also said to Ningyi, please wait here for a moment. My master and I will return shortly. After saying this, Shizuka turned back 3 times before following her master away from the place. Ningyi arrived at the riverside alongside Naruto, who expressed his desire for Ningyi to witness his new technique. Was indeed quite curious about Naruto's new technique. Thus, Naruto summoned his shadow clones, and as before, the original Naruto was responsible for channeling chakra, while the shadow clones facilitated the transformation of the manifested chakra into a high-speed rotating Rasengan. However, this time, the process took a bit longer, and noticed that Naruto was increasing the amount of chakra. The sphere was being shaped larger and larger by Naruto's efforts, ultimately forming a colossal Rasengan. This technique, known as the Big Ball Rasengan, was something Naruto had recently mastered, successfully employing it for the first time during his recent victory over the Salamander Sage. Now that Naruto had grasped the technique, it was merely a matter of time before he became proficient. With the enormous Rasengan in hand, Naruto directed his attack toward a nearby tree. Bang! The surrounding trees were utterly obliterated. What do you think? Naruto exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he looked toward. Observing this, praised him, saying, that's quite an impressive ninjutsu, Naruto. It seems you have worked very hard these past 6 months. Of course. Naruto beamed at the compliment from. Would you like me to teach you? The pervy sage won't mind, right? No problem, Jiraiya chimed in, eager to see how would master the Rasengan. Naruto joyfully informed, first, we should start by learning the Rasengan. Naruto, thank you, but I've actually already learned the Rasengan. Listen to me, the principle of the Rasengan is... Wait, did you just say you learned it already? Yes. Ningyi, after completing his demonstration, deftly performed a spiraling sphere with one hand, leaving Naruto utterly astonished. Ningyi, have you truly mastered this technique already? Moreover, how is it that you can execute it without utilizing shadow clones? Or rather, why must one depend on shadow clones to perform it? This technique is inherently designed to complement your father's Flying Thunder God technique, and employing shadow clones generally complicates rapid assaults. Naruto found himself momentarily at a loss for words, but he swiftly gathered his thoughts and added, well then, Ningyi, in light of this, allow me to impart the intricacies of the Rasengan. Ningyi casually hurled the Rasengan towards a distant rock. In an instant, the stone was obliterated, leaving behind only a substantial crater. All right, we can talk. Naruto? Jiraiya and Naruto gazed in bewilderment at the sizable pit before them. Minato, has he truly developed the Rasengan into a long-range technique? Impressive, Ningyi. Kushina. As expected, Ningyi can make any ninjutsu unique. Jiraiya, ahem. It indeed can be thrown. Naruto. Hasn't the perverted sage tried this? Jiraiya. Cough. Of course I have. Do you think I am just anyone? Internally, Jiraiya felt a bit perplexed. Although he had attempted to throw it before, maintaining its form after release was quite challenging. It either exploded prematurely or dissipated entirely. Chapter 58, Rasengan, Tailed Beast Bomb. At this moment, Ningyi gazed at Jiraiya, pondering that the esteemed Jiraiya-sensei should possess a clearer understanding of the origins of the Rasengan. Jiraiya, regaining his composure, replied, ahem, the Rasengan was conceived by the 4th Hokage, your father Naruto, during the 3rd Great Ninja War. He drew inspiration from the Tailed Beast Bomb launched by the Tailed Beasts. This technique was developed over 3 years, a collaborative effort to assist your mother in fully harnessing her immense chakra. It was the first time Naruto learned of the profound connection between the Rasengan and his parents. Ningyi remarked, thus, this technique is inherently modeled after the Tailed Beast Ball. It is only natural that it allows for ranged attacks, is it not? Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Ningyi remarked, The distinction lies in the fact that the Rasengan is a ninjutsu devoid of elemental affinity, whereas the tailed beasts inherently possessed such attributes. Jiraiya, upon realization, responded, "Ah, I see now. It pertains to nature transformation." Boruto's Rasengan, infused with either wind or lightning chakra, is capable of being projected. Nature transformation? At this moment, Naruto had yet to grasp the conversation between the two. Minato Namikaze inquired, "Has Ningye already mastered nature transformation?" "Impressive. I had not reached that level at the time." Jiraiya added, "Alas, I find myself merely at the stage of form transformation." Vortex Naruto interjected, "So, what exactly is nature transformation?" The spiral sphere that Ningye just executed was, in fact, his inaugural attempt at a transformation of nature. Ningye merely altered a slight aspect of his wind attribute chakra. Consequently, Jiraiya engaged in a discussion with Ningye, sharing their respective insights. Jiraiya elucidated to Ningye how he adeptly applied the transformation of the Rasengan, while Ningye conveyed his thoughts and ideas regarding the nature transformation of the Rasengan to Jiraiya. In the past, Ningye had practiced the spiral sphere with Fei Jian, focusing primarily on the yin-yang chakra and water attribute chakra. However, during their exploration of yin-yang chakra, they engaged in transforming the properties of chakra, making the alteration of ninjutsu properties a trivial endeavor for Ningye. At that moment, Fujiko and Shizuko approached, each carrying a basket. Observing Jiraiya and Ningye deep in contemplation, they chose not to intrude, merely inquiring quietly to the bewildered Naruto about the situation. Suddenly, Ningye rose and addressed Fujiko, asking, "Aunt Jinglu, this area is quite sparsely populated, isn't it?" "Indeed. Ningye, are you planning to?" "I would like to experiment with a ninjutsu." Jinglu responded graciously, "Very well, you may conduct your experiment here. Furthermore, there is no one on the mountain across from us." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya also became aware of the situation, pulling Naruto aside and declaring earnestly, "Naruto, pay close attention. This will greatly aid your future training." Ningye extended his right hand, first generating a conventional Rasengan, which he then transformed by altering its properties to incorporate yin and yang chakra in a ratio of 2:8. Drawing upon Jiraiya's recent remarks and his own understanding of form transformation, he compressed the technique to its utmost limits. The Rasengan gradually morphed into an orb of extraordinarily high density. Nyogue exclaimed this. "This is a tailed beast bomb." Kurama retorted, "Impossible. How could a mere human wield our technique?" Minato Namikaze observed, "It does indeed resemble a tailed beast bomb." Kagaya Otsutsuki affirmed, "Indeed. This technique shares similarities with the tailed beast bomb's principles. However, it is not a tailed beast bomb, and Ningya's yin and yang chakra quality has surpassed that of Kurama and the others." Previously, Kagaya had informed the shinobi world about the history of their realm, so they were familiar with the names of the various tailed beasts. Kushina Uzumaki laughed. "Ha ha ha. Kurama, did you hear that? Ningya's yin and yang chakra quality has already exceeded yours." Kurama snapped, "Do not utter my name, and even if his quality surpasses mine, he is still far from matching me in quantity." Hashirama Senju added, "Then you shall witness my disciple's new technique." Yet it was not over. Ningye further elevated the quality of his yin and yang chakra to an even higher echelon. Ultimately, the Rasengan was condensed into a small orb of crimson and ebony. The onlookers felt an overwhelming sense of peril emanating from the diminutive sphere in Ningye's hand. Ningye suddenly grasped the small crimson-black orb in his hand, causing a tightness in the hearts of those observing from a distance. His action seemed as though he had seized their very hearts. Ningye erected a colossal water shield to protect those behind him. Subsequently, he extended his palm towards the distant mountains, and in an instant, a massive dark red shockwave was unleashed from his hand at an astonishing velocity. Wherever the shockwave traversed, utter destruction ensued. The opposing mountains were swiftly penetrated. Ningye promptly raised his hand, causing the shockwave to ascend skyward, piercing the clouds, where it detonated, casting a crimson glow that painted the surrounding sky in shades of red. Killer Bee remarked, "What an impressive technique. This move rivals the true tailed beast bomb. Or perhaps it is even more formidable." "Oh yeah." Orochimaru chuckled, "So you have exchanged quantity for quality? An impressive maneuver indeed." Minato Namikaze commented, "The Rasengan has been developed to such an extraordinary state. Truly remarkable, Ningye." Inuzuka Ningye replied, "No. It seems that the quality of this yin-yang chakra has not reached its pinnacle, and the charge time is rather prolonged." I wonder how much faster it could become with familiarity. The ninja world was abuzz, with many exclaiming how stringent Ningye was with his own standards. When others developed a new ninjutsu, they celebrated for an extended period, yet he chose to highlight its shortcomings. Kushina Uzumaki teased, "Hey, what do you think, Kurama? Ningye's technique is quite impressive, isn't it?" Kurama scoffed, "Humph, it's mediocre at best." However, he was profoundly astonished, as were the other tailed beasts. For Ningye's technique resembled their tailed beast bomb, yet it bore a closer resemblance to the Ten-Tails tailed beast bomb in the form of a shockwave. Ningye observed the effects of this new technique, contemplating its shortcomings. Meanwhile, the individuals behind him were utterly astonished, grappling with thoughts of their identity, their locations, and the events that had transpired. After a brief moment, Jiraiya regained his composure and approached Ningye, stammering, "This technique, ahem. Ningye, do not tell me that this technique was conceived by you just now, based on my observations of the changes in form." Ningye nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed. Master Jiraiya, your insights into the transformation of the Rasengan have greatly enriched my understanding." Jiraiya, satisfied, responded, "Well, as long as you're happy." He then urged the still bewildered Naruto to join them, taking the basket that Fuzuki had handed over. After sending the Fuzuki guards, who had come to check on the situation, away, Jing Lu joined Jiraiya and the others for a meal. Jing Xiang approached, presenting her meticulously prepared breakfast to Ningye. With sparkling eyes full of admiration, she exclaimed, "Ningye, that move you just executed was incredibly cool. By the way, I crafted this especially for you. I hope it pleases your palate." She opened the basket to reveal a delightful assortment including tempura, miso soup, rolled omelet, tofu soup, and fried shrimp. Ningye took the chopsticks and spoon in hand, first using the spoon to scoop a portion of tofu, followed by a taste of the miso soup. "Oh, the craftsmanship is exquisite, and the flavor is truly delightful," he remarked. "Hee, as long as you enjoy it, Ningye." Jingxiang quietly noted that Ningye favored tofu and fish. She skillfully removed the fish bones with her chopsticks and presented the dish before him. "Here, Ningye. This is the dried bamboo fish I prepared." Jingxiang, I can manage it myself," he replied. However, Jingxiang insisted, "It's all right. Yesterday, Ningye, you fed me. So today it's my turn to feed you." Ningye felt somewhat embarrassed about being fed by others, yet upon witnessing Jingxiang's relentless determination, he ultimately acquiesced. Take your time. There's more here," she said as she picked up another piece of bamboo fish. Meanwhile, the other three remained silent. Even though their breakfast was undeniably delicious, for some inexplicable reason, they felt a lack of enthusiasm. Although the customs of their village were quite robust, Jingxiang truly excelled in this regard. Fujikagami, as her master, couldn't shake the feeling of being thoroughly overshadowed by his own disciple. Alas, when would Tsunade personally feed him? Jiraiya was envious of Ningye. Initially, he intended to tease Ningye for his stoic demeanor and lack of romantic understanding, but now, he could only reflect. The fool is indeed myself. After all, Ningye had the foresight to know that Jingxiang would one day be his wife. Despite his naivety in matters of the heart, showing kindness and generosity to those he cared for was certainly not a detriment. Otherwise, had it been another girl, Ningye would have outright declined any request for feeding without a second thought. As noon approached, it was time to bid farewell. Fujikagami remarked, "I understand that for a man as carefree as Jiraiya, no matter what I say, I cannot keep you here." Of course. This sage cannot remain in one place indefinitely. "I must continue my journey with my disciples," Jiraiya replied with a serious demeanor, though internally he mused, "Do go on. I would gladly linger a few more days. I have yet to experience the hot springs here, and I'm certain they hold much inspiration." He regretted having suggested their departure so soon. Naruto, in contrast, was elated at the prospect of leaving. These past 2 days had been quite disheartening for him. He glanced at Ningye, who was holding Jingxiang's hands. "Ningye, I will strive to grow stronger and become an independent woman. My master and I will transform Fujiko village and its traditions. I recognize that I am not your equal in strength, but I will relentlessly work to enhance my abilities." "Yes, keep pushing yourself. That is of utmost importance," Ningye encouraged. Ningye holds a deep admiration for those who strive diligently, regardless of the outcome. Their relentless pursuit is invariably a striking spectacle. Additionally, here is something for you. Should you encounter any crisis, simply channel your chakra. Ningye entrusted the flying thunder god Kanai to Shizuka. "I will surely take good care of it," she assured. Shizuka then approached Kagemiru, while Ningye made his way to Naruto and Jiraiya. The group exchanged their farewells, but just as Ningye and the others were about to turn away, Shizuka suddenly called out, "Ningye, I will strive with all my might. I will work hard to become a wife worthy of you. I eagerly anticipate the day we reunite." "Yes, I too look forward to it," he replied. Ningye also removed his glasses, a smile adorning his face as he spoke. "Indeed, I shall await your arrival with unwavering patience." Jingxiang did not feel elated merely due to Ningye's striking appearance. Rather, her joy stemmed from his sincere response to her. Thus, with a beaming smile, Jingxiang departed. After walking a short distance, Ningye bid farewell to Jiraiya and Naruto. Returning to Konoha, Fuzi Jinglu remarked, "So this was the initial encounter between Jingxiang and Ningye. Jingxiang, you have performed admirably, surpassing even your mentor." Fuzi Jingxiang replied, "Indeed, I can clearly see that I hold a deep fondness for Ningye. Ningye, I can now unequivocally express my affection for you. I am determined to improve myself, striving to become a worthy partner for you. Shiranui Ningye. Keep it up. Although I am uncertain of the feelings conveyed through the screen, I genuinely admire your commitment to self-improvement. Fujiko Jingshan, yes. Tsunade, ha ha ha, go for it, young lady. I hold you in high regard as well. Uzumaki Kushina, indeed, I too believe in you. A diligent girl is the most captivating. Uchiha Makoto, keep pushing forward. Ningye, such a well-behaved child must seize this opportunity." Fujiko Jingshin then entered the conference room, exuding an air of authority. "By the way, you lot had better behave yourselves lately. It would be wise not to interfere with my relationship with Jingshan, or else." The higher-ups of Fujiko village broke into a cold sweat, nodding obediently, for they understood that the once spirited village chief had returned. Kakashi glanced at the discontented girls in the classroom due to Ningye's response to Jingshan and sighed deeply. Reflecting on Fujiko Jingshan's words, this is the essence of disparity. Almost 2 years swiftly passed. Ningye has matured from a charming and delightful youth into a remarkably handsome young man. Ningye travels between Orochimaru's base and Konoha. During this time, Orochimaru, accompanied by Kabuto and Kimimaro, ventured to the Dragon Cave, but only he returned. Kabuto and Kimimaro, demonstrating extraordinary courage and remarkable tenacity, successfully passed the trials set by the deities of Tianshin, Ichikishimaheim, and Takuji. The White Snake Sage infused them with natural energy using his sharp fangs and taught them the Sage mode of the Dragon Cave. Currently, the two are diligently training in Sage mode within the Dragon Cave and will not return for some time. Although Orochimaru has resolved the issue of the impure world reincarnation, the damage to his soul is still gradually mending, and he is in a state of recuperation. At this moment, Sasuke has transformed into a handsome and somewhat aloof young man. During this period, he has been training in Yin Release Chakra under the guidance of Ningye and Orochimaru. He now feels that his Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, is on the brink of evolution, with only a catalyst needed to attain the Mangekyou Sharingan. Kushina Uzumaki, is this Ningye as an adult? Ha ha ha, he is indeed quite handsome. I wonder how Naruto is doing. Mikoto Uchiha, yes, Sasuke has grown up too. He looks very healthy, which puts my mind at ease. Mito Uzumaki, little Ningye has also grown up healthily. That's wonderful. Kurinai Yuhi, the little handsome boy has transformed into a striking young man. He is truly charming. Tsunade, those of you above, please refrain from swooning, but I must say, how swiftly time has passed. Jiraiya, it seems the Akatsuki organization will soon emerge as well. Chapter 60, the new Nin exams upon seeing Ningye's youthful visage. The women of the ninja world exclaimed in admiration, calling him handsome. Anoki, I never expected that half a year would pass first, and then nearly 2 more years would follow. Hiruzen Saratobi, this is indeed quicker than the progress in another world. Shikaka Nara, no, perhaps this period in our world is not yet complete. Tobarama Senju, that makes sense. Upon returning home from Orochimaru's base, Ningye was greeted by a member of the Umbu, who awaited respectfully at the door. Lord Ningye, the Hokage requests your presence. Understood, you may leave now. Yes. With that, the Umbu vanished. Ningye also set off towards the Hokage building. At the Hokage's office, he knocked lightly. Please enter, came the response. I apologize for the intrusion, Ningye said as he opened the door. Upon seeing him, Tsunade promptly explained, Ningye, we are about to collaborate with the Sand Village to host the Chunin exams once again. She elaborated on the reasons for this event. Firstly, to resume the Chunin exams that had been interrupted previously. Secondly, to observe the reactions of the 5 great nations in their respective villages to this upcoming exam, which they currently feign tranquility about. And thirdly, to draw out the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade believed that rather than waiting for their ambush, it would be more prudent to lure them out this time. Meanwhile, Gaara, the Kazekage, requested that the Sand Village host this Chunin exam, as he intended to use this opportunity as bait to uncover the factions within the Sand Village that opposed his leadership. Wait, what? Gaara has become the Kazekage? Exclaimed Rasha. Is he not too young for such a position? Questioned Inoki. Need I even speculate? The Sand Village must be devoid of candidates, remarked the 4th Raikage. Rasha. Kisame. I'm sorry, but our Mist Village is also lacking in candidates. Gaara, Kazekage. Naruto Uzumaki. This is wonderful. Gaara has fulfilled his promise to me and Ningye. Congratulations, Gaara. Rasha. Hey, I'm not dead yet. As for Tsunade summoning Ningye, I heard from the old man that your collaboration with the Sound Ninja back in the day to undermine the Sand Village had partly aimed to ensure our assistance for the new Kazekage against those high-ranking officials. Therefore, I wish to inquire whether we should agree to the request to host the event in the Sand Village. Of course we should. All right, I shall inform Gaara at once. After a while, Temari and Gaara arrived at the Hokage building, and Tsunade consented to the Sand Village's request to host the exams. By the way, Kazekage, Ningye asked me to tell you that he is currently waiting for you at home. I understand. Gaara and Temari slowly exited the Hokage building, with Gaara taking Temari's hand as they hurried towards Ningye's residence. Upon reaching the doorstep, Gaara politely knocked on the door. Ningye, are you there? I apologize for the disturbance. I'm here. Ningye opened the door, smiling as he said, Gaara, long time no see. Gaara returned the smile and replied, Ningye. It has indeed been a while, my friend. The two greeted each other with a warm handshake. At this moment, Ningye noticed the bewildered S.H. Ri standing behind Gaara. Ah, so this must be Gaara's sister, S.H. Ri. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, hello. S.H. Ri, still oblivious to the unfolding events, glanced at Gaara, only to find his gaze toward her rather peculiar. It was as if he were silently questioning, Sister, what are you doing here? You might think, who could be responsible for this? Ahem, by the way, I have matters to attend to, so why don't you two converse for now? After S.H. Ri spoke, she departed. In the living room, Ningye poured a cup of tea for Gaara, who took a delicate sip. It was delightful. Well, as long as you enjoy it. Ningye replied. By the way, let me first congratulate you on becoming the Kazekage. Gaara merely shook his head gently. This is all thanks to you, Ningye. You made me realize that there are people in this world who love me. Naruto, and you have shown me that there are those who need my love and protection. My sister, Karura, and everyone in the village. This is my duty as the Kazekage. Karura interjected. So why is Temari considered the sister, while I am merely referred to by my name? Oh, congratulations, Gaara. You have truly matured, Ningye remarked, eliciting a joyful smile from Gaara in response to the praise. Temari, sensing something amiss, said, I feel like something is off. Me too, Karura agreed. Inoki added. Wait a moment, Gaara just mentioned the people in the village who need protection, which implies there are those who do not. Indeed, it seems that way, Ao concurred. Gaara then began to recount the events of the past 2.5 years to Ningye. Ningye listened with a gentle smile. Until I love Luo. What do you think about the villagers who do not require your protection? If they are willing to heed my counsel, it would be well. However, should they persist in their opposition, then of course, they must be dealt with. At that moment, I love Luo wore an expression of indifference, unchanged from the first time he arrived in Konoha. Excellent. It seems I love Luo still remembers the words I spoke to you back in the day. Ningye nodded in agreement. Gaara reverted to his innocent demeanor. Yes, Ningye, you once told me that those who support us are our own people, and we must treat them with kindness. Those who oppose us are outsiders, and we must eliminate them directly. As for those who neither support nor oppose us, they are the ones we need to win over. Indeed, well said, Gaara. I will assist you in this Nin exam. I will go to Sunagakure. We should first attempt persuasion, and if that fails, we can resort to force. Thank you, Ningye. Gaara blushed as he praised Ningye's kindness. The 4th Raikage interjected. Wait, something feels off. Inoki remarked, isn't that obvious? Just look at Gaara. He is clearly supporting Ningye. At that point, Ningye and Sunagakure can define anyone as he pleases. What the? This is too outrageous, exclaimed A. The high-ranking officials of Sunagakure protested. We disagree. Allowing this child Gaara to become the Kazekage is far too casual. Sunagakure will certainly descend into chaos under his leadership. Chiyo, the elder, silenced them. Enough. Do you not know the state of Sunagakure? Let us observe the outcome. With her authority, the officials fell silent, as her reputation was highly esteemed. Thus, Tsunade sent word to Konoha regarding candidates for the Nin exam. A multitude of eager participants promptly registered for the event. Meanwhile, Kirigakure, Kimogakure, and Iwagakure declined to partake in the joint exam, while Amigakure dispatched representatives under the guise of gathering information. Takigakure's Keed submitted an application to Konoha to participate. Chapter 61. The Desert of Demons in the Ninja Classroom. Laughter erupted. Hey, that's me in the future. And me too. Me as well. Faces lit with anticipation as they gazed at the screen showcasing their future selves. Keed cheered. Yay, that's me. I must make 100 friends. Wait. Keed, you cannot participate, shouted Shermo. Why not, brother Shermo? I could meet so many friends there. Shermo sighed. Oh no. In a parallel world, Shermo witnessed his future self, who had bravely consumed the hero's water to defend their village against invading foes. No longer timid, he had fought alongside his comrades to repel the water smoke and hidden rain shinobi. Though pleased to see himself as the leader of Takigakure, he realized the true intention behind the Nin exam was hidden from the video footage, which also revealed the Akatsuki's involvement in gathering intelligence. Keed had unwittingly walked into danger. He called out urgently, Keed, have you forgotten about the Akatsuki? Their target in that video is you. But didn't they get deceived? Keed replied. Yet, the Akatsuki in the footage remained unaware of their ruse, as it had been stated that Uchiha Madara became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. So Keed, you're likely to be in peril here. Shermu's expression grew dim as he reflected on how his momentary weakness had endangered Keed. Sensing his distress, Keed hurried to comfort him. It's all right, brother Shermu. I'm fine now. After the first written exam concluded, the regulations dictated that the bottom 30 candidates would be eliminated, prompting everyone to hastily rush from Konoha towards Sunagakure. Ningye then donned the fox mask from years past, assuming the identity of a Konoha proctor bestowed upon him by Tsunade, and made his way to Sunagakure. Under the cover of night, a cloaked figure stealthily shattered a window and infiltrated the Kazekage's building, intent on assassinating Gaara. He charged towards the Kazekage's office, but what was amiss? He felt as though he were trapped in a loop, unable to progress. This is bad. It's an illusion. Bang. Just as realization dawned upon him, he found himself sprawled on the ground. Ningye, along with Gaara and others, emerged from behind him. Kenjiro stepped forward to assess the situation and, upon making contact with the individual, his expression shifted dramatically. He had discovered that the person was adorned with explosive tags. The tags were already flickering with flames, on the verge of detonation. Witnessing this perilous scenario, Gaara intended to shield the others with sand, but Ningye instantaneously teleported to the man's front and struck him with a resounding slap. The flames on the explosive tags abruptly dimmed. Kenjiro was momentarily taken aback by this turn of events. A dud? He pondered. The Akatsuki organization, particularly Deidara, was astonished, exclaiming, to think he extinguished the explosive tags with bare hands. What a lack of artistry. Conan remained contemplative. Could explosive tags truly be quelled in such a manner? Nagato glanced at his lower body, reflecting on how beneficial it would have been had he possessed such a technique in his earlier days. Indeed, this technique employed by Ningye was imparted by Tobarama. In order to counter the Uchiha clan's Susanoo, Tobarama meticulously developed the concept of mutual explosive tags. The first step of this technique involves comprehending the principles and characteristics of explosive tags, thereby identifying their vulnerabilities to preempt any countermeasures from the Uchiha. Ningye subsequently enveloped his hand with chakra and placed it upon the head of the assassin. Utilizing the technique of deep consciousness, he glimpsed the visage of the opposing forces from distant memories. After a brief interval, he nodded in acknowledgement towards Gaara. On the third day, a multitude of candidates had arrived at Sunagakure, while the final 30 participants were informed of their disqualification by Asuma and Kurenai Yui. By evening, Gaara notified the higher-ups about significant matters concerning the Chunin exams. Given that this event was a joint examination with Konohagakure, the senior officials were cautious and proceeded directly to the conference room. Once all were assembled, Gaara introduced the masked Ningye to the assembly, stating that he was the designated proctor from Konoha. Ningye then presented the temporary identification issued by Tsunade, but at the moment of its reveal, he silently invoked Shatter, mirage of flowers and moon. Ningye also forwarded the peace agreement between Konoha and Sunigakure that Tsunade had provided in advance. Subsequently, discussions regarding the future of Konoha and Sunigakure ensued among the higher-ups. After a period of deliberation, the meeting adjourned. Losha remarked, "This is the illusion from before." Grandma Chio sighed, "Alas, one can only wonder what will transpire this time." As night fell, a group of examinees took respite in the lounge. Some clandestine opposing forces planned to take action the following day, but were abruptly notified from above to return immediately, citing urgent matters for discussion. The next day, the second round of the exam commenced with a scroll capture contest in the Desert of Magic. Temari had concluded the arrangements for the competition, and each team proceeded to their respective starting points. Concurrently, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai infiltrated the Desert of Magic under Tsunade's covert orders, aiming to eliminate any threats to Gaara. In the Desert of Magic, the ninjas from Konoha vigorously competed for the scrolls. Lee engaged in a taijutsu duel with Shiro, while Tintin collaborated with the spirit of the hydrangea. Many of the Konoha ninjas showcased the fruits of their training over the past 2 years. In the midst of the desert, Ningye remained vigilant, observing the progress of the small teams while also searching for any concealed opposition. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual chakra. Is that you, Sakura?" In a confrontation, Sakura, Ino, and Shoji's team encountered the squad led by Reino, Koji, and Shizuku. Reino, with her fair skin, striking beauty, chestnut hair, and hazel eyes, exuded an air of elegance. The two groups exchanged words that quickly escalated into a skirmish. Ino was the first to launch shuriken at the trio. In response, Shizuku conjured several sand beasts from the surrounding sand, which effortlessly blocked the shuriken and struck Ino, rendering her unconscious. I had some expectations since you are a duo of medical ninjas, but this medical ninja lacks composure," Reino thought, left speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Just as the trio prepared to attack Sakura and Choji, a voice rang out, "Stop! A terrifying presence approaches." Shizuku's eyes widened in alarm as he sensed something significant. The others followed his gaze, witnessing a sand dune shatter and a plume of smoke arise. As the smoke dissipated, a white shark fin emerged, hurtling towards them at an alarming speed. Sakura instinctively scooped up the unconscious Ino, and the others quickly scattered to evade the impending collision. From beneath the fin, a shark erupted from the ground, exclaiming, "What luck to find you so soon." The figure bore deep blue hair, a visage reminiscent of a shark, a unique skin tone, sharp teeth, and golden eyes. Dear readers, the author may find themselves conflicting with the established canon of Shippuden this time. However, it's not entirely a deviation. I've noticed that formidable female characters are scarce in Naruto, particularly those at the pinnacle of power. Hence, I must dismantle this pairing. Though it hardly qualifies as a breach of Shippuden's continuity. Not Tsunade. Apologies. I may need to go back on my word. Chapter 62. Never give up until the end, my guy remarked. Who is this person? Tintin replied, Kakashi-sensei. He is the one who came to Konoha with Itachi Uchiha. Kakashi noted, Kisame Hashigaki, then. Sasuke exclaimed, Itachi Uchiha. Jiraiya added, I didn't expect the Akatsuki to arrive so swiftly. Tsunade stated, Sakura and the others are in grave danger. Kisame gazed at the assembled group, addressing Itachi. Let us see if these youngsters are aware of the Jinchuriki. Suddenly, a flock of crows appeared beside Kisame, coalescing into the figure of Itachi Uchiha. Upon seeing Itachi, Sakura gasped, Itachi Uchiha? She had reviewed the Konoha wanted list, recognizing him as Sasuke's brother. Nani? The group gasped collectively, shocked at the mention of Itachi Uchiha, the notorious rogue ninja who had slaughtered the Uchiha clan. Itachi, please take a moment to rest, Kisame said. Children, you would do well to surrender quietly, or you may face dire consequences. Sensing hostility from the newcomers, the group readied themselves for battle. Shizuku was the first to summon his sand beasts into action. Yet Kisame merely waved his sword, effortlessly dispersing the sand beasts. Reino rushed to Sakura's side, employing medical ninjutsu to revive Ino. It was only then that Sakura realized she was still carrying Ino. Koji fashioned a massive hammer from sand and hurled it at Kisame while Shizuku shielded him with a sand beast. Kisame easily dismantled both the sand beasts and the sand hammer with a casual swipe of his sword. Koji quickly retreated, and just as Choji prepared to utilize the expansion jutsu, Koji urgently halted him. Wait, that weapon of his is peculiar. Koji sensed that his sand hammer had been compromised, chakra rapidly depleting from it. Water release, water mosquito. Reino summoned water mosquitoes, while Shizuku called forth sand beasts. The water mosquitoes and sand beasts surged towards Kisame. Just as Kisame prepared to end the skirmish, the two summoned creatures unexpectedly detonated, enveloping the area in thick smoke. Seeing this, Sakura was about to charge forward when Reino quickly restrained her. Are all you Konoha ninjas so brave? Meanwhile, Shizuku swiftly struck the ground, casting a technique that rendered Sakura and the others momentarily invisible amidst a flurry of yellow particles. Reino, momentarily astonished by the clarity in Sakura and Ino's eyes, hastily pulled them away. Koji and Shizuku assisted Choji in their escape. Unperturbed by their tricks, Kisame began forming hand seals, water release, exploding water shockwave. He unleashed a torrent of water, sufficient to create a lake, sweeping the group away before they could react. Water release, water shark bomb technique. Kisame formed chakra into a shark-shaped water projectile that surged towards them. The team, still struggling to regain their footing in the water, was struck by the sudden onslaught of the water shark bomb. When the tumult subsided, only Sakura remained standing, battered and gasping for breath, while the others lay unconscious on the ground. Yamashiro Ino, Haruno shouted. Sakura, Nara Shikamaru exclaimed. Choji, Ino, Uzumaki Naruto declared, this is bad. Sakura and the others are in danger. Tsunade lamented, indeed, the gap in strength is insurmountable. In the classroom, Sakura and Ino anxiously watched the screen, fully aware that the video depicted a dire situation. Just as Kisame approached Sakura, a sharp water blade shot towards his head. Kisame barely dodged the strike. Medical water release, water mantis. Reino transformed her hands into water mantis blades, crafted from chakra surgical knives. A water jellyfish rested on her chest, a preparation made prior to the water shockwave's impact. As the water shark bomb approached, she quickly condensed chakra to execute the medical water release, water jellyfish. Realizing that their adversary was far beyond their capacity to confront, Reino, though hope seemed faint, urged Sakura, hurry and find reinforcements. I'll hold him off. With that, Reino swung her water blades at Kisame, who blocked the attack with his sword and knocked her aside. Unbeknownst to them, Sakura cried out, how can I abandon you all? With a swift motion, she charged towards Kisame. Witnessing this scene, Ayano was taken aback. This was not the moment for impulsiveness. However, Sakura, undeterred, launched a direct punch at Kisame. He deftly evaded her strike and, with a powerful swing of his Samehada, knocked Sakura unconscious. As their final glimmer of hope faded, Ayano resolutely rose to her feet. If she were to fall, the others would truly be devoid of hope. Her only wish was for the proctor to notice their plight promptly. After all, if it were merely the examinees, it would only lead to further casualties. With a determination that shone through her desperation, Ayano initiated her last offensive, employing water release, water mosquito, and healing water release, water mantis. Alas, Kisame effortlessly dispersed the swarm with his Samehada, absorbing the chakra of her water blades, and sent Ayano flying with a kick. Struggling, she braced herself with her hands. Commendable courage, young girl. Now, please find solace in rest. Kisame swung his Samehada towards Ayano. She understood that evasion was futile, yet she did not resign herself to fate by closing her eyes. Although she knew it was impossible, she yearned to withstand the blow with her own body, seeking a chance for counterattack. As a medical ninja, she would not concede until the very end. In that critical moment, a loud thud echoed. Ayano involuntarily fell backward, finding herself in a warm, sunlit place. Well done. Never surrender until the last moment, and the flowers of hope shall bloom for you. She looked up to see a masked figure blocking the strike with a blade, cradling her in his arms. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, phew. Thankfully night arrived just in time, otherwise Sakura and the others would have been in peril. Tsunade remarked, Ayano, you are remarkable. In both medical ninjutsu and spirit, you are an exceptional ninja. Ayano replied, Lady Tsunade, you flatter me. That is the future me. And thank you, Night, for truly bringing me hope. Night Nara added, my timely arrival in the video is entirely due to your efforts. Had you not stalled them for even a moment, Itachi would likely have discovered the information through Jinjutsu. Anoki inquired, so, does this mean Night is now to face the Akatsuki? Kakashi Hitaki questioned, is Night going to confront them alone? My greatest concern is that there may be more than just Itachi and Kisame this time. Hiruzen Sarutobi commented, though I am unaware of Night's current strength, I trust that their safety should still be assured. Chapter 63. Night vs. Kisame and Itachi. Ningye exerted a forceful strike, sending Kisame flying backward. Kisame swiftly regained his balance, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Mr. Itachi, is that you?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Uchiha Itachi was momentarily taken aback. But then he approached Kisame without hesitation. He spoke directly. "You have finally arrived, Uchiha Taijima, though I presume that is not your true name." The Akatsuki organization had received intelligence regarding the host of the tailed beast here, initially dispatching Kakazu and Haiden for the task. However, they inadvertently uncovered information about a masked examiner with a fox-like visage. Obito recalled his own awkward experiences from years past, which also prompted Black Zetsu to secretly observe the situation. Driven by the desire to gather information about the tailed beast host and to ascertain if this was indeed the individual in question, Black Zetsu arrived at Sunagakure only to encounter the familiar fox-masked figure. Before he could even sense the chakra, he realized that the individual had already detected his presence, prompting him to hastily retreat underground. He reported back to the Akatsuki regarding a formidable adversary donning a fox mask. Seeing Black Zetsu's seriousness, Pain decided to test the waters to see if they could recruit this individual. If not, he would eliminate him, as this person would undoubtedly pose an obstacle in capturing the tailed beast host. Haiden and Kakazu, along with Pain, could not fathom the manner in which they would recruit someone. Meanwhile, Deidara accompanied Sasori to the Land of Iron to procure materials for puppetry. Consequently, Pain dispatched Itachi and Kisame to the scene. "What are you saying? I am merely a proctor from Konoha. Ningye had no intention of acknowledging it. "Never mind." Itachi spoke directly, stating that their organization's leader held great admiration for his prowess. Hence they were sent specifically to extend an invitation. "Your leader has likely never even heard of me, or perhaps it was that Black Zetsu who informed him. Moreover, is it truly necessary to activate the Sharingan to recruit individuals?" Ningye was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Uchiha Itachi. Thus he responded, "The order is reversed, and it seems you are not genuinely earnest in your attempt to recruit me. Therefore, I must respectfully decline." Meanwhile, the injured Reinai, cradled in Ningye's arms, had been healed through medical ninjutsu. "It appears you have been refused. Now, do lie down as well," he added. Observing this, Kisame assumed a combat stance. "Be cautious. That giant can absorb chakra with his weapon, which is rather peculiar, and his water techniques are formidable." The individual beside him is none other than Uchiha Itachi. Reinai hurriedly reminded Ningye of the intelligence regarding the two. Ningye nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude, and requested, "Please proceed to the side of those individuals to ensure their safety. I shall handle matters here. Indeed, I implore you to exercise utmost caution." Reinai, understanding that her presence would only hinder others, hastily lifted the nearby unconscious Sakura and made her way towards Ino. Meanwhile, Kisame advanced directly, wielding his sword, Samahata, in a swift strike towards Ningye. Ningye deftly sidestepped, subsequently delivering a powerful strike that sent the ghostly shark flying. After being propelled backwards for several dozen meters, the ghostly shark quickly regained his balance, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. What a formidable blow! Realizing the futility of close combat, he opted for a different approach, unleashing the water release. Exploding water shockwave, a torrent resembling a vast lake surged toward Ningye and Yunai. In response, he executed the water release, water formation wall, conjuring a massive cylindrical water barrier that enveloped Yunai, Ningye, and the unconscious individuals. A relentless deluge battered against the water barrier, yet it remained utterly unscathed. Yunai, witnessing Ningye successfully defend against this technique, felt a wave of relief wash over her as she resumed tending to the others. "Such an impressive water release. It appears we have encountered a worthy adversary today." After completing his hand seals, the ghostly shark struck the surface of the lake, summoning the water release. 1,000 feeding sharks, instantly conjuring 1,000 sharks to assault Ningye. Kojime, such remarkable water release and an astonishing amount of chakra. Ching, truly deserving of the title the Tailless Beast. Nagato, indeed. The user of the Great Blade, Shark Skin, Senior Ghostly Shark, is undeniably powerful. Ghost Lantern Huanyu. Alas, such a formidable individual has defected from the village. This is truly detestable, Obito. Suigetsu. Upon observing the scene, Ningye clapped his hands, unleashing the water release, water surge wave. The water barrier suddenly began to whirl, transforming into a colossal water tornado. The sharks were irresistibly drawn towards the vortex and under the immense suction and the violent currents. They were instantaneously disintegrated. Ultimately, as the tornado dissipated, thousands of sharks and the lake beneath the feet of Kisame vanished without a trace. In response, Itachi, with his three-tomo Sharingan, fixed a piercing gaze upon Ningye. Ningye suddenly froze, and upon noticing this, Kisame rushed forward, eager to launch an attack. Yuna, who was keenly observing the situation, was taken aback. She swiftly set aside her healing technique. Utilizing the water release, water mosquito technique, she summoned a torrent of water droplets towards Ningye. This technique not only possessed the ability to infiltrate a person's body like a mosquito to extract toxins, but also had the capacity to disrupt an individual's chakra, thereby awakening them from illusions. However, Kisame, harnessing the speed of the water, struck Ningye with his sword, the Samahata. Proctor! Yuna exclaimed in horror. At the moment the Samahata collided with Ningye, he abruptly transformed into a crow. The scattered crows gradually coalesced into the figure of Itachi. What? Both Kisame and Yuna gasped in astonishment. Uchiha Itachi gazed intently at a particular spot, remarking, "A formidable illusion. But do you truly believe your technique has succeeded?" Ningye also remarked, "This is difficult to say. Is it so? Then, what?" Suddenly, Ningye realized he was unable to move. He looked up to find the sky transformed into a deep crimson hue, while he found himself bound to a crucifix. "Do you still think this way?" Uchiha Itachi's eyes morphed into the mesmerizing pattern of the Sharingan as he approached Ningye wielding a knife. Within the realm of Tsukuyami, every element, including time, space, and mass, lies within my control. In the ensuing 72 hours, you shall endure excruciating torment within the illusionary world. As he spoke, the blade pierced Ningye. Ningye was bleeding profusely, crying out in agony. Then came another strike. Naruto exclaimed, "Ningye." Sasuke added, "Ningye. That despicable Itachi Uchiha. I will not let you escape." The students in the classroom were equally concerned about Ningye's condition. Kakashi Hitaki urged, "Calm down. Ningye is familiar with the Mangeki Sharingan, so he should be alright." Naruto protested, "But Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi reassured, "It's fine, Naruto. Haven't you met someone from the future? Ningye will be fine." Inoki remarked, "In the world of illusions, time stretches to 72 hours, while in reality, it is but a fleeting moment. Even if those nearby realize a comrade has fallen victim to an illusion, they may not have time to dispel it." The fourth Raikage commented, "Truly worthy of the Mangeki Sharingan." Mei Terumi inquired, "Does this mean Ningye is in danger?" Madara Uchiha scoffed, "So what? Tobarama, that treacherous fellow, is surely aware of the Mangeki Sharingan's illusions. He must have taught Ningye how to counteract them, or... When did you all start sensing that this boy had fallen under an illusion?" Izuna Uchiha asked, "Brother, is that really the case?" Taijima Uchiha exclaimed, "Impressive." Hashirama Senju acknowledged, "A remarkable lad." Inoki questioned, "Nanny, could it be?" Chapter 64. The sandstorm approaches in the Tsukuyami world. 72 hours had swiftly passed, and Ningye hung his head weakly. Itachi Uchiha, seeing Ningye's state, warned, "There are stronger jutsu in the ninja world. If you remain so careless, you may not even realize how you perish." To everyone's surprise, Ningye suddenly lifted his head and declared, "Is that so?" In an instant, he transformed into Kisame, who grinned at Itachi and said, "But I shall return this statement to you, Mr. Itachi." Itachi's eyes widened in shock as he found himself bound to a cross. Kisame approached with a smile, "Mr. Itachi, please enjoy the next 72 hours." Itachi hastily attempted to dispel the Tsukuyami, but found it unresponsive. "Mr. Itachi, the Mangeki Sharingan is not invincible." An illusion? Two versions of Itachi suddenly appeared before him, one stating, "If an illusion is countered with another illusion, it signifies that the control over perception has been entirely seized by another. Please remember this well," they added, before both stabbed Itachi, while Kisame struck him with Samahata. Inoki remarked, "So this really is an illusion." Aoi questioned, "Can Itachi Uchiha, with his Mangeki Sharingan, also fall victim to illusions?" Mei Terumi pondered, "When exactly did this happen?" The fourth Raikage replied, "Unclear." Sarutobi Hiruzen speculated, "Could it be that it began from the outset?" Hashirama confirmed, "Indeed. Ningye controlled Itachi's illusion from the very beginning." Madara stated, "To be precise, it likely initiated the moment Itachi attempted to cast an illusion on Ningye. Furthermore, Itachi's intended target was probably mistaken from the start. The caster must be prepared for the backlash of their jutsu. Itachi lay on the ground, exhausted. As 72 hours in the Tsukuyami world elapsed, Kisame remarked, "Mr. Itachi, it seems the time has come. Everything is but a mirage." With a crash, the Tsukuyami world shattered. In the real world, Itachi knelt on one leg, covering his bleeding eyes with his hand. Kisame lay unconscious nearby, impervious even to the stimulation of Samahata. "How impressive," Reino observed in astonishment. At the moment she unleashed her water mosquito, she witnessed a large figure suddenly swing a weapon toward Itachi. Itachi glared at the giant, causing him to faint instantly. Blood tears streamed from Itachi's eyes as he fell to one knee, clutching his eyes in pain. Meanwhile, the monk phase targeted Gaara's young apprentice. Maki's team, the leader of the opposing faction, Fui, immediately unleashed a barrier to disrupt their perception. At that moment, an astonishing sandstorm erupted. The storm engulfed the entire desert of demons, causing the sensing sandballs of Sunagakure to fluctuate. Alarmed, Temari and Kankuro quickly organized a rescue for the examinees. As the Kazekage, Gaara was eager to save others, prompting the opposing faction to successfully draw him out. Fui remarked, "Have we been exposed?" Raza retorted, "Fui you." Fui declared, "Everything I do is for Sunagakure. If Gaara can indeed lead our village into the future, I will willingly accept my punishment." Chio lamented, "Ah, you've even brought Phase. It seems you're subjecting Gaara to a trial of life and death." Bunpuku exclaimed, "Phase, I didn't expect you to be involved in this." Phase replied, "Master, I." Bunpuku interrupted, "Phase, you've lost your composure." Phase admitted, "Yes, I acknowledge my wrongdoing and accept punishment." Meanwhile, the scene unfolded. Ningye abruptly materialized before Rain and the others. Just as the water barrier enveloped them in a circular defense, a catastrophic sandstorm suddenly surged toward the group. Beneath Itachi and Kisame, a pair of hands unexpectedly emerged, swiftly pulling them downwards. Observing the raging sandstorm outside, Ningye could not help but marvel at the sheer force of nature. This was the true essence of a natural disaster. Ningye gazed at Yuna beside him and inquired, "How are they faring?" Yuna paused for a moment before quickly responding, "Their injuries have healed, and they will awaken shortly." Suddenly, she hurriedly approached Ningye, examining him closely. Upon noticing that he bore no visible wounds, her concern did not abate. For she recalled the numerous formidable ninjutsu he had unleashed, which left her apprehensive about his chakra levels. Ningye reassured, "Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. My chakra consumption is minimal." However, as a medical ninja, she understood the importance of not solely relying on a patient's words. A personal examination was necessary for her peace of mind, yet conducting such an examination abruptly could be deemed impolite. Just as she found herself in this quandary, Ningye unexpectedly placed his hand upon her shoulder, saying, "You have worked hard in treating them. It is time for you to rest as well." At this gesture, Yunai was momentarily taken aback, feeling an unexpected warmth enveloping her. As a medical ninja, it was indeed her duty to heal others, yet here she was, being healed herself. This realization struck her as a dereliction of duty, though she found herself rather enjoying the sensation. A peculiar feeling welled up within her as she gazed at Ningye. Tsunade remarked, "Ah, Ningye, it appears you have charmed yet another young lady. The way she looks at you is quite telling." Uzumaki Mito interjected, "Little Tsunade, what are you implying?" "It is only natural for Ningye's charisma to attract admiration from young women." Tsunade retorted, "Mito, you are my family." Senju Hashirama chuckled, "Little Tsunade, you seem rather flustered." Tsunade fell silent. The sandstorm approached swiftly, but just as quickly, it began to abate. After Ningye completed the treatment for Yunao, he sensed that the others were about to awaken. He advised Yunao that Uchiha Itachi and that individual had been driven away by the sandstorm. Yunao was momentarily taken aback, as if she suddenly grasped something, and with a smile, she responded, "Rest assured, I will not speak of this to anyone. Moreover, thank you for saving us. I am Yunao, a genin from Sunagakure. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me." At that moment, the sandstorm began to dissipate. Ningye also withdrew the water barrier, bidding farewell once more. Ningye vanished after speaking. "Farewell, travel safely," said Rain as she waved goodbye in the direction of Ningye's disappearance. She then scooped up handfuls of sand and scattered them towards the others. After a while, Sakura and Ino regained consciousness and hurriedly rose to survey their surroundings. Realizing that apart from the water, everything else was yellow sand, Sakura anxiously inquired of Rain, Are you alright? By the way, where is Uchiha Itachi? And what happened to his companion? Rain replied, a massive sandstorm just erupted here, driving Uchiha Itachi and his companion away. A sandstorm? Sakura then noticed that everyone was covered in sand, from their clothes to their skin and hair. Although she remained somewhat skeptical, Ino interjected to support Rain. Alright, Sakura, this isn't the time for such discussions. What's important now is the well-being of the others. Sakura then proceeded to check on everyone's injuries, while Ino turned back and winked at Rain. Rain responded with a smile. The ninjas of Konoha are quite considerate of one another. Chapter 65. The portly monk. Meanwhile, Maki, Yuka, and the Yuki team encountered quicksand and were in peril when Keed intervened to rescue the three of them, just as Gaara arrived in time to shield them from the sandstorm. In a conversation between Gaara and Keed, Gaara remarked that this lively and cheerful girl resembled Naruto, and he believed that if they were to meet, they would surely become good friends. The audience outside the screen realized Keed's true identity as the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Anoki remarked, so this young girl is a Jinchuriki. No wonder she possesses such formidable power. Jiraiya added, this is troublesome. Although our aim was to draw out the Akatsuki organization, I didn't anticipate another Jinchuriki getting involved. Tsunade expressed her concern. This is problematic. The Akatsuki from the Rain Village has already received word of this, a fact that Gaara and I are still unaware of. Kakashi stated, the Akatsuki will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Taking advantage of Gaara and Keed's departure, the monks suddenly launched a surprise attack on Maki's team. The three were ensnared by the monks' ninjutsu, and upon hearing the commotion, Gaara hastily returned to rescue them. Upon reaching the designated location, the monk immediately tore open his garment, revealing his upper body covered in black runes. Sealing technique. Sage exorcism. The runes on the monk's body appeared to come alive, slithering down and transforming into chains that surged towards Gaara. This was a secret technique used by the Sand Village to seal Shikaku, and this time, the opposing forces intended to extract the tailed beast from Gaara in their attempt to eliminate him. Gaara quickly shielded the three behind him with sand, but the chains moved with astonishing speed. Before his absolute defense could activate, the chains struck Gaara. However, bang! The moment the chains pierced Gaara, they were suddenly repelled. The monk felt something was amiss. Since when could the sealing techniques of the Sand Village contend with those of the Uzumaki clan? The monk suddenly noticed someone standing behind him, wearing a fox-faced mask. When did this happen? He exclaimed in shock. Yet Ninga showed no mercy, delivering a swift strike to the top of his head. Uft! The monk instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ninga forcefully kicked him to the side of Gaara. Feng, I have shattered his meridians. From this moment forth, he is nothing but a cripple. Gaara nodded in agreement. In that case, Fae, from this instant, you are no longer a part of Sunigakure. Fae stammered. You cannot do this. Gaara, you will ruin. Before he could finish, Gigi brutally stomped on Fae's head. What do you know? You have no idea how much our teacher Gaara has sacrificed for Sunigakure. Why do you scoundrels still plot to kill him? Gigi continued to relentlessly trample Fae. With her innocent, timid, and kind nature, she had been saved by Gaara, who represented the beacon of light in her heart. This despicable wretch attempted to threaten her beloved teacher Gaara through her abduction. Moreover, Fae was no longer affiliated with Sunigakure. His demise would be of no consequence. Gaara, observing Gigi's fierce determination, felt a chill of sweat trickling down his brow. His once shy and gentle disciple was now exhibiting such fierce protectiveness for him. To be honest, Gaara felt quite moved. Seeing that it was enough, Gaara intervened. That's enough. Gigi, cease your actions. We still need to interrogate him. Yes, teacher Gaara. Gigi reverted back to her gentle and bashful demeanor. Gaara sighed as he looked at the heavily panting Fae sprawled on the ground. Examiner, I leave this to you. I must go find another person. Ninga nodded slightly. Gaara then proceeded to seek out Fui. As Gaara departed, Ninga gazed at the pig's head on the ground and directly employed medical ninjutsu on it. Gradually, Fae's head reverted to its original form. With a hint of emotion, Ninga remarked, I never anticipated that this fellow possessed such formidable healing techniques. Maki and Yu looked somewhat perplexed. While Yu adjusted his glasses, seemingly grasping something, he immediately kicked Fae's head forcefully, declaring, Indeed, this wretched scoundrel intends to exploit Lord Kazakage's absence to recover in secret. With that, he landed a couple more kicks, prompting the two women to join in. Maki, upon receiving a reminder, also understood, while Yui genuinely believed that Fei was endowed with powerful restorative ninjutsu. Before long, Fei's head once again transformed into a pig's head. A flash of green appeared, and to their dismay, he had recovered once more. Meanwhile, Gaara, through his words, had successfully moved Fu-Yi, who was overwhelmed with emotion. Consumed by guilt, Fu-Yi chose to end his own life. Fei, damn it. Fun-Fu. Fei. Every cause has its effect. This is all of your own making, and you cannot blame others. Fei, true. Yet, as he gazed at the chubby visage on the screen, he found it hard to swallow his indignation. Fu-Yi, Gaara, you have truly matured. I entrust Sunagakure to you. Granny Chiyo. Fei, should you lay a hand on him, do not blame us if we truly expel you from Sunagakure. Granny Chiyo recognized that Ningye would undoubtedly become a pivotal force in the future ninja world, and Gaara's amicable relationship with him was a positive development. Noki, is it that Ningye is somewhat cunning? Moo. Quite normal. It would be strange if the crafty disciple of Tobarama were not devious. Ghost Lantern Manua. Haha. I quite like that red-haired lad without eyebrows. Fourth Rakage. Haha. That bald monk has turned into a pig's head. Upon Gaara's return, he escorted Fei into a cell, having just completed a brief treatment before commencing interrogation. Subsequently, Gaara and Ningye managed to eradicate the remaining dissenting forces. The joint Nin exams of Konoha and Sunagakure concluded with the second round, the Desert of Magic. The following morning, Gaara addressed the candidates, informing them that their performances had been meticulously recorded by the Eye of Sand. Whether they would advance to Nin would depend on the discretion of their respective village leaders. Consequently, the hopeful candidates returned to the examination venue with eager anticipation. Kaze and her two companions encountered Kakuzu and Haiden on their way back to Takigakure. Kaze, somewhat elated, remarked, I have long wished to meet you, Kakuzu, and become friends. Enthusiastically, Kaze approached and extended her left hand for a handshake, suggesting they start as tea companions. Kakuzu, however, replied coolly, I did not come here to make friends. Kaze's expression fell, transitioning to seriousness. What a pity. Chapter 66. Ningye acquires Hinata's blood. The scene abruptly darkened, and upon illumination, only the image of Kakuzu carrying Kaze remained. Kaze! How infuriating, she was ultimately captured. Gaara exclaimed. Kaze! Maki murmured. Kaze! Yui echoed. Kaze! He. Do so many people care about me? I am so delighted. Would you all like to be my friends? Uzumaki Naruto, of course. Kaze! From now on, we are friends. Killer Bee. Yo, the friendship between Jinchuriki, I also want in. Little girl, I wish to be your friend too. Maki. Me too. Thanks to Sister Kaze for saving us in the future. Yui. I feel the same way. Nara Shikamaru. I also wish to be your friend. Kaze, wonderful. I've made more friends. Tsunade, damn it. Those Akatsuki scoundrels. Jiraiya. Calm down, Tsunade. Now that Akatsuki is aware they have been deceived, they should not proceed with this plan any longer, right, Nagato, Konan? Konan, Jiraiya-sensei. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, do not execute any more plans. Do not harm children like Kaze. I just hope you can live peacefully. Nagato, Yahiko. Suddenly, Naruto smacked his hand, as if struck by inspiration. Wait, isn't there a reincarnation technique that Ningye's future child possesses? That move could resurrect Kaze, right? At Naruto's reminder, the gathered ninjas promptly reacted, recalling the resurrection technique of the future, yet it did not imply that Ningye could not learn it in the coming years. Nara Shikamaru. All right, Naruto. You've revealed too much too soon. Well, since so much has been disclosed already, it matters not. I shall not permit someone like Kaze to remain in the Pure Land indefinitely. Is that true, Ningye? Shiki inquired. Indeed, Ningye affirmed. Is that true? How wonderful. Thank you, Ningye. That means the me on the screen can make more friends. Kaze exclaimed. At this moment, others in the ninja world began to harbor their own thoughts, wishing for Ningye to resurrect those they longed to see again. However, Tobarama Senju interjected. If you desire my disciple's assistance, the price will be steep. First, watch the video. Once it has been mostly played, then you may bring this matter to me. Otherwise, do not expect even one to be resurrected. Tobarama's words instantly silenced the crowd. The ninjas promptly closed their mouths, striving to avoid broaching the subject, all the while internally pleading, Ningye, you are eternal. I beseech you, Ningye, resurrect the ones I miss. In the Hokage Tower, Tsunade glanced at the information Gaara had provided, then surveyed the group of young ninjas below, letting out a sigh. Standing up, she announced, "Well, I have thoroughly reviewed your second report. Now, I shall declare the results. Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Sakura, Ino, Choji, Karui, Sai, Shin, Tenten, Lee, and Niji. You 12 have passed the exam and are promoted to CH Nin. This time, Gaara faced no dangers, allowing Lee and the others to successfully obtain the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, and Niji did not advance to Jonin. Wonderful. I had anticipated this all along, right, Akamaru? Woof." At that moment, Tsunade added, "By the way, I will conduct a comprehensive physical examination for all of you to check for any potential issues stemming from this exam." The young ninjas eagerly complied, as Tsunade's medical expertise was widely recognized in the ninja world. Konoha Hospital, Ningye donned a doctor's attire and presented the certification bestowed upon him by Tsunade, assuming the role of the blood test technician for this occasion. Initially, when Ningye proposed to serve as the testing personnel, Tsunade was reluctant to acquiesce. However, Ningye astounded her with his advanced theoretical knowledge in the field of hematology, leaving her with no choice but to concede. Several hours later, after the young ones had completed their health examinations, Tsunade elucidated the issues concerning each of them based on the reports. Ningye casually took a vial of blood, which bore the label indicating it belonged to Hinata Hyuga. Hinata, Hanabi Hyuga, sister? Niji Hyuga, Lady Hinata? Naruto Uzumaki, Why is Ningye taking Hinata's blood? Sakura Haruno, indeed, hasn't the testing already been completed? Anoki, could it be that Ningye intends to study the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Aoi, but why utilize this girl's blood? Isn't there another male? Is it due to the main family? Orochimaru, or is there something particularly unique about this girl? Kushina Uzumaki, Ningye, you wouldn't harm Hinata, would you? She is destined to be my daughter-in-law. Nothing must go awry. Nara Ningye, do not worry, Aunt Kushina. I merely wish to verify a hypothesis of mine. There will be no harm to Hinata. In Orochimaru's laboratory, Ningye instantly teleported to this location. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru ceased his ongoing research. Ningye candidly expressed his intentions, presenting a vial of blood. "Mr. Orochimaru, please extract the cells from this vial." Orochimaru took the vial with a nod, acknowledging, "I understand." He then commenced the meticulous extraction of the cells from the blood, completing the task in a short while. Ningye nodded at him, then utilized sophisticated instruments to introduce a portion of the cells into the culture medium, while retaining another segment. A diminutive portion remained. "Mr. Orochimaru, could you kindly procure a sample of the Hashirama cells?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, sensing that the situation had become rather intricate. He retrieved a vial containing a culture medium of similar quality to Ningye's and extracted a small quantity of the Hashirama cells, subsequently placing them onto a specially designed culture substrate. Ningye added the remaining small portion of Hinata's cells to the culture medium that Orochimaru had just introduced with Hashirama's cells. Subsequently, the two observed through a high-density electron microscope and discovered that Hashirama's cells were continuously engulfing Hinata's cells. Ningye squinted his eyes slightly, while Orochimaru appeared somewhat perplexed about the peculiar significance of these cells. Ningye approached the culture medium containing a small portion of Hinata's cells. He observed that the previously verdant solution had now turned nearly colorless. Upon conducting a brief analysis, he discovered that the nutrients had nearly entirely depleted. Orochimaru, taken aback by this revelation, seemed to grasp Ningye's implication. Orochimaru, wait, Ningye, you cannot be serious? Ningye, indeed. I fear my hypothesis holds truth. Uchiha Madara, this young Hyuga girl, how could this be possible? As someone deeply engaged in the study of Hashirama cells, he quickly understood the gravity of the situation. Senju Hashirama, Madara, what troubles you? Senju Tobarama, it seems that what I once thought to be a jest may indeed come to fruition this time. Jiraiya, so, what exactly is happening? Tsunade, Jiraiya, we might be facing a significant crisis. Chapter 67, The Sage of Six Paths and his family. Orochimaru hastily stepped forward to examine the vial of culture medium. Mr. Orochimaru, please change to a new vial. I comprehend the situation now. Without delay, Orochimaru replaced the vial. Almost immediately, the green hue of the culture medium began to diminish once more. One vial after another was exchanged. Ultimately, after approximately 5 vials, the rate at which Hinata cells absorbed the nutrients began to stabilize and slow down. Ningye extracted a small portion of Hinata's cells, while Orochimaru procured a fraction of Hashirama's cells. The two simultaneously placed them on the culture medium and activated the high-density electron microscope. They intently observed the images displayed on the instrument screen. Before their eyes, Hinata cells gradually expanded and collided with Hashirama's cells. However, this time, the Hashirama cells did not swiftly devour Hinata cells. Instead, they began to mutually engulf one another. How could this be possible? Orochimaru was taken aback. Tsunade exclaimed, "Granduncle's cells, could it be?" Uchiha Madara gasped, "How is this conceivable? Hashirama cells are on par with a mere girl's cells." Senju Hashirama remarked, "Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha. This girl named Hinata is indeed remarkable." Senju Tobarama cautioned, "Brother, do you not yet comprehend the gravity of the situation?" Orochimaru concluded, "This indicates that in 2.5 years, that girl Hinata will possess formidable strength that could rival Hashirama's." "Ningye, are you attempting to convey this meaning?" Hinata Shino, "Yes, but this is merely a fragment." Anoki, "Hey, are you serious? The girl on the screen is only 16 or 17 years old, and her raw strength rivals that of Lord Hashirama?" Rasha, "How is that possible? Her performance in the Chunin exams was merely adequate. Could she be concealing her true abilities?" Terumi Mei, "It doesn't seem likely, does it?" The high-ranking officials of the ninja world are fervently searching for information regarding the girl named Hinata. In the classroom, a group of individuals gazes in astonishment at Hinata, who appears utterly bewildered and lost in thought. Could it be that Hinata has truly concealed her strength? It doesn't seem plausible. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding? How audacious of you to question the research of Sage Ningye. In the Hyuga compound, Hinata's father also gazes in confusion at the remarks of those around him. Is his daughter truly that formidable? How could he have been unaware? Karui, enough. What is so strange about this? Really? Karui, have you discovered something? Karui, what is so surprising? Our captain's future child surpasses the first Hokage at our age. I truly don't understand what you're all astonished about. Uchiha Madara. Anoki. Tsunade. Fourth Reikage. Well said, you're impressive. I find myself at a loss for words. Recalling Ningye's future children. The shock among the ninja world regarding Hinata potentially matching the first Hokage in 2.5 years diminished significantly. Ningye, what is the meaning of this? Is this the blood of the Otsutsuki? Orochimaru inquired with intrigue. The only entity he could conceive of to counter the first cells was the Otsutsuki clan that Ningye had previously mentioned to him. Ningye let out a sigh, contemplating that it could be said to be so, yet also not so, which is indeed a pity. Ningye pondered to himself. Could it be that reality aligns with my conjectures? Hinata Hyuga, the most pure-blooded among the Hyuga clan, draws closest to the essence of Tsutsuki Kagaya. Alas, what a pity. Minato Namikaze, Tsutsuki Kagaya. Anoki, wait, isn't that the brother of Sage of Six Paths? Ningye claims this young girl's lineage is akin to his. Kushina Izumaki, oh, my daughter-in-law is that formidable? Hizashi Hyuga, is this a jest? I am most aware of my daughter's abilities. Now, Ningye, you assert that my daughter's bloodline approaches that of the brother of Sage of Six Paths? Hizashi was utterly taken aback. Waki Tsutsuki, brother, is this true? Kagaya Tsutsuki, indeed, my esteemed friend Ningye speaks truthfully. I too have observed this young girl, and faintly discern her bloodline bears a striking resemblance to mine. Kagaya Tsutsuki, this young lady possesses commendable Byakugan. Just as Kagaya was about to speak, she withdrew her words. Anoki, since the sage has spoken, it must indeed be true. Yet, Mei Terumi, however, it seems that Hinata does not exhibit any extraordinary traits, does she? Ningye, ultimately, her bloodline has yet to awaken. Heaven has opened a door for the Hyuga clan, yet they have chosen to seal it shut. Hizashi Hyuga, Hayashi Hyuga, Hikaru Hyuga, Takamichi Hyuga, Iraha Hyuga. A chorus of Hyuga elders. Ningye perceived the chakra within the Hinata cells in the cultivation fluid. Indeed, Hinata possessed a yang-release chakra of equal caliber to that of the first Hokage, and her yin-release chakra could perhaps rival that of Uchiha Madara. If nurtured diligently from a young age, Hinata's strength might not pale in comparison to Naruto and Sasuke. After all, it would be quite amusing for an uncle to be outdone by his two nephews. Uchiha Madara, what? This young girl possesses yin and yang chakra that rivals that of myself and Hashirama? Anoki, wait, is this little girl truly that remarkable? Saratobi Hiruzen, moreover. What is truly alarming is that Hinata possesses both types of chakra. Uchiha Madara, could it be? Minato Namikaze, and she does not fall short of Sasuke and our Naruto. Could it be that Sasuke and Naruto will eventually surpass the first Hokage? Kushina Izumaki, Ningye. What do you mean by uncle and nephews? Ningye and Kushina. Perhaps this question is better suited for the sage of six paths to answer. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Ahem, indeed. Ningye, you are quite impressive. At this juncture, there is little left to conceal. As I have previously mentioned, I have two sons, Indra and Ashura. Their struggle has continued for millennia through the reincarnation of chakra. The previous reincarnations were Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama, while the current ones are Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Shinja Hashirama. Haha, did you hear that, Madara? We are brothers. Uchiha Madara. Shinja Tobarama. Brother, be quiet. Shinja Butsuma. What nonsense is this brat spouting? Uchiha Azuna. Shinja Hashirama. I am my brother's true brother. Minato Namikaze. What? My son is the reincarnation of a sage's child. Kushina Uzumaki. This. Uchiha Mikoto. Sasuke. Jiraiya. I see. So does that mean Naruto or Sasuke is the child of prophecy? Ningye. Mr. Kagaya, please remember that Naruto is Naruto, and Sasuke is Sasuke. Both are my friends. They are the children born after much hardship by Aunt Kushina and Aunt Mikoto. They are not the reincarnations of your sons. And Mr. Jiraiya, do not impose your child of prophecy upon Naruto or Sasuke. They are my friends, not mere tools for your quest for peace. Chapter 68, Resurrection Jiraiya. But Ningye, this is the prophecy of the great Toad Sage. This is about peace in the ninja world. Ningye, Master, do you still wish to validate your ethereal prophecy through Naruto and Sasuke? If not, will you gaze upon them with disappointment? Jiraiya, I. Tsunade, Jiraiya, be silent. Ningye is correct. Naruto and Sasuke are their mother's children. Have you considered their feelings when you say such things? Jiraiya, I. Orochimaru, stop with this. Your naivety can sometimes bring trouble to others. Kushina Uzumaki. Wa. Ningye, you were such a good child. Uchiha Mikoto. Yes. I am glad that Sasuke has a friend like you. Minato Namikaze. Ningye is right. Naruto is the child of Kushina and me, not a mere reincarnation of chakra. As Ningye reminisced about Hinata's various tribulations, he sighed, reflecting on her unfortunate yet fortunate existence. On one hand, she was blessed with an extraordinarily gifted lineage. On the other, she was burdened by the archaic customs of the Hyuga clan. Fortuitously, she had a proud yet caring father who bore the weight of societal expectations. Otherwise, she would have long been confined like a caged bird. Unfortunately, her father lacked the knowledge to nurture his daughter properly, leaving her perpetually hungry. Under the mistaken impression that Hinata was merely shy about eating. Hinata Hyuga, father. Hyuga Hayashi, let us not dwell on this matter. Hinata. Why are you going hungry? Hinata Hyuga. I. Akimichi Choji, huh? Is Hinata a big eater? Ningye. Indeed, Choji. Even you and your father combined cannot match her appetite. Akimichi Choji, is it really that impressive? Akimichi Choza. Hinata, let us have a contest someday. As a champion of hearty appetites, I shall not concede easily. Hinata Hyuga, Uncle Choza. The classroom turned its attention to Hinata, who blushed deeply, steam practically rising from her cheeks. Uchiha Madara observed with understanding. It was no wonder this little one had not been particularly expressive. Her body had long been deprived. As an experienced clan leader from the Warring States period, Madara knew all too well the consequences of prolonged hunger. Inoki, so the commotion stemmed from a lack of nourishment. It is hardly surprising. With inadequate nutrition, development is already a challenge, let alone becoming stronger. Hyuga Hayashi, Hinata, from now on. Feel free to eat as much as you wish. It is unacceptable for you to remain hungry. Hinata Hyuga, yes, father. Fortuitously, she possessed remarkable talent, unfortunately. Her timid and bashful nature was hardly befitting of a true warrior's mindset. Fortunately, she was placed in the class of Yuhi Kurinai, who had always looked after Hinata. However, it was unfortunate that she had been born a year later. Had she been assigned to Guy's class, perhaps his vibrant and optimistic demeanor could have transformed Hinata's character. Yuhi Kurinai. Ningye, are you praising me or mocking me? Might Guy. Indeed. Had Hinata been in our class, she would surely become much more lively. Tintin, well, regardless of her liveliness, her sense of shame would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Hinata recalled the image of herself in a tight green outfit, shouting about youth in the streets. Nearly swooning at the thought, the red screen faded to black. Little V. Hello everyone. This concludes our live broadcast for today. Our next session will commence next month. So be sure to tune in. Oh, and before I forget, to ensure a smooth broadcast, let me provide a preview of the individuals who will be revived later. Nara Shikaku, customer service, are you suggesting that these individuals will also come back to life? Little V, indeed. These are the individuals that Ningye will revive in due time. However, to prevent any malicious intentions that could disrupt the broadcast, I am providing this information in advance. Little V. Next, we have 5 individuals slated for revival. The scene shifted to the training grounds of Konoha, where several kunai shaped like maple leaves suddenly appeared, accompanied by a burst of yellow light. A man with blonde hair and blue eyes, clad in a white Hokage robe inscribed with the words 4th Hokage, a green vest, and a blue bodysuit, materialized. The yellow flash, Minato Namikaze, had arrived. Kushina Izumaki, Minato. Is it truly you? Have you really come back to life? Minato Namikaze. Yes, Kushina. I am here at the training grounds of Konoha, and I can indeed feel my breath and heartbeat. Thank you sincerely, customer service. Little V. Hee hee. I merely summoned you ahead of time. If Ningye had not revived you later, I would not have been able to bring you forth. Minato Namikaze. Thank you. Ningye. We are truly fortunate to have a friend like you for Naruto. Anoki, is this really a revival? Does this mean Ningye truly can bring others back to life? The crowd, mindful of the 2nd Hokage's previous warnings, remained silent, their hearts racing with anticipation. Ningye, the immortal, is indeed remarkable. They too wished to seize the opportunity this month to request a resurrection slot from the Hidden Leaf Village. Suddenly, beside the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, a blue water vortex and a red fire vortex materialize. As the water vortex dissipates, a figure emerges with silver hair and red eyes, adorned with a steel forehead protector styled like a mask, featuring 3 red markings on each cheek. Clad in a black form-fitting combat suit complemented by layered blue armor, and a white feathered collar connected to his back, the revered master of ninjutsu, Hashirama Senju, makes his entrance. As the fire vortex disperses, another figure appears. Dressed in a simple black long robe emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's fan symbol, his hair and bangs cascading down to a jagged end. The formidable adversary, Izuna Uchiha, steps forth, almost impervious to flaws. Ningye exclaims, "Teacher." Hashirama responds, "Ah, Ningye, you have done well in the future." Orochimaru interjects, "Indeed, it is the 2nd Hokage. But who is the person beside him?" Madara Uchiha states, "Izuna." This sensation soon, a colossal wooden dragon appears above the trio, soaring through the sky. A figure suddenly leaps from the back of the wooden dragon. He possesses long black hair and is clad in a black form-fitting combat suit adorned with red layered armor. The layered armor on his left shoulder carries the Senju clan's emblem, and red iron wristbands encircle his wrists. The god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju, has arrived. Simultaneously, a gigantic blue figure appears beside him, which soon dissipates, revealing a man in a black form-fitting combat suit, accented by red layered armor. With flowing black hair and an air of indifference and dominance, the Shura of the ninja world, Madara Uchiha, has made his entrance. Chapter 69, Compassionate Strings. Inoki exclaims, "Madara Uchiha, how has he been resurrected? Did Ningye also bring back Madara in the future?" Little V replies, "No." Inoki sighs, "Phew." Little V adds, "He was revived through his own plan in the future." Inoki, Black Zetsu. Reido remarks, "Hashirama Senju, I never expected him to return as well." Ishikawa states, "That is only natural. If one possesses the ability to resurrect, it would indeed be peculiar not to revive Lord Hashirama." Million comments. Merely due to his identity as Ningye's master, the likelihood of his revival is substantial. 1st Hokage, ha ha. This resurrection lineup is quite splendid. Hashirama chuckles, "Ha ha. Madara, we have both returned." Madara retorts, "Don't be mistaken. You were revived by that kid Ningye, while I was brought back by my own scheme." Hashirama adds, "Heh, indeed, you ought to be grateful to my disciple for your continued existence. Otherwise, you would have been turned into elixirs." Madara, Izuna Uchiha suddenly rushes towards Madara. Izuna and Madara turn to face each other, opening their arms and smiling as broadly as they can. The brothers embrace tightly. Hashirama, witnessing the reunion of Madara and Izuna, is deeply moved. He recalls the sorrow he felt when Izuna perished and how he had no idea how to console Madara at that time. Hashirama also glances at Tobarama, who seems to sense his brother's emotions. As Hashirama is about to open his arms, Tobarama interjects, "Don't even think about it." Clang. Hashirama, disheartened, turns monochrome. Minato Namikaze watches the scene in confusion, his thoughts consumed by the desire to find his son. As the Uchiha brothers part, Tobarama addresses Madara. "You surely do not intend to pursue your ridiculous Moon Eye plan, do you?" Madara scoffs, "Let us set that matter aside for now. Black Zetsu, you're finished." Izuna Uchiha challenges, "And you, Itachi Uchiha, did you not claim that the Uchiha clan lacks depth?" I am eager to see just how profound your depth truly is. Itachi Uchiha remains silent. Sasuke Uchiha interjects. Wait, Itachi can only be killed by me. Nagato adds, Itachi is a member of our Akatsuki organization. If you wish to move against him, then come. Madara assents. Very well. I shall conveniently retrieve my Rinnegan in the process. My current eyes are not particularly effective. Currently, Madara's eyes are those he possessed when he was extracting the tailed beasts, yet his body, like Hashirama and the others, has returned to its prime. Nagato. Goodness, I almost forgot about that. Tobarama cautions, hold on, Madara, let us not rush into this. Madara replies, if there is something to discuss, speak. Tobarama asserts. Your brother was revived by my disciple, so you owe us a favor. Madara. What do you want? Madara is not one to owe favors. Even if revived in the future, it changes nothing. If there were no resurrection in the future, he wouldn't have been summoned now. Tobarama states, I wish for you to remain in the leaf for this month to protect my disciple's safety at all times. Madara raises an eyebrow. Oh? I did not expect this to be the condition. With Hashirama alone, he would be sufficient to protect him. Why must I be involved? Isn't that redundant? Hashirama concurs. Indeed, Tobarama, I will certainly safeguard our disciple. Tobarama counters, brother, if someone becomes desperate, you alone may not be able to stop them. I believe our resurrection is for the purpose of ensuring Ningye's safety. Little V remarks, as expected of the second Hokage. Discerning the purpose of your resurrection so swiftly. Inoki exclaims, what? Are there truly individuals that even Lord Hashirama cannot stop? Tsunade adds, moreover. Who exactly wishes to harm Ningye? He is now the hope of our ninja world. Fourth Raikage A expresses frustration. Cursed be whoever it is. Kuratsuchi questions. Could it be that they are unafraid of confronting our ninja world? Madara, intrigued, states, how interesting. I wish to see who dares. I accept your request. But this time it is out of respect for Ningye reviving my brother. In a concealed underground base somewhere in the ninja world. Sishin furrows his brow as he listens to Tobarama's words. He originally intended to lead the Shell organization in a full-force assault on the Leaf to seize Ningye. Ningye's body is now his most cherished vessel. However, with Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara resurrected, both formidable warriors forged during the Warring States era, their alliance would yield effects far exceeding mere addition. Even he must tread carefully. Moreover, Konoha is not merely contending with the two of them, but is also fortified by numerous skilled practitioners. Even if he forcefully employs the rebirth technique, he risks being overwhelmed. It appears that Senju Tobarama has discovered our presence. At this moment, Amato from the Sanzu approached, expressing that a direct assault on Konoha with the current Shell organization would result in severe losses and provoke a counterattack from the five great nations. Your resurrection would become significantly more challenging. Amato had witnessed the technique previously employed by the enigmatic KK, perhaps indicating his potential future alignment with Ningye. As for the reasons, he understood them well. I am well aware of this despicable Tobarama. Sishin cast a glance at Amato before departing, ever wary of this individual before him. In the Konoha training grounds, Senja Hashirama exclaimed, ha ha ha, let us go. I am eager to meet my adorable nephew. If I recall correctly, it was you, Tobarama, who established the academy, yes? Indeed, let us proceed. The safety of my disciples is of utmost importance. Tobarama nodded in agreement. In that case, I too wish to observe this young one's peculiarities. Izuna, what about you? Uchiha Madara turned his gaze toward his brother. I intend to visit the Uchiha clan grounds to see how the Uchiha are faring now. I will spare Itachi for the time being, as I am curious about his future. Should he face dire circumstances, it would not be to his advantage. Izuna's words were not without substance. He had long endured the trials of battle, though his understanding of the Uchiha clan might not rival his extensive research on the Senju. He certainly surpassed an ordinary Uchiha child. Very well, I shall accompany you, Madara replied, having witnessed his brother's resurrection. He wished to spend more time with Izuna, not wanting to relive the solitude he felt after Izuna's departure. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze was also filled with joy at the prospect of finally meeting his son. On the streets of Konoha, Saratobi Hiruzen arrived with several high-ranking officials and a multitude of jonin to extend their welcome. From a distance, they spotted three figures. Given the Uchiha clan's location on the outskirts of Konoha, Madara and Izuna had separated from the group ahead of time. Upon seeing Hashirama and the others, Hiruzen spoke first. Esteemed teachers and Minato, I am delighted to see you resurrected. It brings me great joy to see you once again. Enough with the sentimentalities. I wish to see my disciples, Tobarama interjected. Cough, cough. Very well. Please follow me. Hiruzen replied, slightly taken aback, leading the three to the ninja academy while inwardly lamenting. Teacher, I am also your disciple. Chapter 70. Hard fist versus soft fist. With that said, let us meet again in a month. Farewell. As the screen faded, the denizens of the ninja world sensed a shift in their own powers. In the ninja classroom, the young shinobi felt the changes within themselves. Although their appearances remained largely unchanged, their chakra levels and jutsu capabilities approached those of 3 or 4 years hence. Naruto graduated from Konoha at 60, with the new Chunin exams occurring around 63 or 64 years. Gradually, they acclimated to their newfound strength. After some time, the young shinobi had nearly assimilated their enhanced abilities. Yet disparities in height, weight, combat experience, and awareness persisted. Once the young shinobi appeared ready, Irika led them outside to greet the Hokage. As they exited the ninja teaching building, they spotted the Konoha F4 standing in the courtyard. Naruto, upon seeing Minato, rushed forward with excitement. And Minato opened his arms wide in response. Then, with a thud, Naruto landed a punch on Minato's abdomen. Yet Minato expressed no complaints, only concern. He embraced Naruto tightly and gently said, I am truly sorry for all the hardships you have endured over the years, Naruto. I missed you so much. Father. Words of reproach transformed into expressions of longing as Naruto clung to his father, fearing this moment was not real. He had long imagined what life would be like with his parents, envisioning a happiness beyond his comprehension. After all those years, he finally found a welcoming embrace. A genuine family. Tobarama approached and patted Ningye on the shoulder, stating, You have done remarkably well. You truly are my disciple. Ningye, throughout his life, had no recollection of his parents, as not even a photograph graced his home. He had inquired with his cousin, who expressed ignorance about their whereabouts, unable to paint a picture of their faces. At this moment, Ningye also experienced the profound emotion of family reunion. Although his teacher was often quite strict, Ningye could sense the genuine care beneath that stern exterior. The years he spent living with his teacher were the happiest of his life. Having someone to guide him was truly a blessing. Just then, Hashirama approached, greeting him with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Greetings, my dear nephew. I am your uncle Hashirama. Ah. Greetings, uncle, Ningye replied. Ningyu courteously greeted in return. Haha, what a good child. Indeed, Tijin has taken a fine disciple. At that moment, Minato Namikaze approached, bowing respectfully to Ningye and then to Irika. Ningye, Irika, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the care you have bestowed upon our Naruto over these past years. Ningye and Irika hurriedly assisted the fourth Hokage, Minato, to his feet. No, Uncle Minato, they insisted. We have discussed this before. You and Aunt Kushina have done so much for our village, Konoha. It is only right that we care for Naruto. Indeed, Lord Fourth, they echoed. It is our duty to look after them in your absence. Sasuke observed the heartfelt reunion between Naruto and his father, feeling a pang of envy. He resolved to inquire with Ningye later, hoping to discover if there might be a way to bring his own parents back to life. A few days later, at the Konoha training grounds in the back mountains, Ningye and Hashirama stand in opposition to one another. Just an hour prior, Ningye sought to familiarize himself with the changes in his own strength, and Tobarama had intended to accompany him in training. However, Hashirama interjected, asserting that Tobarama had already trained their nephew numerous times, and that he too wished to partake in the training. Ningye was eager to witness the true extent of the first Hokage's formidable power. To be frank, without first-hand experience, it is truly difficult to appreciate. Meanwhile, the heads of various clans and numerous elite jonin stood atop a distant hill, observing the scene. Tobarama had sternly warned them that in order to preserve their lives, they must not cross this mountain range and should be prepared for a prompt retreat. Uchiha Madara perched upon a log in the Konoha training grounds, intrigued to see what fascinating techniques Ningye might unveil, while simultaneously remaining ready to intervene should Hashirama fail to control his strength adequately. Hashirama indicated for Ningye to make the first move, to which Ningye nodded in acknowledgement. Ningye swiftly extracted a shuriken from his tool pouch. Employing the shadow clone technique of the shuriken, Ningye hurled a shuriken forward, causing it to multiply into countless shadowy replicas that launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Observing this, Hashirama responded with a powerful punch, the resulting pressure from his fist scattering all the shurikens with ease. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Ningye swiftly summoned a water dragon, which propelled itself directly towards Hashirama. Unfazed, Hashirama placed his hand behind him to gather energy, and then swiftly unleashed a punch. The Pure Land, ascending fist saw his fist shatter the water dragon effortlessly. Such formidable physical strength. No wonder this is Tsunade's signature move. Politeness. Are you Tsunade? However, Ningye also desired to test his own martial prowess. He charged towards Hashirama with determination. Understanding Ningye's intent to validate his own skills, Hashirama responded in kind, delivering a punch of his own. In a display of reflexes, Ningye clasped Hashirama's fist with both hands and stepped back, employing the principle of yielding to redirect the force of Hashirama's blow. Observing this, Hashirama amplified both the power and speed of his attack. Yet Ningye maintained a calm demeanor, his hands forming a palm as he executed slow yet fluidly coordinated movements. Under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Ningye absorbed the punch with his right hand. Then, in a seamless motion, he leaned back and pushed Hashirama's punch away. Subsequently, an octagonal formation appeared beneath Ningye's feet as he initiated the gentle fist technique. Taichi Ningye let his arms hang down, palms facing outward, fingers gently relaxed. With his feet spread apart in parallel, he then slowly raised both arms to his chest, forming a half circle with his left arm. The palm facing inward in a yin position, while the right palm turned over into a yang position. In the space between the pillars, Ningye's martial arts appeared profoundly intricate, and he too wished to experience it firsthand, directly employing the Tongtian fist and performing the Lan Ke Wei. Ningye's right foot was firmly planted while his left foot was light. He invoked the pressing technique, adhering and following. His right palm had already latched onto Hashirama's left wrist, exerting lateral force. Hashirama, caught off guard, was propelled forward, taking 2 steps before he could regain his balance. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, finding the situation quite intriguing. With intention rather than sheer strength, he demonstrated the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Hashirama continued to test Ningye, persistently launching physical attacks against him. Ningye subsequently executed a single whip strike, raising his hand with grace. Performing the white crane spreads its wings, embracing the knees, and transitioning into a stance of elegance. As he prepared to unleash a striking gesture akin to a pipa, he deftly maneuvered his right hand downward and his left hand inward. The series of movements flowed like a gentle stream, exuding an unparalleled sophistication. In the meantime, Hashirama also gracefully retreated, and Ningye could not help but marvel at the sheer prowess of the martial arts displayed. It felt as though his body had been ensnared, rendering him momentarily unable to break free. However, Ningye shook his head, for he understood that Hashirama had been holding back. Had he unleashed his full strength, Ningye would have found it exceedingly difficult to contend with the power unleashed. The members of the Hyuga clan gazed in bewilderment at the martial techniques Ningye exhibited. Is this gentle fist? It seems quite different from our practice, one wondered. How would I know? In the village of Konoha, the predominant style of martial arts was the hard fist, with notable practitioners like Tsunade and Guy standing out among them. Meanwhile, gentle fist was emblematic of the Hyuga clan's technique. Although Hashirama's hard fist was somewhat understandable, Ningye's interpretation of gentle fist struck everyone as remarkably enchanting, filled with subtle intricacies that left them in awe. Chapter 71. Susanoo. Suddenly, Ningye exerted his strength, delivering a powerful palm strike towards Zhu Jian, who reciprocated with an equally forceful blow. Bang! In an instant, Ningye leveraged the strength of Hashirama to create distance between them. During his retreat, a dark red sphere of light suddenly materialized before him. The tail beast bomb, also known as the, erupted with an immense shockwave that radiated outward. This technique was one that Ningye had developed from his research on the spiraling sphere. Upon witnessing this, Hashirama swiftly brought his hands together and invoked would release, birth of the tree realm. Utilizing his chakra as the essence of life, he summoned several trees to erupt from the ground, as if they were being uprooted, advancing towards the red shockwave. With a resounding boom, their techniques collided. They relentlessly ravaged the trees, while the trees continued to grow, absorbing the chakra from them. Following their clash, the surroundings lay in utter disarray. How formidable! Is this truly the wood release of the first Hokage? And that red shockwave, is it indeed derived from Ningye's study of the spiraling sphere? The onlookers were in awe, marveling at the spectacle. It was no wonder, as even for seasoned shinobi like them, witnessing a confrontation of such magnitude between figures of this caliber was a rarity, especially since neither was confined to the realm of mere shadows. Uchiha Madara, with an unblinking gaze, observed the duel unfold silently. Hashirama then cautioned Ningye, "Disciple, I shall take the initiative this time. Be vigilant." "Very well, let us proceed." Hashirama invoked would release, flowering tree realm, channeling his chakra as nourishment, prompting the dormant trees to grow rapidly in size, adorned with numerous blossoms that emitted golden pollen upon blooming. Fire release, great fire extinguishment. as Ningye gathers chakra behind his throat. He unleashes a dark fireball resembling a meteorite towards the blossom tree. Upon collision with the tree, flames erupt, spreading into a sea of fire. The black flames, fueled by the pollen, incessantly spread and corrode the trees. Has my technique been turned against me? How intriguing. Meanwhile, Hashirama offers a subtle smile before clapping his hands together. Invoking the wood release, wood dragon technique, he channels his chakra into the seeds of the trees, conjuring a colossal dragon. Standing atop the wooden dragon, Hashirama charges towards Ningye. As Ningye beheld this extraordinary scene, a dark, ominous chakra erupted from his being. What is that? A colossal black figure? It seems reminiscent of the technique previously employed by Uchiha Itachi on the fateful night of his clan's annihilation. Could it be? The majority of those present were struck with profound astonishment. Even Uchiha Madara, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief. Surrounding Ningye, a black skeletal structure materialized, gradually adorned with muscle, ultimately culminating in the formation of a towering black giant, a Susanoo. The ebony giant then raised its hands to shield itself from the wooden dragon, which entwined itself around the giant's form, resulting in a fierce tug-of-war. Observing the clash between the two combatants, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but express his admiration, remarking on how unexpectedly swiftly this young man had mastered the ultimate ocular technique of the Manjiki Sharingan. Impressive indeed. In Ningye's recollection, the past 3 years were marked by his relentless research on the Sharingan alongside Orochimaru. Through persistent provocation, Uchiha Shin ultimately awakened his true Manjiki Sharingan. However, his joy was short-lived as Orochimaru swiftly extracted his eyes, subsequently implanting the 3-tomo Sharingan before continuing his experiments. Due to Ningye and Orochimaru's reanimation of Rasha, who was then tasked with acquiring wealth, their research was well-funded, allowing for an extensive and profound exploration of the unique properties of the Manjiki Sharingan. Ningye and Orochimaru diligently explored this unique emotional chakra, ultimately deciphering its special components. Subsequently, Ningye synthesized this chakra using yin-yang release, allowing his body to acclimate to its essence. Together, they also investigated the extraordinary properties arising from the simultaneous use of the Manjiki Sharingan's ocular powers, particularly focusing on the tremendous fluctuations in yin-release chakra. Furthermore, by leveraging the Nara clan's ability to materialize shadows through yin chakra, Ningye successfully employed yin-yang release to forge a key akin to that which unlocks the gateway to Susanoo. Ningye has directly enhanced the second stage of Susanoo by adding a lower body and legs, just as Susanoo and the wood dragon were locked in a stalemate. Hashirama exerted his strength, and Ningye infused additional chakra. The impact caused both the wood dragon and Susanoo to retreat. Upon witnessing Ningye manifesting Susanoo, Hashirama noticed a hint of surprise and melancholy on Uchiha Madara's face, which prompted him to burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Madara, did you see that? My disciple has even developed Susanoo." I see, it's rather mediocre." Uchiha Madara feigned indifference. Hashirama, understanding Madara's true feelings, continued, "Ningye, this cannot be your full strength. Can it? I can sense that you are capable of further elevating Susanoo to another level." Ningye nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, in that case." As Ningye's nod reassured him, Hashirama proceeded to perform the wood release, with human technique, channeling chakra into the trees, which rapidly burgeoned into a towering 100-meter-tall wooden giant. Before the astonished onlookers could fully comprehend the spectacle, the complete body, Susanoo, manifested. Ningye's dark giant continued to swell, transforming into an armored behemoth, adorned with wings and wielding a mighty katana, comparable in stature to the wooden giant. Ningye has perfected the art of yin release to its utmost potential, transforming the intangible into the tangible, complemented by the enhancement of yang release, thereby stabilizing the form of Susanoo. This technique is seldom employed in his recollection due to its significant energy consumption, necessitating an extended recovery period post-usage. However, he is compelled by two motivations. First, to ascertain the full capabilities of his complete Susanoo, as memories alone cannot convey the experience. Second, he wishes to witness the expression of Uchiha Madara when confronted with the complete Susanoo, despite not being of the Uchiha lineage himself. The sight of these two towering giants, each standing 100 meters tall, leaves the onlookers in a state of astonishment, rendered speechless. Even the inhabitants of Konoha gaze upward in awe, momentarily frozen in place. Thus, the complete Susanoo and the wooden golem synchronously direct their attention towards Uchiha Madara. Upon witnessing Ningye's complete Susanoo, Madara momentarily stumbles in surprise, then raises his gaze to find both Susanoo and the wooden golem fixed upon him. Anger wells within him as he suppresses a vulgar retort aimed at Hashirama, questioning why he should be scrutinized. After all, isn't it expected for this inquisitive youth to manifest a complete Susanoo? He muses that he too wishes to discern the distinction between this and the authentic form. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan territory, a loud thud reverberates as Sasuke crashes against a wall and tumbles to the ground, yet he swiftly rises, his resolve unwavering as he declares, again, in an instant. Uchiha Izuna teleports behind him. Sensing the shift, Sasuke instinctively spreads his hands, preparing his Chidori, but Izuna's leg strikes faster, sending Sasuke, who sought to unleash his technique, hurtling against the wall once more. The indomitable second pillar rebounds again, yet with a wealth of experience in enduring blows, he stands resolutely. Again, in Chapter 72, Flying Thunder God, Sasuke seeks to hone his mastery of the Sharingan, specifically soliciting guidance from Madara and Izuna. Observing this fervent youth manifesting a single tomo, Madara finds a flicker of intrigue, noting their connection through the reincarnation of chakra. As he contemplates Hashirama's invitation for him to spar with Ningye, Madara is also curious about this young man, thus Izuna steps in to instruct Sasuke. Izuna regards Sasuke, marked with bruises yet undeterred, and comments approvingly, "Not bad, but this is where we draw the line." He then gazes towards the direction of the rear mountain. Pondering a new Susanoo, Sasuke follows Izuna's gaze and becomes transfixed. Is that a technique of Uchiha Itachi? Indeed. The simultaneous activation of the Meijiki Sharingan reveals the ultimate secret art of their lineage, Susanoo. However, this manifestation is not that of his elder brother, suggesting it belongs to another. Let us go and investigate, Izuna concludes, leading Sasuke towards the rear mountain. At the rear mountain, the wooden golem stands in opposition to Susanoo. Ningyu was the first to draw his sword, but the wooden figure deftly intercepted the blade with empty hands. The wood dragon technique, entwined around the wooden figure, suddenly surged towards Susanoo. In response, a colossal black lightning dragon erupted from the vicinity of Susanoo, intertwining directly with the wood dragon. Has the Ein release enhanced the power and duration of the lightning dragon? Uchiha Madara pondered, observing the entanglement of the two dragons. Seeing this, Hashirama commanded the wooden figure to retreat a step and initiated the wood release, Great Tree Spear. The wooden figure concentrated its energy, causing a massive trunk to sprout from its hands, which it then propelled forcefully towards Susanoo. However, Susanoo abruptly vanished, and the trunk plunged into the ground, subsequently sprouting numerous trees. Hashirama remarked, puzzled by the sudden disappearance of Susanoo. Meanwhile, Madara, watching from the sidelines, quickly deduced the situation, realizing that it was not a mere body flicker technique, but rather a complete disappearance. Could it be that he managed to teleport the entire Susanoo using the Flying Thunder God technique? Suddenly, Hashirama seemed to sense something amiss. He hastily directed the wooden figure to turn around and retaliate with its right hand. Yet, it was too late, as Ningye's Susanoo had already drawn its sword. Executing the technique known as Yen, Ningye swiftly unleashed 3 strikes using his Susanoo, catching the wooden figure off guard. One of its arms was severed cleanly, leaving behind a deep gash on its torso. Such speed was astonishing. Both Hashirama and Madara were taken aback by the rapidity of Ningye's blade, struggling to comprehend how he could wield such a massive Susanoo with such agility. Madara pondered that even his own dance of the 2 swords could not achieve such swift strikes. While the complete form of Susanoo was formidable in size and destructive power, it correspondingly lacked in speed. Suddenly, the Susanoo vanished again. Hashirama, now vigilant, focused intently, recalling his experiences battling his brother. He was well acquainted with the typical appearances of the Flying Thunder God technique. The Susanoo reappeared at the wooden figure's flank, executing a draw slash. It swiftly transitioned into a horizontal cut, then a diagonal slash, followed by a reverse horizontal strike, culminating in a downward assault, all accomplished in a remarkably brief span of time. Hashirama had anticipated this, prompting the wooden figure to unleash a pre-charge punch. The technique, Pure Land, Heavenly Fist, collided with the blade, generating a tremendous shockwave. Madara activated his Susanoo for defense, while Tobarama swiftly transported everyone away using the Flying Thunder God technique. As the smoke cleared, the surroundings lay in disarray from the impact, with both the wooden figure and Susanoo retreating several steps. Yet Ningyu was acutely aware that the first Hokage strike had been slightly delayed. Otherwise, the outcome would not have been so evenly matched. He also sensed the depletion of his chakra, realizing he could execute a few more Flying Thunder God strikes. Enough, Hashirama declared, calling for the cessation of hostilities. If this continues, the village of Konoha will bear the brunt of our clash. Indeed, came the reply. Ningye comprehended that if the first Hokage were to unleash his full power, the land of fire might well be obliterated. Regardless, his strength had been sufficiently validated. As Susanoo and the wooden statue dissipated, Ningye and Hashirama descended back to the ground. Hashirama laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. My dear nephew, you truly are remarkable. At the rate your power is burgeoning, you will soon surpass both me and Madara. Uchiha Madara approached Ningye's side, saying, Young Ningye, let us engage in a duel of Susanoo one day. Although your blade technique is swift, there are moments where your movements lack fluidity and your chakra seems unstable. Very well, it is settled then. Ningye extended his right hand forward. Uchiha Madara paused momentarily, but then grasped Ningye's hand. Humph. Don't blame me if my subordinates show no mercy later. After a while, the spectators, having witnessed the conclusion of their duel, began to gather around. From a distance, Naruto's chattering could be heard. Ningye, what is that giant? It's so cool. Can you teach me? I want to learn. Ningye gently spoke. I apologize, Naruto, but the technique known as Susanoo can only be mastered by those with a strong Yin release chakra. You possess a strong Yang release chakra, so you might consider attempting to learn the wooden man technique from my master. Perhaps you may succeed. Moreover, with the 9 tails residing within you, it is not imperative for you to adopt our method. Indeed, Naruto, during this period, let your father guide you in harnessing the power of the 9 tails. No, the power of Kurama. Konoha's yellow flash, Minato Namikaze, also addressed Naruto. Well, then I shall begin my lessons with you, father. Naruto primarily wished to spend more time with Minato, but, then focus on mastering the power of the tailed beasts. I shall train in Yin release chakra alongside Ningye and Izena senpai. Sasuke had also arrived, and upon seeing Ningye employ the Uchiha clan's secret techniques, he recognized the critical importance of Yin release chakra for him. What? Naruto exclaimed, akin to a fox with its fur bristled. No. I want to train with Ningye too. Father. Minato, feeling a slight bead of sweat, chuckled nervously. Well, Naruto, Ningye also. Upon witnessing the situation, Ningye sought to mediate the conversation, addressing Sasuke. Regarding the training of Yin release chakra, you must have acquired considerable knowledge from my studies. However, you might also consider delving into the techniques of the 4th Hokage's Yin attribute chakra cultivation. Minato nodded in agreement. Indeed, Sasuke, you are welcome to train alongside my son. Furthermore, Kushina and I have greatly benefited from the care provided by Fugaku and Makoto, so there is no need for you to stand on ceremony. Father and mother? Sasuke was taken aback, surprised to learn that the 4th Hokage was acquainted with his parents. Very well, I shall find time to learn from you in the future. But before that, I must first study with Izena senpai. Chapter 73, The Glutton in the Konoha Conference Room. Senja Hashirama occupied the main seat, surrounded by Tobarama, Minato, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade, Mito, Jiraiya, along with various clan leaders and numerous elite shinobi, took their respective seats in turn. As Tobarama observed that most had arrived, he promptly announced the news of the 5 Kage summit, just a few days prior. Noki and the other village leaders had sent letters to Konoha requesting the convening of the summit. The venue was unhesitatingly chosen as the Hidden Leaf Village, with the other 4 Kage readily agreeing without a second thought. After all, with the god of shinobi present, who would dare to suggest a different location for such an important meeting? Moreover, Hashirama needed to remain in Konoha to ensure vigilance against any potential ambushes targeting Ningye. Although it was a 5 Kage summit, news of it reached even the smaller nations and villages, prompting them to send letters expressing their desire to visit Konoha. Tobarama replied, indicating that visits were permissible, but certain areas were off limits, such as the homes of his disciples in the vicinity of the Uchiha clan. Additionally, all visitors to Konoha would undergo strict identity verification and must be prepared for supervision. Otherwise, their requests would be outright rejected. Tobarama relayed the essential details and responsibilities regarding the summit to everyone present, and Hashirama nodded in agreement. Prior to the meeting, Tobarama had warned his elder brother, whatever I say, do not oppose. If you have objections, keep them to yourself and voice them later. Thus, the 5 Kage summit was scheduled for the following week. That evening, at Naruto's home, Minato was busy in the kitchen preparing dinner while Ningye, Sasuke, and Naruto engaged in conversation in the living room. The primary focus was Ningye sharing his insights on Yin-Yang release with Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke listened attentively, nodding and occasionally posing questions, while Naruto shook his head, utterly perplexed. After some time, noticing Naruto's confusion, Ningye summarized his points for Sasuke before shifting the conversation to the Rasengan. Upon hearing this, Naruto's spirits lifted, exclaiming, "Now that you mention it, I'm wide awake." He animatedly began to share his experiences while training the Rasengan. However, both Ningye and Sasuke could only sweat in response to Naruto's exuberance, prompting them to suggest he recount his training memories instead. At this, Naruto pulled out a pen and paper, swiftly jotting down notes as Ningye and Sasuke watched in bewilderment. "I'm not sure why, but I always have these impressions in my mind. It seems I've spent a considerable amount of time writing this stuff," Naruto mumbled to himself as he wrote. Curiosity piqued, Ningye and Sasuke leaned in to observe what Naruto was recording, only for Sasuke to turn away, muttering, "Boring." Ningye delivered a swift strike upon Naruto's head, exclaiming, "How painful. Naruto, what chaotic thoughts are swirling in your mind? If Aunt Kushina were to discover this, you would be in deep trouble." What have I written?" It was only then that Naruto noticed the content inscribed on his paper, causing his face to flush a deep crimson. This must undoubtedly be the fault of the perverted sage, without a doubt. Is something amiss? At that moment, Minato approached, carrying a pot of soup. "Nothing at all happened," they chorused. As Ningye, Sasuke, and Naruto shook their heads in unison, Watergate remarked, "Is that so? Please wait a moment. You shall soon be served." "Thank you for your efforts," Ningye and Sasuke nodded in response. Watergate, witnessing this, smiled and said, "There's no need for such formality. Consider this place your home." He then added, "Naruto, you ought to learn some manners from Ningye and Sasuke." Learning from Ningye was one thing, but that Sasuke fellow, 3 days later, at the Hyuga clan's residence, Watergate, Naruto, and Ningye were seated across from Hisashi, Hinata, and Hanabi. Watergate had brought Naruto to meet his parents, while Ningye had been invited by Hisashi to discuss certain matters regarding Hinata. The events had begun on the day the sky curtain vanished. Hisashi had encouraged Hinata to indulge in her meal, and though she felt quite bashful, her hands moved with remarkable speed. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Hinata consumed bowl after bowl, while Hyuga prepared pot after pot. By the time Hinata felt satisfied, the table was piled high with empty bowls. Sister, how impressive." Hanabi stared in disbelief at the mountain of bowls before her, a quantity that rivaled her meals over several weeks. Hisashi's eyelids fluttered in astonishment. Was this truly a matter of not being full? It seemed more like a question of never going hungry again. Hinata hurriedly explained, Father, I just haven't had this kind of food in ages, and I got a bit carried away. Do you expect me to believe that? Is this merely a fleeting excitement?" The truth was indeed as she stated, yet the sheer volume of bowls made it hard for anyone to accept. Faced with the skepticism of those around her, Hinata transformed into a flustered state and fainted. Days passed, and one day, the trio encountered the father-son duo of Ding Zhuo and Ding Xiai at Ichiraka Ramen. Ding Zhuo extended an invitation to Hinata to participate in the ramen eating contest. Initially shy at the sight of so many people, Hinata hesitated, but upon seeing Naruto join the competition, she accepted the invitation. Handa, noticing there were 4 challengers, declared, "Let me witness your prowess." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, eyes wide with determination, as if flames ignited within. He prepared the broth and soon had 4 bowls of ramen ready. I am served each bowl, saying, "Thank you for your patience." Naruto and Ding Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement as they hastily grabbed their chopsticks and dug in. Ding Zhuo, feeling nostalgic, advised, "Naruto, Ding Xiai, you shouldn't rush. Such haste may yield adverse effects." Look at Hinata. Hinata, with a polite demeanor, took small bites of her ramen. Yet the speed at which her bowl emptied was nothing short of astonishing. A true master. Ding Zhuo felt a surge of competitive spirit. Hours slipped by, and Naruto and Ding Xiai found themselves slumped on the table, their faces pale. Yet, they had recognized the need to stop in time. As for Ding Zhuo, he had just been escorted away by medical staff, lamenting the passage of time. Meanwhile, Hinata remained composed, appearing as if she had yet to satiate her hunger. Thus, the contest concluded with Naruto consuming 25 bowls, Ding Xiai 32 bowls, Ding Zhuo 41 bowls, and Hinata a staggering 50 bowls. Returning to the present. Having witnessed Hinata's remarkable appetite, Hisashi could no longer dismiss Ningye's assertions. Consequently, he invited Ningye to discuss matters concerning his daughter. After savoring a sip of tea, Ningye remarked, in her childhood, Hinata's physical deficiencies have undoubtedly squandered a considerable amount of her innate talent. I believe Mr. Riji is well aware of this. So, what should Hinata do moving forward? Ningye gently rotated his teacup and took a sip before speaking. Mr. Rizuku, what you wish to inquire about is likely how to silence those individuals. Rizuku, upon hearing this, displayed no surprise. Rather, he had anticipated such a query. He placed his hand upon Hinata's head, his expression no longer bearing the indifference of before. To be honest, I didn't even realize my own daughter has been going hungry. This is a failure on my part as a father. My greatest wish in this life is simply for Ninji, Hinata, and Hanabi to grow up healthy. Yet the caged bird, the branch family. The words of the elders, these burdens have weighed heavily on you all these years. It is not an easy path to tread as a father. Chapter 74. A premature meeting. Ningi continued to address Rizu, stating that the elders of the clan had become aware of Hinata's exceptional talent, and thus they would undoubtedly be reluctant to compromise on her training. Mr. Rizu, it seems, is concerned about the potential harm they might inflict upon Hinata. Therefore, your presence here, Ningi, is intended to articulate the correct method of training, thereby compelling them to relinquish their interference in Hinata's development. Rizu, anticipating this, appeared apologetic as he remarked, "Indeed, it seems nothing escapes your keen perception. I sincerely apologize for the circumstances surrounding this invitation." Ningi, however, spoke nonchalantly. "There is no need for such formalities, Mr. Rizuko. The solution is quite simple. It ultimately boils down to the notion of personality. If Hinata could become a bit more extroverted and cheerful, a significant portion of the issue would be resolved." Rizuko nodded in agreement. "Indeed, please, go on." Ningi directly turned his gaze towards the Watergate father and son. Naruto was utterly bewildered as to why he had come here. Listening as Ningi conversed with Hinata's father in a manner that was rather enigmatic, Minato Namikaze could only grasp the general idea, forgive him. For at the tender age of 24, he had yet to cultivate the depth of experience that Hisashi possessed. Hisashi glanced at the young boy with yellow hair, his eyelids twitching slightly. Is there an alternative approach? Oh, why change? Ultimately, this is a matter you will have to confront sooner or later. Please, go ahead. I can withstand it. Then allow Hinata and Naruto to interact more frequently. If Hinata can engage in a normal conversation with Naruto, her shyness will have been significantly overcome. Hisashi's eyelids twitch with increasing intensity. Goodness, I understand without you saying it. Next will be the customary hand-holding and dates. At that point, he might need to prepare himself in advance for the role of a grandfather. Ningi squinted slightly, a smile lingering on his lips as he remarked, moreover, didn't Mr. Rizu already anticipate that I would provide this answer? In truth, the essence lies not in the veracity of the facts, but in the words spoken by Ningi. As long as Rizu affirms that these words originated from Ningi, the elders would have no choice but to believe. Ah, now I comprehend from whom Shiranui might draws her resemblance. On the day of the Five Shadows Conference, the Five Shadows, accompanied by their respective guards and other personnel, arrived early at Konoha, trailed by representatives from various small villages and nations. Kakashi Itaki, along with Shikaka Nara and others, proceeded to welcome the leaders from the remaining 4 villages, while other diplomatic personnel attended to the representatives of the smaller nations. They arranged for everyone to gather in the reception area meticulously prepared by Konoha. Subsequently, the 4 shadows were informed that they would collectively proceed to the conference room that afternoon for the Five Shadows Summit, and they were kindly requested to refrain from wandering about Konoha during this time, with certain exceptions for special personnel. As noon approached, at Ningi's residence, 2 figures stood at the entrance, rapping lightly upon the door. They had arrived. Ningi opened the door, momentarily taken aback, for, upon seeing Ningi, one of the visitors joyfully exclaimed, "Ningi, I've come to see you. Is that you, Shizuka? Welcome, but, strictly speaking, this is our first encounter." Indeed. The newcomers were Shizuka and her guardian, Kage. "Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Ningi. I am Shizuka, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future." "Yes, I look forward to your guidance as well." Shizuka directly took Ningi's hand as she introduced herself. "Esteemed Ningi, I am Kage, Lady Shizuka's guardian, accompanying her on this visit. Welcome, please come in." With that, Ningi led the 2 into the courtyard. Clearly, as Ningi's future wife, Shizuka was considered a distinguished guest, and her accompanying guardian was treated with utmost respect. After verifying their identities, the guards allowed them passage without delay. Naruto, from the living room, spotted the 2 beside Ningi and lamented, "That insufferable woman. She has actually pursued Ningi to his home. Enough, don't embarrass Ningi here. Quickly tidy up the living room," Sasuke urged, pulling Naruto to help clean the table. Thus, Ningi sat across the table from Sasuke, Naruto, Shizuka, and Shizuka was engaged in cheerful conversation with Ningi, while Sasuke remained utterly still, and Naruto shifted his gaze from one side to the other. After a while, 3 figures appeared at Ningye's door. One was about to knock, but another shouted, "Brother-in-law, my sister and I have come to see you. Hurry up and open the door." "Azzy, you." Even the usually composed Sammy was taken aback. Azzy responded with an innocent expression, "But sister, aren't you going to marry brother-in-law eventually?" "But I have yet to meet Ningye." Sammy suddenly froze. For at that moment, the door had swung open, and a voice welcomed, "You must be the guest from the hidden cloud village. Welcome, please come in." Ningye smiled as he addressed the 3 individuals. "Ah, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Mr. Ningye. We have specifically brought Sammy to visit you," Mabui replied, gently nudging her somewhat dazed friend. Meanwhile, a CIE enthusiastically approached, taking Ningye's hand with a playful grin. "Hee, today I finally get to meet the real brother-in-law. You look exactly like you do on screen." Upon hearing her brother boldly refer to Ningye as brother-in-law, Sammy hurriedly stepped forward to cover his mouth. "Ningye, please disregard what he just said." "It's just while Sammy, uncharacteristically bashful, trailed off. Ningye remarked, "I believe ACI's straightforward and cheerful disposition is quite commendable." "Woo-woo. Indeed, elder sister. Your lack of honesty is glaring," ACI hastily responded. "Precisely. After we exited the guest house, you made a beeline for this place. Since we are here, we ought to confront Ningyu properly." Mabui was once again taking on the supportive role. After all, relying solely on ACI would not suffice. "It was clearly you and ACI who insisted on dragging me along," Sammy retorted. "Ah, at least you are not entirely resistant," she added. Sammy did not contest this point, as deep within her heart, she too wished to meet Ningye. As the 3 entered the living room, Sammy's gaze locked with that of Fuko Shizuka. Sammy, Mabui, and ACI faced off against Fuko Shizuka and Fuko Ko, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange. Ningye proceeded to the kitchen to prepare lunch, with Sasuke offering his assistance and Naruto volunteering to taste the food. Originally, Fujiko Shizuka intended to lend a hand, but Ningye politely declined her offer, citing the need to avoid inconveniencing the guests. Thus, the scene before us unfolded. Mabui narrowed his eyes, analyzing the current situation, while Nagaya scrutinized the 3 individuals opposite them, and Atsui struggled to suppress his inner fervor. Fujiko Shizuka gazed into Saimi's eyes, and Saimi reciprocated the gaze. However, it was Shizuka who broke the silence first. She extended her right hand and introduced herself. "It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Fujiko Shizuka, and I am the mother of Mai." Saimi likewise extended her hand, stating, "It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Saimi, and I am the mother of Sora." Thus, the 2 women's hands clasped together in a premature handshake. Chapter 75, A Battlefield? A Supportive Arena? Saimi and Fujiko Shizuka maintained their handhold, while Mabui and Nagaya awaited the ensuing dialogue. Soon, the 2 women released their hands and took their seats, quietly observing one another. Shizuka complimented, "Saimi, you are indeed beautiful, and your demeanor is remarkably composed. You and Ningye make a splendid pair." Saimi responded, "Setting aside the fact that this is our first meeting, I find it quite astonishing how boldly you pursued Ningye upon your initial encounter. One must express their feelings boldly when encountering someone they admire. Otherwise, the only outcome is regret," Saimi continued. Shizuka replied, "For ninjas, it is essential to remain calm and collected. Emotions should be monitored closely to prevent them from disrupting one's state of mind." At this remark, Shizuka paused, seemingly coming to a realization. She smiled and remarked, "I did not expect to meet such a composed female ninja. I believe I now understand why Ningyu might be drawn to you in the future." Saimi was taken aback by Shizuka's response. "Wait, what do you mean? Ningyu may like me in the future?" Mabui squinted, observing Shizuka, and within his mind, he conducted a quick analysis. Such keen observation. Theoretically, one would assume that Saimi harbored feelings for Ningyu rather than the other way around. Yet, I, Mabui, know my friend well. If you were to expect her to actively pursue someone, it would be more believable to think that Reikage would join Karabi in a duet than to imagine her taking initiative. Although Ningye is aware of his future wife, my observation suggests that he is not the type to actively pursue romance. Rather, it appears that he is the one being pursued by women. Thus, the truth remains singular. Both individuals are mutually drawn to one another. When Jing Xiang first laid eyes on Sammy, she sensed a shared calmness between her and Ningye. Despite the common notion that same genders repel each other, Jing Xiang felt that the personalities of Ningye and Sammy harmoniously complemented one another. "Ha ha ha, here comes the soup." Naruto approached with a beaming smile, carrying a pot of chicken soup, while Sasuke followed closely behind, bearing bowls and utensils. Ningye gracefully brought other dishes to the table. Once all the culinary delights were laid out, he began to serve rice to everyone present, as they prepared to indulge. The guests initially sampled a bite of Ningye's exquisite creations, only to hasten their pace in selecting dishes thereafter. Even the thought of conversing with Ningye slipped from Mabui's mind. It was no jest, such delectable cuisine was a loss to forego. And who could bear to chat when the prospect of savoring such flavors loomed? Did you not observe the fervor with which that blonde-haired fellow devoured his meal? Naruto and Sasuke, witnessing the guest's ravenous enthusiasm, exchanged proud and satisfied nods. Hehehe, we've been frequently visiting Ningye's home these past few days too. Oh no, to assist with the cooking, and look at you all, as if you've never feasted before. Yet, despite their words, the two were not any slower in their consumption, having developed their own techniques for dining. After the meal, Naruto and Sasuke adeptly tidied up, organizing and washing the dishes with practiced ease. Ningye poured tea for everyone and quietly sat back in his seat, observing them. Mabui was the first to break the silence. Mr. Ningye, I apologize for bringing up a rather sensitive matter. May I inquire about your thoughts on our Yunin village? Mabui asked cautiously. Ningye responded, indeed, Miss Mabui had paid attention to the future information. Well, if it is inconvenient, you need not share with us, Mabui hastily added. She was acutely aware of the strained relationship between Konoha and Kumogakure, particularly in light of past events. When she and Tsukadai discovered that Ningye's wife was Samui, they found it somewhat astonishing. If that were the case, then the future might hold several possibilities. First, a thawing of relations between Konoha and Kumogakure, leading to a friendly exchange between the two villages. Second, either Ningye or Samui might defect from their village, though this scenario was quickly dismissed by them. On one hand, Ningye was a disciple of the second Hokage, and no one would dare label him a rogue ninja unless the Hokage wished to relinquish their position. On the other hand, with the current unity within Kumogakure, it was unlikely that Samui would betray her village. The third possibility, which they feared most, was the potential disappearance of Kumogakure or its allegiance to Konoha. Considering Ningye was a disciple of Senju Tobarama, this conjecture seemed all too plausible. Mabui and Samui exchanged anxious glances with Ningye, while Aci regarded his brother-in-law with an air of confidence. Upon witnessing the two of them in such a state, Ningye merely smiled gently and softly remarked, "Relax a little, why the tension? And what do you think my perception of your cloud-hidden village would be?" The two women simply gazed at Ningye in silence, offering no response. "It's all right, there's no need to be anxious. As you are aware, I possess the ability of resurrection." "Do you truly believe I am the type to indiscriminately take innocent lives?" "Certainly not. Absolutely not." Mabui and Samui immediately refuted Ningye's self-deprecating assessment without a moment's hesitation. "If that is the case, what is there for you to worry about?" Mabui, looking at Ningye, also released a sigh of relief. "I understand now. Thank you for your response." Ningye appeared to have said nothing, yet conveyed everything. Mabui and Samui understood his intentions as well. Subsequently, Mabui adjusted her glasses, her expression turning serious. Mr. Ningye. Our Samui is 23 years old, born on January 7th, and her height is. Just then, Samui hurriedly covered her mouth and pulled her aside, whispering, "What are you doing, Mabui?" Mabui shrugged off Samui's hand and replied, "I merely wanted to provide Mr. Ningye with a better understanding of you. At this rate, who knows when he would receive such information if I left it to you? There is no need to divulge all that." Samui exclaimed, "What else do you intend to reveal? Rest assured, it's merely your height, weight, blood type, favorite foods, and hobbies." Upon hearing this, Samui breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely worried that Mabui might disclose something inappropriate. Meanwhile, in the Konoha conference room, the 5 Kages and their guards had gathered. On Konoha's side, Minato continued to serve as Hokage, flanked by Kakashi and Guy. From Sunagakure, the Wind Shadow, Rasha, attended with Maki and Gaara, attempting to mentor Gaara behind the scenes. The other 3 villages maintained their usual delegations. Jiku served as the facilitator for this meeting, while Tobarama stood nearby as the overseer, his arms crossed, casting a sharp gaze upon the attendees. Once everyone had arrived, Jiku promptly announced, "Since we are all present, let us commence the 5 Kage Summit." In this session, Jiku primarily discussed the issues surrounding the Celestial Realm, the Akatsuki Organization, Uchiha Abido, the Eye of the Moon Plan, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the impending threat from the Otsutsuki clan. The 5 Kages expressed their opinions on these matters. The Akatsuki and Uchiha Abido, with the presence of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, seemed less pressing. However, regarding Kagaya Otsutsuki, there was unanimous agreement on issuing a bounty. No one could ascertain what this ancient schemer might be plotting next or how he would execute the Eye of the Moon plan. The prospect of Kagaya and the threat of the Otsutsuki clan arriving from beyond was met with grave expressions. As the former was currently sealed by the Sage of Six Paths on the moon, while the latter's intentions remained unknown. Eventually, Minato stepped forward to outline Konoha's forthcoming actions. The planning of collaboration between the villages was a topic of joint discussion among the 5 Kages, though the aim was to counter the celestial Otsutsuki. Each village harbored its own agendas. Consequently, the other Kages sought to negotiate their village's interests with Konoha, but Minato, recalling the words of the second Hokage, interjected. Let us not forget that Ningye is one of ours in Konoha. If we continue this endless debate over our individual village interests, should the celestial Otsutsuki attack, Ningye may falter. He added, moreover, even if Ningye neutralizes this celestial threat, we must remain vigilant of Kagaya Otsutsuki and the entire Otsutsuki clan. If they were to launch a coordinated attack on the shinobi world, neither Ningye nor we would be able to safeguard everyone. Thus, he urged everyone to be accommodating and magnanimous. Delivering these stern words in a gentle tone, Minato had begun to adopt Ningye's demeanor over the past few days. In response, the leaders of the 4 great shinobi villages bowed their heads, recognizing the truth in Minato's words. Not to mention, the mere presence of the second Hokage in the room meant that offending him could lead to dire consequences, particularly if he were to instruct his disciple to disregard the other villages. Ultimately, the priority was to cultivate a favorable relationship with Ningye, as the Sage of Six Paths could easily obliterate their villages with a mere wave of his hand. At the conclusion of the summit, the 4 Kages sought Tobirama's opinion, hoping to visit Ningye. After all, Hashirama and Tobarama resided near Ningye's home, while Madara was staying with his brother in the Uchiha compound. With Ningye now exposed, Tobarama worried that the Shell organization might launch a surprise attack on Konoha, given that, in Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes, his disciple Ningye was likely regarded as a crucial vessel. Following the 5 Kage summit, Tobarama agreed to their visit but insisted it be when either his brother or Madara was present. Although it seemed overly cautious, prudence was always beneficial. After all, the defensive capabilities of most shinobi were rather limited, making surprise attacks a possibility. For instance, consider those 3 from Sunigakure. As evening approached, Ningye's home welcomed several guests. "Gaara, you're incredible!" exclaimed Naruto, watching Gaara skillfully manipulate sand to deftly control the cooking utensils. He hadn't anticipated Gaara to be such an adept chef. Gaara replied, "Yes, I often cooked alone using sand, so I became quite familiar with it, and my sister has been guiding me these past few days." Seeing Gaara's prowess ignited a competitive spark in Sasuke, who activated his Sharingan to begin chopping vegetables. Reino prepared a chakra-infused surgical knife for the fish on the cutting board, while Shizuka imbued her kitchen knife with wind chakra, skillfully slicing through vegetables. Sammy, too, applied lightning chakra to her utensils, showcasing her electric cooking technique. In essence, each showcased their unique talents, all with the simple goal of earning Ningye's praise. Even if some did not voice it, they eagerly anticipated his commendation. "Well, if that's the case, I want to be outdone," Naruto declared, crossing his fingers in a sign of multiple shadow clones. Stop it, Naruto." A swift strike from Ningye landed on Naruto's forehead. "Yet, I too wish to assist you," Naruto persistently expressed to Ningye. Ningye did not wish to disappoint Naruto's good intentions. "Naruto, would you kindly assist me in procuring some additional ingredients? It seems we may be lacking in vegetables and meat." Following this, Ningye's gaze sharpened, for he intended to demonstrate true culinary skills. He was indeed quite passionate about the art of cooking. "I understand, then I shall take my leave," Naruto replied, taken aback by Ningye's formidable aura. Realizing Ningye was serious, he grasped the list and promptly utilized the shadow clone technique to embark on his shopping venture. In the living room, Hashirama chuckled heartily. Soon I shall indulge in my disciple's cooking once more. How delightful." He gazed towards the kitchen, his heart brimming with anticipation. He would never concede that his earlier suggestion to relocate near Ningye was motivated by the allure of his culinary prowess. It was merely his concern for his disciple that guided him. "Well, I suppose I shall allow myself to feel a touch of excitement." Seeing Hashirama's eagerness, Madara felt a twinge of curiosity. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Madara and Hashirama were accompanied by Izuna and Tobarama, who exchanged furtive glances before quickly averting their eyes, each finding the other somewhat irksome. Meanwhile, in a corner, Asuma and Kankuro shivered in silence, too intimidated to speak. "What a gathering we have!" In the distance, Izai and Guy were passionately discussing the fervor of youth, occasionally embracing each other in tears, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Their conversation deepened, evoking a sense of kindred spirits meeting after a long separation. Indeed, visiting the fourth Hokage has proven to be a most fortuitous choice. On the other side, Minato forcibly seated Kakashi and Obito, presenting them with a book laid open before them. Kakashi, Obito, choose one. Sensei, could we perhaps defer this discussion? Kakashi suggested hesitantly. No, if Kushina arrives, she will undoubtedly chastise you first, Minato replied firmly. Before them lay a selection of suitable young women from Konoha, handpicked by the third Hokage long ago. Observing that Kakashi and Obito were older than him yet still single, Minato, in his dual role as teacher and Hokage, insisted they make a choice. Sensei, can we discuss this later? I currently lack the time and energy. Kakashi protested. Indeed, Lord Fourth, I share the same sentiment, Obito added. I understand, but your time is limited. Ningyu will likely revive Shimo in the future. And he will undoubtedly be eager for grandchildren. And Obito, as the elder cousin, you must lead by example. This visit with the teacher has proven to be a regrettable choice. Had I known, I would have abstained. I feel compelled to voice my frustrations. Chapter 77. Dreamlike cuisine in the Ningye household. Gaara, Sasuke, and others presented their culinary creations at the table, while also assisting Ningye with his dishes. The food prepared by everyone was commendable, consisting of familiar fare, but Ningye's offerings, such as wincy tofu, squirrel fish, and boiled bok choy were exquisite and novel. Each dish was meticulously crafted and elegantly served. Hashirama, Madara, Tobarama, and the others sat upright in their chairs, their hearts a tumult of impatience and anticipation. Torn between their eagerness for the meal and the anxiety of its delay, Hashirama craned his neck to peer into the kitchen, and the others mirrored his curiosity. While Madara discreetly activated his Sharingan to observe the bustling kitchen activities. The tantalizing aroma wafting from the dishes was irresistible, yet the restraint of not indulging was torturous. As the number of dishes increased, Hashirama conjured a large table using wood-release techniques, just as the last few dishes were being brought to the table. An alluring fragrance enveloped the room, capturing everyone's attention. Moments later, Ningye emerged from the kitchen, holding a porcelain jar. All eyes fixated on the vessel in his hands as he gently placed it on the table, declaring, "This is the final dish." Buddha jumps over the wall. Once everyone settled, they eagerly began their meal, exclaiming, "Let us feast." All at once, the chopsticks moved towards the Buddha jumps over the wall. Meanwhile, in a nearby tavern in Konoha, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru gathered for a long-awaited reunion. After taking a few sips of his drink, the third Hokage remarked, "I never imagined we would share a meal together again. It's truly remarkable." Jiraiya chimed in, "Come now, old man. Didn't I accompany you for a few drinks before?" In the service there, Tsunade, intrigued, pressed Jiraiya. "Oh, do tell, Jiraiya. What sort of drinks did you have with the old man?" "Ahaha, that was many years ago. Speaking of which, Tsunade, why have you returned to Konoha?" Jiraiya quickly shifted the topic. Tsunade responded earnestly, "My great-uncle and second uncle have been revived, and since that rascal Ninga needs protection, I volunteered to come." Meanwhile, at a different tavern not far away, Shizen had indulged a bit too much and was lamenting her struggles to Ino and Sakura. "You have no idea. Lady Tsunade and I took several detours using transformation techniques just to avoid those creditors before reaching Konoha. You've truly endured a lot," Shizen, Ino empathized. Yes. Let us have some skewers. Sweet treats can help forget the pain." Ino and Sakura consoled her, recalling the hardships they saw in the earlier video. Back at Tsunade's tavern. Observing her noble demeanor, the three almost believed her. However, knowing Tsunade, they suspected she had returned to Konoha to evade scrutiny, but they chose not to confront her. Jiraiya and Orochimaru reminisced about their past adventures in the shinobi world and discussed the new generation in Konoha. As Tsunade savored the appetizers, she exclaimed, "Ah, the appetizers here are truly exceptional. The chef is quite skilled." Saratobi nodded in agreement, having specifically chosen this venue. Jiraiya and Orochimaru shared glances of sympathy, thinking, "Is this truly enough for you two? Surely you haven't missed out on Ninga's culinary delights." Both remembered well the flavors of Ninga's dishes, having sampled them just days prior. "What's wrong with you two?" Tsunade questioned, noticing their glances. Jiraiya quickly replied, Nothing. I was merely reflecting on how I can share another drink with Orochimaru." Hehehe, indeed, Jiraiya. If not for Ninga, perhaps we would never have the chance to drink together again. By the way, what of the first Hokage? I recall you intended to invite him as well." Jiraiya inquired curiously. "Oh, my great-uncle mentioned that many are visiting Konoha today, so he opted to dine with Ninga and the others tonight," Tsunade replied. "Really? Must he protect Ninga even during mealtime? Jiraiya pondered, suddenly alarmed. Wait, Shizen and Minato went to find Ninga today. Could it be that Ninga is hosting a banquet this evening? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, leaving Jiraiya feeling a twinge of regret. How careless of me. The first Hokage managed to deceive even Tsunade. Meanwhile, back at the Ninja household, Sasuke exclaimed, "That is my drumstick. Clearly, it belongs to me." Madara retorted, "This piece of lamb is large and rich. You must not be accustomed to such indulgence." "You are mistaken, for there is nothing I, Madara, cannot relish." The table erupted into playful banter and spirited rivalry. Ningi has once again artfully combined culinary delights with illusions, enhancing the diner's sensory experiences to such an extent that each taste transports them into a dreamlike realm, rendering them utterly enchanted and unable to extricate themselves. Ningi referred to it as a culinary dream, prompting the crowd to eagerly compete to devour the dish. After a while, the plates were left spotless, and everyone sat back, their bellies full, eyes closed as if savoring the lingering flavors. At that moment, Hashirama turned to Madara beside him and inquired, "So, Madara, I did not deceive you regarding Ningya's cooking, did I?" Madara nodded in agreement, gazing earnestly at Ningyi, declaring, "Ningyi, in the realm of cuisine, I am willing to acknowledge you as the strongest." As time passed and everyone's digestion neared completion, they collectively began to tidy the table and utensils, bidding farewell to Ningyi. However, as they were leaving, Mabuai suddenly halted and addressed Ningyi. "By the way, Ningyi, I nearly forgot to deliver an important document to you." With that, he summoned a scroll and presented it to Ningyi, stating, "This document is crucial. Please read it carefully." Ningyi responded, "Understood. Please take care on your journey. Farewell then." Upon returning to his chamber, Ningyi organized the materials brought from the route and retrieved the document given by Mabuai. As he opened it, he read, "Samui's measurements are." Ningyi cast a glance before falling silent, sighing at how truly unpredictable Miss Mabui was. Chapter 78, The Return of the Live Broadcast Room. A few days after the conclusion of the Five Shadows Conference, the Four Shadows paid a visit to Ningyi before returning home. In Sunagakure, both Ayano and Temari chose to remain. On one hand, Rasha believed that Ayano and Ningyi had considerable potential. On the other, he wished for his daughter to have a chance as well. However, it seemed that his daughter was growing quite close to the son of the strategist from Konoha. Thus, he decided to keep them there under the pretense of the Konoha exchange group. In Iwagakure, Inoki also harbored a similar sentiment and chose to leave his granddaughter in Konoha. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, Samui and her brother stayed behind, but as Mabui served as the Reikage secretary, her presence there would undoubtedly lead to chaos, and he could already envision the flustered state of Ki and Tsukadai. In Kirigakure, Terumi Mei expressed her desire to remain in Konoha for deeper collaboration. However, Ao promptly rejected her proposal, stating, "Water Shadow, our village is already short-staffed, especially during this crucial period. If you stay, Kirigakure's operations will collapse, and we cannot afford that." Time passed quietly until the day of the live broadcast arrived. On that morning, everyone awoke early in anticipation. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the sky opened up as promised, revealing the existence of the chat group. "Xiaovi, hello, everyone in the ninja world. Xiaovi is here as scheduled. How has everyone been this past month? By the way, are you all ready? If so, please respond with received. Konoha Minato, received. Senja Tobarama, received. Senja Hashirama, received. Uchiha Madara, received. Nth person, received. Nth one person, received. Xiaovi, great. Since everyone is ready then. Buzz. Uchiha Madara, what? Konoha Minato, I can't move. Uzumaki Kushina, Minato, are you feeling the same? Senju Tobarama, are we all being confined? Xiaovi, indeed. The content to be presented next may incite chaos and affect the broadcast quality, so I had no choice but to confine each of you within a certain range. But rest assured, I have also immobilized your physical conditions, so you will not feel fatigued while watching. Senja Hashirama, I see. I can move now. But I sense that there are limitations to where I can go? Senju Tobarama, not even the Flying Thunder God? Simultaneously, in a corner of the ninja world, Obito sat in despair, realizing that his years of plotting with Madara had all been a ruse. He couldn't face Rin in reality, while Rin awaited Obito to muster the courage to message her. After a mental struggle, just as Obito gathered the courage to initiate a private chat with Rin, the broadcast unexpectedly announced a month-long closure. Damn it, he thought, his frustration boiling over. Black Zetsu, who had been lurking nearby, had initially intended to continue manipulating Obito, aiming to brainwash him further. Having survived for over a millennium, Black Zetsu was confident in deceiving Obito, the Navi fool. Just as he prepared his arguments, he suddenly found himself immobilized. Of all times, it had to be now, at this crucial moment, and the confinement zone conveniently kept them apart. Yet, with the chat group opened, he felt that no matter what he said, it would ultimately be futile. The people of the ninja world quietly awaited the screen's activation. A white screen illuminated, showcasing scenes of Naruto's return from training, the Wind Shadow struggle, the Land of Ghosts, Naruto's demise, the events at the Heavenly Bridge, and the existence of the Zero Tails. The white screen faded. Rasha, sigh, it seems that your Wind Shadow will likely surpass my own efforts. Gaara, Lord Wind Shadow. I truly had no idea I was a spy. Jiraiya, did the Akatsuki organization audaciously abduct the Wind Shadow? Anoki, Deidara, I never expected it to be you. Chio, Scorpion. I can't believe the one who assassinated the third Wind Shadow was you, and with a human puppet. Deidara, old man, you wouldn't understand my art. Scorpion, silence, old hag, my affairs are none of your concern. Nara Shikaku, and that must be the outer path golem, right? From my observations, it has 9 eyes, only 2 of which possess pupils. After extracting Gaara, it opened another eye. Saratobi Hiruzen. So, the Akatsuki has already gathered 3-tailed beasts with the addition of 1 tail? Tsunade, Jiraiya, what have you been teaching Naruto these past 2 years? He seems to have widened the gap with Sasuke. Jiraiya, cough, Tsunade, that was me from that world. Not this one. Inoki, Morio? I never imagined such a dangerous entity existed in the ninja world. Tsunade, to think it shattered the prophecy of the priestess from the Land of Ghosts. I suppose it truly lives up to being Naruto from that world. Uzumaki Kushina, hee. Our Naruto will surely perform splendidly. Moreover, I never expected our Naruto to be so popular. Dear, could you assist Naruto with his visit to the Land of Ghosts? Konoha Minato, of course. Cheyenne, thank you, Naruto's parents. Uzumaki Kushina, hee, no need for formalities. In her heart, she thought, daughter-in-law 1. Saratobi Hiruzen, the Sky Ninja Village. You say? Tsunade, I never anticipated we would be so powerless against their offensive. Uzumaki Kushina, that dastardly Shinomori, how dare he treat our Naruto this way? Yukimaru, teacher Shinomori. How could this happen? Shinomori, did I ultimately fail? Anoki, however, the technology of the Sky Ninja Village is indeed formidable, with warships, aircraft carriers, and the Angkor Fortress. 4th Raikage, moreover, that flying device is impressive. It caught Konoha off guard, and the Zero Tails. Gyuki, no. That is not a true tailed beast. Kurama, do not compare that thing to us. What is happening? Ningi felt an unsettling sensation upon glimpsing the Zero Tail in the wraiths. A crimson screen illuminated the surroundings. Ningi, accompanied by Sasuke, returned to Konoha and encountered Sakura, Naruto, and the Konohamaru Corps at the entrance. Upon seeing the newcomers, Naruto and Sakura were filled with excitement. Ningi, Sasuke. The 2 dashed towards them. Naruto embraced Ningi tightly, exclaiming, Ningi, it has been too long. I have missed you dearly. Ningi gently patted Naruto on the back, murmuring, I miss you too, Naruto. Upon seeing Sakura rushing over, Sasuke instantly teleported to Ninja's side. With a thud, Sakura collided headfirst into a lamppost. Observing Naruto's antics, Sasuke remarked, Naruto, you still enjoy being coddled. It seems you haven't matured at all. Naruto's expression swiftly changed. What did you say, Sasuke? You still wear that sour expression. You're the one who hasn't grown up. With a huff, they both turned their heads away from each other. Chapter 79, the reunion of Team 7 after Naruto's return. He, along with Ningi and the others, made their way to the Hokage Tower. Following some pleasantries with Tsunade, she expressed her desire to assess their abilities. Thus, the scene shifted to the Konoha training ground where Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Ningi faced off against one another. Initially, Sasuke had no intention of collaborating with Naruto and Sakura to battle Kakashi, but Tsunade instructed Ningi to support Kakashi, to which Sasuke readily acquiesced. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizen observed the standoff. Tsunade initiated the conversation, so, Jiraiya, who do you think will emerge victorious? Jiraiya chuckled lightly. If you had allowed Ningi to engage directly instead of merely assisting Kakashi, this battle would hold no suspense. Tsunade concurred, indeed, while Sasuke and Naruto are competent. I can no longer gauge Ninja's current level. After all, she previously defeated Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki without sustaining any injuries. A feat that still lingers in my memory. I would find it exceedingly troublesome to face either of them, let alone both. Oh, in that case, I'm quite curious to see how Ningye will perform, she continued. Among the standoff, Sasuke was acutely aware of Ningye's formidable prowess every time they sparred. The odds were 4-6, with Ningye managing to best him 6 times. Kakashi was cognizant of Ningye's identity, yet he remained uncertain of her precise capabilities. Naruto, on the other hand, wished to showcase the fruits of his training over the past 2 years while also gauging Sasuke's strength. Sakura's perception of Ningye was merely as Sasuke's colleague. She contemplated striking with restraint, hoping Ningye might later commend her gentleness in front of Sasuke. As the battle was on the verge of commencing, Sasuke aimed for a swift resolution against Kakashi, while Naruto sought to demonstrate his training achievements to their teacher. Sakura understood that the initial focus should be on neutralizing the support. Thus, under the bewildered gazes of Naruto and Sasuke, she charged towards Ningye. Concerned about potentially injuring Ningye, she gathered a small portion of chakra in her fist and struck towards her. Ningye directly teleported behind Kakashi, exclaiming, "Mr. Kakashi, this time it's your stage." Kakashi, upon seeing the trio before him, couldn't help but break into a slight sweat. "Ningye, you hold me in too high regard." "No. Mr. Kakashi, you are being overly modest. Allow me to lend you a hand." After Ningye concluded his words, he placed his left hand upon Kakashi's back. Wishing to familiarize himself with Kakashi's chakra, Naruto and Sasuke were the first to form hand seals and launch their assault. Wind release, great breakthrough. And fire release, great fireball technique. Naruto expelled a whirlwind from his mouth, while Sasuke unleashed a fireball. It seems that Jiraiya also emphasizes the training of Naruto's chakra nature transformation. Ningye's hands emanated a cerulean chakra, which was transmitted into Kakashi's body. Just as Kakashi intended to erect a mud wall for defense, his eyes widened in astonishment. He experienced an unprecedented sensation, swiftly forming hand seals. He unleashed fire release, great fireball technique. If Sasuke's fireball was the size of half a basketball court, then Kakashi's was akin to half a football field. Kakashi's fireball effortlessly engulfed the jutsu of the two opponents. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously employed wind release, great breakthrough alongside fire release, great fireball. This time, their techniques collided but swiftly merged, the wind fueling the flames, and the fire harnessing the wind's force. Together, they formed a magnificent fire tornado, which collided with the fireball, releasing an astonishing wave of heat. As the flames dissipated, 2 attacks surged through the remnants, racing towards Kakashi and Ningye. Wind release, Rasengan and Chidori spear, the spiral sphere edged with small shurikens and enveloped in black lightning, manifested rapidly. The speed of both wind and lightning releases was formidable. However, Kakashi remained unperturbed. Raising both hands, he swatted the Rasengan and Chidori spear to the ground as if swatting away flies. Oh, Anoki mused, how did Kakashi accomplish that? The power of these two techniques is not to be underestimated, yet his hands appear unscathed. Chiyo remarked, this technique resembles Tsunade's monstrous strength. As a former rival, Chiyo was well aware of its nature. Hanzo the Salamander interjected, no, it is unlikely even Tsunade could shatter these two jutsu without sustaining injury. Tsunade herself pondered, I think. Orochimaru concluded, it is the enhancement of Ningye's yang-release chakra that has endowed Kakashi with such formidable physical strength. Naruto and Sakura gazed at Kakashi, astonished by his seemingly effortless demeanor. Sasuke, however, remained composed as he understood the situation. His current jutsu held little efficacy against Ningye. Just as Sasuke contemplated his next move, Sakura acted swiftly, declaring, I will feign an attack. Follow my lead. She leaped into the air, delivering a chakra-infused punch towards Kakashi. Yet, with a mere clap of his hand, Kakashi caught the blow and effortlessly flung Sakura aside. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Was the strength she imparted to Sakura truly so easily overcome? Jiraiya, however, was not surprised, for extraordinary events surrounding Ningye had become commonplace. Having witnessed Ningye's Rasengan, Jiraiya regarded this encounter as trivial. As Sakura stumbled back, Naruto transformed into his Three-Tails form, employing Shadow Clone technique alongside dual Rasengan, while Sasuke activated his Sharingan, enveloping his Kusanagi sword with lightning release chakra, executing the Chidori blade. Ningye retained a portion of his yang release chakra within Kakashi, then distanced himself. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, and advanced to engage the two in close combat. Naruto's speed and explosive power were astonishing, while Sasuke exhibited exquisite combat techniques. However, Kakashi was equally seasoned in experience. Thus, the three became entangled in a fierce struggle. Despite Naruto and Sasuke having not fought together for some time, their synergy was remarkable. Kakashi's attacks were skillfully evaded by the duo, who coordinated their offensive maneuvers, yet bolstered by Ningya's temporary yang release enhancement. Kakashi performed high-difficulty techniques he would usually refrain from, successfully countering their combined onslaught. Meanwhile, Sakura maneuvered around to Kakashi's rear, launching a direct assault on Ningye. Nevertheless, Ningye effortlessly neutralized Sakura's fierce punches with his Taichi. Ningye deftly lifted Sakura into the air, utilizing the principles of leverage and Taichi to spin her around until she became disoriented. Ultimately, with a forceful push, he sent her crashing into a large tree, rendering her unconscious. It remained uncertain whether she had been knocked out by the impact or the spinning, or perhaps a combination of both. Chapter 80. The Super True Injury Technique. After a brief skirmish, Kakashi and Naruto Sasuke created some distance using the Earth-style wall, subsequently positioning themselves before Ningye. "Ningye, let us go," Kakashi declared, turning his back to him. This time, Ningye directly infused his chakra with in release. Kakashi felt an unprecedented clarity in his Sharingan, yet he managed to suppress the automatic transformation of his Mangekyo Sharingan. At that moment, Naruto devised a clever idea and hurried to Sasuke's side, engaging in a hushed conversation. After listening, Sasuke fell silent before responding, "I understand. I will trust you once more." Naruto then stepped forward, employing the shadow clone technique and instructing all his clones to form hand seals, stating, "Kakashi-sensei, having a clear view isn't always advantageous." Upon hearing this, Kakashi quelled his rising excitement. Ahem, Naruto, as a ninja, one must not provide such reminders to an opponent. What can it matter if you know? Kakashi-sensei? I doubt you can withstand it. Naruto, you underestimate your teacher. As a ninja, how could I be so easily perturbed? Do your utmost. Let loose. Kakashi asserted with righteous fervor, encouraging Naruto. In the distance, Jiraiya widened his eyes, fixated on Naruto, fearing he might miss a single moment. "The evil ninjutsu again!" exclaimed Kushina. "That little rascal has been with Jiraiya for 2.5 years. He must have learned some unorthodox techniques," Tsunade remarked. "Come on, Tsunade, don't wrong him," Jiraiya retorted. "Orochimaru, you must sometimes seek inspiration from Naruto." Jiraiya, Sarutobi Kinomaru. "So, does that mean it will be an enhanced version 2.5 years later? Incredible, Naruto and I. Kushina, how infuriating." Jiraiya-sensei, what on earth have you taught our Naruto during these 2.5 years? Jiraiya. Meanwhile, various shinobi in the ninja world observed Naruto's progress over the past 2.5 years with a mix of appreciation and critique, their eyes nearly popping out in anticipation. All of Naruto's shadow clones employed the transformation technique, and as the smoke cleared, they revealed figures of extraordinary voluptuousness. This. Kakashi's eyes nearly bulged out, while Jiraiya shed tears of blood, and both Sasuke and Ningye were momentarily taken aback. Naruto's new seductive technique transformed him into a figure with thick, lustrous black hair, sun-kissed skin, wearing only a loincloth, with a rounded belly, chiseled facial features, and bushy eyebrows. Indeed, Naruto had transformed into a beer-belly version of Might Guy, clad solely in a loincloth. Seduction technique. New boy harem technique. Oh my heavens! What on earth is that? What was I expecting? Oh, my eyes. Satisfied with the reactions of the crowd, Naruto proclaimed, "But wait, there's more." Suddenly, all the beer-belly Might Guys spread their legs, and their loincloths accidentally slipped. Of course, the crucial parts were obscured by dark smoke. Kakashi spat out a mouthful of old blood, overwhelmed by the abundance of Yin chakra and his strong mental fortitude. He almost believed he could see through the smoke, causing him to collapse onto the ground in a state of weakness. Jiraiya, with tears of blood streaming down his face, hesitated over whether to gouge out his eyes for a cleansing. Tsunade and Shizen were rendered speechless, their faces drained of color. Sakura, awakening just in time to witness this spectacle, promptly fainted again. This is," exclaimed Inoki. "Too evil, this technique is utterly malevolent." Hashirama interjected. "Good heavens. It truly lives up to its reputation as the true injury version. You've outdone yourself," Tobarama remarked. "Ah, my eyes," exclaimed Kurenai. "Tsunade, I nearly blinded you. Forbidden technique. This technique must be classified as forbidden. It must be sealed away," commanded Hiruzen. Kushina, Naruto. You. Minato, Naruto. "You are forbidden from using this jutsu again." Naruto. "Hey, this was something I thought of after much effort." Sarutobi Kinomaru. As expected of my rival, Naruto and I too have been inspired." Hiruzen. "You little rascal, dare you." Tintin glanced at Gai-sensei and recalled the recent scene, becoming overwhelmed with excitement and fainting. Lee remained relatively unscathed, yet Niji was on the verge of tears. Guy, momentarily bewildered, was at a loss for words. In summary, the inhabitants of Konoha found themselves unable to look directly at Guy-sensei for quite some time. Collectively, all of Guy-sensei's students launched an assault, rendering the scene unviewable. Sasuke too initiated an attack, but ultimately halted upon witnessing Guy surrounded by swirling black smoke. Ningyu clapped his hands, summoning the water release, water tornado. A colossal vortex of water emerged from thin air, instantly engulfing all of Teacher Kai, subsequently shattering the shadow clones with sheer force, while Naruto's true form was sent flying. As the water spiral dissipated, all traces of the whirlpool vanished. Teacher Kai's body plummeted from the sky, fortuitously landing before Sakura, who, upon sensing the commotion, promptly fainted again. Ultimately, this contest concluded with Naruto battered and bruised by Tsunade and Sakura, as the seductive technique, new boy harem technique, was classified as a forbidden jutsu by Tsunade. As night fell, Kakashi, though mentally shattered, took Team 7 and Ninja to Ichiraka Ramen. The kind proprietor was delighted to see Naruto and generously offered them extra-large portions at a discount. Naruto savored the ramen, relishing its unique flavor, while the group reminisced about their experiences over the past 2 years. Suddenly, after finishing his meal, Ninja seemed to sense something and excused himself, citing the need to work overtime. Sasuke, noticing this, followed Ninja's lead and departed as well. Naruto and Sakura attempted to sneak after them but were swiftly halted by Kakashi. In a secluded spot, Ninja retrieved the flying thunder god Kunai. Contemplating the implications of Sand Village, Ninja donned the familiar fox mask, while Sasuke adorned himself with a cat mask. They set off, Sasuke heading towards the hidden Sand Village. Indeed, Ninja placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder and activated the flying thunder god technique, allowing their figures to vanish from the scene. In Sunagakure, Gaara, gravely wounded, struggled to disperse the C3/18 of Deidara's explosive clay from above the village. After accomplishing this, he succumbed to unconsciousness and plummeted from the sky. Meanwhile, Deidara, utilizing his explosive clay in the form of a giant bird, ensnared Gaara. Satisfied with his capture, Deidara prepared to depart when a voice interrupted. "This is not good. I kindly ask you to leave my friend behind, if you please." Chapter 81, Sasuke vs. the Scorpion of the Red Sand Temari. Phew, thankfully Ninja arrived. Otherwise, Gaara would have been in peril once more. Kankuro, this time, Deidara and Sasori should be facing inevitable doom. Wouldn't you agree? Chio, as long as that entity known as Black Zetsu is not lurking in the shadows, we should encounter no significant issues. Deidara, hey, why does it sound as if my defeat alongside Sasori is assured? Kankuro, isn't it? You witnessed Ninja's confrontation with Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Do you truly believe you stand a chance? Deidara, I still possess my ultimate art. Sasori, to be honest, neither of us holds much hope. Deidara stared, bewildered, at the two figures atop the giant bird, exclaiming, "Hey, who are you two? Are you members of the Umbu from Sunagakure? You certainly don't look the part." Ninja addressed Deidara, saying, "I apologize, but Gaara is my friend. I kindly ask you to release him." Deidara replied with a chuckle, "I refuse." Ninja remarked that indeed poses quite a conundrum. Given this circumstance, Ninja instantaneously teleported behind Deidara, declaring, "You should stay." Before Deidara had a chance to react, Ninja swiftly struck him on the nape of the neck with a precise chop, rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, he plunged his hand into the massive bird's body, extracting Deidara's true form concealed within. It turned out that Deidara had employed a clay clone when capturing Gaara, while his actual body was hidden inside the colossal bird. Deidara appeared utterly bewildered. He initially intended to seize the opportunity to abduct Gaara amidst the distraction of the clone's assault, but he had not anticipated being discovered so easily. At that moment, a sense of urgency washed over him as he had just consumed the explosive clay using the mouth on his hand, leading to a sizzling reaction. Ninja enveloped Deidara with lightning chakra, administering a thorough electric treatment both internally and externally. Ah, how infuriating. Lightning release. Deidara found himself incapacitated, unable to utilize his explosive clay any longer. Subsequently, he was rendered unconscious by Ninja's strike, who also took the opportunity to bind him with lightning chakra chains. With Deidara's control relinquished, the colossal bird plummeted vertically. However, Ninja swiftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate his companions. As Ninja arrived at the phonying building platform, the few individuals present gradually snapped out of their stupor. Upon recognizing Ninja's familiar fox mask, Maki and Kankuro instantly reacted, exclaiming, "You are the proctor from Konoha?" To which Ninja simply replied, "Indeed." Subsequently, Ningye employed his medical ninjutsu to attend to the unconscious Gaara. In a short while, Gaara regained consciousness. Upon seeing Ningye, he expressed, "I apologize for troubling you once again." Ningye replied, "It's nothing," and suddenly he exerted more force, causing Gaara to cry out in pain. Next time, I did not wish to wait for the Flying Thunder God Kunai to activate automatically before I become aware. It turned out that when Gaara was gravely injured by Deidara, the hidden technique within the Flying Thunder God had triggered automatically. I apologize, but I did not intend to involve you in this matter. Henceforth, such occurrences must not happen again. Ningye spoke with a grave tone. I understand. Seeing Ningye in this manner, Gaara obediently nodded. There is another person outside. I leave this to you. Ningye addressed Maki and the others, saying, I understand. I am grateful to the esteemed officials of Konoha for their timely rescue. And we shall extend our support to you as well. Ningye and Sasuke hastened towards the outskirts of Sunagakure, with Kankuro leading a team closely behind them. Why haven't they emerged yet? What a troublesome fellow, Scorpion mused, perceiving that Deidara had yet to appear. Concerned he might be in peril, Scorpion decided to personally assist Deidara. Upon entering the mouth of the canyon, he noticed something amiss. The guards he had thought vanquished were suddenly stirring. One by one, they rose, brandishing kunai as they charged towards him. Revival ninjutsu? No, this is genjutsu. Scorpion hurriedly disrupted his own chakra, only to find two masked figures had materialized before him. This is problematic. I have fallen under the illusion as well. Just who are these adversaries? Ningye observed the cautious demeanor of Scorpion and contemplated that only the core of a puppet is comprised of a human body, indeed making the art of illusion quite challenging to execute. Ningye addressed Sasuke beside him. Cat, you confront him. He is a puppet master. Ah, I see now. No wonder I sensed something peculiar about his physique. Sasuke comprehended that close combat typically posed a weakness for puppet masters, thus he boldly advanced, drawing the Kusanagi sword to launch an assault on Scorpion. Recognizing his cover was blown, Scorpion hastily defended with his tail, engaging in several rounds of combat. Although Scorpion's puppet shell, the Crimson Flow, was specifically designed to withstand close-range attacks, he ultimately lacked Sasuke's agility. Sasuke swiftly utilized the Chidori blade to cleave through the Crimson Flow. Scorpion quickly burst forth from within. At that moment, Kanjiro's team arrived on the scene. Upon sighting Scorpion, several older Sand Shinobi widened their eyes in astonishment. You are the Scorpion of the Red Sand. What? Is he really Scorpion? Kanjiro was taken aback at the mention of Scorpion's name, as those who toyed with puppets in Sunagakure were well aware of the legendary puppet genius, the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Sasuke, however, showed no interest in who Scorpion was and pressed forward to attack once more. Scorpion, in response, swiftly produced a scroll and unfurled it, summoning the third Kazekage's puppet. The surrounding Sand Shinobi gasped in disbelief. What? That is the missing third Kazekage. How could the Kazekage appear in Scorpion's possession, and moreover, as a puppet? Kanjiro felt as though his mind was spinning. Scorpion manipulated the third Kazekage, conjuring a massive, toxic blade from the right sleeve of his robe. Sasuke employed the Chidori, striking down to sever the blade, while Scorpion commanded the Kazekage to launch an offensive using iron sand, creating a torrential wave of iron sand that manifested as countless sharp needles, rapidly darting towards Sasuke. Sasuke enveloped himself in Chidori, utilizing the electric current to block the onslaught, transforming the Chidori's current into a Chidori spear. He saw Scorpion hastily erect a sturdy shield of iron sand to deflect the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke maneuvered behind Scorpion, launching an assault with the Chidori blade. Scorpion quickly raised the third Kazekage to defend, yet Sasuke sliced through it as if it were mere vegetables, cleaving it in half. Scorpion barely managed to evade, sustaining a deep gash across his body. Capitalizing on this moment, Sasuke activated his Sharingan Genjutsu. Upon gazing into Sasuke's eyes, Scorpion momentarily froze. Sasuke advanced, wielding the Kusanagi sword. Chapter 82. The defeat of the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Sasuke sought to vanquish the Scorpion of the Red Sand directly, but unexpectedly, Scorpion spread his arms wide. Scroll. Inferno Prison Formation. Scorpion unleashed a torrent of flames from his palms via Fire Scroll, possessing immense melting power and temperature. Taken aback by the sudden attack, Sasuke hurriedly retreated, but his clothing and mask were singed. Fortunately, just as the mask was consumed by flames, he managed to remove it, sparing his face and hair from the searing heat. What is happening? Wasn't he just ensnared by Ningye's Genjutsu? Ningye, are our Genjutsu even comparable? Sasuke found himself momentarily bewildered. That face, and the Sharingan. I see now, he is Itachi's brother. Sasuke. Scorpion. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, unfurled another scroll. Red secret technique. 100 machine manipulation. Scorpion summoned hundreds of puppets clad in crimson robes to join the fray. Each wielding different weapons, their movements controlled by chakra threads emitted from a core. The Sand Shinobi stood in stunned silence, and Kanjiro questioned the very fabric of his existence. At that moment, Sasuke discerned the secret of the regeneration core through his Sharingan. So that's why my Jinjutsu had no effect. Faced with the multitude of puppets, Sasuke remained unfazed, likening them to mere flies. Observing his surroundings, he noted the arid air of Sunagakure. Summoning a Kirin here was impractical. Sasuke first channeled Chidori into his left hand, amplifying its chakra until it transformed into countless razor-sharp Chidori needles. Chidori 1,000 needles. With his Sharingan activated, he unleashed the barrage upon the puppets. Scorpion commanded his horde to attack, but Sasuke deftly navigated through them while launching his needles. Before long, Scorpion realized something was amiss. The puppets cannot move. Could it be? The joints of the puppets were ensnared by lightning, regardless of how sturdy the puppets were. The movable joints were inevitably weaker than the rest. Damn, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to dismantle my puppet army so effortlessly. The Scorpion of the Red Sand felt a rising urgency within. With his arsenal nearly depleted, and Sasuke suffering only minor damage, Scorpion transformed his arm into a blade. Charging at Sasuke. Minutes later, the Scorpion of the Red Sand was reduced to fragments, the regeneration core firmly in Sasuke's grasp. Scorpion had intended to exploit the core's properties for a surprise attack, but as his puppet shattered, he was seized by Sasuke the moment he emerged. Sasuke approached Ningye, presenting the regeneration core to him. Well done. Ningye cast a glance into the distance before turning back to face Sasuke. With one hand, he produced a new mask and handed it to Sasuke, while with the other, he took the regeneration core and promptly sealed it away. He then looked towards Kanjiro and the others, urging them to proceed. Kanjiro, finally grasping the situation, responded, "Oh, right, please follow me. And you all, kindly tidy up the area." Thus, Kanjiro led Ningye and the others ahead, while the remaining individuals began to clear the valley. In the Wind Shadow conference room, Ningye, accompanied by Sasuke, arrived at this place where Gaara, Maki, and others had long been awaiting their arrival. Moreover, "Hey, you lot, release me at once. These lightning restraints lack any semblance of artistry." Indeed, bound on the other side was Deidara. Before leaving, Ningye specifically instructed Gaara to keep a close watch on Deidara. And Gaara has been cautious, always keeping him by his side. "Hey, have you all heard me clearly? And what have you done to Master Scorpion?" Upon witnessing the scene, Ningye swiftly cast an illusionary technique, rendering him unconscious. At that moment, Gaara spoke. "Ningye, they are." "Yes, they are the Akatsuki organization. Their objective this time is the Shikaku residing within you." "Indeed, is it not?" Ningye reminded once more, noting that they had not succeeded this time. And perhaps they would return again. Upon hearing that such individuals might come once more to capture Gaara, Maki and Kanjiro were momentarily taken aback. Gaara, however, remained unfazed and remarked, "Is that so? Then I shall endeavor to lure them outside the village next time." This time, Gaara had primarily engaged in aerial combat out of concern that their battle might endanger the villagers. Were he to fight on the ground, he would not have to worry about the villagers, allowing him to unleash several of his powerful techniques, with the outcome remaining uncertain. Gaara and Ningye continued their discussion regarding the incident, but as they deliberated on how to handle the two individuals involved, the door to the conference room was suddenly flung open. Maki immediately admonished the intruder, "Who goes there? We are in a crucial meeting." "Ah, Granny Chiyo?" "Indeed." The visitor was none other than Granny Chiyo and her brother, Ice. "I apologize for barging in. I was momentarily overwhelmed upon hearing news of my grandson, Sasori." Granny Chiyo playfully stated. The assembly was left in a state of confusion. Gaara addressed her, "Granny Chiyo, we are currently discussing how to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Sasori is your grandson, and I hope you." Anticipating the inquiry, Granny Chiyo calmly interjected, "It matters not, whether for personal or public reasons. I am quite clear-headed. I only wish to see my grandson once more. If it is inconvenient, then let it be as though I were never here." Gaara turned to Ningye, seeking his counsel on the matter. Ningye nodded slightly, then retrieved the regeneration core of Scorpion from the sealing scroll. Chiyo and Chiyo's elder brother stared wide-eyed. And before they could utter a word, Ningye produced a well-preserved puppet and placed the regeneration core into it. In an instant, the puppet transformed into the likeness of Scorpion, though at that moment, due to the sealing technique, Scorpion was utterly immobilized. Chiyo, regaining her composure, exclaimed, "Scorpion, you actually transformed your entire being into a puppet. I suppose I should have anticipated this long ago." Scorpion, upon seeing them, remarked, "Humph, I wondered who it was." "It's just you, old woman. I can't believe you're still alive after all these years." He then noticed the unconscious Deidara nearby and inquired, "What have you done to this kid?" Ningye replied, merely seeking to grant him a moment of tranquility. "By the way, Mr. Scorpion, how do you believe we ought to handle your situation?" Scorpion responded with a hint of indifference, stating, "Whether you choose to kill or torture me is entirely your prerogative. However, let me remind you, do not harbor the illusion that you are truly safe." Ningye stepped forward and gently patted Scorpion's face, then proceeded to tidy up the attire of this puppet. "Of course not. The journey ahead remains long. Scorpion had never experienced such humiliation before. And that over there is Itachi's younger brother, right? What do those eyes of yours signify?" Chapter 83, Continuing the Fishing Shimaro. Fortunately, Ningye arrived just in time. Otherwise, Gaara's tailed beast would have been extracted. Kankuro. How wonderful. Thankfully, I am unscathed this time. Tsunade, it is fortunate that Ningye possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to save Gaara in a timely manner. Abido Uchiha. Minato Namikaze. Anoki. Sigh, but how will Ningye and the others deal with that rascal Deidara? It would be splendid if he could survive, upon learning of the situation. I should be able to negotiate for his return. Deidara. Humph, old man, my affairs are none of your business. Scorpion, a swift resolution would be preferable. Orochimaru. It seems Ningye has no intention of killing you. Deidara. Huh? Gaara turned to Ningye. How do we handle the two of them? Ningye feigned contemplation for a moment before speaking. Could we take responsibility for handling the two of them? It would provide an opportunity to extract information regarding their Akatsuki organization. Gaara nodded in agreement and then turned to Maki and the others. I concur. What say you? We shall heed Lord Windshadow's counsel, they replied. Setting aside the relationship between Konoha and Tsunade, given their formidable strength, it is a matter we cannot afford to offend. At this moment, Ningye remarked, rest assured, I shall not take their lives. Therefore, I kindly request Granny Chiyo's assistance in facing those elders from Tsunade, though their descent is unlikely. Upon hearing that her grandson could be spared, Granny Chiyo breathed a sigh of relief. I understand. Leave those fellows to me. They will acquiesce. Well then, esteemed guests, we shall take our leave. With that, Ningye and Sasuke each hoisted Deidara and Scorpion onto their shoulders. By the way, Gaara, should you encounter another crisis, please refrain from allowing the Flying Thunder God technique to activate automatically as it did this time. I understand. There will be no next time. Gaara nodded obediently in agreement. Ningye removed the rings from Deidara and Scorpion's hands, then departed with Sasuke using the Flying Thunder God technique. Meanwhile, in a concealed chamber within Orochimaru's base, Ningye and Sasuke brought Scorpion and Deidara to this place. Where is this? Just awakening. Deidara suddenly realized he had arrived in an unfamiliar location. Meanwhile, Scorpion appeared rather solemn. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? Indeed. Ningye also acknowledged it. To his surprise, aside from the second Hokage and the Yellow Flash, there were indeed others in Konoha who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. The concealment runs deep. Scorpion had heard of the Yellow Flash's reputation and naturally understood the formidable nature of the Flying Thunder God. Where is this place? What purpose do you have in bringing us here? Ningye replied, is this the place? There's no need to rush. Soon, an old friend will come to meet you. And you will soon understand why I brought you here. After a brief interval, the door to the room swung open, and two individuals entered. Ah. I was wondering why you, Ningye, would come to this room. It turns out you brought an old friend to meet me. The newcomers were none other than Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto, who had recently returned from their training in the Dragon Cave, due to his illness from the blood curse. Kimimaro was still recuperating in the Dragon Cave while simultaneously honing his skills. Ningye can now perceive the extraordinary nature of Yakushi Kabuto. Although he does not exhibit the transformed appearance associated with the infusion of Orochimaru's and the Sound Ninja 5's blood, he retains his normal visage. Nonetheless, Ningye can sense a vast reservoir of natural energy within him. Oh my, it appears that Mr. Kabuto has achieved considerable mastery in his studies. Ningye expressed his gratitude, stating, I am unworthy of such praise. It is all thanks to your support, and henceforth, I shall be better equipped to assist both you and Lord Orochimaru. Do held Ningye, who had rescued his director, in high esteem. Recognizing that both Ningye and Orochimaru valued his talents immensely, the moment Scorpion laid eyes on Yakushi Do, A flicker of joy surged within him, though he swiftly suppressed it. He turned to Orochimaru and remarked, "Humph, old friend. I never anticipated that the old friend he referred to would be you, Orochimaru." "Ha ha, Scorpion. It has been ages. Indeed, this is your true visage, unchanged from decades past. Humph. While your appearance remains the same, you lack the standing to comment on mine." Besides Scorpion, Deidara exhibited a hint of excitement, inquiring, "Orochimaru, why have you brought us to see him? Surely, you do not wish for Orochimaru to avenge the grudge from our pursuit of him years ago?" Orochimaru replied, "Ningye would not engage in such trivial matters." "Then what purpose brings us here?" Deidara questioned, somewhat perplexed. Ningye was remarkably direct, expressing his sentiments with utmost clarity. "It is quite simple. I hold immense admiration for the talents possessed by both of you, and thus, I wish to recruit you." Temari gasped in disbelief. "Nani? Ningyu actually intends to recruit them both?" Naruto exclaimed, "Ningye, they are members of the Akatsuki. They are the villains." Deidara retorted, "Nani? Do you ninjas from Konoha truly have the standing to make such assertions about us?" Sasori added, "Must I enumerate the darkness that resides within your Leaf Village? For instance, my most despised individual, Konoha's White Fang." Konoha's Shikaka remained silent, while Kakashi and Saratobi Hiruzen exchanged glances. Shimura Danzo scoffed, "Humph. All of that is for the sake of Konoha." Tsunade remained contemplative as Deidara seemed to find the entire situation hysterical. "Ha ha, recruit us? Who do you think you are? Do you even comprehend who we are? We are members of the Akatsuki. If our leader were to learn of your audacity, he would surely not spare you." Hearing this, Ningye cast a sympathetic glance at Deidara, realizing that Uchiha Itachi and Kisame had revealed nothing to them. When Sasuke heard the mention of Itachi, he was about to erupt with questions directed at Deidara and the others, but Ningye was preoccupied at the moment, forcing him to suppress his urges. "What do you mean? And why do you bring them up?" Meanwhile, Scorpion pondered silently, and suddenly it seemed a thought struck him. "The fox-faced mask? Could it be that you were the one from last time?" Ningye nodded in response, "Indeed, I am the one from last time." "Scorpion, what are you discussing? Do you know him?" Scorpion replied, "Some time ago, the leader intended for me to accompany you to the Land of Wind to recruit an individual wearing a fox mask. However, as we ventured to the Land of Iron, this task fell to Uchiha Itachi and Kisame." "What? Could you be that fox-faced person?" "Indeed. You donned a fox mask. However, after the last contact with Itachi, the leader ceased all communication." "Humph. It seems to me that Uchiha Itachi and Kisame are still recuperating. And you must be the one who inflicted their injuries." Scorpion quickly deduced the reason, even with just a projection. His extensive understanding of human anatomy allowed him to discern that Itachi and Kisame were not in good condition, clearly having sustained injuries. Chapter 84. The Noble Aspirations of the Akatsuki Organization. Hearing this, Deidara was taken aback. "What? Uchiha Itachi and Kisame were injured by him? Oh, that makes sense. I was unknowingly knocked unconscious by him, so it is only natural that Itachi and the others were harmed as well." Ningye remarked, "Deidara, a disciple of the esteemed Noki, was compelled to leave the village at the tender age of 9 due to his frequent orchestrations of terror." Deidara, taken aback by the revelation, inquired, "You know of me?" Ningye responded, "Indeed, to an extent. However, I believe the primary reason for your departure from Iwagakure lies in the fact that no one within the village truly comprehended your art." Deidara nodded in agreement, affirming, "Precisely. Especially that old man. He possesses no understanding of my artistry." Ningye sighed. "Oh, how unfortunate that is. I can truly empathize with your sentiments." Ningye turned his gaze towards Scorpion, the advisor from the village of Sand in the Land of Wind. In his youth, Scorpion's parents were tragically slain by the White Fang of Konoha during a mission, leaving a profound impact on his heart. Consequently, he aspired to achieve an eternal purpose through the art of puppetry. How detailed your words are. The ephemeral beauty. The beauty of eternity. I must commend your remarkable artistic talent. It is precisely this talent that I hold in high regard. Haha. I never expected someone would comprehend my art so well. Indeed, you are quite impressive, since you possess such an understanding of us. I assume the Akatsuki organization is equally well informed about you, even to the extent of sealing away our rings to prevent our leader from sensing our presence here." Scorpion calmly analyzed the situation. "Indeed, so during the time you have accepted my invitation, I ask that you remain here comfortably." "Humph. Neither I nor Lord Scorpion would ever betray. My apologies, but I must also decline." "Sigh, if that is the case." Ningye retrieved several books and casually tossed them to them, stating, "Your chakra has been sealed by me, and there are eyes watching you at all times. Therefore, make the most of this time to study diligently." Daira, still somewhat bewildered, glanced at the books Ningye had provided. Titles such as The Structure of Natural Energy Microparticles, Chakra Microparticle Chain Reactions, and Chakra Neutron Explosion Theory left him utterly astonished. What are these? Is this for real? Does such art truly exist? Certainly, Ningye replied. And if you wish to ascertain its validity, you are welcome to conduct your own exploration. Scorpion, upon examining the titles, noted the profound intricacies of mecha theory, speculations on living puppets, and unparalleled biological technology, which proposed infusing life into puppets. How intriguing. However, Daidara interjected, don't think this will sway us. Rest assured, this is merely an opportunity for you to learn during this period and to guide others as well. There will come a day when you are allowed to leave. Huh? You're saying we can leave? Daidara felt he must have misheard. Indeed. We cannot confine you here indefinitely. You're so kind. May I inquire when we might be permitted to depart? Spoke earnestly, wait until I bring your leader over. At this moment, Daidara and Sasori imagined that if their leader were to be recruited, it would mean a change of superiors for them. In any case, Daidara spent the day here learning about chakra molecular explosions and neutron detonations, and there would be individuals seeking his guidance in due time. Sasori, you and Orochimaru are both eminent figures in the realm of biotechnology, and your mechanical expertise is unparalleled. Therefore, to prevent any attempts at escape, it would be wise to collaborate with Orochimaru in your research. What more was there to discuss? Firstly, they were captives, and secondly, if their leader were indeed brought over, they would ultimately find themselves working for the individual before them, at a certain stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. Pain, in his Devapath form, projected the images of various individuals into the cave using the technique of projection. Are we sealing the one tail? Exclaimed Haydn, noting the remarkable speed of the two. No, replied Pain directly. I have just been contacted by Zetsu, who informed me that Daidara and Sasori have been captured by that masked examiner from Konoha. Their current fate remains uncertain. Upon hearing of their capture, Haydn laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, they've been caught. How utterly embarrassing for those two. In that case, should we go check on their situation, leader? Kisame added, so the explosive brat has been captured. To be honest, I find this quietness a bit unsettling without him around. Leader, should we pay them a visit? It would be a good opportunity for me and Itachi to settle our previous score. Pain merely replied nonchalantly. I cannot sense the chakra in their rings, so we will seek Daidara and Sasori again at a later time. Right now, the priority is the tailed beasts. Since Sunagakure has that examiner ready to assist, let us first capture the other tailed beasts. Daidara remarked, Hey, Ningye, you're not seriously considering recruiting our leader, are you? Of course, replied Nara Shikaku, the Akatsuki has a wealth of talent. Many of them are simply misapplied. It would be a tremendous waste to utilize them solely for the Moon Eye plan. Tsunade interjected, Huh? Ningye, have you misunderstood? What talent does the Akatsuki possess? The Akatsuki, Ningye mused, has quite intriguing pursuits: art, Daidara, eternity, Sasori, faith, Haydn, wealth, Kisame, dreams, Kisame, friendship, Konan, peace, Nagato. I believe they could be quite valuable to recruit. Jiraiya questioned. Is it true that the Akatsuki has such noble aspirations? Tsunade cautioned. These individuals are terrorists. Ningye, you must consider this matter carefully. Anoki chuckled. Whether the Akatsuki's pursuits are genuine, I cannot say, but Saratobi's teachings on vice and corruption are well known. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Daidara. Indeed, my pursuit is the fleeting beauty, not your sordid vices. Kisame chimed in. Dreams? Huh? I didn't realize you understood me so well, Ningye. Haydn affirmed. Indeed. The great evil god embodies the truth. Kushina added, By the way, Ningye, have you overlooked a few individuals? Ningye replied, Yes, filial piety, Itachi Uchiha, love, Abido Uchiha. Familial bonds, Kurizetsu. Itachi Uchiha, Abido Uchiha, Kurizetsu. Chapter 85, The Arrival of News the following day. Naruto set out early for Ningye's residence, only to be taken aback by the sight of Sasuke. Sasuke? Why are you here? Naruto exclaimed incredulously, staring at Sasuke, who was having breakfast at Ningye's home. Sasuke replied coolly, What business is it of yours that I am here? Naruto then turned to Ningye. Ningye, why is Sasuke already here this early? Ningye replied, You see, Sasuke, last night after our mission, we returned quite late. So I invited Sasuke to stay at my place. What? Naruto exclaimed in shock, trembling as he pointed at the two. Your relationship is actually that good? Sasuke, with a hint of pride, responded, Naruto, you might not know as much about Ningye as I do. What did you say? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Naruto declared, wearing an expression that conveyed his disbelief in whatever Sasuke had said. He then confidently added, once I become Hokage, I will effortlessly uncover your true secret. Sasuke looked at Naruto quizzically. As far as I know, you should still be a Chunin, right? How can you talk about becoming Hokage when you haven't even reached Chunin yet? Naruto immediately deflated but quickly regained his spirit. That may be so, but you. Sasuke, aren't you still a Chunin, are you? Sasuke casually replied, I'm afraid not, Naruto. Ningye and I, due to our work, no longer adhere to your hierarchical system. Huh? Naruto was clearly taken aback. Let me give you a simple example. I am currently at a level comparable to the Jonin, if not superior. Nani? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sasuke, you are already a Jonin? Naruto could hardly believe Sasuke's words. I will go find Granny Tsunade right now and ask her to assign me an S-rank mission so I can swiftly become Hokage. Just wait and see, Sasuke. With that, Naruto dashed out of Ninja's home. Wait, Granny Tsunade, is it true that Ninja's position is equivalent to a Jonin? Tsunade replied. Ninja is currently the leader in the route, and his rank is comparable to these elders, if not surpassing them. Jiraiya added. Sasuke's current position is akin to Ninja's right-hand man. Generally, some Jonin must heed his command. Naruto sighed. Does that mean I'm the lowest-ranked ninja? Sarutobi Konohamaru chuckled. Hey, don't worry, Naruto. You can just join us for the next Chunin exam. Kazekage Moegi chimed in. Yes, Naruto, please guide us. I see Udon echoed. Yes, please guide us. Naruto muttered. What is going on? Am I really going to participate in the exam with these three little beans? In the Hokage office, Naruto complained to Tsunade. What? A task escorting gold bars? Isn't that a C-rank mission? Aren't there any more thrilling and adventurous tasks available? Tsunade firmly rejected. Tasks come one step at a time. And this is for your safety. Naruto continued to grumble, when suddenly, a person rushed in with a document and handed it to Tsunade. Seeing it was an urgent report, she quickly glanced through it. Her brows furrowed at the beginning but relaxed somewhat as she read further. However, upon finishing, her expression remained grave. Tsunade addressed Kakashi and the others. The Akatsuki has made a move. Everyone was taken aback, and Naruto exclaimed first, the Akatsuki? Is that the organization that Sasuke's brother joined? Yes, Kakashi said, narrowing his eyes. Their target is the tailed beasts, which means they have already begun capturing them. Tsunade nodded. Indeed, the Akatsuki has attacked the Sand Village. Kazekage Gaara was nearly taken by 2 members of the Akatsuki, but fortunately, our people arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger. They sent this letter to inform us of their actions and to seek an opportunity to reward our rescuers. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully Gaara is fine. Kakashi gazed out the window. Has the Akatsuki finally begun their operations? Tsunade replied, no, they commenced their actions some time ago. Sakura interjected, Master. Are you saying during the Chunin exam? Exactly. Initially, the leader of the Takigakure inquired about the whereabouts of their participants. I thought it was merely a case of disappearance until Gaara's letter revealed he was a Jinchuriki, which made me realize the Akatsuki had already started their actions then. Sakura remarked, could it have been Itachi Uchiha and his companions? No. After attacking you, Itachi and his companions left the Land of Wind, so it was probably someone else. Naruto was startled. Nani? Sakura, you encountered Sasuke's brother? Was he injured? Is he okay? Calm down, Naruto. I merely sustained a minor injury but recovered quickly. I'm perfectly fine now. Luckily, I encountered a sandstorm at a crucial moment, which compelled Itachi and his companion to retreat, Sakura explained. Really? Ha ha ha, Sakura's luck is truly remarkable. Naruto laughed. Tsunade, knowing the truth, sighed and thought to herself, sigh, one could argue it's bad luck. Had it not been for that sandstorm, Itachi and his companion would have been dealt with by Ningye long ago. However, the one who rescued Gaara must be Ningye. He went to the Sand Village last night without a word to me. Ultimately, Naruto, along with Kakashi and the others, had no choice but to undertake the escort mission. A day later, while Temari was leisurely traveling to the Sand Village, she coincidentally encountered Kankuro and others who were heading to Konoha to discuss future strategies and deliver a reward. Huh? Kankuro? Are you on a mission? Sort of, sister. Just in time for you to join us. Oh, okay. On the road, Kankuro recounted the recent events to Temari, leaving her stunned. What? Gaara was attacked and almost taken by the Akatsuki? How could so much have happened while I was away? However, upon hearing that someone from Konoha had rescued Gaara, Temari sighed in relief, realizing she should go express her gratitude. In the Hokage office, after reviewing Ningya's detailed report, Tsunade nodded and said to him, "Since it was you who rescued them, you should graciously accept their gratitude. However, I still do not understand why you continue to conceal your true identity. Theoretically, with your current strength, very few can pose a threat to you." Ningye removed his mask and smiled, saying, "Do not be deceived by the superficial appearances of things. The depths within are profound." After speaking, he donned his mask once more and departed. Chapter 86, Rain's Gratitude at the Hokage Building. Tsunade and others, including Kakashi, were engaged in a discussion regarding their future policies towards the Akatsuki organization, followed by deliberations on the collaboration between Konoha and Sunagakure. In the Konoha reception room, Ningye, adorned with a mask, convened with Kanjiro and a few other individuals. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Kanjiro presented the rewards that Sunagakure had bestowed upon them. These included an assortment of local delicacies and a selection of secret techniques specifically approved by Gaara. Pandaro also expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Ningye for rescuing her brother. In the end, Kanjiro discreetly handed Ningye a scroll, saying, "This is a token from Granny Chiyo, intended for you as a gesture of appreciation for sparing Sasori's life." Ningye gazed upon the cover of the scroll, having undergone a rebirth. "Please convey my gratitude to Granny Chiyo, and also assure her that I shall take good care of her grandson." "I understand." Kanjuro nodded in agreement. At this moment, Ningye pondered whether he could employ the value of this secret technique to ensure the life of the scorpion. Though he verbally expressed indifference, deep down, he must still harbor a desire for his grandson's survival. After Ningye departed, he suddenly heard a voice. "Excuse me, sir, may I interrupt?" Ningye turned to face the newcomer, recognizing her as Yuno from Sunagakure. Indeed, she was the very same Yuno who had participated in the previous Nin exams. This time, she had specifically requested to accompany Gaara and Kanjiro to Konoha, solely to have the opportunity to see Ningye once more. Gaara, aware of her previous interactions with Ningye, graciously granted her request. With an expression brimming with excitement, she exclaimed, "Ah, Proctor, it is truly wonderful that you remember me." Ningye responded, "So, do you have something to discuss?" Blushing slightly, Yuno presented Ningye with a delicately crafted gift box. This contains cookies and cakes that I baked. Although these humble offerings may seem insignificant in light of your assistance to us, I still wish to express my gratitude. Thank you for rescuing us last time, and on behalf of Lord Kazekage, we also extend our heartfelt thanks for your aid." Ningye graciously accepted the token of gratitude she offered, saying, "Thank you, Yuna, and I also appreciate your discretion last time." Yuna quickly waved her hand in denial, exclaiming, No, please just accept it. Moreover, keeping your secrets is my duty." She hesitated before continuing, Could you please let me know how it tastes? If it is not to your liking, I shall strive to improve next time." Hearing this, Ningye also took out a delicately crafted cookie from the gift box, just as he was about to indulge. He noticed Yunai turning away and covering her eyes with her hands, truly a considerate and attentive individual, as Ningye observed Kakashi's technique of consuming food. He finished the biscuit and said, "All right, you may open your eyes now." Reino also lowered her hands and turned around to inquire, "So, how did it turn out?" "Well," he replied, "the craftsmanship is exquisite, and the flavor is truly delightful. You must have put a great deal of thought and effort into it." Ningye genuinely believes that the cookies crafted by Yunao are exceptional, showcasing her remarkable skill. One might say she truly lives up to the title of a medical ninja. In the relatively resource-scarce Sunagakure, the emergence of a medical ninja with such a high level of chakra manipulation is a testament to Yunao's innate talent. Upon hearing Ningye's praise, Yunao felt a surge of joy. "It is truly wonderful that you appreciate them. Well, the proctor must be quite busy at the moment, so I shall not impose upon you. Should you have any matters to attend to in Sunagakure in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to me." Ningye nodded upon hearing this, expressing, "If given the opportunity, I shall certainly await your presence." The response from Ningye brought great joy to Yunai. Jiraiya remarked, "Alas, Ningye has managed to capture the heart of a young lady without even revealing his face beneath that mask. Truly impressive." Tsunade interjected, "Enough. It seems you are rather envious, aren't you?" Jiraiya retorted, "How could that be? My feelings towards you are." Tsunade silenced him with a curt, "Be quiet." Kushina Uzumaki commented, "Little Ningye is indeed remarkable." Sakura Haruno added, "However, with Ningye always wearing his mask, Yunai is unaware of his true identity. Aren't you at all concerned, Yunai?" Yunai replied, "Not at all. Ningye has consistently prioritized the interests of our ninja world. If I were to indulge him whimsically, it could cause him undue trouble. Kakashi Hitaki remarked. Ah, this illustrates the disparity, doesn't it? Fear not, Yunai. Based on the literature I have perused, I am certain Ningi will have a serendipitous encounter with you. Yunai expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Mito Uzumaki added. Indeed, a gentle, considerate, and kind girl like Yunai will surely take good care of Ningi. After a while, Naruto knocked on the door once more. After Ningi opened the door to let him in, Naruto glanced around the house and, upon realizing that Sasuke was absent, felt a sense of relief wash over him. In the living room, Naruto turned to Ningi and said, Ningi, do you know what I've been up to these past few days? Upon observing the exuberant expression on Naruto's face, Ningi surmised the situation, exclaiming, it appears you have completed yet another S-rank mission. With a chuckle, he added. You surely cannot guess. Wait, how did you know? Ningi. Naruto, momentarily bewildered, protested. I said nothing. Ningi replied. Everything you wish to convey is written all over your face. With laughter, Naruto continued. Well, let me share this with you. I, along with Sakura, Niji, and Lee, ventured to the land of demons where we protected their priestess, Cheyenne. Together, we unleashed a remarkably powerful Rasengan, ultimately vanquishing the malevolent spirits. Ningi also praised. Not only breaking the prophecy of the priestess, but ultimately protecting her as well. Completing an S-level mission in such a manner is truly impressive, Naruto. Indeed. That individual boasted of his inevitable revenge, yet he was ultimately vanquished by Cheyenne and me. Was it the specter? Ningi felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though he could not articulate the reason. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to exuberantly recount his recent exploits when suddenly a voice pierced through the air, chattering from a distance. Of course it's you, Naruto. Naruto, without turning his head, retorted, I wondered why the sky suddenly darkened. It turns out you've arrived, Sasuke. In the Konoha training ground, Naruto and Sasuke faced each other, while Ningi, Sakura, and Kakashi observed from the sidelines. Sakura inquired, why are these two going to fight again? Kakashi, with his trademark deadpan expression, replied, I could think of 1,000 reasons for their conflict. In any case, they want to rest until they've had their duel. Kakashi then glanced at Ningi, reassuring him, don't worry. They'll likely stop once they've had their fill, probably. Ningi braced himself, expecting to be called upon once more. Yes, I may need your assistance again, Ningi. After their previous encounter, Sakura had come to realize that Ningi was far from an ordinary individual. Leave it to me. Chapter 87, Naruto vs. Sasuke Tsunade's side. It seems these two little rascals are at it again. Kakashi remarked, their reasons are unnecessary to ponder. Anko giggled, I wonder who will emerge victorious? Jiraiya mused. Those two? It's hard to say. Orochimaru chuckled, well, that's quite uncertain. Minato added, winning or losing doesn't matter. As long as they don't sustain serious injuries, it's fine. Naruto declared, arrogant Sasuke, victory shall be mine. Sasuke countered, is that so? With my extensive battle experience alongside Ningi, you stand no chance. What did you say? Naruto exclaimed as he brandished a kunai and initiated the attack. For close combat was his forte. Sasuke, however, did not draw his Kusanagi sword, approaching Naruto unarmed. Naruto utilized his shadow clone technique to unleash a barrage of strikes. He summoned a clone to his left and threw an uppercut, which Sasuke deftly evaded with a sidestep. Naruto leapt, attempting a kick. But Sasuke countered with a swift slap that sent Naruto sprawling. A red handprint marked Naruto's face as he unleashed the multi-shadow clone jutsu, hoping to overwhelm Sasuke with sheer numbers. Yet, Sasuke skillfully neutralized each clone's assault. Too slow, Naruto. You're simply too slow. Having trained with Ningi, Sasuke was well-versed in evasion, and despite Naruto's brute strength, his wild style made it difficult to land a hit on the more technically adept Sasuke. After several rounds of intense exchanges, Naruto was ultimately sent flying by a powerful kick from Sasuke. Damn you, Sasuke. Why are you so fast? Seeing this, Naruto resorted to his tailed beast chakra, transforming into his one-tail state. Be careful, Sasuke. In an instant, Naruto vanished, reappearing behind Sasuke, clawing at him. Sasuke, undeterred, activated his Chidori. The electric currents enveloped him, successfully repelling Naruto's clawing attack. Not yet finished, Naruto summoned the power of three tails. Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Sensing that the fight was about to intensify, once again, Naruto launched the first strike, determined to land a blow on Sasuke. The speed and strength of his three-tailed chakra exceeded that of the one-tail state. Naruto's claws lunged toward Sasuke, who, understanding the urgency of the situation, drew his Kusanagi sword to parry the attack. Naruto quickly countered with his other hand, but Sasuke evaded with remarkable agility, delivering a swift kick that pushed Naruto back and created distance between them. Now it's my turn. Chidori. Sasuke summoned Black Lightning in his right hand, charging towards Naruto. Rasengan. Naruto, harnessing the tailed beast chakra, formed a purple Rasengan with one hand and hurled it at Sasuke. The clash of Chidori and Rasengan produced a shockwave that sent both combatants stumbling back. Kakashi observed the phenomenon, noting the distinct elemental changes in their jutsu, which were not typical transformations of the 5 basic chakra natures. Sakura, momentarily stunned, remarked, "Wow, they're both so strong. I didn't notice their prowess during our earlier battle against Kakashi and Ningye." Watching them now, she realized the growing gap between her skills and theirs. Despite her 2.5 years of training under Tsunade, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a determined glance before simultaneously disappearing, only to reappear and clash once more. In Naruto's three-tailed state, his speed and explosive power surged, while Sasuke relied on the superior dynamic vision afforded by his Sharingan, coupled with his agile coordination. Their battle became a dance of claws and sword, each strike met with counterstrikes. Although Naruto was fast, Sasuke's flexibility and extensive combat experience allowed him to trade light injuries for heavier ones, effectively pushing Naruto back. Yet, undeterred, Naruto confidently proclaimed, "Humph, Sasuke. I didn't expect you to grow this strong. In that case, I'll unleash my full power." Sasuke, perceiving the dark chakra surging from within Naruto, observed as Naruto underwent a notable transformation while maintaining his human form, enveloped in a crimson aura of tailed beast chakra. The fourth tail has emerged. Sasuke recalled Ningye's teachings about Jinchuriki, and his expression grew serious as he regarded Naruto. So this is the state of Naruto in his four-tail mode? The chakra is indeed on another level compared to the three-tail state. Sasuke, you need to be cautious of me in this form. Humph. Let us see if you can back that up. Naruto raised his left arm, the claws of the 9 tails extending as he forcefully swung his arm forward, stretching it out to grasp Sasuke. Although Sasuke was prepared, Naruto's strike was incredibly swift. Even with the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, Sasuke narrowly evaded the attack. Subsequently, Naruto unleashed his right claw, followed by another strike from his left, launching a dual assault on Sasuke. Sasuke could only evade the onslaught, but Naruto's speed intensified, ultimately seizing Sasuke by the ankle and slamming him forcefully into the ground. With a resounding thud, Sasuke was buried into the earth, giving Naruto the opportunity to swiftly approach and launch a claw attack. However, as Naruto struck Sasuke with both claws, Sasuke unexpectedly transformed into a surge of black lightning, which rapidly coiled around Naruto's arms. The electric currents crackled, incessantly shocking Naruto. While he felt the damage was not severe, his mobility was profoundly hindered. As Sasuke emerged from the shadows, he was taken aback by Naruto's remarkable defensive capabilities in this state. In response, Sasuke raised the Kusanagi sword, invoking the technique Fire Release, Kagutsuchi. Instantly, a layer of black flames enveloped the sword. Uchiha Shursui remarked, "That is Itachi's black flame." Uchiha Fugaka questioned, "Could it be that Sasuke has activated his Manjiki Sharingan?" Uchiha Madara retorted, "Have you lost your sight, the exiled clan leader? Sasuke still possesses the three-tomo form. This black flame is akin to the black lightning, a technique taught to him by Ninga, utilizing the nature transformation of in-release chakra." Uchiha Fugaka conceded, "I was merely excited to see Sasuke employ Amaterasu." Uchiha Shursui pondered whether Sasuke's technique could rival the true Amaterasu. Ninga interjected, "This technique is nearly indistinguishable from Kagutsuchi, ultimately. They both stem from Sasuke's unique manipulation of in-release chakra inherent to the Uchiha clan." Chapter 88, Practical Experience. Naruto cried out, dispelling the black lightning that ensnared him. At that moment, Sasuke stood before him, executing Fire Release, Kagutsuchi, Flying Flame. He swung the Kusanagi, releasing a sweeping arc of black flames. Caught off guard, Naruto was struck, hurtling backward into a row of trees, causing a cloud of smoke to billow. Sasuke, familiar with the Jinchuriki, rushed into the smoke. Sure enough, through his Sharingan, he discerned Naruto gathering a dangerously potent chakra sphere in his mouth. He cleaved through the smoke, startling Naruto, who had intended to use the cover to launch a surprise attack with the Rasen Shuriken. Sasuke, with his three-tomo Sharingan, fixed his gaze upon Naruto, who, mid-concentration on the Rasen Shuriken, suddenly froze in place, his eyes vacant. In Naruto's consciousness, he harnessed the leaking chakra of the 9 tails, only to be met by Sasuke's sudden appearance. Startled, Naruto exclaimed, "Sasuke, why are you here?" Sasuke extended his palm towards the gathered Nine-Tails chakra, affirming Ninja's assertion. If the Jinchuriki's body is sealed from the tailed beast, only the leaking chakra is accessible, preventing the true utilization of the beast's power. The Nine-Tails consciousness observed Sasuke, commenting, "Your cursed Sharingan, the power of a doomed clan, your ocular prowess, and the ominous chakra you wield are reminiscent of Uchiha Madara." Sasuke calmly replied, "Our clan's cursed Sharingan has found a means of liberation through Ninga. Do not conflate me with that wretch." With a surge of power, Sasuke disrupted Naruto's gathered chakra. In reality, Naruto, now in his Four-Tails form, suddenly reverted to his original state. Sasuke positioned the Kusanagi at Naruto's throat. And as Naruto emerged from his consciousness, he realized he was at Sasuke's mercy. Despite his reluctance, he could only concede, "I have lost." Clap, clap, clap. You two fought splendidly. At this moment, Ningye and Kakashi approached, praising Naruto and Sasuke as they walked. Having been bested by Sasuke in front of Ningye, Naruto felt a tinge of disappointment. Upon witnessing the scene, Ningye exclaimed, Sasuke just employed the Yin release technique, while I am currently focused on cultivating the Yang release. Naruto, would you care to join me in this endeavor?" "Really?" Naruto responded with enthusiasm. "Well then, you can train alongside me and Sasuke for this period. I am also eager to observe the effects of simultaneously practicing both Yin and Yang release." Several days later, in the lush expanse of the Konoha forest, a sharp sound echoed, "Crack. That hurts." Ningye wielded a water whip, striking Naruto, who cried out in distress. "Naruto, pay attention. Yang release symbolizes the strength and resilience of the body. Since you struggle to grasp theoretical knowledge, I shall have your body memorize the essence instead, and we shall see the results." Despite Ningya's earnest explanations regarding the theoretical aspects of Yang release, Naruto's foundational understanding was woefully inadequate. He simply could not comprehend. Left with little choice, Ningye resorted to the method of physical memory, which Naruto readily accepted, relieved at the prospect of avoiding complex theoretical studies. Thus, Ningye vigorously swung the water whip, repeatedly striking Naruto, compelling the latter's Yang release chakra to heal himself, thereby enhancing Naruto's utilization of Yang release. "Ahem, Ningye. Might we also adopt this approach to practice Yang release?" Inoki inquired. Before Ningye could respond, someone spoke up. Deara exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, old man, what are you babbling about? Aren't you eager to master Yang release? Come, allow me to give you a few whips to help you acclimatize to it this morning." Haida interjected, "Hey, Deidara. If you lash the old man a few times, won't his back snap in two?" Ningye, without hesitation, remarked. Such an approach necessitates a profound understanding of human anatomy and the intricacies of chakra. You must comprehend how Yin and Yang chakra truly recuperates and the mechanisms of its restoration. If you lack this knowledge, you might inadvertently inflict internal injuries and leave lasting ailments. On Oki's side, I never anticipated that a method to grow stronger would be right before us. Yet we remain unable to practice it. The fourth Reikage chimed in, "Enough of that. With your frail physique, a couple of my lashes would be your end." Inoki, at a loss for words, could only respond with silence. Days later, they announced, "Naruto, Ningye, we have come to seek you out." Ningye and Naruto turned to face the newcomer, only to discover it was the underling version of the Konohamaru core. However, at this moment, Konohamaru was clutching a rubber ball. "Hiki, Naruto and I have successfully completed the second phase you mentioned. Look." First, Konohamaru employed the seductive technique, then infused chakra into the rubber ball with both hands, gathering his strength. Bang! As his forearm armor was propelled outwards, the rubber ball in his palm burst spectacularly. Konohamaru gleefully sought praise from Naruto. "Hee, what do you think?" Naruto, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why did you feel the need to use the seductive technique?" Konohamaru pouted and complained, "Didn't you tell me to enhance my sex appeal?" While saying this, he shook his forearm armor playfully. Naruto found himself both amused and exasperated, clarifying, "What I meant was that the sensation of chakra circulation can only be learned through personal experience." Konohamaru appeared on the verge of tears, bewildered as the inexplicable seductive technique had increased significantly. Ningye gazed at the perplexed expression on Konohamaru's face, feeling a twinge of sympathy. "Ah, Konohamaru. It must be quite a challenge for you to learn under Naruto." Jiraiya remarked, "Cough, cough. This child is indeed a genius." "Well, Konohamaru, since you wish to learn the Rasengan, come find me. It was I who taught Naruto the Rasengan." Saratobi Hiruzen interjected, "You brat. Do you think I'm unaware of what you're thinking?" Tsunade added, "However, Naruto, Your teaching methods render mastering the Rasengan nearly as difficult as creating this jutsu from scratch. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. Huh? How can that be? Granny Tsunade. I believe I explained it quite thoroughly in the video. Haruno Sakura chimed in. Alright, Naruto, your abrupt demonstrations make it difficult for anyone to understand. Aren't you just making it harder for them? Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the coastline at the borders of the Leaf Village, where several massive iron behemoths could be discerned in the distance. Chapter 89, The Assault of the Sky Ninjas after a brief period. The silhouettes of 3 aircraft carriers and several warships became visible. On the decks of these carriers, sky ninjas began to emerge, each donning flying apparatuses that enabled them to soar into the skies through electromagnetic catapults, heading directly towards the village of Konoha. Tsunade remarked, so they have come. The sky ninjas. Jiraiya sighed, alas, I am not in Konoha this time. I wonder how it will unfold. Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured, do not worry. We must have faith in Ningye and the others. Uzumaki Naruto seethed, that detestable Shinomori. Senju Tobarama announced, they are here. Noera Ningye replied, indeed, they have arrived. Utilizing the speed of their flying devices, the sky ninjas soon reached the skies above Konoha village. Meanwhile, Ningye, training in the forest, suddenly turned his gaze towards the center of the village, realizing, oh, it seems we have guests. With that, Ningye swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing on the rooftop of the Hokage building. The villagers of Konoha looked up at the sky ninjas with a mix of confusion and apprehension. Just as the sky ninjas prepared to unleash their bombardment, Ningyu raised his hands towards the sky, declaring, stand down, all of you. Magnetic release, gravitational field. For small black columns of electric current emerged in Ningya's hands, and then, at an imperceptible speed, these columns suddenly appeared around the empty ninjas. The columns expanded abruptly, and black electric currents intertwined among them, forming a dark square cage. The ninjas were baffled, yet just as they contemplated launching an attack, they found themselves being swiftly drawn toward the cage. What is this? Such a powerful attraction. Oh no, it's magnetic force. I can't control it. Observing this, the ninjas attempted to increase the propulsion of their flying devices, but discovered it was futile. One by one, they crashed directly into the cage. The currents enveloped them swiftly, binding them tightly. Ningye gently lowered his hand, and the cage gradually descended to the ground. The ninjas on the ground swiftly reacted, rushing forward to subdue the empty ninjas. At that moment, Tsunade also appeared on the rooftop, inquiring whether they might be, empty ninjas, suggesting that they likely had accomplices. It would be troublesome for you to interrogate them. As Ningye concluded his words, he swiftly departed from the building. Tsunade subsequently commanded her subordinate Umbu to bring the empty shinobi to Abiki for interrogation. Later on, Yulu arrived in the Hidden Leaf Village in search of her mentor. However, during her quest for Shinong, she unexpectedly encountered Sakura and Naruto, only to faint suddenly. The two, upon witnessing her plight, hurriedly transported her to the Hidden Leaf Hospital. In the hospital, on the bed,